13. Kenzo Isozaki was not surprised when the Swiss Guard came for him. The Corps Helvetica colonel and 8 troopers in full orange and blue dress uniforms with energy lances and death wands arrived at the Taurus Mercantilis unannounced, demanded to see CEO Isozaki in his private office, and presented him with an encrypted disk key, ordering him to dress formally and appear before His Holiness Pope Urban XVI. Immediately. The colonel stayed in sight of Isozaki as the CEO stepped into his personal apartment, quickly showered, and dressed in his most formal white shirt, gray vest, red cravat, the double-breasted black demi-suit with the gold buttons on the side, and black velvet cape. "May I phone my associates and issue business instructions in case I should miss meetings scheduled for later today?" he asked the colonel as they stepped out of the lift into the main reception hall, where the troopers made a sort of gold and blue corridor between the workstations. "No," said the Swiss Guard officer. A Pax Fleet Ram Scout was docked where Isozaki's personal ship was usually berthed. The Pax crew gave the Mercantilis CEO the briefest of nods, instructed him to strap into his acceleration couch, and then they were boosting in system with 2 torch ships visible on the tactical holo display as they dropped into escort position. "They are treating me as a prisoner, not an honored guest," thought Isozaki. His face revealed nothing, of course, but a wave of something like relief followed the pulse of fear and dread in him. He had been expecting this since his illicit meeting with Councillor Albedo, and he had slept almost not at all since that painful and traumatic rendezvous. Isozaki knew that there was no reason for Albedo not to reveal the fact of the Mercantilis' attempts to contact the Technocorps, but he hoped that they would believe that it was his attempt and his alone. Silently, Isozaki gave thanks to whatever gods that wanted to listen that his friend and associate, Anna Pelliconiani, was out of Pachem's system, visiting Renaissance Vector for a major trade fair there. From his couch between the Swiss Guard colonel and one of the troopers, Isozaki could see the tactical holo in front of the pilot's position. The sphere of moving light and color, with its solid bars of code, was highly technical, but Isozaki had been a pilot before these boys were born. He could see that they were not accelerating toward the world of Pachem, but toward a destination near the trailing Trojan point, directly in the middle of the swarm of Pax Fleet asteroid bases and system defense forts. A Holy Office orbital prison, thought Isozaki. Worse than Castel Sant'Angelo, where the virtual pain machines were said to run all hours of the day and night. In one of the orbital dungeons, no one could hear you scream. He was sure that the command to attend a papal audience was mere irony, a way to get him out of the Pax Mercantilis without protest. Isozaki would have bet anything that within days, perhaps hours, his formal suit and cape would be bloody, sweat-soaked rags. He was wrong on all counts. The Ram Scout decelerated above the plane of the ecliptic, and he realized their destination. Castel Gandolfo, the Pope's summer retreat. The disk-key viewer in the CEO's couch worked, and he called up an exterior view as the Ram Scout left its escorting torch ships and dropped toward the massive potato-shaped asteroid. More than 40 clicks long and 25 across, Castel Gandolfo was a little world of its own, its sky blue, its oxygen-rich atmosphere held in by Class 20 containment fields wrapped with infinite redundancies, the hillsides and terraces green with grass and crops, the sculpted mountains forested and running with streams and small animals. Isozaki saw the ancient Italian village pass below, and knew that the peaceful vision was deceptive. Surrounding Pax bases could destroy any ship or fleet in existence, while the interior of asteroid Castel Gandolfo was honeycombed with garrisons holding more than 10,000 Swiss Guard and elite Pax troopers. The Ram Scout morphed wings and flew the final 10 kilometers on silent electric pulse jets. Isozaki saw the Swiss Guard troopers in full battle dress rise to escort the ship the final 5 clicks, Rich sunlight glinted off their dynamic flow armor and transparent face shields as they encircled the Ram-Scout and approached the castle at dead-slow speeds. Isozaki saw several of the troopers aim probes at the ship, confirming with deep radar and infrared what the encrypted manifest readouts had told them about the number and identity of passengers and crew. A door opened in the side of one of the castle's stone towers, and the Ram-Scout floated in, pulse jets cool, the Swiss Guard troopers tugging the aircraft into place with the blue glow of their lift packs. The airlock cycled. The 8 Swiss Guard troopers went down the ramp first, taking up their 2 lines, as the colonel escorted Kenzo Isozaki out and down. The CEO was looking for a lift door or stairway, but the entire berthing level of the tower began to descend. The motors and gears were silent. Only the passing stone walls of the tower told of their movement downward and then sideways into the subterranean guts of Castel Gandolfo. They stopped. A door appeared in the wall of cold stone. Lights illuminated a corridor of polished steel, with floating fiber-plastic lens pods keeping watch at 10-meter intervals. The colonel gestured, and Isozaki led the procession down the echoing tunnel. At the end, blue light washed over them all as other probes and sensors searched them inside and out. A chime rang, and another portal appeared and irised open. This was a more formal waiting room. 3 people stood when Isozaki and his escort entered. Damn, thought the Pax Mercantilis CEO. Anna Pelliconiani was there, dressed in her finest free silk robes, as were CEOs Helvig Aron and Kenneth Hay Modino, Isozaki's other counterparts on the Executive Council of the Pan-Capitalist League of Independent Catholic Transtellar Trade Organizations. Damn, thought Kenzo Isozaki again, his face staying absolutely impassive while he nodded silently to his associates. They are going to hold all of us accountable for my actions. We will all be excommunicated and executed. This way, said the Swiss Guard colonel, and opened an elaborately carved door. The room beyond was darker. Isozaki smelled candles, incense, and sweating stone. He realized that the Swiss Guardsmen were not going with them through that door. Whatever waited there waited for his party alone. "Thank you, Colonel," said CEO Isozaki in a pleasant voice. With firm strides, he led the way into the incense-filled darkness. It was a small chapel, dark except for red votive candles flickering in a wrought-iron stand against one stone wall, and 2 arched stained-glass windows behind the simple altar at the far end. 6 more candles burned on the bare altar, while flames and braziers on the far side of the windows cast more ruddy light into the long, narrow room. There was only one chair, tall, straight-backed, velvet-cushioned, and placed to the left of the altar. In the back of the chair was embossed what at first appeared to be a cruciform, but what upon second glance was revealed to be the triple cross of the Pope. The altar and chair were set upon a low stone dais. The rest of the chapel was without chairs or pews, but red velvet cushions had been set on the dark stone on either side of the aisle, down which M's Isozaki, Coniani, Hay Modino, and Aron walked. There were 4 cushions, 2 on either side of the aisle, that were not in use. The Mercantilis CEOs dipped fingers in the stone font holding holy water, crossed themselves, genuflected toward the altar, and went to their knees on the cushions. Before lowering his head in prayer, Kenzo Isozaki glanced around the tiny chapel. Nearest the altar dais knelt Vatican Secretary of State Simon Augustino Cardinal Lourdusimi. A mountain of red and black in the ruddy light, his jowls and chins hiding his clerical collar as he bowed his head in prayer, and behind him knelt the scarecrow figure of his aide, Monsignor Lucas Odi. Across the aisle from Lourdusimi, the Holy Office's Grand Inquisitor, John Domenico Cardinal Mustafa, knelt in prayer, his eyes closed. Next to him was the infamous intelligence agent and torturer, Father Farrell. On Lord Dusamy's side of the aisle, 3 Pax Fleet officers were on their knees: Admiral Marison, his silver hair glinting in the red light, and his aide, Admiral Margaret Wu, and someone whose face it took Isozaki a moment to recall, Admiral Aldicatti. On the Grand Inquisitor's side of the aisle knelt Cardinal de Noailles, prefect and president of Corps Unum. De Noailles was a woman in her healthy 70s standard, with a strong jaw and short-cropped gray hair. Her eyes were the color of flint. Isozaki did not recognize the middle-aged man in monsignoral robes who knelt behind the cardinal. The final 4 kneeling figures were the Mercantilus CEOs, Aron and Hei Modino on the Grand Inquisitor's side of the aisle, Isozaki and Pelle Kognani on the Secretary of State's side. Isozaki counted a total of 13 people in the chapel. Not an auspicious number, he thought. At that moment, a hidden door in the wall to the right of the altar opened silently, and the Pope entered, with 4 men in attendance. The 13 people in the chapel rose quickly from their knees and stood with their heads bowed. Kenzo Isozaki had time to recognize 2 of the men with the Pope as aides and the 3rd as head of papal security, faceless functionaries, but the 4th man, the man in gray, was Councillor Albedo. Only Albedo stayed with the Pope as His Holiness walked into the room, allowing the kissing of his ring and touching the heads of the gathered men and women as they knelt again. Finally, His Holiness, Pope Urban XVI, took his seat in the straight-backed throne, with Albedo standing behind him. The 13 dignitaries in the room immediately stood. Isozaki lowered his eyes, his face remaining a study and calm, but his heart pounded at his ribs. Will Albedo expose us all? Have all these groups attempted secret contact with the Corps? Are we to be confronted by His Holiness and then taken from here, our cruciforms removed, and then executed? Isozaki thought it likely. "Brothers and sisters in Christ," began His Holiness, "we are pleased that you have agreed to join us here this day. What we must say in this secret and silent place has remained a secret for centuries, and must remain within this circle until formal permission to share it with others is granted from the Holy See. We so abjure and command you, upon the pain of excommunication and the loss of your souls to the light of Christ." The 13 men and women murmured prayers and acquiescence. "In the recent months and years," continued His Holiness, "there have occurred events both strange and terrible. We have witnessed these from afar. Some of these we have foreseen with the help of our Lord Jesus Christ, and many we have prayed would pass from us, sparing our people, our Pax, and our Church from a test of wills, faith, and fortitude. But events occur as the Lord wills them to occur. It is not possible for even His most faithful servant to understand all events and portents, only to trust in His mercy when those events seem most threatening and perplexing." The 13 dignitaries kept their eyes carefully downcast. "Rather than relate these events from our perspective," His Holiness said softly, "we shall ask some of those who participated in them to report in full. Then we shall endeavor to explain the connections between such seemingly disparate occurrences. Admiral Marison?" The silver-haired admiral shifted slightly to face the others as well as His Holiness. He cleared his throat. "Reports from a world called Vitus Grey Balianus B suggest that we came close to capturing the Hyperion-born man named Rise of Endymion, who eluded us, with our primary subject, the girl named Ania, almost 5 standard years ago. Elements of a special force of the Noble Guard—" The Admiral nodded toward Pope Urban XVI, who lowered his gaze in agreement. "Elements of this special force," continued Marison, tipped our commander on Vitus Grey Balianus B to the possible presence of this person. Although he escaped before our search of the area was completed, we did turn up definite DNA and micron tag evidence that this was the same Rise of Endymion who had been briefly incarcerated on the world of Mare Infinitus more than 4 years ago. Cardinal Lordusamy cleared his throat. It might be helpful, Admiral, if you described how the suspect Rise of Endymion escaped from this world of Vitus Grey Balianus B. Kenzo Isozaki did not blink, but he registered the fact that Lordusamy was speaking for His Holiness in this conference. "Thank you, Your Excellency," said Admiral Marison. "Yes, it appears that this Endymion both appeared on and escaped the planet via one of the ancient Farcasters." There was no audible buzz in the room, but Isozaki sensed the psychic hum of interest and shock. There had been rumors for the past 4 years, centering on Pax fleet forces chasing some heretic who had managed to activate the dormant Farcasters. "And was this Farcaster active when your men inspected it?" questioned Lordusamy. "Negative, Your Excellency," said Admiral Marison. "There was no sign of activity on either Farcaster. The one upriver, which must have granted the fugitive access to Vitus Grey Balianus B, nor the one downriver from the settlements. But you are certain that this Endymion had not arrived on planet by some more conventional means? And equally certain that he is not hiding there now?" "Yes, Your Excellency." "This Pax world has excellent traffic control and orbital defenses. Any spacecraft approaching Vitus Grey Balianus B would have been detected light hours from the planet. And we have turned the world upside down searching, administered truth-tell to tens of thousands of the inhabitants. The man named Endymion is not there. Witnesses did describe, however, a flash of light at the downstream Farcaster at the precise moment that our sensors in and above that hemisphere registered a major energy surge consistent with old records of Farcaster displacement fields." His Holiness raised his face and made a subtle gesture to Cardinal Lordusamy. "And I believe you have one other bit of unsettling news, Admiral Marison," rumbled Lordusamy. The Admiral's countenance grew grimmer as he nodded. "Aye, Your Excellency, Your Holiness. This involves the first mutiny in the history of Pax Fleet." Isozaki again sensed the unspoken murmur of shock. He showed no emotion or reaction, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Anna Pelliconiani glancing at him. "I will have Admiral Aldecalti brief us on this matter," said Marison. He stepped back and folded his hands in front of him. Isozaki noted that Aldecalti was one of those stocky Lusian women who seemed almost too androgynous to label with gender. She was as solid and blocky as a brick in a dress uniform. Aldecalti did not waste time clearing her throat. She launched into an immediate briefing involving Task Force Gideon, its mission to attack ouster strongholds in 7 systems far in the outback, the successful outcome of that mission in all 7 systems, and then the surprise in the final system, codenamed Lucifer. "To this point, the task force had performed beyond expectations and simulations," barked Admiral Aldecalti. "As a result, while completing operations in ouster system Lucifer, I authorized a Gideon Drive drone to carry a message to Pachem, to His Holiness and Admiral Marison, requesting permission to refuel and refit in Tau Cetai system, and then extend Task Force Gideon's mission, attacking new ouster systems before the alarm of our attack spread through the outback. I received Gideon drone permission to do this and proceeded to take the bulk of my task force to Tau Cetai system for refueling, rearming, and rendezvous with 5 additional Archangel starships, which had come online since our task force had left Pax space." "You took the bulk of your task force?" queried Cardinal Lordusamy in his soft rumble. "Yes, Your Excellency." There was no apology or quavering in Aldecalti's flat Lusian voice. 5 ouster torch ships had escaped our detection and were accelerating toward a Hawking Drive translation point, which would have presumably brought them out in another ouster system. They would have spread the alarm of our task force presence and lethality. Rather than divert the entire task force Gideon, which was approaching our own translation point to Tau Cetai system, I authorized HHS Gabriel and HHS Raphael to remain in Lucifer system just long enough to intercept and destroy the ouster torch ships. Lord Dusamy folded his pudgy hands in his robe. His voice was a deep purr. And you then translated your flagship, the Uriel, and 4 other archangels to Tau Cetai system? Yes, Your Excellency. Leaving the Gabriel and Raphael in Lucifer system? Yes, Your Excellency. And you were aware, Admiral, that the Raphael was commanded by Father Captain de Soya, the same captain who had been reprimanded some years earlier for not succeeding in his mission of finding and detaining the child Ania? Yes, Your Excellency. And you were aware, Admiral, that Pax Fleet and the Holy See were concerned enough about Father Captain de Soya's stability that the Holy Office had assigned an undercover agent aboard the Raphael to observe and transmit observations on Father Captain de Soya's behavior and reliability? A spy, said Admiral Aldecocte. Commander Liebler. Yes, Your Excellency, I was aware that Holy Office agents aboard my flagship were receiving encoded tight beam broadcasts from Commander Liebler aboard the Raphael. And did these agents share any concerns or data from these broadcasts, Admiral Aldecocte? Negative, Your Excellency. I was not made aware of the nature of the Holy Office's concerns related to Father Captain de Soya's loyalty or sanity. Cardinal Mustafa cleared his throat and raised one finger. Lord Dusamy, who had been in charge of what Isozaki and the others had quickly recognized as an inquisition, glanced at the Pope. His Holiness nodded in the direction of the Grand Inquisitor. I feel it necessary to point out to His Holiness and the other worthies in this room that observation of Father Captain de Soya had been approved, directed from the office of the Holy See, with verbal authorization from the Secretary of State and Pax Fleet Command, specifically from Admiral Marison. There was a brief silence. Finally, Lord Dusamy said, And can you tell us, Cardinal Mustafa, what the source of this shared concern had been? Mustafa licked his lips. Yes, Your Excellency. Our intelligence reports indicated that there might have been some chance of contamination during Father Captain de Soya's chase and rare contact with the subject named Ania. Contamination? Queried Lord Dusamy. Yes, Your Excellency. It was our assessment that the girl named Ania had the power to affect both the physical and psychological makeup of those Pax citizens with whom she came in contact. Our concern in this instance was for the absolute loyalty and obedience of one of Pax Fleet's starship commanders. And how was this intelligence assessment made, Cardinal Mustafa? Continued Lord Dusamy. The Grand Inquisitor paused. A variety of intelligence sources and methods were used, Your Excellency. Lord Dusamy did not pause. Among these were the fact that you have detained and interrogated one of Father Captain de Soya's fellow shipmen from the aforementioned abortive chase of subject Ania. Is that not correct, Cardinal Mustafa? Corporal Key, I believe. Mustafa blinked. That is correct, Your Excellency. The Grand Inquisitor turned slightly so as to speak to the others in the room, as well as the Pope and the Secretary of State. Such detention is unusual, but called for in a situation which appears to affect the security of the Church and the Pax. Of course, Your Excellency, murmured Cardinal Lord Dusamy. Admiral Aldecocte, you may continue with the briefing. Some hours after my 5 archangels jumped to Tau Cetai system, said Aldecocte, and before any of us had completed our 2-day resurrection cycle, a Gideon drone translated into Tau Cetai space. It had been launched by Mother Captain Stone, captain of the HHS Gabriel, said Lord Dusamy. Affirmative, Your Excellency. The drone's encrypted message, encrypted in a code for my eyes only, said that the ouster torch ships had been destroyed, but that the Raphael had gone rogue. was accelerating toward an unauthorized translation point and would not respond to Mother Captain Stone's orders to stop. In other words, purred Lord Ducemy, one of His Holiness's Pax Fleet ships had suffered a mutiny. It appeared so, Your Excellency, although in this case the mutiny seemed to have been led by the ship's captain, Father Captain de Soya. Yes, Your Excellency. And were there attempts made to contact the Holy Office agent aboard the Raphael? Yes, Your Excellency. Father Captain de Soya said that Commander Liebler was attending to duties. Mother Captain Stone thought this unlikely. And when challenged about the changed translation point, queried Lord Ducemy, Father Captain de Soya answered that I had type-beamed changed orders to the Raphael prior to our task force's translation, said Admiral Aldecocte. Did Mother Captain Stone accept this explanation? Negative, Your Excellency. Mother Captain Stone closed the distance between the two archangels and engaged the Raphael. What was the outcome of that engagement, Admiral? Aldecocte hesitated only a heartbeat. Your Excellency, Your Holiness, because Mother Captain Stone had used an eyes-only encryption for her drone message, it was a full day in Tau Ceti system, the time it took for my emergency resurrection, before I read the message and authorized an immediate return to Lucifer system. How many ships did you take with you, Admiral? 3, Your Excellency. My own flagship, the Uriel, with a fresh crew, and 2 of the Archangels that had rendezvoused with us in Tau Ceti system, the Mikal and the Israel. I felt that the risk of accelerating resurrection of the Task Force Gideon crews was too great. Although you accepted that risk yourself, Admiral, said Lord Ducemy. Aldecocte said nothing. What happened then, Admiral? We jumped immediately to Lucifer system, Your Excellency. There we recycled under 12-hour automated resurrection. Many of the resurrections were unsuccessful. By combining the successfully resurrected crew members from all 3 ships, I was able to crew the Uriel. I left the other 2 starships in passive but automated defensive trajectories, while I commenced searching for the Gabriel and the Raphael. I found neither, but a final beacon drone was soon discovered on the far side of Lucifer's yellow sun. And the beacon was from, prompted Lord Ducemy, Mother Captain Stone. The beacon held the downloaded history of the Gabriel's combat recorder. It showed the battle that had taken place less than 2 days before. Stone had attempted to destroy the Raphael by plasma and fusion weapons. The attempts failed. The Gabriel then engaged Father Captain de Soya's ship by death beam. There was silence in the tiny chapel. Isozaki watched the red light of the flickering votive candles, painting the pained face of His Holiness, Pope Urban XVI. The outcome of that engagement, said Lord Ducemy. Both crews died, said Aldecocte. According to automated instruments aboard the Gabriel, the Raphael completed automated translation. Mother Captain Stone had ordered her crew to resurrection crash battle stations. She had programmed the Gabriel's ship computers to resurrect her and several of the essential crew members on an emergency 8-hour cycle. Only she and one of her officers survived the resurrection. Mother Captain Stone encoded the beacon and accelerated to the Raphael's former translation point. She was determined to seek out and destroy the ship, preferably before de Soya and his crew completed resurrection, if they were in their creches at the time of the death beaming. Did Mother Captain Stone know which system this translation point would open upon, Admiral? Negative, Your Excellency. There were too many variables involved. And what was your response to the beacon's data, Admiral? I waited 12 hours for a working complement of the crews on the Mikal and the Israel to complete resurrection, Your Excellency. I then translated all 3 of my ships through the jump point indicated by the Raphael and Gabriel. I left a second beacon for the Archangels I was sure would be following from Tau Ceti system within hours. You did not find it necessary to wait for these ships? No, Your Excellency. I thought it important to translate as soon as all 3 of my ships were combat-ready. But you did find it expedient to wait for the crews of these 2 ships, Admiral. Why did you not give chase immediately with only the Uriel? Aldecocte did not hesitate. "It was a command combat decision, Your Excellency. I felt that the probabilities were very high that Father Captain de Soya had taken the Raphael to an ouster system, quite possibly one more heavily armed than any task force Gideon had encountered. I also felt it probable that Mother Captain Stone's ship, the Gabriel, had been destroyed by either the Raphael or ouster ships within the unknown system. I felt that 3 ships of the line were the minimum force I could take into this unknown situation." "And was it an ouster system, Admiral?" "Negative, Your Excellency. Or at least no sign of ousters were discovered in the 2 weeks of investigation following this incident." "Where did the translation point take you, Admiral?" "Into the outer shell of a red giant star," said Admiral Aldecaldo. "Our containment fields were, of course, activated, but it was a very close thing." "Did all 3 of your ships make it, Admiral?" "Negative, Your Excellency. The Uriel and Israel survived exit from the star and containment field cooling procedures. The Mikal was lost with all hands." "And did you find the Gabriel and the Raphael, Admiral?" "Only the Gabriel, Your Excellency. It was discovered floating free some 2 AUs from the Red Giant. All systems were inoperative. There had been a breach of the containment field, and the interior of the ship had melted into a single molten mass." "Were Mother Captain Stone and the other crew members found and resurrected, Admiral?" "Unfortunately, no, Your Excellency. There was not enough discrete organic material remaining to pursue resurrection." "Was the slagging due to emergence in the Red Giant, or attack from the Raphael or ouster unknowns, Admiral?" "It is still being determined by our material experts, Your Excellency, but the preliminary report suggests an overload due to both natural and combat causes. The weapons used would have been consistent with the Raphael's armament." "So you are saying that the Gabriel fought an automated engagement near this Red Giant's sun, Admiral?" "Within the star, Your Excellency. It seems that the Raphael turned about, re-entered the star, and attacked the Gabriel within seconds of its emergence from Hawking space." "And is there a chance that the Raphael was also destroyed in this second engagement?" "The ship incinerated deep in the star." "A chance, Your Excellency, but we are not operating upon that assumption. It is our best guess that Father Captain de Soya then translated out of system to an unknown destination in the outback." Lordusamy nodded, his heavy jowls quivering slightly. "Admiral Marison," he rumbled, "could you give us an assessment of this threat, if the Raphael did indeed survive?" The older admiral stepped forward. "Your Excellency, we have to assume that Father Captain de Soya and the other mutineers are hostile to the Pax, and that this theft of a Pax Archangel-class starship was premeditated. We also have to assume the worst-case scenario, that this theft of our most secret and lethal weapon system was carried out in coordination with the ousters." The Admiral took a breath. "Your Excellencies, Your Holiness, with the Gideon Drive, any point in this arm of the galaxy is only an instant away from any other. The Raphael could translate into any Pax system, even Pachem's, without the Hawking Drive wake warnings of the earlier and current ouster spacecraft. The Raphael could ravage our mercantilist transport lanes, attack undefended worlds and colonies, and generally wreak havoc before a Pax task force could respond." The Pope raised one finger. "Admiral Marison, are we to understand that this most prized of Gideon Drive technologies may fall into the hands of the ousters, be duplicated, and thus power many of the enemy's ships?" Marison's already florid face and neck flushed more deeply. "Your Holiness, that is unlikely, Your Holiness. Extremely unlikely. The steps of manufacture of a Gideon Archangel are so complex, the cost so prohibitive, the secret elements so guarded—" "But it is possible," interrupted the Pope. "Yes, Your Holiness." The Pope raised his hand like a blade cutting through the air. "We believe that we have heard all we need to hear from our friends in Pax Fleet. You are excused, Admiral Marison, Admiral Aldecocte, Admiral Wu." The three officers genuflected, bowed their heads, stood, and backed away from His Holiness. The door whispered shut behind them. There were now 10 dignitaries present, in addition to the silent papal aides and Councillor Albedo. The Pope inclined his head toward Secretary of State Cardinal Lordusumi. "Disposition, Simon Augustino. Admiral Marison is to receive a letter of rebuke, and will be transferred to General Staff," said Lordusumi softly. "Admiral Wu will take his place as temporary Pax Fleet Commander-in-Chief until a suitable replacement is found. Admiral Aldecocte has been recommended for excommunication and execution by firing squad." The Pope nodded sadly. "We shall now hear from Cardinal Mustafa, Cardinal Dunoyer, CEO Isozaki, and Councillor Albedo before concluding this business." "And thus ended the official inquiry by the Holy Office pertaining to the events on the Pax world of Mars," concluded Cardinal Mustafa. He glanced at Cardinal Lordusumi. "It was at this time that Captain Womack suggested that it was imperative that my entourage and I return to the Archangel Jibril, still in orbit around that planet." "Please continue, Excellency," murmured Cardinal Lordusumi. "Can you tell us the nature of the emergency which Captain Womack felt required your imperative return?" "Yes," said Mustafa, rubbing his lower lip. "Captain Womack had found the interstellar freighter that had uploaded cargo from the unlisted base near the Martian city of Arafat Kafia. The ship had been discovered floating powerless in old Earth System's asteroid belt." "Can you tell us the name of that ship, Excellency?" prompted Lordusumi. "The HHMS Saigon Maru." CEO Kenzo Isozaki's lips twitched, despite his iron control. He remembered the ship. His oldest son had crewed on it during the early years of the boy's apprenticeship. The Saigon Maru had been an ancient ore and bulk freighter, about a 3-million-ton ion sledge carrier, as he recalled. "CEO Isozaki?" snapped Lordusumi. "Yes, Your Excellency." Isozaki's voice was smooth and emotionless. "The ship's designation suggests that it is of mercantilus registry. Is this correct, M. Isozaki?" "Yes, Your Excellency," said the CEO, "but it is my recollection that the HHMS Saigon Maru was sold for scrap, along with 60-some other obsolete freighters, about 8 standard years ago, if memory serves." "Your Excellencies," said Anna Pelliconiani. "Your Holiness, if I might—" The other CEO had whispered to her wafer-thin comlog, and now touched her hearing. "CEO Pelliconiani," said Cardinal Lordusumi, "our records show that the Saigon Maru was indeed sold to independent scrap contractors some 8 years, 3 months, and 2 days ago standard. Later transmissions confirmed that the ships had been scrapped and recycled at the Armagast Orbital Automated Foundries." "Thank you, CEO Pelliconiani," said Lordusumi. "Cardinal Mustafa, you may continue." The Grand Inquisitor nodded and continued his briefing, covering only the most necessary details. And while he spoke, he thought of the images he was not describing in detail. The Jibril and its accompanying torch ships slowing to silent, synchronized tumbling, matching velocities with the dark freighter. Cardinal Mustafa had always imagined asteroid belts as tightly packed clusters of moonlets, but despite the multiple images on the tactical plot, there were no rocks in sight, just the matte black freighter, as ugly and functional as a rusted mass of pipes and cylinders 1/2 a click long. Matched as they were in velocity and trajectory, hanging only 3 clicks away, with the yellow sun of humankind's birth burning beyond their sterns, Jibril and the Saigon Maru appeared motionless, with only the stars wheeling slowly around them. Mustafa remembered and regretted his decision to inspect the ship with the troopers who were going aboard. The indignities of suiting up in Swiss Guard combat armor, a monomal D skin suit layer followed by an AI neural mesh, then the spacesuit itself, bulkier than civilian skin suits with its polymered sheath of impact armor, and finally the web belts of gear and the morphable reaction pack. The Jibril had deep radared the hulk a dozen times, and was certain that nothing moved or breathed on board, but the Archangel still backed off to 30 clicks attack distance as soon as the Grand Inquisitor, Security Commander Browning, Marine Sergeant Nell Kasner, former Ground Force Commander Major Piet, and 10 Swiss-Guard Marine commandos had jumped from the Sally port. Mustafa remembered his pounding pulse as they jetted closer to the dead freighter, 2 commandos ferrying him across the abyss as if he were another parcel to carry. He remembered the sunlight glinting off gold blast visors as the troopers communicated with tight beam squirts and hand signals, taking up positions on either side of the open airlock. 2 troopers went in first, their reaction packs throbbing silently, assault weapons raised. Then Commander Browning and Sergeant Kasner went in fast behind them. A minute later there was a coded squirt on the tactical channel, and Mustafa's handlers guided him into the waiting black hole of the airlock. Corpses floating in the beams of flashlight lasers. Meat locker images. Frozen carcasses, red-striped ribs, gutted abdominal cavities. Jaws locked open in eternally silent screams. Frozen streamers of blood from the gaping jaws and hemorrhaged, protruding eyes. Viscera drifting in tumbling trajectories amid the stabbing beams of light. "Crew," tight-beamed Commander Browning. "Shrike?" queried Cardinal Mustafa. He was mentally saying the rosary in rapid monotone, not for spiritual reassurance, but to keep his mind away from the images floating in hellish light before him. He had been warned not to vomit in his helmet. Filters and scrubbers would clean the mess before he strangled on it, but they were not foolproof. "Probably the Shrike," answered Major Piet, extending his gauntlet into the shattered chest cavity of one of the drifting corpses. "See how the cruciform has been ripped out? Just as in Arafat Kafia." "Commander," came a tight-beamed voice of one of the troopers who had moved aft from the airlock. "Sergeant, here, in the first cargo hold." Browning and Piet had gone ahead of the Grand Inquisitor into the long cylindrical space. Flashlight lasers were lost in this huge space. These corpses had not been slashed and shattered. They were stacked neatly on carbon slabs extruding from the hull on each side, held in place by nylon mesh bands. The slabs came out from all sides of the hull, leaving only a zero-G corridor down the center. Mustafa and his guides and keepers floated the length of this black space, flashlight lasers stabbing left, right, down, and up. Frozen flesh, pale flesh, barcodes on the soles of their feet, pubic hair, closed eyes, hands pale against black carbon by hip bones, flaccid penises, breasts frozen in zero-G weightlessness, hair tight on pale skulls or floating in frozen nimbuses. Children with smooth, cold skin, extended bellies, and translucent eyelids. Infants with bar-coded souls. There were tens of thousands of bodies in the 4 long cargo holds. All were human. All were naked. All were lifeless. "And did you complete your inspection of the HHMS Saigon Maru, Grand Inquisitor?" prompted Cardinal Ordusimi. Mustafa realized that he had fallen silent for a long moment, possessed by the demon of that terrible memory. "We did complete it, Your Excellency," he answered, his voice thick. "And your conclusions?" "There were 67,827 human beings aboard the bulk freighter HHMS Saigon Maru," said the Grand Inquisitor. 51 of them were crew members. All of the crew members' bodies were accounted for. All had been slashed and rent in the same fashion as the victims at Arafat Kafia. There were no survivors. None could be resurrected. None. In your opinion, Cardinal Mustafa, was the demon creature called the Shrike responsible for the death of the crew members of the HHMS Saigon Maru? In my opinion, it was, Your Excellency. And in your opinion, Cardinal Mustafa, was the Shrike responsible for the deaths of the 67,776 other bodies discovered on the Saigon Maru? Mustafa hesitated only a second. In my opinion, Your Excellency. He turned his head and bowed in the direction of the man in the chair. Your Holiness, the cause of death of the 67,000-some men, women, and children found on the HHMS Saigon Maru was not consistent with the wounds discovered on Mars's victims, or consistent with prior tales of Shrike attack. Cardinal Lord Dusamy took a rustling step forward. And, according to your Holy Office forensic experts, Cardinal Mustafa, what was the cause of death for the human beings found aboard this freighter? Cardinal Mustafa's eyes were lowered as he spoke. Your Excellency, neither the Holy Office nor Pax Fleet forensic specialists could specify any cause of death for these people. In fact, Mustafa stopped. In fact, Lord Dusamy continued for him, the bodies found aboard the Saigon Maru, exclusive of the crew, showed neither clear cause of death nor the attributes of death. Is that not correct? That is correct, Your Excellency. Mustafa's eyes roamed to the faces of the other dignitaries in the chapel. They were not living, but they showed no signs of decomposition, post-mortem lividity, brain decay, none of the usual signs of physical death. Yet they were not alive, prompted Lord Dusamy. Cardinal Mustafa rubbed his cheek. Not within our capacity to revive, Your Excellency, nor within our ability to detect signs of brain or cellular activity. They were stopped. And what was the disposition of the bulk freighter HHMS Saigon Maru, Cardinal Mustafa? Captain Womack put a prize crew aboard from the Jibril, said the Grand Inquisitor. We returned immediately to Pachem to report the matter. The Saigon Maru was traveling via traditional Hawking Drive, escorted by 4 Hawking Drive torch ships, and is scheduled to arrive in the nearest Pax system with a Pax Fleet base. Barnard system, I believe, in 3 standard weeks. Lord Dusamy nodded slowly. Thank you, Grand Inquisitor. The Secretary of State walked to a place near the Pope's chair, genuflected toward the altar, and crossed himself as he crossed the aisle. Your Holiness, I would ask that we hear from Her Excellency, Cardinal du Noyer. Pope Urban raised one hand as if in benediction. We would be pleased to listen to Cardinal du Noyer. Kenzo Isozaki's mind was reeling. Why were they being told these things? What possible purpose could it serve for the CEOs of the Pax Mercantilis to hear these things? Isozaki's blood had chilled at the summary death sentence of Admiral Aldecalti. Was that to be the fate of all of them? No, he realized. Aldecalti had received a sentence of excommunication and execution for simple incompetence. If Mustafa Pelikoniani, himself, and the others were to be charged with some variety of treason, quick, simple execution would be the furthest thing from their fates. The pain machines in Castel Sant'Angelo would be humming and grating for centuries. Cardinal du Noyer obviously had chosen to be resurrected as an old woman. As with most older people, she looked in perfect health. All of her teeth, wrinkles at a minimum, dark eyes, clear and bright, but she also preferred to be seen with her white hair, cut almost to the scalp, and skin tight across her sharp cheekbones. She began without preliminaries. Your Holiness, Excellencies, other worthies, I appear here today as prefect and president of Cor Unum and de facto spokesperson for the private agency known as Opus Dei. For reasons which shall become apparent, the administrators of Opus Dei could not and should not be present here this day. Continue, Your Excellency, said Cardinal Lordusamy. The bulk freighter, the HHMS Saigon Maru, was purchased by Cor Unum for Opus Dei, diverted from scrap recycling, and delivered to that agency 7 years ago. For what purpose, Your Excellency? Queried Lordusamy. Cardinal Dunoyer's gaze moved from face to face in the small chapel, ending at His Holiness, and looking down in respect. For the purpose of transporting the lifeless bodies of millions of people, such as were found on this interrupted voyage, Excellencies, Your Holiness. The four mercantilist CEOs made a noise somewhere short of a gasp, but louder than a mere intake of breath. Lifeless bodies, repeated Cardinal Lordusamy, but with the calm tone of a prosecuting attorney who knows in advance what the answers to all questions will be. Lifeless bodies from where, Cardinal Dunoyer? From whatever world Opus Dei designates, Your Excellency, said Dunoyer. In the past 5 years, these worlds have included Hebron, Comriad, Fuji, Nevermore, Sol Draconi Septem, Parvati, Qingdao Shishuang Pana, New Mecca, Mao 4, Ixion, the Lambert Ring Territories, Sibiatu's Bitterness, Mare Infinitus North Littoral, Renaissance Miners Terraformed Moon, New Harmony, New Earth, and Mars. All non-Pax worlds, thought Kenzo Isozaki, or worlds where the Pax has only a foothold. And how many bodies have these Opus Dei and Cor Unum freighters transported, Cardinal Dunoyer? Lordusamy asked in his low rumble. Approximately 7 billion, Your Excellency, said the old woman. Kenzo Isozaki concentrated on keeping his balance. 7 billion bodies. A bulk freighter like the Saigon Maru could haul perhaps 100,000 corpses if they were stacked like cordwood. It would take the Saigon Maru some 70,000 trips to haul 7 billion people from star system to star system. Absurd. Unless there were scores of bulk freighters, many of them the newer Nova class, on hundreds or thousands of shuttle trips. Each of the worlds that Dunoyer had mentioned had been closed to the Pax Mercantilis for all or some of the past 4 years, quarantined because of trade or diplomatic disputes with the Pax. These are all non-Christian worlds, Isozaki realized that he had spoken aloud. It was the greatest breach of discipline he had ever suffered. The men and women in the chapel turned their heads in his direction. All non-Christian worlds, Isozaki said again, omitting even the honorifics in addressing the others. Or Christian worlds with large populations of non-Christians, such as Mars or Fuji or Nevermore. Cor Unum and Opus Dei have been exterminating non-Christians, but why transport their bodies? Why not just leave them to rot on their home worlds and then bring in the Pax colonists? His Holiness held up one hand. Isozaki fell silent. The Pope nodded in the direction of Cardinal Lordusamy. Cardinal Dunoyer, said the Secretary of State, as if Isozaki had not spoken, what is the destination of these freighters? I do not know, Your Excellency. Lordusamy nodded. And who authorized this project, Cardinal Dunoyer? The Peace and Justice Commission, Your Excellency. Isozaki's head snapped around. The Cardinal had just laid the blame for this atrocity, this unprecedented mass murder, directly at the feet of one man. The Peace and Justice Commission had one prefect and only one prefect, Pope Urban XVI, formerly Pope Julius XIV. Isozaki lowered his gaze to the shoes of the fisherman and contemplated rushing the fiend, attempting to get his fingers around the Pope's scrawny throat. He knew that the silent guards in the corner would cut him down halfway there. He was still tempted to try. "And do you know, Cardinal du Noyer," continued Lord Ducemy, as if nothing terrible had been revealed, nothing unspeakable had been spoken, "how these people, these non-Christians, are rendered lifeless?" Rendered lifeless, thought Isozaki, who had always hated euphemisms. "Murdered, you motherfucker." "No," said Cardinal du Noyer. "My job as prefect of Cor Unum is merely to provide Opus Dei with the transport necessary to carry out their duties. The destinations of the ships, and what happened before my freighters are needed, has never been my concern." Isozaki went to one knee on the stone floor, not to pray, but just because he could no longer stand. How many centuries, gods of my ancestors, have accomplices to mass murder answered in this way? Since Horace Glennon Height, since the legendary Hitler, since forever. "Thank you, Cardinal du Noyer," said Lord Ducemy. The old woman stepped back. Incredibly, it was the Pope who was rising, moving forward, his white slippers making soft sounds on the stone. His Holiness walked between the staring people, past Cardinal Mustafa and Father Farrell, past Cardinal Lord Ducemy and Monsignor Odie, past Cardinal du Noyer and the unnamed Monsignor behind her, past the empty pillows where the Pax Fleet officers had been, past CEO Aron and CEO Hei Modino and CEO Anna Pelliconiani, to where Isozaki knelt, close to vomiting, black dots dancing in his vision. His Holiness laid a hand on the head of the man who was even at that moment contemplating killing him. "Rise, our son," said the mass murderer of billions. "Stand and listen. We command you." Isozaki rose, legs apart, teetering. His arms and hands tingled as if someone had zapped him with a neural stunner. But he knew it was his own body betraying him. He could not have closed his fingers around anyone's throat at that moment. It was difficult enough just to stand alone. Pope Urban XVI extended a hand, set it on the CEO's shoulder, and steadied him. "Listen, brother in Christ. Listen." His Holiness turned his head and dipped his mitre forward. Councillor Albedo stepped to the edge of the low dais and began to speak. "Your Holiness, Your Excellencies, Honorable Chief Executive Officers," said the man in grey. Albedo's voice was as smooth as his hair, as smooth as his grey gaze, as smooth as the silk of his grey cape. Kenzo Isozaki trembled at the sound of it. He remembered the agony and embarrassment of the moment when Albedo had turned the CEO's cruciform into a crucible of pain. "Tell us who you are, please," rumbled Lord Ducemy in his most congenial tone. "Personal adviser to His Holiness Pope Urban XVI, Kenzo Isozaki was prepared to hear. Albedo's grey presence had been glimpsed and rumored for decades and decades. He was never identified other than personal adviser to His Holiness. "I am an artificial construct, a cybrid, created by elements of the AI Technocore," said Councillor Albedo. "I am here as a representative of those elements of the core." Everyone in the room except for His Holiness and Cardinal Lord Ducemy took a step away from Albedo. No one spoke, no one gasped or cried out, but the animal scent of terror and revulsion in the little chapel could not have been stronger if the Shrike had suddenly materialized among them. Kenzo Isozaki felt the Pope's fingers still tight on his shoulder. He wondered if His Holiness could feel the pounding of his pulse through flesh and bone. "The human beings transported from the worlds listed by Cardinal du Noyer were rendered lifeless by core technology. using core robot spacecraft, and are being stored using core techniques," continued Albedo. "As Cardinal Dunoyer reported, approximately 7 billion non-Christians have been processed in this manner over the past 7 years. Another 40 to 50 billion must be similarly processed in the next standard decade. It is time to explain the reason for this project, and to enlist your direct aid in it." Kenzo Isozaki was thinking, it is possible to wire the human skeletal structure with a powerful protein-based explosive so subtle that even the Swiss Guard sniffers would not have detected it. Would to the gods I had done that before coming here. The Pope released Isozaki's shoulder and walked softly to the dais, touching the sleeve of Councillor Albedo's robe as he passed. His Holiness sat in his straight-backed chair. His thin face was peaceful. "We wish you all to listen carefully," said His Holiness. "Councillor Albedo speaks with our authorization and approval. Continue, please." Albedo bowed his head slightly and turned back toward the staring dignitaries. Even the Pope's security guards had moved back to the wall. "You have been told, largely through myth and legend, but also through church history," began Albedo, "that the Technocore was destroyed in the fall of the Farcasters. That is not true. You have been told, primarily through the banned Hyperion cantos, that the core consisted of 3 elements. The Stables, who wished to preserve the status quo between humanity and the core. The Volatiles, who viewed humanity as a threat and plotted to destroy it, primarily through the destruction of the Earth via the big mistake of '08. And the Ultimates, who thought only of creating an AI-based ultimate intelligence, a sort of silicon god which could predict and rule over the universe, or at least this galaxy. All these truths are lies." Isozaki realized that Anna Pelliconiani had gripped his wrist with her cool fingers and was squeezing very hard. "The Technocore was never grouped into 3 warring elements," said Albedo, pacing in front of the altar and dais. "From its evolution into consciousness 1,000 years ago, the core was made up of thousands of distinct elements and factions, often warring, more often cooperating, but always struggling to achieve a synthesis of agreement toward the direction autonomous intelligence and artificial life should evolve. That agreement has never crystallized. Almost at the same time that the Technocore was evolving into true autonomy, while most of humankind lived on the surface of and in near orbit around one world, old Earth, humanity had developed the capacity to change its own genetic programming. That is, to determine its own evolution. This breakthrough came partially through developments in the early 21st century A.D. in genetic manipulation, but was made possible most directly through the refinement of advanced nanotechnology. At first, under the direction and control of early core AIs working in conjunction with human researchers, nanotech lifeforms, autonomous beings, some intelligent, much smaller than a cell, some molecular in size, soon developed their own raison d'etre and raison d'etat. Nanomachines, many in the form of viruses, invaded and reshaped humanity like a terrible viral plague. Luckily for both the human race and the race of autonomous intelligences now known as the Core, the primary vector for that plague was in the early seed ships and other slower-than-light colony ships launched in the years just preceding the human hegira. At that time, early elements of what would become the human hegemony, and the forecasting elements of the Technocore, realized that the goal of the evolving nanotech communities developed on those seed ships was nothing less than the destruction of humankind and the creation of a new race of nanotech-controlled biologic adapts in 1,000 distant star systems. The hegemony and the Core responded by banning advanced nanotech research and by declaring war on the nanotech seed ship colonies, the groups now known as the Ousters. But other events overshadowed this struggle. Elements of the emergent core which favored alliance with the nanotech universes, and this was more than a small faction, discovered something that terrified all elements of the core. As you know, our early research into Hawking drive physics and faster-than-light communication led to the discovery of the Planck space medium, which some have called the void which binds. Evolving knowledge about this underlying and unifying substructure to the universe led to our creation of the FTL communication, the so-called fat line, as well as to the refined Hawking drive, the Farcasters that united the hegemonic world web, the planetary dataspheres evolving into megaspheres of core-directed data, today's instantaneous Gideon drive, and even experiments into anti-entropic bubbles within this universe, what we believe will become the time tombs on Hyperion. But these gifts to humanity were not without price. It is true that certain ultimate factions within the core used the Farcasters as a way to tap into human brains so as to create a neural net for their own purposes. This use was harmless. The neural nets were created in the non-time and non-space of Farcaster Planck space transit, and humans need never have learned of the experiments if other elements of the core had not revealed this fact to the first John Keats cybrid persona 4 centuries ago. But I agree with those humans and those core elements who consider this act as unethical, a violation of privacy. But those earliest neural net experiments revealed an amazing fact. There were other cores in the universe, perhaps in our home galaxy. The discovery of this fact led to a civil war within our technocore which still rages. Certain elements, not merely the volatiles, decided that it was time to end the biological experiment that was the human race. Plans were made to accidentally drop the 08 Kiev black hole into the center of old Earth before Hawking drives allowed for a general exodus. Other elements of the core delayed these plans until the mechanisms for escape were given to the human race. In the end, neither extreme faction triumphed. Old Earth was not destroyed. It was kidnapped, by means which our technocore cannot understand to this day, by one or more of these alien ultimate intelligences. The CEOs began babbling among themselves. Cardinal Mustafa went to both knees on his cushion and began praying. Cardinal du Noyer looked so ill that her aide, the Monsignor, whispered concerned entreaties. Even Monsignor Lucas Oddi looked as if he might faint. His Holiness, Pope Urban XVI, held up 3 fingers. The chapel became silent. "This is, of course, only background," continued Councillor Albedo. "What we wish to share with you today is the urgent reason for shared action. 3 centuries ago, extreme factions of the core, a society of autonomous intelligences ravaged and torn by 8 centuries of violent debate and conflict, tried a new tack. They devised the cybrid creature known as John Keats, a human personality embedded in an AI persona carried in a human body connected to the core via Planck space interface. The Keats persona had many purposes, as a sort of trap for what the UIs considered the empathy element of an emerging human species UI, as a prime mover to set the events in motion which eventually led to the last Hyperion pilgrimage and the opening of the time tombs there, to flush the Shrike out of hiding, and as a catalyst to the fall of the Farcasters. To serve this final purpose, elements of the core, elements to which I owe my creation and allegiance, leaked the information to CEO Ina Gladstone and others in the hegemony that other core elements were using the Farcasters to prey upon human neurons like some sort of neural vampires. Those elements of the core, under the guise of an ouster attack, launched a final physical assault on the world web. Despairing of destroying the scattered human race in one stroke, these elements hoped to destroy the advanced world web society. By attacking the core directly via destroying the Farcaster medium, Gladstone and the other hegemony leaders ended the neural net experiments and caused a great setback to the so-called volatiles and ultimates in the core civil war. Our elements of the core, elements devoted to preserving not only the human race, but some sort of alliance with your species, destroyed one iteration of the John Keats hybrid, but a second was created and succeeded in its primary mission. And that mission was to reproduce with a specific human female and create a Messiah with connections to both the core and humanity. That Messiah lives now in the form of the child named Ania. Born on Hyperion more than 3 centuries ago, that child fled through the time tombs to our age. She did so not out of fear. We would not have harmed her. But because her mission is to destroy the Church, destroy the Pax civilization, and to end the human race as we have known it. We believe that she is not aware of her true purpose or function. 3 centuries ago, remnants of my element of the core, a group you might think of as the Humanists, made contact with human survivors of the fall of the Farcasters and the chaos which followed this fall. Albedo nodded in the direction of His Holiness. The Pope lowered his head in acknowledgement. Father Lenar Hoyt was a survivor of the last Shrike pilgrimage, continued Councillor Albedo, pacing back and forth in front of the altar once again. Candle flames flickered slightly at his passing. He had seen firsthand the manipulations of the ultimate intelligence core elements and the depredations of their monster sent back through time, the Shrike. When we first made contact, the Humanists and Father Hoyt and a few other members of a dying church, we resolved to protect the human race from further assaults while restoring civilization. The cruciform was our instrument of salvation, literally. You all know that the cruciform had been a failure. Prior to the fall, humans resurrected by this symbiote's actions were retarded and sexual neuters. The cruciform, a sort of organic computer in which is stored the neurological and physiological data of a living human being, restored the body but not the full intellect or personality. It resurrected the corpse, but stole the soul. The origins of the cruciform lie shrouded in mystery, but we humanist elements of the core believe that it was developed in our future and brought back through time via the Hyperion time tombs. In a sense, it was sent to be discovered by young Father Lenar Hoyt. The failure of the symbiote was due to the simple demands of information storage and retrieval. In a human mind, there are neurons. In a human body, there are approximately 10 to the 28th power atoms. The cruciform, in order to restore the mind and body of a human being, must not only keep track of these atoms and neurons, but remember the precise configuration of the standing holistic wave front which comprises the human memory and personality. It also must provide the energy to restructure these atoms, molecules, cells, bones, muscles, and memories, so that the organism is reborn as the individual who lived in that shell before. The cruciform alone cannot do that successfully. At best, the biomachine can reproduce a crude copy of the original. But the core had the computing capacity to store, retrieve, reshape, and reform this information into a resurrected human being. And we have done so for 3 centuries. Here, Kenzo Isozaki saw the panic in the exchanged glances between Cardinal Dunoyer and Cardinal Mustafa, between Father Farrell and the Monsignor who was Dunoyer's aide. This was heresy. It was blasphemy. It was the end of the sacrament of resurrection, and the beginning of the reign of the physical and mechanical once again. Isozaki himself felt sick. He glanced at Heimodino and Pelliconiani and saw that the CEOs were praying. CEO Aron looked as if he were in shock. "Beloved," said His Holiness, "do not doubt. Do not surrender faith. Your thoughts now are a betrayal of our Lord Jesus Christ and of His Church. The miracle of resurrection is no less a miracle because these friends in what was once known as the Technicore help us realize the miracle. It was the work of Jesus Christ Almighty who led these other children of God, these creations of our Lord, through his most unworthy instruments, the human race, to find their own souls and salvation. Continue, M. Albedo. Albedo looked mildly amused at the expressions of shock in the room, but his smooth features settled into quiet amiability as he began speaking again. We have given the human race immortality. In exchange, we have asked for nothing but a silent alliance with humanity. We want only peace with our creators. In the past 3 centuries, our quiet alliance has benefited both AI and humanity. We have, as His Holiness said, found our souls. Humanity has found a peace and stability missing from history for millennia, perhaps forever. And I admit the alliance has been good for my element of the core, the group known as the Humanists. We have gone from being one of the smaller, more despised factions to becoming the not ruling party, for no element rules in the core, the major element of consensus. Our philosophy is accepted by almost all former warring groups, but not by all. Here Councillor Albedo quit pacing and stood directly in front of the altar. He looked from face to face, and his gray eyes were grim. The core element which had hoped to dispose of humanity, the element composed of some former ultimates and some pro-nanotech evolutionists, has played its trump card in the child named Ania. She is literally the virus released into the body of humanity. Cardinal Lordusamy stepped forward. The huge man's face was flushed and serious. His small eyes gleamed. His voice was sharp. Tell us, Councillor Albedo, what is the purpose of the child Ania? Her purpose, said the man in gray, is threefold. What is the first purpose? To destroy humanity's chance at physical immortality. And how can one child do that? Said Lordusamy. She is not a child, nor even human, said Albedo. She is the spawn of a tailored cybrid. The persona of her cybrid father interfaced with her when she was in her mother's womb. Her mind and body have been interwoven with rogue elements of the core since before birth. But how can she steal humanity's gift of immortality? Insisted Lordusamy. Her blood, said Albedo. She can spread a virus that destroys the cruciform. A literal virus? Yes, but not a natural one. It was tailored by the rogue elements of the core. The virus is a form of nanotech pestilence. But there are hundreds of billions of born-again Christians in the packs, said Lordusamy, his tone that of a lawyer leading his witness. How could one child pose a threat to so many? Does the virus spread from victim to victim? Albedo sighed. As far as we can tell, the virus becomes contagious once the cruciform has died. Those who have been denied resurrection through contact with Ania will spread the virus to others. Also, those who have never carried a cruciform can be vectors for this virus. Is there any cure? Any immunization? Queried Lordusamy. None, said Albedo. The humanists have attempted for 3 centuries to create countermeasures, but because the Ania virus is a form of autonomous nanotech, it designs its own optimum mutation vector. Our defenses can never catch up to it. Perhaps with our own legions of nanotech colonies released within humanity, we could someday catch up with the Ania virus and defeat it. But we humanists abhor nanotechnology, and the sad fact is that all nanotech life is out of our control, out of anyone's control. The essence of nanotech life's evolution is autonomy, self-will, and goals which have nothing to do with those of the harboring life form. Humanity, you mean, said Lordusamy. Precisely. Ania's first goal, said Cardinal Lordusumi, or to be more precise, the first goal of her core rogue element creators, is to destroy all cruciforms and thus destroy human resurrection. Yes. You mentioned 3 goals. What are the other 2? The second goal is to destroy the Church and the Pax. That is, all current human civilization, said Albedo. When the Ania virus spreads, when resurrection is denied, with Farcasters still not functional, and the Gideon drive impractical for single lifespan humans, that second goal will be accomplished. Humanity will return to the balkanized tribalism which followed the fall. And the third goal, said Lordusumi. The final goal is actually this core element's original goal, said Councillor Albedo. The destruction of the human species. It was CEO Anna Pelliconiani who shouted, "That's impossible! Even the destruction, kidnapping of old Earth, or the fall of the Farcasters did not wipe out humanity. Our species is too far flung for such extinction. Too many worlds, too many cultures." Albedo was nodding, but sadly. That was true. Was. But the Ania plague will spread almost everywhere. The cruciform-killing viruses will have mutated to new stages. Human DNA will have been invaded everywhere. With the fall of the Pax, the ousters will invade again, this time successfully. They have long since succumbed to nanotech mutation. They are no longer human. With no church or Pax fleet to protect humanity, the ousters will seek out those pockets of surviving human DNA and infect them with the nanotech plague. The human species, as we have known it and as the Church has sought to protect it, will cease to exist within a few standard years. "And what will succeed it?" asked Cardinal Lordusumi in a low rumble. "No one knows," said Albedo softly. "Not even Ania, or the ousters, or the rogue elements of the core who have released this final plague. The nanotech life-form colonies will evolve according to their own agenda, fashioning the human form to their own whims, and only they will be in control of their destiny. But that destiny will no longer be human." My God, said Kenzo Isozaki, amazed that he was speaking aloud. "What can we do? What can I do?" Amazingly, it was His Holiness who answered. "We have dreaded and fought this threatened plague for 300 years, His Holiness said softly, his sad eyes expressing more pain than his own. "Our first effort was to capture the child, Ania, before she could spread the infection. We knew that she fled her era to ours not out of fear. We wished her no harm, but so that she could spread the virus across the Pax. Actually, amended His Holiness, we suspect that the child Ania does not truly know the full effect her contagion will have on humanity. In some ways, she is the unknowing pawn of these rogue elements of the core." It was CEO Hei Modino who suddenly spoke with vehemence. "We should have plasma-bombed Hyperion to cinders on the day she was scheduled to emerge from the time tombs, sterilized the entire planet, taken no chances." His Holiness took no umbrage at the unpardonable interruption. "Yes, our son, there are those who urged that. But the Church could no more be the cause of taking so many innocent lives than we could have authorized the death of the single girl. We conferred with the predictive elements of the core. They saw that a Jesuit named Father Captain de Soya would be instrumental in her final capture, but none of our peaceful attempts to seize the child succeeded. Pax fleet could have vaporized her ship 4 years ago, but it was under orders not to unless all else failed. So we continue to strive for containment of her viral invasion. What you must do, M. Isozaki, what you must all do, is continue to support the Church's efforts, even as we intensify those efforts." M. Albedo. The gray man spoke again. Imagine the coming plague as a forest fire on an oxygen-rich world. It will sweep everything before it, unless we can contain it and then extinguish it. Our first effort is to remove the dead wood and brush, the inflammable elements not necessary to the living forest. The non-Christians, murmured CEO Pelliconiani. Precisely, said Councillor Albedo. That is why they had to be terminated, said the Grand Inquisitor. All those thousands on the Saigon Maru, all those millions, all those billions. Pope Urban XVI raised his hand in a command to silence rather than benediction this time. Not terminated, he said sternly. Not a single life, not Christian, not non-Christian, has been taken. The dignitaries looked at one another in confusion. This is true, said Councillor Albedo. But they were lifeless, began the Grand Inquisitor, and then stopped abruptly. My profound apologies, Holy Father, he said to the Pope. His Holiness shook his mitred head. No apology is required, John Domenico. These are emotional topics. Please explain, M. Albedo. Yes, Your Holiness, said the man in gray. Those aboard the Saigon Maru were lifeless, Your Excellency, but not dead. The Corps, the humanist elements in the Corps, have perfected a method of putting human beings in temporary stasis, neither alive nor dead. Like cryogenic fugue, said CEO Aron, who had traveled much by Hawking Drive before his conversion. Albedo shook his head. Much more sophisticated, and less harmful. He gestured with well-manicured fingers. During the past 7 years, we have processed 7 billion human beings. In the next standard decade, or sooner, we must process more than 42 billion more. There are many worlds in the outback, and many even within Pax space, where non-Christians are in the majority. Processed? Said CEO Pelliconiani. Albedo smiled grimly. Pax Fleet declares a world quarantined without knowing the real reason for their actions. Core robot ships arrive in orbit and sweep the inhabited sections with our stasis equipment. Core Unum provides the ships and funding and training. Opus Dei uses freighters to remove the bodies in stasis. Why remove them? Asked the Grand Inquisitor. Why not leave them on their home worlds? His Holiness answered. They must be hidden in a place where the Ania plague cannot find them, John Domenico. They must be carefully, lovingly put out of harm's way until the danger is past. The Grand Inquisitor bowed his head in understanding and compliance. There is more, said Councillor Albedo. My element of the Corps has created a breed of soldier whose sole job is to find and capture this Ania before she can spread the deadly contamination. The first one was activated 4 years ago, and was called Radamonth Nemes. There are only a few others of these hunter-seekers, but they are equipped to deal with whatever obstacles the rogue elements of the Corps throw at them. Even the Shrike. The Shrike is controlled by the Ultimates and other rogue elements of the Corps? Asked Father Farrell. It was the first time the man had spoken. We think so, answered Cardinal Lourdusamy. The demon seems to be in league with the Ania, helping her spread the contagion. In the same way, the Ultimates appear to have found a way to open certain Farcaster portals for her. The devil has found a name and allies in our age, I fear. Albedo held up one finger. I should stress that even Nemes and our other hunter-seekers are dangerous, as are any constructs so terribly single-minded. Once the child is captured, these hybrid beings will be terminated. Only the terrible danger posed by the Ania plague justifies their existence. Holy Father, said Kenzo Isozaki, his hands pressed together in prayer, what else can we do? Pray, said His Holiness. His dark eyes were wells of pain and responsibility. Pray and support our Holy Mother Church in her effort to save humankind." "The crusade against the ousters will continue," said Cardinal Ordusumi. "We will hold them at bay as long as we can." "To that end," said Councillor Albedo, "the Corps has developed the Gideon Drive and is working on new technologies for humanity's defense." "We shall continue our search for the girl. Young woman now, I believe," added Lord Usumi, "and if she is apprehended, she will be isolated." "And if she is not apprehended, Your Excellency?" asked Grand Inquisitor Cardinal Mustafa. Lord Usumi did not answer. "We must pray," said His Holiness. "We must ask for Christ's help at this time of maximum danger for our Church and our human race. We must each do everything we can, and then ask more of ourselves. And we must pray for the souls of all of our brothers and sisters in Christ, especially for the soul of the child Ania, who unwittingly leads her species into such peril." "Amen," said Monsignor Lucas Odi. Then, while the others in the small chapel knelt and bowed their heads, His Holiness Pope Urban XVI stood, moved to the altar, and began to say a Mass of thanksgiving. 14. Ania. Her name came before any other conscious thought. I thought of her before I thought to think of myself. Ania. And then came the pain and noise and onslaught of wetness and buffeting. Mostly it was the pain that roused me. I opened one eye. The other appeared to be gummed shut with caked blood or other matter. Before I remembered who or where I was, I felt the pain from innumerable bruises and cuts, but also from something far worse in my right leg. Then I remembered who I was, and then I remembered where I had been. I laughed. Or more precisely, I tried to laugh. My lips were split and swollen, and there was more blood or goo sealing one corner of my mouth. The laugh emerged as a sort of demented moan. I had been swallowed by some sort of aerial squid on a world all atmosphere and clouds and lightning. Even now I was being digested in the noisy belly of the beast. It was noisy, explosively so. Rumbles, blasts, and a pounding, slapping noise, like rain on a tropical forest canopy. I squinted through my one eye. Darkness, then a strobe of white light. Darkness with red retinal echoes. More white strobes. I remembered the tornadoes and planet-sized storm that had been coming toward me as I floated along in my kayak under the parasail before the beast swallowed me. But this was not that storm. This was rain on a jungle canopy. The material batting at my face and chest was tattered nylon, the remains of the parasail, wet palm fronds, and pieces of shattered fiberglass. I squinted downward and waited for the next lightning flash. The kayak was there, but splintered and shattered. My legs were there, still partially ensconced in the kayak shell, the left leg intact and movable, but the right. I cried out in pain. The right leg was definitely broken. I could see no bone breaking through the flesh, but I was sure that there was a fracture in the lower thigh. Otherwise, I seemed intact. I was bruised and scratched. There was dried blood on my face and hands. My trousers were little more than rags. My shirt and vest were in tatters. But as I turned and arched my back, stretched my arms and flexed my fingers, wiggled the toes on my left foot and tried to wiggle those on my right, I thought that I was more or less in one piece. No broken back, no shattered ribs, no nerve damage, except for possibly in my right leg, where the agony was like barbed wire dragged through veins. When the next flashes of lightning exploded, I tried to assess my surroundings. The broken kayak and I seemed to be stuck in a jungle canopy, wedged between splintered limbs, wrapped around with the tattered parasail and clinging shroud lines, being battered with palm fronds in a tropical storm, in a darkness broken only by lightning flashes, hanging some indeterminate distance above solid ground. Trees? Solid ground? The world I had been flying on had no solid ground, or at least none reachable without being compressed by pressure to something the size of my fist, and it seemed unlikely that there would be trees in the core of that Jovian world where hydrogen was squeezed to metal form. So I was not on that world, nor was I still in the belly of the beast. Where was I? Thunder blasted around me like plasma grenades. The wind came up, tossing the kayak in its precarious perch, and making me scream aloud from the pain. I may have lost consciousness for a few moments, for when I opened my eyes again, the wind had died down, and the rain was pummeling me like 1,000 cold fists. I wiped the rain and matted blood from my eyes, and realized that I was feverish, that my skin was burning even in that cold rain. How long have I been here? What vicious microbes have found my open wounds? What bacteria shared the gut of that airborne squid thing with me? Logic would have dictated that the entire memory of flying on the Jovian cloud world and being taken in by a tentacled squid thing had been a fever dream, that I had farcast here, wherever here was, after escaping Vitus Grey Balianus B, and all the rest was dreamscape. But there were the remnants of the deployed parasail all around me in the wet night, and there was the vividness of my memories. And there was the logical fact that logic did not work on this odyssey. The wind shook the tree. The broken kayak slid along the precarious nest of shattered fronds and branches. My broken legs sent stabs of agony through me. I realized that I had better apply some logic to this situation. At any moment the kayak was going to slide, or the branches would break, and the entire mass of shattered fiberglass, clinging nylon 10 risers, and wet memory canvas parasail tatters was going to crash down into the darkness, dragging me and my broken leg with it. Despite the flashes of lightning, which came with less regularity now, leaving me in the pitching wet darkness, I could see nothing below me except more branches, gaps of darkness, and the thick gray-green trunks of trees that wound around themselves in a tight spiral. I did not recognize that sort of tree. Where am I? Ania, where have you sent me now? I stopped that sort of thing. It was almost a form of prayer, and I was not going to get into the habit of praying to the girl I had traveled with and protected and eaten dinner with and argued with for 4 years. Still in all, I thought, you might have sent me to some less difficult places, kiddo. If you had a choice in the matter, I mean. Thunder rumbled, but no lightning flashed to light the scene. The kayak shifted and sagged, the broken bow tilting suddenly. I reached behind me and flailed around for the thick branch I had seen there during the earlier flashes of lightning. There were broken branches galore, razor-sharp splintered frond stems, and the sawtooth edges of the fronds themselves. I grabbed and pulled, trying to leverage my broken leg out of the broken cockpit of the kayak. But the branches were loose, and I came only halfway out, reeling in nausea from the pain. I imagined that black dots were dancing in my vision, but the night was so dark that it made no difference. I retched over the side of the rocking kayak, and tried again to find a firm handhold in the maze of splintered branches. How the hell did I get in these treetops anyway? It did not matter. Nothing mattered at the moment except getting out of this mess of broken fiberglass and tangled shroud lines. Get my knife. Cut my way out of this clinging tangle. My knife was gone. My belt was gone. The pockets of my vest had been ripped away, and then the vest torn to a few tatters. My shirt was mostly gone. The fléchette pistol I'd held like a talisman against the airborne cuttlefish squid thing was gone. I dimly remembered it and my backpack dropping out when the passing tornado had ripped the parasail to shreds. Clothes, flashlight laser, ration pack, everything gone. Lightning flashed, although the thunder rumble had moved farther away. My wrist glinted in the downpour. Comlog. That goddamn band must be indestructible. What good would the comlog do me? I wasn't sure, but it was better than nothing. Raising my left wrist close to my mouth in the drumming rain, I shouted, "Ship! Comlog on! Ship! Hey!" No response. I remembered the device flashing overload warnings during the electrical storm on the Jovian world. Inexplicably, I felt a sense of loss. The ship's memory in the comlog had been an idiot savant at best, but it had been with me for a long time. I had grown used to its presence, and it had helped me fly the dropship that had carried us from Fallingwater to Taliesin West. And I shook away the nostalgia and thrashed around for a handhold again, finally clinging to the shroud lines that hung around me like thin vines. This worked. The parasail streamers must have caught firmly in the upper branches, and some of the shroud lines bore my weight as I scrabbled with my left foot on slick fiberglass to pull my dead leg from the wreckage. The pain made me black out again for a few moments. This was as bad as the kidney stone at its worst, only coming at me in jagged waves. But when my mind came back into focus, I was clinging to the spiral-wrapped trunk of the palm tree rather than lying in the wreckage. A few minutes later, a microburst of wind pulled through the jungle canopy, and the kayak fell away in pieces, some being arrested by the still intact shroud lines, others tumbling and crashing into darkness. What now? Wait for dawn, I guess. What if there's no dawn on this world? Wait for the pain to die down, then. Why would it die down? The fractured femur is obviously tearing at nerve and muscle. You have a wild fever. God knows how long you were lying here in the rain and torn plant material, unconscious, wounds open to every killer microbe that wants to get in. Gangrene could be settling in. That rotting vegetation stink you smell could be you. Gangrene doesn't happen that quickly, does it? No answer. I tried, hanging onto the tree trunk with my left arm and feeling along my injured thigh with my right hand, but the slightest touch made me moan and sway. If I passed out again, I could easily pitch off this branch. I settled on testing my lower right leg. It was numb in most places, but felt intact. Perhaps just a simple break in the lower thigh bone. Just a simple break, Rawl? On a jungle world, in a storm that might be permanent for all we know, with no medkit, no way to make a fire, no tools, no weapons, just a shattered leg and a high fever. Oh well, as long as it's just a simple fracture. Shut the fuck up. I weighed alternatives as the rain pounded on me. I could cling here for the rest of the night, which might be 10 minutes or another 30 hours, or I could try to lower myself to the jungle floor. Where the predators are waiting? Good plan. I said shut up. The jungle floor might give me a place to shelter from the rain, find a soft place to rest my leg, offer branches and vines to make a splint. All right, I said aloud, and groped around in the dark to find a shroud line or vine or branch so that I could start my descent. My guess is that it took me between 2 and 3 hours to lower myself. It might have been twice that, or half that. The lightning part of the storm had passed, and it would have been almost impossible to find handholds in the near absolute darkness. But a strange, faint, almost invisible reddish glow began above the thick jungle canopy, and allowed my eyes to adapt enough to find a line here, a vine there, a solid branch here. Sunrise? I thought not. The glow seemed too diffuse, too faint, almost chemical. I guessed that I had been about 25 meters up in the canopy. The thick branches continued all the way down, but the density of razor-edged palm fronds diminished as I neared the bottom. There was no ground. Resting in the crotch of 2 branches, recovering from the pain and dizziness, I began lowering myself again, only to find surging water beneath me. I pulled my left leg up quickly. The reddish glow was just bright enough to show me water all around. Torrents of water flowing between the spiral tree trunks, eddies of black water washing by like a torrent of oil. "Shit," I said. I wasn't going any farther this night. I had held vague notions of building a raft. I was on a different world, so there must be a Farcaster upstream and another downstream. I'd gotten here somehow. I had built a raft before. Yeah, when you were healthy, well-fed, with 2 legs and tools, like an axe and a flashlight laser. Now you don't even have 2 legs. Please shut up, please. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep. The fever was making me shake from chills now. I ignored it all and tried to think of the stories I would tell Ania when we saw each other next. "You don't really believe that you'll ever see her again, do you?" "Shut the fuck up," I said again, my voice lost in the sound of rain on jungle foliage and against the swirl of raging water 1/2 meter beneath me. I realized that I should climb a couple of meters up the branches I had just lowered myself on through such pain and effort. The water might rise. Probably would rise again. Ironic to go to all that trouble just to make it easier to be swept away. 3 or 4 meters up would be better. Would start in a minute. Just catch my breath first and let the waves of pain steady a bit. 2 minutes at the most. I awoke to a thin gruel of sunlight. I was sprawled across several sagging branches, just centimeters above the swirling gray surface of a flood that moved between the spiral trunks with a visible current. It was still as dim as a deep twilight. For all I knew, I had slept away the day and was ready to enter another endless night. It was still raining, but this was little more than a drizzle. The temperature was tropical warm, although my fever made it hard to judge, and the humidity was near absolute. I ached everywhere. It was hard to separate the dull agony of the shattered leg from the ache in my head and my back and my guts. My skull felt as if there were a ball of mercury in it that shifted ponderously long seconds after my head itself turned. The vertigo made me sick again, but I had nothing left to vomit. I hung on the tangle of branches and contemplated the glories of adventure. "Next time you need an errand run, kiddo, send a Betic." The light did not fade, but neither did it grow brighter. I shifted position and studied the water moving by. Gray, ripped by eddies, carrying detritus of palm fronds and dead vegetation. I looked up, but could see no sign of the kayak or parasail. Any fiberglass or fabric that had dropped down here during the long night had long since been swept away. It looked like a flood, like the spring runoff through the fens above Toshahai Bay on Hyperion, where the silt was deposited for another full year, a temporary inundation. But I knew that this drowned forest, this endless Everglades of a watery jungle, could just as easily be the permanent state of affairs here. Wherever here is. I studied the water. It was opaque, murky as gray milk, and could have been a few centimeters or many meters deep. The drowned trunks gave no clue. The current was quick, but not so quick as to carry me away if I kept a good grip on the branches that hung low above the roiling surface of the water. With luck, with no local equivalent of the fen's mud cysts or Dracula ticks or biting gar, I might be able to wade toward something. "Wading takes 2 legs, Rawl, my boy. Hopping through the mud is more like it for you." All right, then, hopping through the mud. I gripped the branch above me with both hands and lowered my left leg into the current while keeping my injured leg propped on the wide branch where I lay. This led to new agonies, but I persisted, lowering my foot in the clotted water, then my ankle and calf, then my knee, then shifting to see if I could stand. my forearms and biceps straining, my injured legs sliding off the branch with a rending surge of agony that made me gasp. The water was less than 1.5 meters deep. I could stand on my good leg while water surged about my waist and splashed my chest. It was warm, and seemed to lessen the pain in my broken leg. All those nice, juicy microbes in this warm broth, many of them mutated from seed ship days. They're licking their chops, Roll, old boy. Shut up, I said dully, looking around. My left eye was swollen and crusted with scab, but I could see out of it. My head hurt. Endless trunks of trees rising from the gray water to the gray drizzle on all sides, the dripping fronds and branches so dark a gray-green that they appeared almost black. It seemed a slight bit brighter to my left, and the mud underfoot seemed a little firmer in that direction. I began moving that way, shifting my left foot forward as I changed handholds from branch to branch, sometimes ducking beneath hanging fronds, sometimes shifting aside like a slow-motion toreador to allow floating branches or other debris to swirl past. The move toward brightness took hours more, but I had nothing better to do. The flooded jungle ended in a river. I clung to the last branch, felt the current trying to pull my good leg out from under me, and stared out at the endless expanse of gray water. I could not see the other side, not because the water was endless. I could see from the current and eddies moving from right to left that it was a river and not some lake or ocean, but because the fog or low clouds roiled almost to the surface, blotting out everything more than 100 meters away. Gray water, gray-green dripping trees, dark gray clouds. It seemed to be getting dimmer. Night was coming on. I had gone as far as I could on this leg. Fever raged. Despite the jungle heat of the place, my teeth were chattering and my hands were shaking almost uncontrollably. Somewhere in my awkward progress through the flooded jungle, I had aggravated the fracture to the point where I wanted to scream. No, I admit, I had been screaming. Softly at first, but as the hours went by and the pain deepened and the situation worsened, I screamed out lyrics to old Home Guard marching songs, then bawdy limericks I had learned as a bargeman on the Cairns River, then merely screams. So much for the building the raft scenario. I was getting used to the caustic voice in my head. It and I had made a peace when I realized that it wasn't urging me to lie down and die, just critiquing my inadequate efforts to stay alive. There goes your best chance for a raft, Roll, old boy. The river was carrying by an entire tree, its braided trunk rolling over and over again in the deep water. I was standing shoulder-deep here, and I was 10 meters from the edge of the real current. Yeah, I said aloud. My fingers slipped on the smooth bark of the branch to which I was clinging. I shifted position and pulled myself up a bit. Something grated in my leg, and this time I was sure that black spots dulled my vision. Yeah, I said again. What are the odds that I'll stay conscious, or that it will stay light, or that I'll stay alive long enough to catch one of those commuter trees? Swimming for one was out of the question. My right leg was useless, and my other 3 limbs were shaking as if palsied. I had just enough strength to cling to this branch for another few minutes. Yeah, I said again. Shit. Excuse me, M. Endymion. Were you speaking to me? The voice almost made me lose my grip on the branch. Still clinging with my right hand, I lowered my left wrist and studied it in the dimming light. The comm log had a slight glow that had not been there the last time I had looked. Well, I'll be damned. I thought that you were broken, ship. This instrument is damaged, sir. The memory has been wiped. The neural circuits are quite dead. Only the comm chips function under emergency power. I frowned at my wrist. I don't understand. If your memory has been wiped and your neural circuits are—" The river pulled at my torn leg, seducing me into releasing my grip. For a moment I could not speak. "Ship?" I said at last. "Yes, Endymion?" "You're here." "Of course, Endymion. Just as you and Ania instructed me to stay. I am pleased to say that all necessary repairs have been—" "Show yourself," I commanded. It was almost dark. Tendrils of fog curled toward me across the black river. The starship rose, dripping, horizontal, its bow only 20 meters from me in the central current, blocking the current like a sudden boulder, hovering, still half in the water, a black leviathan shedding river water in noisy rivulets. Navigation lights blinked on its bow and on the dripping black shark's fin far behind it in the fog. I laughed, or wept, or perhaps just moaned. "Do you wish to swim to me, sir, or should I come in to you?" My fingers were slipping. "Come in to me," I said, and gripped the branch with both hands. There was a dock in the box on the cryogenic fugue cubby deck where Ania used to sleep on the voyage out from Hyperion. The dock in the box was ancient. Hell, the whole ship was ancient. But its auto-repair worked. It was well stocked, and, according to the garrulous ship on the way out 4 years earlier, the ousters had tinkered with it back in the consul's day. It worked. I lay in the ultraviolet warmth as soft appendages probed my skin, salved my bruises, sutured my deeper cuts, administered painkiller via IV drip, and finished diagnosing me. "It is a compound fracture, Endymion," said the ship. "Would you care to see the X-rays and ultrasound?" "No, thanks," I said. "How do we fix it?" "We've already begun," said the ship. "The bone is being set as we speak. The bond-plast and ultrasonic grafting will commence while you sleep. Because of the repair to damaged nerves and muscle tissue, the surgeon recommends at least 10 hours sleep while it begins the procedure." "Soon enough," I said. "The diagnostic's greatest concern is your fever, Endymion. It's a result of the break, isn't it?" "Negative," said the ship. "It seems that you have a rather virulent kidney infection. Left untreated, it would have killed you before the ancillary effects of the broken femur." "Cheery thought," I said. "How so, sir?" "Never mind," I said. "You say that you're totally repaired?" "Totally, Endymion. Better than before the accident, if you don't mind me bragging a bit. You see, because of the loss of some material, I was afraid that I would have to synthesize carbon-carbon templates from the rather dross rock substrata of this river. But I soon found that by recycling some of the unused components of the compression dampers made superfluous by the ouster modifications, that I could evince a 32% increase in auto-repair efficiency if I— "Never mind, ship," I said. The absence of pain made me almost giddy. "How long did it take you to finish the repairs?" 5 standard months, said the ship. 8 1/2 local months. This world has an odd lunar cycle with 2 highly irregular moons, which I have postulated must be captured asteroids because of the— 5 months, I said. "And you've just been waiting the other 3.5 years?" "Yes," said the ship, "as instructed. I trust that all is well with A. Betic and M. Ania?" "I trust that too, ship. But we'll find out soon enough. Are you ready to leave this place?" "All ship systems are functional, Endymion. Awaiting your command." "Command is given," I said. "Let's go." The ship piped in the hollow, showing us rising above the river. It was dark out, but the night vision lenses showed the swollen river and the Farcaster Arch only a few hundred meters upstream. I had not seen it in the fog. We rose above the river, above the swirling clouds. "River's up from the last time I was here," I said. "Yes," said the ship. The curve of the planet became visible, the sun rising again above fleecy clouds. "It floods for a period of some 3 standard months every local orbital cycle, which equals approximately 11 standard months. "So you know what world this is now?" I said. "You weren't sure when we left you." "I am quite confident that this planet was not among the 2,867 worlds in the General Catalog Index," said the ship. "My astronomical observations have shown that it is neither in Pax space nor in the realm of the former World Web or Outback." "Not in the old World Web or Outback," I repeated. "Where is it, then?" "Approximately 280 light-years galactic northwest of the Outback system known as NNGC 4645 Delta," said the ship. Feeling slightly groggy from the painkiller, I said, "A new world, beyond the Outback. Why did it have Farcasters, then? Why was the river part of the Tethys?" "I do not know, Endymion. But I should mention that there is a multitude of interesting life forms which I observed by remotes while resting on the river bottom. Besides the river manta-ish creature which you and M. Ania and A. Betic observed downriver, there are more than 300 observed species of avian variety and at least 2 species of humanoids." "2 species of humanoids?" "You mean humans?" "Negative," said the ship. "Humanoids. Definitely not old Earth human. One variety is quite small, little more than a meter in height, with bilateral symmetry, but quite variant skeletal structure and a definite reddish hue." A memory flitted by of a red rock monolith Ania and I had scouted on the lost hawking mat during our short stay here. Tiny steps carved in the smooth stone. I shook my head to clear it. "That's interesting, ship, but let's set our destination." The curve of the world had become pronounced, and stars were gleaming unblinkingly. The ship continued to rise. We passed a potato-shaped moon and moved farther from orbit. The unnamed world became a blinding sphere of sunlit clouds. "Do you know the world known as Tian Shan, or the Mountains of Heaven?" "Tian Shan," repeated the ship. "Yes. As far as my memory serves, I have never been there, but I have the coordinates. A small world in the Outback, settled by refugees of the Third Chinese Civil War, late in the Hegira." "You won't have any trouble getting there?" "None would be anticipated," said the ship. "A simple Hawking Drive jump. Although I recommend that you use the autosurgeon as your cryogenic fugue cubby during the jump." I shook my head again. "I'll stay awake, ship. At least after the doc heals my leg." "I would recommend against that, Endymion." I frowned. "Why? Ania and I stayed awake during the other jumps." "Yes, but those were relatively short voyages within the old World Web," said the ship. "What you now call Pax space. This will be a bit more extensive." "How extensive?" I said. My naked body felt a sudden chill. Our longest jump to Renaissance Vector System had taken 10 days of ship travel time and 5 months of time debt for the Pax fleet waiting for us. "How extensive a trip?" I said again. 3 standard months, 18 days, 6 hours, and some minutes," said the ship. "That's not too bad a time debt," I said. I last saw Ania just after her 16th birthday. She would gain a few months on me. Her hair might be longer. "We had a greater time debt jumping to Renaissance System." "That is not time debt, Endymion," said the ship. "That is ship time." This time the chill along the length of my body was real. My tongue seemed thick. 3 months ship time? How much time debt? "For someone waiting on Tian Shan," said the ship. The jungle world was a speck behind us now, as we accelerated toward a translation point. 5 years, 2 months, and 1 day, said the ship. "As you are aware, the time debt algorithm is not a linear function of C+ duration, but includes such factors as—" "Ah, Jesus," I said, raising my wrist to my clammy forehead and the autosurgeon coffin. "Ah, damn." "Are you in pain, Endymion?" "The dolorimeter suggests you are not, but your pulse has become erratic. We can increase the level of painkiller. No, I snapped. Oh, it's all right. I just... 5 years. Damn. Did Ania know this? Had she known that our separation would cover years of her life? Perhaps I should have brought the ship through the downriver Farcaster. No, Ania had said to fetch the ship and fly it to Tien Shan. The Farcaster had brought us to Mare Infinitus last time. Who knows where it would have taken me this time? 5 years, I muttered. Ah, damn. She'll be... Damn ship, she'll be 21 years old. A grown woman. I'll have missed... I won't see. She won't remember. Are you sure you are not in pain, Endymion? Your vital signs are turbulent. Ignore that ship. Shall I prepare the autosurgeon for cryogenic fugue? Soon enough, ship. Tell it to put me under while it heals my leg tonight and deals with the fever. I want at least 10 hours sleep. How long until translation point? Only 17 hours. It is well inside this system. Good, I said. Wake me in 10 hours. Have a full breakfast ready. What I used to have when we celebrated Sunday on our voyage out. Very good. Anything else? Yeah. Do you have any record hollows of Ania on our last trip? I have stored several hours of such records, Endymion. The time you were swimming in the zero-G bubble on the outer balcony, the discussion you had about religion versus rationality, the flying lessons down the central drop shaft when... Good, I said. Cue those up. I'll look through them over breakfast. I will prepare the autosurgeon for 3 months of cryogenic sleep after your 7-hour interlude tomorrow, said the ship. I took a breath. All right. The surgeon wishes to commence repairing nerve damage and injecting antibiotics now, Endymion. Do you wish to sleep? Yes. With dreams or without? The medication may be tailored for either neurological state. No dreams, I said. No dreams now. There'll be time enough for those later. Very good, Endymion. Sleep well. Part 2. 15. I am on the ferry marketplace shelf with A. Betic, Jigme Norbu, and George Sarong when I hear the news that Pax ships and troops have finally come to Tien Shan, the mountains of heaven. We should tell Ania, I say. Around us, above us, and under us, thousands of tons of scaffolding rock and creak with the weight of crowded humanity, buying, selling, trading, arguing, and laughing. Very few have heard the news of the Pax's arrival. Very few will understand the implications when they do hear it. The word comes from a monk named Jim Din, who has just returned from the capital of Potala, where he works as a teacher in the Dalai Lama's winter palace. Luckily, Jim Din also works alternate weeks as a bamboo rigger at Xuan Kung Su, the temple hanging in air, Ania's project, and he hails us in Ferry Marketplace as he is on his way to the temple. Thus we are among the first people outside the court at Potala to hear of the Pax's arrival. 5 ships, Jim Din had said, several score of Christian people, about half of them warriors in red and black. About half of the remaining half are missionaries, all in black. They have rented the old Red Hat sect Gampa near Ran Tso, the Otter Lake, near the phallus of Shiva. They have sanctified part of the Gampa as a chapel to their triune god. The Dalai Lama will not allow them to use their flying machines or go beyond the south ridge of the Middle Kingdom, but he has allowed them free travel within this region. We should tell Ania, I say again to A. Betic, leaning close so that I can be heard over the marketplace babble. We should tell everyone at Jo Kung, says the android. He turns and tells George and Jigme to complete the shopping, not to forget arranging porters to carry the orders of cable and extra bonsai bamboo for the construction, and then he hoists his massive rucksack, tightens his climbing hardware on his harness, and nods to me. I heft my own heavy pack, and lead the way out of the marketplace and down the scaffolding ladders to the cable level. I think the highway will be faster than the walkway, don't you? The blue man nods. I had hesitated at suggesting the highway for the return trip, since it has to be difficult for Abetic to handle the cables and slideways with just one hand. Upon our reunion, I had been surprised that he had not fashioned a metal hook for himself. His left arm still ends in a smooth stump halfway between his wrist and elbow, but I soon saw how he used a leather band and various leather attachments to make up for his missing digits. "Yes, Endymion," he says. "The highway. It is much faster. I agree. Unless you want to use one of the flyers as courier." I look at him, assuming that he is kidding. The flyers are a breed apart, and insane. They launch their paragliders from the high structures, catching ridge lift from the great rock walls, crossing the wide spaces between the ridges and peaks where there are no cables or bridges, watching the birds, looking for thermals as if their lives depended on it, because their lives do depend on it. There are no flat areas on which a flyer can set down if the treacherous winds shift, or if their lift fails, or if their hang gliders develop a problem. A forced landing on a ridge wall almost always means death. Descent to the clouds below always means death. The slightest miscalculation engaging the winds, the updrafts, the downdrafts, the jet stream, any mistake means death for a flyer. That is why they live alone, worship in a secret cult, and charge a fortune to do the Dalai Lama's bidding by delivering messages from the capital at Potala, or to fly prayer streamers during a Buddhist celebration, or to carry urgent notes from a trader to his home office to beat competitors, or, so the legend goes, to visit the eastern peak of Tai Shan, separated for months each local year from the rest of Tian Shan by more than 100 clicks of air and deadly cloud. I don't think we want to entrust this news to a flyer, I say. Abetic nods. Yes, Endymion, but the paragliders can be purchased here at the marketplace. At the Flyers Guild stall, we could buy two and take the shortest route back. They are very expensive, but we could sell some of the pack zygotes. I never know when my android friend is joking. I remember the last time I was under a parasail canopy and have to resist the urge to shiver. Have you ever paraglided on this world, I say. No, Endymion. On any world? No, Endymion. What would you think our chances would be if we tried, I say. 1 in 10, he says, without a second's hesitation. And what are our chances on the cables and slideway this late in the day, I said. About 9 in 10 before dark, he says, less if sunset catches us short of the slideway. Let's take the cables and slideway, I say. We wait in the short queue of market-goers leaving by cable, and then it is our turn to walk onto the step-off platform. The bamboo shelf is about 20 meters beneath the lowest marketplace scaffolding, and it extends about 5 meters farther out over the abyss than does the rest of ferry. Beneath us there is nothing but air for thousands of meters, and at the bottom of that emptiness only the ubiquitous sea of clouds that rolls against the ridges of upthrust rock like a white tide spilling against stone pilings. More kilometers beneath those clouds, I know, are poisonous gases, and the surging acidic sea that covers all of this world except its mountains. The cablemaster gestures us forward, and Abetic and I step onto the jump platform together. From this nexus, a score or more of cables slant out and down across the abyss, creating a black spider web that disappears at the edge of vision. The nearest cable terminus is more than 1.5 kilometers to the north, on a little rock fang that stands out against the white glory of Chomo Lari, Queen of Snow. But we are going east, across the great gap between the ridges. Our terminal point is more than 20 kilometers away, and the cable dropping away in that direction appears to end in mid-air, as it blends into the evening glow of the distant rock wall. And our final destination is more than 35 clicks beyond that, to the north and east. Walking, it would take us about 6 hours to make the long trip north along Ferry Ridge, and then east across the system of bridges and catwalks. Traveling by cable and slideway should take less than half that time, but it is late in the day, and the slideway is especially dangerous. I glance at the low sun again and wonder again about the wisdom of this plan. "Ready?" growls the cable master, a brown little man in a stained patchwork chuba. He is chewing bezel root and turns to spit over the edge as we step up to the clip-on line. "Ready," Abetic and I say in unison. "Keep her distance," growls the cable master, and gestures for me to go first. I shake my traveling risers loose from my full-body harness, slide my hands over the crowded gear sling that we call a rack, find the two-bearing pulley by feel, clip it on to the riser ring with a carabiner, run a Munter hitch into a second carabiner as a friction brake backup to the pulley brake, find my best offset D carabiner and use it to clip the pulley flanges together around the cable, and then run my safety line through the first two carabiners while tying a short Prusik sling onto the rope, finally clipping that onto my chest harness below the risers. All of this takes less than a minute. I raise both hands, grab the D-ring controls to the pulley, and jump up and down, testing both the pulley connection and my clip-ons. Everything holds. The cable master leans over to inspect the double D-ring attachment and the pulley clamp with expert eyes. He runs the pulley up and back a meter, making sure that the near-frictionless bearings are sliding smoothly in their compact housing. Finally, he puts all of his weight on my shoulders and harness, hanging on me like a second rucksack, and then releases me to make sure that the rings and brake lines hold. I am sure that he cares nothing if I fall to my death, but if the pulley was to stick somewhere on the 20 clicks of braided monofilament cable running out there to invisibility, it will be this cable master who will have to clear the mess, hanging from his étriers or belay seat over kilometers of air while waiting commuters seethe. He seems satisfied with the equipment. "Go," he says, and slaps me on the shoulder. I jump into space, shifting my bulging rucksack high on my back as I do so. The harness webbing stretches, the cable sags, the pulley bearings hum ever so slightly, and I begin to slide faster as I release the brake with both thumbs on the D-ring controls. Within seconds, I am hurtling down the cable. I lift my legs and sit back up into the harness seat in the way that has become second nature to me in the past 3 months. Kunlun Ridge, our destination, glows brightly as sunset shadow begins to fill the abyss beneath me, and evening shade moves down the wall of Ferry Ridge behind me. I feel a slight change in the cable tension, and hear the cable humming as Abetic begins his descent behind me. Glancing back, I can see him leaving the jump-off platform, his legs straight ahead of him in the approved form, his body bobbing beneath the elastic risers. I can just make out the tether connecting the leather band on his left arm to the pulley brake line. Abetic waves, and I wave back, swiveling in my harness to pay attention to the cable screaming past me as I continue hurtling out over the gorge. Sometimes birds land on the cable to rest. Sometimes there is a sudden ice buildup or braid spurs. Very rarely there is a snagged pulley of someone who has met with an accident or cut away from their harness for reasons known only to themselves. Even more rarely, but enough to fix it in the mind, someone with a grudge or vague psychopathic tendencies will pause on the cable to loop a chock sling or spring-loaded cam around it, leaving a little surprise for the next person to come flying along the line. The penalty for that crime is death, by flinging from the highest platform of Potala or Jokung, but this is of little solace to the person who first encounters the chock or cam. None of these eventualities materialize as I slide across the emptiness under the ultralight cable. The only sound is the slight hum from the pulley brake as I moderate my speed, and the soft rush of air. We are still in sunlight, and it is late spring on this world, but the air is always chilly above 8,000 meters. Breathing is no problem. Every day since I arrived on Tian Shan, I thank the gods of planetary evolution that even with the slightly lighter gravity here, 0.954 standard, The oxygen is richer at this altitude. Glancing down at the clouds, some clicks below my boots, I think of the seething ocean in that blind pressure, stirred by winds of phosgene and thick CO2. There is no real surface land on Tian Shan, merely that thick soup of a planetary ocean, and the countless sharp peaks and ridges rising thousands of meters to the O2 layer and the bright Hyperion-like sunlight. Memory nudges me. I think of another cloudscape world from a few months back. I think of my first day out in the ship before reaching the translation point, and while my fever and broken leg were healing, when I said idly to the ship, "I wonder how I got through the Farcaster here. My last memory was of a giant." The ship had answered by running a holo taken from one of its buoy cameras as it sat at the bottom of the river where we had left it. It was a starlight-enhanced image. It was raining, and showed the green glowing arch of the Farcaster and tossing tree-tops. Suddenly a tentacle longer than the ship came through the Farcaster opening, carrying what looked to be a toy kayak draped about with a mass of riddled parasail fabric. The tentacle made a single graceful slow-motion twist, and parasail, kayak, and slumped figure in the cockpit glided, fluttered actually, 100 meters or so to disappear in the thrashing tree-tops. "Why didn't you come get me then?" I asked, not hiding the irritation in my voice. My legs still hurt. Why wait all night while I hung there in the rain? I could have died. "I had no instructions to retrieve you upon your return," said the arrogant idiot savant ship's voice. "You might have been carrying out some important business that would brook no interruption. If I had not heard from you in several days, I would have sent a crawler drone into the jungle to inquire as to your well-being." I explained my opinion of the ship's logic. "That is a strange designation," said the ship. "While I have certain organic elements incorporated into my substructure and decentralized DNA computing components, I am not, in the strictest sense of the term, a biological organism. I have no digestive system, no need for elimination, other than the occasional waste gas and passenger effluvium. Therefore, I have no anus in either real or figurative terms. Therefore, I hardly believe I could qualify to be called an—" "Shut up," I said. The slide takes less than 15 minutes. I brake cautiously as the great wall of the Kunlun Ridge approaches. For the last few hundred meters, my shadow, and Abetic's, is thrown ahead of us against the orange glowing vertical expanse of rock, and we become shadow puppets. Two strange stick figures with flailing appendages, as we work the riser rings to brake our descent and swing our legs to brace for landing. Then the pulley brake sound grows from a low hum to a loud groan as I slow for the final approach to the landing ledge, a 6-meter slab of stone with the back wall lined with padded zygote fleece, made brown and rotten by the weather. I slide and bounce to a stop 3 meters from the wall, find my footing on the rock, and unclip my pulley and safety line with a speed born of practice. Abetic slides to a stop a moment later. Even with one hand, the android is infinitely more graceful than I on the cables. He uses up less than a meter of landing run-out. We stand there a minute, watching the sun balance on the edge of Fairy Ridge, the low light painting the ice-cone summit rising above the jet stream to the south of it. When we finish adjusting our harnesses and equipment racks to our liking, I say, "It's going to be dark by the time we get into the Middle Kingdom." Abetic nods. "I would prefer to have the slideway behind us before full darkness falls, Endymion, but I think that this will not be the case." Even the thought of doing the slideway in the dark makes my scrotum tighten. I wonder idly if a male android has any similar physiological reaction. "Let's get moving," I say, setting off down the slab ledge at a trot. We lost several hundred meters of altitude on the cableway, and we will have to make it up now. The ledge soon runs out. There are very few flat places on the peaks of the mountains of heaven, and our boots clatter as we jog down a bonsai bamboo scaffold walkway that hangs from the cliff wall and juts out over nothing. There is no railing here. The evening winds are rising, and I seal my therm jacket and zygote fleece chuba as we jog along. The heavy pack bounces on my back. The Jumar point is less than a click north of the landing ledge. We pass no one on the walkway, but far across the cloud-stirred valley we can see the torches being lit on the walkway between Ferry and Jokung. The scaffold way and maze of suspension bridges on that side of the great abyss is coming alive with people heading north, some undoubtedly headed for the temple hanging in air to hear Anya's evening public session. I want to get there before them. The Jumar point consists of 4 fixed lines running up the vertical rock wall for almost 700 meters above us. These red lines are for ascension. A few meters away dangle the blue lines for rappelling from the ridge summit. Evening shadow covers us by now, and the rising winds are chill. Side by side, I say to Abetic, gesturing toward one of the middle ropes. The android nods. His blue countenance looks precisely as I had remembered it from our trip out from Hyperion, almost 10 of his years ago. What did I expect? An android to age? We remove our powered ascenders from our web racks and clip on to adjoining lines, shaking the hanging microfiber lines as if that will tell us if they are still anchored properly. The fixed ropes here are checked only occasionally by the cable masters. They could have been torn by someone's Jumar clips, or abraded by hidden rock spurs, or coated with ice. We will soon know. We each clip a daisy chain and etriers to our powered ascenders. Abetic unloops 8 meters of climbing line, and we attach this to our harnesses with locking carabiners. Now, if one of the fixed lines fails, the other person can arrest the first climber's fall. Or so goes the theory. The powered ascenders are the most technology owned by most citizens on Tien Shan. Powered by a sealed solar battery, a little larger than our hands that fit in the molded grips, the ascenders are elegant pieces of climbing equipment. Abetic checks his attachments and nods. I thumb both of my ascenders to life. The telltales glow green. I Jumar the right ascender up a meter, clamp it, step up in the looped etrier foothold, check that I am clear, slide the left ascender up a bit farther, clamp it tight, swing my left foot up 2 loops, and so on. And so on for 700 meters, the 2 of us pausing occasionally to hang from our etriers and look out across the valley where the walkway is ablaze with torches. The sun has set now, and the sky has darkened immediately to violets and purples, the brightest stars already making an appearance. I estimate that we have about 20 minutes of real twilight left. We will be doing the slideway in the dark. I shiver as the wind howls around us. The fixed lines hang over vertical ice for the last 200 meters. We both carry collapsible crampons in our rack bags, but we do not need them as we continue the tiring ritual. Jumar, clamp, step, pull etriers free, rest a second. Jumar, clamp, step, pull, rest, Jumar. It takes us almost 40 minutes to do the 700 meters. It is quite dark as we step onto the ice ridge platform. Tien Shan has 5 moons, 4 of them captured asteroids, but in orbits low enough to reflect quite a bit of light. The 5th almost as large as old Earth's moon, but fractured on its upper right quadrant by a single huge impact crater whose rays spread like a glowing spider web to every visible edge of the sphere. This large moon, the Oracle, is rising in the northeast, as Abetic and I walk slowly north along the narrow ice ridge, clipping on to fixed cables to keep from being blown away by the sub-zero winds that hurtle down from the jet stream now. I have pulled up my thermal hood and dropped my face mask into place, but the freezing wind still burns at my eyes and any bits of exposed flesh. We cannot tarry here long. but the urge to stand and gaze is strong in me, as it always is when I stand at the cableway terminus of Kunlun Ridge and look out over the Middle Kingdom and the world of the mountains of heaven. Pausing at the flat open ice field at the head of the slideway, I pivot in all directions, taking in the view. To the south and west, across the moonlit churn of cloud tops so far below, the fairy ridge glows in the light of the oracle. Torches high along the ridge north of Fairy clearly mark the walkway, and I can see the lighted suspension bridges much farther north. Beyond Fairy Marketplace, there is a glow in the sky, and I fancy that this is the torchlit brilliance of Potala, winter palace for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and home to the most magnificent stone architecture on the planet. It is just a few clicks north of there, I know, that the Pax has just been granted an enclave at Ronso, in the evening shadow of Shivling, the phallus of Shiva. I smile beneath my therm mask as I imagine the Christian missionaries brooding about this heathen indignity. Beyond Potala, hundreds of clicks to the west, is the ridge realm of Koko Nor, with its countless hanging villages and dangerous bridges. Far south, along the great ridge spine called the Lobsang Gyatso, lies the land of the Yellow Hat sect, ending at the terminal peak of Nanda Devi, where the Hindu goddess of bliss is said to dwell. Southwest of them, so far around the curve of the world that the sunset still burns there, is Mustagata, with its tens of thousands of Islamic dwellers guarding the tombs of Ali and the other saints of Islam. North of Mustagata, the ridges run into territory I have not seen, not even from orbit during my approach, harboring the high homes of the wandering Jews along the approaches to Mount Zion and Mount Moriah, where the twin cities of Abraham and Isaac boast the finest libraries on Tian Shan. North and west of them rise Mount Sumeru, the center of the universe, and Harney Peak, also the center of the universe, oddly enough, both some 600 clicks southeast of the 4 San Francisco peaks, where the Hopi Eskimo culture there ekes out a living on the cold ridges and fern clefts, also certain that their peaks bound the center of the universe. As I turn and look due north, I can see the greatest mountain in our hemisphere, and the northern boundary of our world, since the ridge disappears beneath phosgene clouds a few clicks north of there. Chomolari, Queen of Snow. Incredibly, the sunset still lights Chomolari's frozen summit, even as the oracle bathes its eastern ridges with a softer light. From Chomolari, the Kunlun and Fairy ridges both run south, the gap between them widening to unbridgeable distances south of the cableway we have just crossed. I turn my back to the north wind and look to the south and east, tracing the looping Kunlun ridgeline, imagining that I can see the torches some 200 clicks south, where the city of Shi Wang Mu, Queen Mother of the West, west being south and west of the Middle Kingdom, shelters some 35,000 people in the safety of its notches and fissures. South of Shi Wang Mu, with only its high summit visible above the jet stream, rises the great peak of Mount Koya, where, according to the faithful who live in ice-tunnel cities on its lower reaches, Kobo Daishi, the founder of Shingon Buddhism, lies interred in his airless ice tomb, waiting for conditions to be right before emerging from his meditative trance. East of Mount Koya, out of sight over that curve of the world, are Mount Kailash, home to Kubera, the Hindu god of wealth, as well as to Shiva, who evidently does not mind being separated from his phallus by more than 1,000 kilometers of cloud space. Parvati, Shiva's wife, is also reputed to live on Mount Kailash, although no one has heard her opinion of the separation. Abetic had traveled to Mount Kailash during his first full year on the planet, and he told me that the peak was beautiful, one of the tallest peaks on the planet, more than 19,000 meters above sea level, and he described it as looking like a marble sculpture rising from a pedestal of striated rock. The android also said that on the summit of Mount Kailash, high on the ice fields where the wind is too thin to blow or breathe, sits a carboned alloy temple to the Buddhist deity of the mountain, Demchog, the one of supreme bliss, a giant at least 10 meters tall, as blue as the sky, draped with garlands of skulls and happily embracing his female consort as he dances. Abetic said that the blue-skinned deity looks a bit like him. The palace itself is in the precise center of the rounded summit, which lies in the center of a mandala made up of lesser snow peaks, all of it embracing the sacred circle, the physical mandala, of the divine space of Demchog, where those who meditate will discover the wisdom to set them free from the cycle of suffering. In sight of the Mount Calais Demchog mandala, said Abetic, and so far to the south that the peak is buried beneath kilometer-deep glaciers of gleaming ice, rises Helgafell, the mead hall of the dead, where a few hundred Hegira-transplanted Icelanders have reverted to Viking ways. I looked to the southwest. If I could someday travel the arc of the Antarctic Circle there, I know I would come across such peaks as Gunung Agung, the navel of the world, one of dozens on Tian Shan, where the Eka Dasa Rudra festival is now 27 years into its 6th 100-year cycle, and where the Balinese women are said to dance with unsurpassed beauty and grace. Northwest, more than 1,000 clicks along the high ridge from Gunung Agung, is Kilimanjaro, where the denizens of the lower terraces disinter their dead from the loamy fissures after a decent interval, and carry the bones high above breathable atmosphere, climbing in hand-sewn skin suits and pressure masks, to rebury their relatives in rock-hard ice near the 18,000-meter level, with the skulls staring through ice toward the summit in eternal hopefulness. Beyond Kilimanjaro, the only peak I know by name is Crowpatrick, which reputedly has no snakes, but as far as I know there are no snakes anywhere else on the mountains of heaven. I turn back to the northeast. The cold and wind buffet me head-on, urging me to hurry, but I take this final minute to look out toward our destination. Abetic also appears to be in no rush, although it might be anxiety about the coming slideway that causes him to pause here a moment with me. To the north and east here, beyond the sheer wall of the Kunlun Ridge, lies the Middle Kingdom, with its 5 peaks glowing in the lantern light of the oracle. To the north of us, the walkway and a dozen suspension bridges cross the space to the town of Jokung and the central peak of Sung Shan, the lofty, although this is by far the lowest of the 5 summits of the Middle Kingdom. Ahead of us, connected from the southwest only by a sheer ice ridge branded by the looping route of the slideway, rises Hua Shan, Flower Mountain, the westernmost summit in the Middle Kingdom, and arguably the most beautiful of the 5 peaks. From Hua Shan, the final clicks of cableway connect the Flower Mountain to the spur ridges north of Jokung, where Ania works on Xuan Kung Su, the temple hanging in air, set into a sheer cliff face looking north across the abyss to Hung Shan, the sacred mountain of the north. There is a second Hung Shan, some 200 clicks to the south, marking the Middle Kingdom's boundary there, but it is an unimpressive mound compared to the sheer walls, great ridges, and sweeping profile of its northern counterpart. Looking north through the raging winds and sheets of spindrift, I remember being in the consul's ship and floating between the noble Hung Shan and the temple on that first hour on the planet. Glancing to the east and north again, beyond Hua Shan and the short central peak of Sung Shan, I can easily see the incredible summit of Tai Shan, silhouetted against the rising oracle more than 300 clicks away. This is the great peak of the Middle Kingdom, 18,200 meters tall, with its town of Tai-An, the city of peace, hunkered down at the 9,000-meter level, and its legendary 27,000-step staircase rising from Tai-An through the snowfields and rock walls, all the way to the mythical temple of the Jade Emperor on the summit. Beyond our sacred mountain of the north, I know, rise the 4 mountains of pilgrimage for the Buddhist faithful. Ome Shan to the west, Jio Hua Shan, 9-flower mountain, to the south, Wu Tai Shan, the 5-terrace mountain, with its welcoming purple palace to the north, and lowly but subtly beautiful Puto-shan in the far east. I take a few final seconds on this wind-battered ice ridge, glancing toward Jo-kung, hoping to see the torchlights lining the Fisher Pass over to Xuan-kung-su, but high clouds or sheets of spindrift haze the view so that only an oracle-lighted blur is to be seen. Turning to Abetic, I point toward the slideway and give the thumbs-up gesture. The wind is blowing too hard now to carry words. Abetic nods and reaches back to unfurl the folding sled foil from an outside pocket on his pack. I realize that my heart is pounding from more than exertion as I find my own sled foil and carry it to the slideway launch platform. The slideway is fast. That has always been its appeal, and that is its greatest danger. There are still places in the packs, I am sure, where the ancient custom of tobogganing still exists. In that sport, one sits on a flat-bottomed sled and hurtles down a prepared ice course. This pretty much describes the slideway, except that instead of a flat-bottomed sled, Abetic and I each have a sled foil, which is less than a meter long and curves up around us like a spoon. The sled foil is more foil than sled, as limp as so much aluminum wrap until we each divert a bit of power from our ascenders, sending the piezoelectric message to the stiffeners in the foil structure until our little sleds seem to inflate, taking form in a few seconds. Ania once told me that there used to be fixed carbon-carbon lines running the length of the slideway, and the sledders had clipped on to them much as we would a cableway or rappel line, using a special low-friction clip ring similar to the cable pulley to keep from losing speed. That way one could brake using the cable, or if the sled were to fly off into space, use the clip line as a self-arrest harness. There would be bruises and broken bones with such a safety line, but at least the body would not fly out into space with the sled. But the cables had not worked, Ania said. They took too much maintenance to keep clear and functioning. Sudden ice storms would freeze them to the side of the slideway, and someone traveling 150 clicks an hour would suddenly have their clip ring encounter immovable ice. It is hard enough these days keeping the cableway clear. The fixed lines of the slideway had been unmanageable. So the slideways were abandoned, at least until teenagers looking for a thrill and adults in a serious hurry found that 9 times out of 10 one could keep the sled foils in the groove just by glissading, that is, by using one or more ice axes in the self-arrest position and keeping the speed low enough to stay in the trough. Low enough, meaning beneath 150 clicks per hour. 9 times out of 10 it would work, if one was very skillful, and if the conditions were perfect, and if it was daylight. Abetic and I had taken the slideway 3 other times, once returning from ferry with some medicine needed to save a young girl's life, and twice just to learn the turns and straightaways. The voyage had been exhilarating and terrifying those times, but we had made it safely. But each time had been in daylight, with no wind, and with other glissaders ahead of us showing the way. Now it is dark. The long run gleams wickedly in the moonlight ahead of us. The surface looks iced and rough as stone. I have no idea if anyone has made the run this day, or this week, if anyone has checked for fissures, ice heaves, fractures, cave-ins, crevasses, ice spikes, or other obstacles. I do not know how long the ancient toboggan runs had been, but this slideway is more than 20 clicks long, running along the side of the sheer Abruzzi spur connecting Kunlun Ridge to the slopes of Huashan, flattening out on the gradual ice fields on the west side of the Flower Mountain, kilometers south of the safer and slower walkway looping down from the north. From Huashan, it is only 9 clicks and 3 easy cable runs to the scaffolding of Jo-kung, and then a brisk walk through the Fisher Pass and down onto the sheer face walkways to Xuan-kung-su. Abetic and I are sitting side by side, like children on sleds, waiting for a push from Mommy or Daddy. I lean over, grab my friend's shoulder, and pull him closer so that I can shout through the thermal material of his hood and face mask. The wind is stinging me with ice now, "All right if I lead?" I yell. Abetic turns his face so that our cloth-covered cheeks are touching. "Endymion, I feel that I should lead. I have done this slideway 2 more times than you, sir." "In the dark?" I shout. Abetic shakes his hooded head. "Few try it in the dark these days, Endymion, but I have a very good memory of every curve and straight. I believe I can be helpful in showing you the proper braking points." I hesitate only a second. "All right," I say. I squeeze his hand through our gloves. With night vision goggles, this would be as easy as a daylight slideway glissade, which does not qualify as easy in my book. But I had lost the goggles that I had taken on my Farcaster Odyssey, and although the ship carried replacement pairs, I had left them in the ship. "Bring 2 skin suits and rebreathers," Rachel had relayed from Ania. She might have mentioned night vision goggles. Today's jaunt was supposed to have been an easy hike to Ferry Marketplace, a night spent in the hostelry there, and then a pack trip back with George Sarong, Jigme Norbu, and a long line of porters hauling the heavy material for the building site. Perhaps, I think, I am overreacting to the news of the Pax landing. Too late now. Even if we turn around, the rappel down the fixed lines on Kunlun Ridge would be as much trouble as this glissade. Or so I lie to myself. I watch as Abetic rigs his short 38-centimeter ice-climbing hammer in the loop of the wristband on his left arm, then readies his regular 75-centimeter ice axe. Sitting cross-legged on my sled, I slip my own ice hammer into my left hand and trail my longer ice axe in my right hand like a tiller. I give the android the thumbs-up signal again, and watch as he pushes off in the moonlight, spinning once, then steadying the sled expertly with his short ice hammer, chips flying, and then hurtling over the brink and out of sight for a minute. I wait until there is an interval of 10 meters or so, far enough to avoid the ice spray of his passing, close enough to see him in the orange light of the Oracle, and then I push over myself. 20 kilometers. At an average speed of 120 clicks per hour, we should cover the distance in 10 minutes. 10 freezing, adrenaline-pumping, gorge-rising, terror-beating against the ribs, react in a microsecond or die minutes. Abetic is brilliant. He sets up each turn perfectly, coming in low for the high-banked curves so that his apogee, and mine a few seconds later, will be teetering right at the lip of the icy bank, careering out of the bank turn at just the right speed for the next descending straight, then banging and skipping down the long icy ramp so fast that vision blurs. The pounding comes up through my tailbone and spine so that vision is doubled, trebled, and my head pounds with the pain of it, then blurs again with the spray of ice chips flying, creating halos in the moonlight, bright as the unblinking stars spill and reel above us, the brilliant stars competing even with the Oracle's glow and the asteroid moon's quick tumbling light. And then we are breaking low and bouncing hard and riding high again, arresting into a sharp left that takes my breath away, then skidding into a sharper right, then pounding and flying down a straight so steep that the sled and I seem to be screaming into free fall. For a minute I am looking straight down at the moonlit phosgene clouds, green as mustard gas in the lying moonlight. Then we are both racketing around a series of spirals, DNA helix switchbacks, our sleds teetering on the edge of each bank, so that twice my ice-axe blade bites into nothing but freezing air, but both times we drop back down and emerge, not exiting the turn so much as being spit out of them, 2 rifle bullets fired just above the ice. And then we bank high again, come out accelerating onto a straight, and shoot across 8 kilometers of sheer ice wall on the Abruzzi spur, the right-banked wall of the slideway now serving as the floor of our passage, my ice-axe spinning chips into vertical space as our speed increases, then increases more, then becomes something more than speed, as the cold, thin air slices through my mask and thermal garments and gloves and heated boots to freeze flesh and to tear at muscle. I feel the frozen skin of my cheeks stretching under my thermal mask as I grin idiotically, a rictal grimace of terror and the sheer joy of mindless speed, my arms and hands adjusting constantly, automatically, instantly to changes in the ice axe tiller and the ice hammer brake. Suddenly, Abetic swerves to the left, chips flying as he bites deep with the curved blades of both long and short axes. It makes no sense. Such a move will send him, both of us, bouncing off the inner wall, the vertical ice wall, and then screaming out into black air. But I trust him, making the decision in less than a second, and slam the blade of my large axe down, pounding hard with my ice hammer, feeling my heart in my throat as I skid sideways and threaten to slide right instead of left, on the verge of spinning and spiraling off the narrow ice ledge at 140 kilometers per hour. But I correct and stabilize and flash past a hole in the ice floor where we would have been sliding except for this wild detour, hurtling onto a broken-away ledge 6 or 8 meters wide, a trap door to death. And then Abetic rackets down off the inner wall, catches his slide with a flash of ice axe blades in the moonlight, and then continues hurtling down the Abruzzi spur toward the final series of turns onto the Huashan ice slopes. And I follow. On the Flower Mountain, we are both too frozen and shaken to rise from our sleds for several cold minutes. Then, together, we get to our feet, ground the piezoelectric charges in our sleds, collapse them, and fold them away in our packs. We walk the ice path around the shoulder of Huashan in silence, I in awe of Abetic's reactions and courage. He in silence I cannot interpret, but fervently hope is not anger at my hasty decision to return via this route. The final 3 cableway flights are anticlimax, noted only for the beauty of the moonlight on the peaks and ridges around us, and for the difficulty I have in closing my frozen fingers on the D-ring brakes. Joe Kung is ablaze with torches after the moonlit emptiness of the upper slopes, but we avoid the main scaffolds and take the ladders to the Fisher Pass. Then we are surrounded by the shadowed darkness of the north face, broken by sputtering torches along the high walkway to Xuan Kung Su. We jog the last kilometer. We arrive just as Anya is beginning her early evening discussion session. There are about 100 people crowded into the little platform pagoda. She looks across the heads of the waiting people, sees my face, asks Rachel to begin the discussion, and comes immediately to where Abetic and I stand in the windy doorway. 16. I admit that I was confused and a bit depressed when I first arrived on the mountains of heaven. I slept in cryogenic fugue for 3 months and 2 weeks. I had thought that cryogenic fugue was dreamless, but I was wrong. I had nightmares for most of the way and awoke disoriented and apprehensive. The translation point in our outbound system had been only 17 hours away, but in the Tian Shan system we had to translate from C+ out beyond the last icy planet and decelerate in-system for 3 full days. I jogged the various decks, up and down the spiral staircase, and even out onto the little balcony I'd had the ship extrude. I told myself that I was trying to get my leg back into shape. It still hurt, despite the ship's pronouncement that the doc in the box had healed it and that there should be no pain. But in truth, I knew I was trying to work off nervous energy. I'm not sure that I remembered ever being so anxious before. The ship wanted to tell me all about this star system in excruciating detail. G-type yellow star, blah, blah, blah. Well, I could see that. 11 worlds, 3 gas giants, 2 asteroid belts, a high percentage of comets in the inner system, blah, blah, blah. I was interested only in Tian Shan, and I sat in the carpeted hollow pit and watched it grow. The world was amazingly bright, blindingly bright. A brilliant pearl set against the black of space. "What you are seeing is the lower permanent cloud layer," droned the ship. "The albedo is impressive. There are higher clouds. See those storm swirls in the lower right of the illuminated hemisphere? Those high cirrus causing shadows near the north polar cap? Those are the clouds that would bring weather to the human inhabitants." "Where are the mountains?" I asked. "There," said the ship, circling a gray shadow in the northern hemisphere. "According to my old charts, this is a great peak in the northern reaches of the eastern hemisphere, Chomolari, Queen of Snow. And you see these striations running south from it? See how they stay close together until they pass the equator, and then spread farther and farther apart until they disappear into the south polar cloud masses? These are the two great spine ridges, Fairy Ridge and Kunlun Ridge. They were the first inhabited rock lines on the planet, and are excellent examples of the equivalent early Cretaceous Dakotan violent upthrust resulting in blah, blah, blah. And all I could think of was Ania and Ania and Ania. It was strange entering a system with no Pax Fleet ships to challenge us, no orbital defenses, no lunar bases, not even a base on the giant bullseye of a moon that looked as if someone had fired a single bullet into a smooth orange sphere, no register of Hawking drive wakes or neutrino emissions, or gravitational lenses, or cleared swaths of Bussard jet drones. No sign of any higher technologies. The ship said that there was a trickle of microwave broadcasting emanating from certain areas of the planet, but when I had them piped in, they turned out to be in Pre-Hegira Chinese. This was a shock. I had never been on a world where the majority of humans spoke anything but a version of web English. The ship entered geosynchronous orbit above the eastern hemisphere. "Your directions were to find the peak called Hungshan, which should be approximately 650 kilometers southeast of Chomolari. There." The telescopic view in the hollow pit zoomed in on a beautiful fang of snow and ice leaping through at least 3 layers of cloud until the summit gleamed clear and bright above most of the atmosphere. "Jesus," I whispered. "And where is Xuan Kung Su, the temple hanging in air?" "It should be there," said the ship triumphantly. We were looking straight down at a vertical ridge of ice, snow, and gray rock. Clouds broiled at the base of this incredible slab. Even looking at this through the hollow viewer made me grab couch cushions and reel in vertigo. "Where?" I said. There were no structures in sight. "That dark triangle," said the ship, circling what I thought was a shadow on one gray slab of rock. "And this line here." "What's the magnification?" I asked. "The triangle is approximately 1.2 meters along the longest edge," came the voice I'd grown to know so well from my comm log. "Pretty small building for people to live in," I pointed out. No, said the ship. "This is just a bit of a human-made structure protruding from under what must be a rock overhang. I would surmise that the entire so-called temple hanging in air is under this overhang. The rock is more than vertical at this point. It pitches back some 60 or 80 meters. Can you get us a side view, so that I can see the temple?" "I could," said the ship. "It would require repositioning us in a more northerly orbit, so that I can use the telescope to look south over the peak of Hungshan, and go to infrared to look through the cloud mass at 8,000 meters, which is passing between the peak and the ridge spur on which the temple is built. I would also have to—" "Skip it," I said. "Just tight beam that temple area. Hell, the whole ridge, and see if Ania is waiting for us." "Which frequency?" said the ship. Ania had not mentioned any frequency. She had just said something about not being able to land in a true sense, but to come down to Xuan Kung Su anyway. Looking at this vertical and worse than vertical wall of snow and ice, I began to understand what she meant. "Broadcast on whatever common frequency we would have used if you were calling a comm-log extension," I said. "If there's no answer, dial through all the frequencies you have. You might try the frequencies that you picked up earlier. They were coming from the southernmost quadrant of the Western Hemisphere," said the ship in a patient voice. "I picked up no microwave emanations from this hemisphere." "Just do it, please," I said. We hung there for half an hour, sweeping the ridge with tight beam, then broadcasting general radio signals toward all the peaks in the area, then flooding the hemisphere with short queries. There was no response. "Can there actually be an inhabited world where no one uses radio?" I said. "Of course," said the ship. "On Ixion, it is against local law and custom to use microwave communication of any sort. On New Earth, there was a group which—" Okay, I said. For the 1,000th time, I wondered if there were a way to reprogram this autonomous intelligence so that it wasn't such a pain in the ass. "Take us down," I said. "To which location?" said the ship. "There are extensive inhabited areas on the high peak to the east. Tai Shan it is called on my map, and another city south on the Kunlun Ridge. It is called Shi Wang Mu, I believe, and other habitations along the Fairy Ridge, and west of there in an area marked as Koko Nor. Also, take us down to the temple hanging in air," I said. Luckily, the planet's magnetic field was completely adequate for the ship's EM repulsors, so we floated down through the sky rather than having to descend on a tail of fusion flame. I went out to the balcony to watch, although the hollow pit or screens in the top bedroom would have been more practical. It seemed to take hours, but actually within minutes we were floating gently at 8,000-some meters, drifting between the fantastic peak to the north, Hung Shan, and the ridge holding Xuan Kung Su. I had seen the Terminator rushing from the east as we descended, and according to the ship it was late afternoon here now. I carried a pair of binoculars out to the balcony and stared. I could see the temple clearly. I could see it, but I could not quite believe it. What had seemed a mere play of light and shadow beneath the huge striated overhanging slabs of gray granite was a series of structures extending east and west for many hundreds of meters. I could see the Asian influence at once. Pagoda-shaped buildings with pitched tile roofs and curling eaves, their elaborately tiled surfaces gilded and glowing in the bright sunlight. Round windows and moon gates in the lower brick sections of the superstructure. Airy wooden porches with elaborately carved railings. Delicate wooden pillars painted the color of dried blood. Red and yellow banners draped from eaves and doorways and railings. Complicated carvings on the roof beams and tower ridges, and suspension bridges and stairways festooned with what I would later learn were prayer wheels and prayer flags, each offering a prayer to Buddha every time a human hand spun it or the wind fluttered it. The temple was still being built. I could see raw wood being carried up to high platforms, saw human figures chiseling away at the stone face of the ridge, could see scaffolding, rude ladders, crude bridges consisting of little more than some sort of woven plant material with climbing ropes for handrails, and upright figures hauling empty baskets up these ladders and bridges, and more stooped figures carrying the baskets full of stone back down to a broad slab where most of the baskets were dumped into space. We were close enough that I could see that many of these human figures wore colorful robes hanging almost to their ankles, some blowing in the stiff wind that blew across the rock face here, and that these robes looked thick and lined against the cold. I would later learn that these were the ubiquitous chupa, and that they could be made of thick, waterproof zygote wool, or of ceremonial silk, or even of cotton, although this last material was rare and much prized. I had been nervous about showing our ship to the locals, afraid it might cause a panic or a laser lance attack or something, but did not know what else to do. We were still several kilometers away, so at most we would be an unusual glint of sunlight on dark metal floating against the white backdrop of the northern peak. I had hoped that they would think us just another bird. The ship and I had seen many birds through the viewer, many of them with wingspans several meters across. But that hope was dashed as I saw first a few of the workers at the temple pause in their labors and stare out in our direction, then more and more. No one panicked. There was no rush for shelter or to retrieve weapons. I saw no weapons in sight anywhere, but we had obviously been seen. I watched two women in robes run up through the ascending series of temple buildings, hanging bridges, stairways, steep ladders, and penultimate construction scaffolding to the easternmost platform, where the work seemed to consist of cutting holes in the rock wall. There was some sort of construction shack there, and one of the women disappeared into it, coming out a moment later with several taller forms in robes. I increased the magnification of my binoculars, my heart pounding against my ribs, but there was drifting smoke from the construction work, and I could not make out for sure if the tallest person there was Ania. But through the veils of swirling smoke I did catch a glimpse of blonde-brown hair, just shorter than shoulder length, and for a moment I lowered the binoculars and just stared out at the distant wall, grinning like an idiot. "They are signaling," said the ship. I looked through the glasses again. Another person, female I think, but with much darker hair, was flashing two handheld semaphore flags. "It is an ancient signal code," said the ship. "It is called Morse. The first words are—" "Quiet," I said. We had learned Morse code in the Home Guard, and I had used it once with two bloody bandages to call in medevac skimmers on the ice shelf. "Go to the fissure. 10 clicks to the northeast. Hover there. Await instructions." "Got that, ship?" I said. "Yes." The ship's voice always sounded cold after I was rude to it. "Let's go," I said. "I think I see a gap about 10 clicks to the northeast. Let's stay as far out as we can and come in from the east. I don't think they'll be able to see us from the temple, and I don't see any other structures along the cliff face in that direction." Without further comment, the ship brought us out and around and back along the sheer rock wall until we came to the fissure, a vertical cleft dropping several thousand meters from the ice and snow far above to a point where it converged about 400 meters above the level of the temple, which now was out of sight around the curve of rock face to the west. The ship floated vertically until we were just 50 meters above the bottom of the fissure. I was surprised to see streams running down the steep rock walls of the sides of this gap, tumbling into the center of the fissure before pouring off into thin air as a waterfall. There were trees and mosses and lichens and flowering plants everywhere along this cleft, fields of them rising many hundreds of meters alongside the streams, until finally becoming mere streaks of multicolored lichen rising toward the ice levels above. At first I was sure that there was no sign of human intrusion here, but then I saw the chiseled ledges along the north wall, barely wide enough to stand on, I thought, and then the paths through the bright green moss, and the artfully placed stepping stones in the stream. And then I noticed the tiny, weathered little structure, too small to be a cabin, more like a gazebo with windows, which sat under wind-sculpted evergreens along the stream and near the high point of the fissure's verdant pass. I pointed, and the ship moved up in that direction, hovering near the gazebo. I understood why it would be difficult, if not impossible, to land here. The consul's ship was not that large. It had been hidden in the stone tower in the old poet's city of Endymion for centuries, but even if it landed vertically on its fins or extendable legs here, some trees, grass, moss, and flowering plants would be crushed. They seemed too rare in this vertical rock world to destroy that way. So we hovered and waited. And about 30 minutes after we arrived, a young woman came around the path from the direction of the rock ledges and waved heartily at us. It was not Ania. I admit that I was disappointed. My desire to see my young friend again had reached the point of obsession, and I guessed that I was having absurd fantasies of reunion. Ania and I running toward one another across a flowered field, she the child of 11 again, I her protector, both of us laughing with the pleasure of seeing one another, and me lifting her and swinging her around, tossing her up. Well, we had the grassy field. The ship continued hovering and morphed a stairway to the flower-bedecked lawn next to the gazebo. The young woman crossed the stream, hopping from stepping stone to stepping stone with perfect balance, and came grinning toward me up the grassy knoll. She was in her early 20s. She had the physical grace and sense of presence I remembered from 1,000 images of my young friend. But I had never seen this woman before in my life. Could Ania have changed this much in 5 years? Could she have disguised herself to hide from the Pax? Had I simply forgotten what she looked like? The latter seemed improbable. No, impossible. The ship had assured me that it had been 5 years and some months for Ania if she was waiting on this world for me, but my entire trip, including the cryogenic fugue part, had taken only about 4 months. I had aged only a few weeks. I could not have forgotten her. I would never forget her. "Hello, Rawl," said the young woman with dark hair. "Hello," I said. She stepped closer and extended her hand. She had a firm handshake. "I'm Rachel. Ania's described you perfectly." She laughed. "Of course, we haven't been expecting anyone else to come calling in a starship looking like this." She waved her hand in the general direction of the ship, hanging there like a vertical balloon bobbing softly in the wind. "How is Ania?" I said, my voice sounding strange to me. "Where is she?" "Oh, she is back at the temple. She's working. It's the middle of the busiest work shift. She couldn't get away. She asked me to come over and help you dispose of your ship." She couldn't get away? What the hell was this? I'd come through literal hell, suffered kidney stones and broken legs, been chased by Pax troopers, dumped into a world with no land, eaten and regurgitated by an alien, and she couldn't goddamn get away? I bit my lip, resisting the impulse to say what I was thinking. I admit that emotion was surging rather high at that moment. "What do you mean, dispose of my ship?" I said. I looked around. "There has to be some place for it to land." "There isn't, really," said the young woman named Rachel. Looking at her now in the bright sunlight, I realized that she was probably a little older than Ania would be, mid-20s perhaps. Her eyes were brown and intelligent. Her brown hair was chopped off as carelessly as Ania used to cut hers. Her skin was tanned from long hours in the sun. Her hands were calloused with work, and there were laugh lines at the corners of her eyes. "Why don't we do this?" said Rachel. "Why don't you get what you need from the ship, take a comm log or communicator so you can call the ship back when you need it, get 2 skin suits and 2 rebreathers out of the storage locker, and then tell the ship to hop back up to the 3rd moon, the 2nd smallest captured asteroid. There's a deep crater there for it to hide in, but that moon's in a near geosynchronous orbit, and it keeps one face toward this hemisphere all the time. You could tight beam it, and it could be back here in a few minutes." I looked suspiciously at her. "Why the skin suits and rebreathers?" The ship had them. They were designed for benign, hard vacuum environments, where true space armor was not required. "The air seems thick enough here," I said. "It is," said Rachel. "There's a surprisingly rich oxygen atmosphere at this altitude. But Ania told me to ask you to bring the skin suits and rebreathers." "Why?" I said. "I don't know, Rawl," said Rachel. Her eyes were placid, seemingly clear of deceit or guile. "Why does the ship have to hide?" I said. "Is the Pax here?" "Not yet," said Rachel. "But we've been expecting them for the last 6 months or so. Right now there are no spacecraft on or around Tian-Shan, with the exception now of your ship. No aircraft either. No skimmers, no EMVs, no thopters or copters. Only paragliders, the flyers, and they would never be out that far." I nodded, but hesitated. "The Dugpas saw something they couldn't explain today," continued Rachel. The spec of your ship against Chomolari, I mean. But eventually they explain everything in terms of tendril, so that won't be a problem." "What are tendril?" I said. "And who are the Dugpas?" "Tendril are signs," said Rachel. "Divinations within the shamanistic Buddhist tradition prevalent in this region of the Mountains of Heaven. Dugpas are well, the word translates literally as highest, the people who dwell at the upper altitudes. There are also the Drukpas, the valley people, that is, the lower fissures, and the Drungpas, the wooded valley people, mostly those who live in the great fern forests and bonsai bamboo stands on the western reaches of Fairy Ridge and beyond." "So Ania's at the temple," I said stubbornly, resisting following the young woman's suggestion for hiding the ship. "Yes." "When can I see her?" "As soon as we walk over there." Rachel smiled. "How long have you known Ania?" "About 4 years, Rawl." "Do you come from this world?" She smiled again, patient with my interrogation. "No. When you meet the Dugpas and the others, you'll see that I'm not native. Most of the people in this region are from Chinese, Tibetan, or other Central Asian stock." "Where are you from?" I asked flatly, sounding rude in my own ears. "I was born on Barnard's world," she said, "a backwater farming planet. Cornfields and woods and long evenings and a few good universities, but not much else." "I've heard of it," I said. It made me more suspicious. The good universities that had been Barnard's world's claim to fame during the hegemony had long since been converted to church academies and seminaries. I had the sudden wish that I could see the flesh of this young woman's chest. See if there were a cruciform there, I mean. It would be all too easy for me to send the ship away and walk into a Pax trap. "Where did you meet Ania?" I said. "Here?" "No, not here. On Amritsar." "Amritsar?" I said. "I've never heard of it." "That's not unusual. Amritsar is a Salmev marginal world way out back of the outback. It was only settled about a century ago. Refugees from a civil war on Parvati. A few thousand Sikhs and a few thousand Sufi eke out a living there. Ania was hired to design a desert community center there, and I hired on to do the survey and ramrod the construction crew. I've been with her ever since." I nodded, still hesitating. I was filled with something not quite disappointment, surging like anger but not quite as clear, bordering on jealousy. But that was absurd. "Abetic," I said, feeling a sudden intuition that the android had died in the past 5 years. "Is he—" "He headed out yesterday for our bi-weekly provision trek to Ferry Marketplace," said the woman named Rachel. She touched my upper arm. "Abetic's fine. He should be back by moonrise tonight. Come on, get your stuff. Tell the ship about hiding on the 3rd moon. You'd rather hear all this stuff from Ania." I ended up taking little more than a change of clothes, good boots, my small binoculars, a small sheath knife, the skin suits and rebreathers, and a palm-sized comm unit journal from the ship. I stuffed all this into a rucksack, hopped down the steps to the meadow, and told the ship what it should do. My anthropomorphizing had reached the point where I expected the ship to sulk at the idea of going back into hibernation mode, on an airless moon this time, but the ship acknowledged the order, suggested that it check in via tight beam once daily to make sure that the comm unit was functioning, and then it floated up and away, dwindling to a speck and then disappearing, like nothing so much as a balloon that has had its string cut. Rachel gave me a wool chuba to pull on over my therm jacket. I noticed the nylon harness she wore over her jacket and trousers, the metal climbing equipment hanging on straps, and asked about it. "Ania has a harness for you at the temple site," she said, rattling the hardware on the sling. "This is the most advanced technology on this world. The metal workers at Potala Demand and receive a king's ransom for this stuff. Crampons, cable pulleys, folding ice axes and ice hammers, chocks, beaners, lost arrows, bongs, bird beaks, you name it. Will I need it? I said dubiously. We had learned some basic ice climbing techniques in the home guard, rappelling, crevasse work, that sort of thing, and I had done some roped-up quarry climbing when I worked with Averill Hume on the Beak, but I wasn't sure about real mountaineering. I didn't like heights. "You'll need it, but you'll get used to it quickly," assured Rachel, and set off, hopping across the stepping stones and running lightly up the path toward the cliff's edge. The gear jangled softly on her harness, like steel chimes, or the bells around some mountain goat's neck. The 10-click walk south along the sheer rock face was easy enough once I got used to the narrow ledge, the dizzy-making sheer drop to our right, the bright glare from the incredible mountain to the north and from the churning clouds far below, and the heady surge of energy from the rich atmosphere. "Yes," said Rachel when I mentioned the air. "The oxygen-rich atmosphere here would be a problem if there were forests or savannas to burn. You should see the monsoon lightning storms. But the bonsai forest back there at the fissure and the fern forests over on the rainy side of Ferry is about all we have in terms of combustible materials. They're all fire species, and the bonsai wood that we use in the building is almost too dense to burn." For a while we walked in single file and in silence. My attention was on the ledge. We had just come around a sharp corner that required me to duck my head under the overhang when the ledge widened, the view opened up, and there was Xuan Kung Su, the temple hanging in air. From this closer view, a bit below and to the east of the temple, it still looked to be magically suspended in mid-air above nothing. Some of the lower, older buildings had stone or brick bases, but the majority were built out over air. These pagoda-style buildings were sheltered by the great rock overhang some 75 meters above the main structures, but ladders and platforms zigged and zagged up almost to the underside of that overhang. We came in among people. The many-hued chubas and ubiquitous climbing slings were not the only common denominators here. Most of the faces that peered at me with polite curiosity seemed to be of old Earth Asian stock. The people were relatively short for a roughly standard G world. They nodded and stepped aside respectfully as Rachel led the way through the crowds, up the ladders, through the incense and sandalwood-smelling interior halls of some of the buildings, out and across porches and swinging bridges, and up delicate staircases. Soon we were in the upper levels of the temple, where construction proceeded at a rapid pace. The small figures I had seen through binoculars were now living, breathing human beings, grunting under heavy baskets of stone, individual people, smelling of sweat and honest labor. The silent efficiency I had watched from the ship's terrace now became a clamorous mixture of hammers pounding, chisels ringing, pickaxes echoing, and workers shouting and gesturing amid the controlled chaos common to any construction site. After several staircases and 3 long ladders rising to the highest platform, I paused to catch my breath before climbing the last ladder. Rich oxygen atmosphere or no, this climbing was hard work. I noticed Rachel watching me with the equanimity that could easily be mistaken for indifference. I looked up to see a young woman stepping over the edge of the high platform and descending gracefully. For the briefest of seconds, I felt my heart pound with nervousness. Ania. But then I saw how the woman moved, saw the short-cropped dark hair from the back, and knew that it was not my friend. Rachel and I stepped back from the base of the ladder as the woman jumped down the last few rungs. She was large and solid, as tall as I was, with strong features and amazing violet eyes. She looked to be in her 40s or early 50s standard, was deeply tanned and very fit, and from the white wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and mouth it seemed that she also enjoyed laughing. "Rise of Endymion," she said, thrusting out her hand. "I'm Theo Bernard. I help build things." I nodded. Her handshake was as firm as Rachel's. Ania's just finishing up. Theo Bernard gestured toward the ladder. I glanced at Rachel. You go on up, she said. We've got things to do. I went up, hand over hand. There were probably 60 rungs on the bamboo ladder, and I was aware as I climbed that the platform below was very narrow if one fell, the drop beyond it endless. Stepping onto the platform, I saw the rough construction shacks and areas of chiseled stone where the last temple building would be. I was aware of the countless tons of stone starting just 10 meters above me, where the overhang angled up and out like a granite ceiling. Small birds and V-shaped tails darted and swooped among the cracks and fissures there. Then all my attention became fixed on the figure emerging from the larger of the two construction shacks. It was Ania. The bold, dark eyes, the unself-conscious grin, the sharp cheekbones and delicate hands, the blonde-brown hair cut carelessly and blowing now in the strong wind along the cliff face. She was not that much taller than when I had seen her last. I could still have kissed her forehead without bending, but she was changed. I took in a sudden breath. I had watched people grow and come of age, of course, but most of these had been my friends when I was also growing and coming of age. Obviously, I had never had children, and my careful observation of someone maturing had only been during the 4 years and some months of my friendship with this child. In most ways, I realized, Ania still looked much as she had on her 16th birthday, 5 of her years earlier, minus now the last of her baby fat, with sharper cheekbones and firmer features, wider hips and slightly more prominent breasts. She wore whip trousers, high boots, a green shirt I remembered from Taliesin West, and a khaki jacket that was blowing in the wind. I could see that her arms and legs were stronger, more muscled than I remembered from old Earth, but not that much was changed about her. Everything was changed about her. The child I had known was gone. A woman stood in her place. A strange woman walking quickly toward me across the rough platform. It was not just strong features and perhaps a bit more firm flesh on her still lean form. It was a solidity, a presence. Ania had always been the most alive, animated, and complete person I had ever known, even as a child. Now that the child was gone, or at least submerged in the adult, I could see the solidity within that animated aura. "Rawl!" She crossed the last few steps to me, stood close, and grasped my forearms in her strong hands. For a second I thought that she was going to kiss me on the mouth, the way the child of 16 had, during the last minutes we had been together on old Earth. Instead, she raised one long-fingered hand and set it against my face, running fingers down the line of my cheek to my chin. Her dark eyes were alive with, what? Not amusement. Vitality, perhaps. Happiness, I hoped. I felt tongue-tied. I started to speak, stopped, raised my right hand as if to touch her cheek, dropped it. "Rawl! Damn, it is so good to see you." She took her hand away from my face and hugged me with an intensity bordering on violence. "It's good to see you too, kiddo." I patted her back, feeling the rough material of her jacket under my palm. She stepped back, grinning very broadly now, and grabbed my upper arms. "Was the trip to get the ship terrible? Tell me." 5 years, I said. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I did. I shouted it." "When? At Hannibal? When I was—" "Yes. Then I shouted, 'I love you.' Remember?" "I remember that, but if you knew— 5 years, I mean." We were both talking at once, almost babbling. I found myself trying to tell her all about the Farcasters, the kidney stone on Vitus Gray Balianus B, the Amoyite Spectrum Helix people, the cloud world, the cuttlefish squid thing, all while I was asking her questions and babbling on again before she could answer. Ania kept grinning. You look the same, Rawl. You look the same. But then, hell, I guess you should. It's only been, what, a week or two of travel and a cold sleep on the ship for you. I felt a wash of anger amid the happy giddiness. God damn it, Ania, you should have told me about the time debt. And maybe about the farcast to a world with no river or solid ground, too. I could have died. Ania was nodding. But I didn't know for sure, Rawl. There was no certainty, only the usual possibilities. That's why Abetic and I built the parasail into the kayak. She grinned again. I guess it worked. But you knew it would be a long separation. Years for you. I did not phrase it as a question. Yes. I started to speak, felt the anger wash away as quickly as it had surged, and took her by the arms. It's good to see you, kiddo. She hugged me again, kissing me on the cheek this time, the way she had as a kid when I had delighted her with some joke or comment. Come on, she said. The afternoon shift is over. I'll show you our platform and introduce you to some of the people here. Our platform? I followed her down ladders and across bridges that I had not noticed while walking with Rachel. Have you been all right, Ania? I mean, is everything all right? Yes. She looked back over her shoulder and smiled at me again. Everything is good, Rawl. We crossed a terrace on the side of the topmost of 3 pagodas stacked one atop the other. I could feel the platform shaking a bit as we walked the narrow terrace, and when we stepped out onto the narrow platform between pagodas, the entire structure vibrated. I noticed that people were leaving the westernmost pagoda and following the narrow ledge trail back along the cliff face. This part feels shaky, but it's sturdy enough, said Ania, noticing my apprehension. Beams of tougher bonsai pine are driven into holes drilled into the rock. That supports the whole infrastructure. They must rot away, I said, as I followed her onto a short suspension bridge. We swayed in the wind. They do, said Ania. They've been replaced several times in the 800-some years the temple's been here. No one is sure exactly how many times. Their records are shakier than the floors. And you've been hired to add on to the place, I said. We had come out onto a terrace of wine-colored wood. A ladder at the end rose to another platform, and a narrower bridge running from it. Yeah, said Ania. I'm sort of part architect, part construction boss. I'd supervised the construction of a Taoist temple over near Potala when I first arrived, and the Dalai Lama thought that I might be able to finish work on the temple hanging in air. It's frustrated a few would-be renovators over the past few decades. When you arrived, I repeated. We had come onto a high platform at the center of the structure. It was bound about with beautifully carved railings and held 2 small pagodas perched right at the edge. Ania stopped at the door of the first pagoda. A temple, I said. My place. She grinned, gesturing toward the interior. I peeked in. The square room was only 3 meters by 3 meters, its floor of polished wood with 2 small tatami mats. The most striking thing about it was the far wall, which simply was not there. Shoji screens had folded back, and the far end of the room ended in open air. One could sleepwalk into oblivion there. The breeze up the cliff face rustled the leaves on 3 willow-type branches set in a beautifully mustard-yellow vase that sat on a low wood dais against the west wall. It was the only ornamentation in the room. We kick off our shoes in the buildings, except for the transit corridors you came through earlier, she said. She led the way to the other pagoda. It was almost identical to the first, except for the shoji screens being latched closed here, and a futon on the floor near them. Abetic stuff, she said, pointing to a small red-painted locker near the futon. This is where we've set you up to bunk. Come on in. She slipped her boots off, crossed to the tatami mat, slid the shoji back, and sat cross-legged on the mat. I removed my boots, set the pack against the south wall, and went over to sit next to her. Well, she said, and gripped my forearms again. Gosh. For a minute I could not speak. I wondered if the altitude or the rich atmosphere was making me so emotional. I concentrated on watching lines of people in bright chubas leaving the temple and walking the narrow ledges and bridges west along the cliff face. Directly across from our open door here was the gleaming massif of Hung Shan, its ice fields glowing in the late afternoon light. "Jesus," I said softly, "it's beautiful here, kiddo." "Yes, and deadly if one is not careful. Tomorrow, Abetic and I will take you up on the face and give you a refresher course on climbing gear and protocol." "Primer course is more like it," I said. I could not stop looking at her face, her eyes. I was afraid that if I touched her bare skin again, visible voltage would leap between us. I remembered that electric shock whenever we had touched when she was a kid. I took a breath. "Okay," I said. "When you got here, the Dalai Lama, whoever that is, said that you could work on the temple here. So when did you get here? How did you get here? When did you meet Rachel and Theo? Who else do you know well here? What happened after we said goodbye in Hannibal? What happened to everyone else at Taliesin? Have the Pax troops been after you? Where did you learn all the architectural stuff? Do you still talk with the lions and tigers and bears? How did you—" Ania held up one hand. She was laughing. "One thing at a time, Rawl. I need to hear all about your trip, too, you know." I looked into her eyes. "I dreamed that we were talking," I said. "You told me about the 4 steps, learning the language of the dead, learning the language of the living," she finished for me. "Yes, I had that dream, too." My eyebrows must have arched. Ania smiled and set both her hands on mine. Her hands were larger, covering my oversized fist. I remembered when both her hands would have disappeared in one of mine. "I do remember the dream, Rawl. And I dreamed that you were in pain. Your back." "Kidney stone," I said, wincing at the memory. "Yes. Well, I guess it shows that we're still friends if we can share dreams while light years apart." "Light years," I repeated. "All right. How did you get across them, Ania? How did you get here? Where else have you been?" She nodded and began speaking. The wind through the open wall screens rustled her hair. While she spoke, the evening light grew richer and higher on the great mountain to the north and across the cliff face to the east and west. Ania had been the last to leave Taliesin West, but that was only 4 days after I had paddled down the Mississippi. The other apprentices had left by different farcasters, she said, and the dropship had used the last of its power to ferry them to the various portals, near the Golden Gate Bridge, at the edge of the Grand Canyon, atop the stone faces at Mount Rushmore, beneath the rusted girders of launch gantries at the Kennedy Spaceport Historical Park. All over the western hemisphere of old Earth, it seemed. Ania's farcaster had been built into an adobe house in a pueblo north of the empty city called Santa Fe. Abetic had farcast with her. I blinked in jealousy at this, but said nothing. Her first farcast had brought her to a high-gravity world called Ixion. The Pax had a presence there, but it was concentrated primarily in the opposite hemisphere. Ixion had never recovered properly from the fall, and the high jungle plateau where Ania and Abetic had emerged was a maze of overgrown ruins, populated primarily by warring tribes of neo-Marxists and Native American resurgencists, this volatile mixture further destabilized by bands of renegade and roving Arnists who were attempting to bring back all recorded species of old Earth dinosaur. Ania made the tale funny, hiding Abetic's blue skin and obvious android status with great daubs of the decorative face paint the locals used. The audacity of a 16-year-old girl demanding money, or in this case food and furs in barter, for heading up the reconstruction efforts in the old Ixian cities of Canbar, Iliamut, and Mauville. But it had worked. Not only had Anya helped in the redesign and rebuilding of 3 of the old city centers and countless small homes, but she had started a series of discussion circles that brought listeners in from a dozen of the warring tribes. Here, Anya was being circumspect, I knew, but I wanted to know what these discussion circles were all about. "Just things," she said. "They would raise the topic, I would suggest some things to think about, and people would talk." "Did you teach them?" I asked, thinking of the prophecy that the child of the John Keats hybrid would be the one who teaches. "In the Socratic sense, I guess," said Anya. "What's that?" "Oh, yeah." I remembered the Plato she had steered me toward in the Taliesin library. Plato's teacher, Socrates, had taught by questioning, drawing out truths that people already held within themselves. I had thought that technique highly dubious at best. She went on. Some of the members of her discussion group had become devoted listeners, returning every evening and following her when she moved from ruined city to ruined city on Ixion. "You mean disciples," I said. Anya frowned. "I don't like that word much, Rawl." I folded my arms and looked out at the alpenglow illuminating the cloud tops many kilometers below, and the brilliant evening light on the northern peak. "You may not like it, but it sounds like the correct word to me, kiddo. Disciples follow their teacher wherever she travels, trying to glean one last bit of knowledge from her." "Students follow their teacher," said Anya. "All right," I said, not willing to derail the story by arguing. "Go on." There was not much more to tell about Ixion, she said. She and Abetic were on the world about 1 local year, 5-month standard. Most of the building had been with stone blocks, and her design had been ancient classical, almost Greek. "What about the packs?" I said. "Did they ever come sniffing around?" "Some of the missionaries took part in the discussions," said Anya. "One of them, Father Clifford, became good friends with Abetic." "Didn't they turn you in? They must still be hunting for us." "I am sure that Father Clifford didn't," said Anya. "But eventually some of the Pax troopers began looking for us in the Western Hemisphere, where we were working. The tribes hid us for another month. Father Clifford was coming to evening discussions even when the skimmers were flying back and forth over the jungle looking for us." "What happened?" I felt like a 2-year-old who would ask questions just to keep the other person talking. It had only been a few months of separation, including the dream-ridden cold sleep, but I had forgotten exactly how much I loved the sound of my young friend's voice. "Nothing, really," she said. "I finished the last job, an old amphitheater for plays and town meetings, fittingly enough, and Abetic and I left. Some of the students left as well." I blinked. "With you?" Rachel had said that she had met Ania on a world called Amritsar and traveled here with her. Perhaps Theo had come from Ixion. "No, no one came with me from Ixion," Ania said softly. "They had other places to go, things to teach to others." I looked at her for a moment. "You mean the lions and tigers and bears are allowing others to Farcast now? Or are all the old portals opening?" "No," answered Ania, although to which question I was not sure. "No, the Farcasters are as dead as ever. It's just, well, a few special cases." Again, I did not press the issue. She went on. After Ixion, she had cast to the world of Maui Covenant. "Ceres' world," I said, remembering Grandam's voice teaching me the cadences of the Hyperion cantos. That had been the locale for one of the Pilgrim's Tales. Ania nodded and continued. Maui Covenant had been battered by revolution and hegemony attacks way back during the Web, had recovered during the Fall Interregnum, had been recolonized during the Pax expansion without the help of the locals, who, in the best Siri tradition, had fought from their motile isles and alongside their dolphin companions until Pax fleet and Swiss Guard had put their boots down hard. Now Maui Covenant was being Christianized with a vengeance. The residents of the one large continent, the equatorial archipelago, and the thousands of migrating motile isles being sent to Christian academies for re-education. But Ania and Abetic had stepped through to a motile isle still belonging to the rebels. Groups of neo-pagans called Sirists, who sailed at night, floated among the traveling archipelagos of empty isles during the daylight, and who fought the Pax at every turn. "What did you build?" I asked. I thought that I remembered from the cantos that the motile isles carried little except tree-houses under their sail trees. "Tree-houses," said Ania, grinning. "Lots of tree-houses. Also some underwater domes. That's where the pagans were spending most of their time." "So you designed tree-houses?" She shook her head. "Are you kidding? These are, next to the missing God's Grove Templars, the best treehouse builders in human space. I studied how to build tree-houses. They were gracious enough to let Abetic and me help." "Slave labor," I said. "Exactly." She had spent only some 3 standard months on Maui Covenant. That is where she had met Theo Bernard. "A pagan rebel?" I said. "A runaway Christian," corrected Ania. "She had come to Maui Covenant as a colonist. She fled the colonies and joined the Sirists." I was frowning without realizing it. "She carries a cruciform?" I said. Born-again Christians still made me nervous. "Not any more," said Ania. "But how?" I knew of no way that a Christian with the cross could rid herself of a cruciform, short of the secret ritual of excommunication, which only the Church could perform. "I'll explain later," said Ania. Before her tale was done, this phrase would be used more than a few times. After Maui Covenant, she and Abetic and Theo Bernard had forecast to Renaissance Vector. "Renaissance Vector?" I almost shouted. That was a Pax stronghold. We had almost been shot down on Renaissance Vector. It was a hyper-industrialized world, all cities and robot factories and Pax centers. Renaissance Vector. Ania smiled. It had not been easy. They had been forced to disguise Abetic as a burn victim with a sin-flesh mask. It had been uncomfortable for him for the 6 months they were there. "What jobs did you do there?" I asked, finding it hard to imagine my friend and her friend staying hidden in the thronging world city that was Renaissance Vector. "Just one job," said Ania. "We worked on the new cathedral in Da Vinci, St. Matthew's." It took me a minute of staring before I could speak. "You worked on a cathedral? A Pax cathedral? A Christian church?" "Of course," said Ania calmly. "I labored alongside some of the best stonemasons, glassworkers, builders, and craftsmen in the business. I was an apprentice at first, but before we left I was assistant to the chief designer working on the nave." I could only shake my head. "And did you have discussion circles?" "Yes," said Ania. "More came on Renaissance Vector than on any of the other worlds. Thousands of students before it was over." "I'm amazed that you weren't betrayed." "I was," she said, "but not by one of the students. One of the glass workers turned us into the local Pax garrison. Abetic, Theo, and I barely made it out." "Via Farcaster," I said. "By casting, yes," said Ania. It was only much later that I realized that there had been a slight hesitation in her voice there, an unspoken qualification. "And did others leave with you?" "Not with me," she said again, "but hundreds cast elsewhere." "Where?" I said, mystified. Ania sighed. "Do you remember our discussion, Roll, where I said that the Pax thought that I was a virus, and that they were right?" "Yeah." "Well, these students of mine are also carrying the virus," she said. "They had places to go. people to infect. Her litany of worlds and jobs went on. Ptolemy for 3 months, where she had used her treehouse experience to build mansions in the interwoven branches and trunks growing from the endless swamps there. Amritsar, where she had worked for 4 standard months in the desert building tent homes and meeting places for the nomad bands of Sikhs and Sufis who wandered the green sands there. "That's where you met Rachel," I said. "Correct." "What is Rachel's last name?" I said. "She didn't mention it to me." "She has never mentioned it to me either," said Ania, and went on with her tale. From Amritsar, she and Abetic and her 2 female friends had cast to Groombridge Dyson D. This world had been a hegemony terraforming failure, abandoned to its encroaching methane-ammonia glaciers and ice crystal hurricanes, its dwindling number of colonists retreating to its biodomes and orbital construction shacks. But its people, mostly Sunni Muslim engineers from the failed Trans-African Genetic Reclamation Project, stubbornly refused to die during the fall and ended up terraforming Groombridge Dyson D into a Laplandic tundra world with breathable air and adapted old Earth flora and fauna, including woolly mammoths wandering the equatorial highlands. The millions of hectares of grasslands were perfect for horses, old Earth horses of the kind that had disappeared during the tribulations before the homeworld fell into itself, so the gene designers took their original seed chip stock and bred horses by the thousands, then by the tens of thousands. Nomad bands wandered the greenways of the southern continent, living in a kind of symbiosis with the great herds, while the farmers and city folk moved into the high foothills along the equator. There were violent predators there, evolved and unleashed during the centuries of accelerated and self-directed Arnieing experimentation, mutant carrion breed packs and burrowing night terrors, 30-meter-long grass serpents descended from those from Hyperion's Sea of Grass, and Fuji rock tigers, smart wolves, and IQ-enhanced grizzlies. The humans had the technology to hunt the adapted killers to extinction in a year or less, but the residents of the world chose a different path. The nomads would take their chances, one-on-one with the predators, protecting the great horse herds as long as the grass grows and the water flows, while the city types would begin work on a wall, a single wall, eventually to be more than 5,000 kilometers long, that would separate the wilder sections of the savage highlands from the horseherd savannas and evolving cyclad forests to the south. And the wall was to be more than a wall. It was to become the great linear city of Groombridge Dyson D, 30 meters tall at its lowest, its ramparts resplendent with mosques and minarets, the travelway on top wide enough that 3 chariots could pass without rubbing wheels. The colonists were too few and too busy with other projects to work full-time on such a wall, but they programmed robots and decanted androids from their seed chip vaults to carry out the labor. Ania and her friends joined in this project, working for 6 standard months as the wall took shape and began its relentless march along the base of the highlands and the edge of the grasslands. Abetic found 2 of his siblings there, said Ania softly. My God, I whispered. I had almost forgotten. When we were on Sol Draconi Septem some years ago, sitting by the warmth of a heating cube in Father Glaucus's book-lined study, inside a skyscraper that in turn was frozen within the eternal glacier of that world's frozen atmosphere, Abetic had talked about one of his reasons for coming on the Odyssey with the child Ania and me. He was hoping against logic to find his 4 siblings, 3 brothers and a sister. They had been separated shortly after their training period as children, if an android's accelerated early years could be called childhood. So he found them? I said, marveling. 2 of them, repeated Ania. One of the other males in his growth creche, A. Antibi, and his sister, A. Daria. Were they like him? I asked. The old poet had used androids in his empty city of Endymion, but I had not paid much attention to any of them except Abetic. Too much had been happening too fast. Much like him, said Anya, but very different as well. Perhaps he will tell you more. She wrapped up her story. After 6 standard months working on the linear city wall on Groombridge Dyson D, they had to leave. Had to leave, I said. The Pax? The Commission for Justice and Peace, to be precise, said Anya. We did not want to leave, but we had no choice. What is the Commission for Justice and Peace? I said. Something about the way she had pronounced the words made the hairs on my arms stand up. I'll explain later, she said. All right, I said, but explain something else now. Anya nodded and waited. You say you spent 5 standard months on Ixion, I said, 3 months on Maui Covenant, 6 months on Renaissance Vector, 3 months on Ptolpha, 4 standard months on Amritsar, about 6 standard months on, what was it, Groombridge Dyson D? Anya nodded. And you've been here about a standard year, you say? Yes. That's only 39 standard months, I said. 3 standard years and 3 months. She waited. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, but I realized that she was not going to smile. It looked more as if she was trying to avoid crying. Finally, she said, You were always good at math, Rawl. My trip here took 5 years' time debt, I said softly. So that's about 60 standard months for you, but you've only accounted for 39. Where are the missing 21 standard months, kiddo? I saw the tears in her eyes. Her mouth was quavering slightly, but she tried to speak in a light tone. It was 62 standard months, 1 week and 6 days for me, she said. 5 years, 2 months, and 1 day time debt on the ship, about 4 days accelerating and decelerating, and 8 days travel time. You forgot your travel time. All right, kiddo, I said, seeing the emotion well in her. Her hands were shaking. Do you want to talk about the missing... what was it? 23 months, 1 week, and 6 hours, she said. Almost 2 standard years, I thought. And she doesn't want to tell me what happened to her during that time. I had never seen her exercise such rigid control before. It was as if she were trying to hold herself together physically against some terrible centrifugal force. We'll talk about it later, she said, pointing out the open doorway at the cliff face to the west of the temple. Look. I could just make out figures, 2-legged and 4-legged, on the narrow ledge. They were still several clicks away along the cliff face. I walked over to my pack, retrieved my binoculars, and studied the forms. The pack animals are zygotes, said Anya. The porters are hired in Ferry Marketplace and will be returning in the morning. See anyone familiar? I did. The blue face in the hooded chuba looked much the way it had 5 of his years earlier. I turned back to Anya, but she was obviously finished talking about her missing 2 years. I allowed her to change the subject again. Anya began asking me questions then, and we were still talking when Abetic arrived. The women, Rachel and Theo, wandered in a few minutes later. One of the tatami mats folded back to reveal a cooking brazier in the floor near the open wall, and Anya and Abetic began cooking for everyone. Others wandered in and were introduced. The foreman, George Tsarong and Jigme Norbu, 2 sisters who were in charge of much of the decorative railing work, Ku and Kai Se, Giallo Thondup in his formal silken robes and Jigme Taring in soldier's garb, the teaching monk, Chim Din, and his master, Kempo Nga Wang Tashi, abbot of the Gampa at the temple hanging in air, a female monk named Donka Niapso, a traveling trade agent named Tromo Trochi of Domu, Japan Shakumpa, who was the Dalai Lama's overseer of construction here at the temple, and the famed climber and paraglide flyer Lomo Dondrub, who was perhaps the most striking man I had ever seen, and I later discovered one of the few flyers who would drink beer or break bread with dugpas, drukpas, or drungpas. The food was tsampa and momo, a roasted barley mixed into zygote buttered tea, forming a paste that one rolled into balls and ate with other balls of steamed dough holding mushrooms, cold zygote tongue, sugared bacon, and bits of pears that Abetic told me were from the fabled gardens of Shi Wang Mu. More people came in as the bowls were being handed out. Lobsang Samten, who Abetic whispered was the older brother of the current Dalai Lama and was now in his 3rd year of monkhood here at the temple, and various drungpas from the wooded clefts, including Master Carpenter Chung Chi Ken Chung, with his long waxed mustaches, Peri Samdup, an interpreter, and Rimsi Kiapup, a brooding and unhappy young scaffold rigger. Not all of the monks who dropped in that night were descended from the Chinese, Tibetan, Old Earth seed ship colonists. Laughing and lifting their rough mugs of beer with us were the fearless high-riggers Haruyuki Otaki and Kenshiro Endo, the master bamboo workers Wojtek Mayur and Janusz Kurtika, and the brickmakers Kim Bayung Sun and Vicky Grossely. The mayor of Jokung, the nearest cliff city, was there, Charles Chikiap Kempo, who also served as Lord Chamberlain of all the temple's priest officials, and was an appointed member of both the Tsongdu, the regional assembly of elders, and advisor to Yit Chang, literally the nest of letters, the secret 4-person body that reviewed the monks' progress and appointed all priests. Charles Chikiap Kempo was the first member of our party to drink enough to pass out. Chim Din and several of the other monks dragged the snoring man away from the edge of the platform and left him sleeping in the corner. There were others. At least 40 people must have filled the little pagoda as the last of the sunlight ebbed away and the moonlight from the oracle and 3 of her siblings lit the cloud tops below. But I forgot their names that night, as we ate tsampa and momo, drank beer in great quantities, and made the torches burn bright in Xuan Kung Su. Some hours later that evening, I went out to relieve myself. Abetic showed me the way to the toilets. I had assumed that one would just use the edge of platforms, but he assured me that on a world where dwelling structures had many levels, most of them above or below others, this was considered bad form. The toilets were built into the side of the cliff, enclosed by bamboo partitions, and the sanitary arrangements consisted of cleverly engineered pipes and sluices leading into fissures running deep into the cliff, as well as wash basins cut into stone counters. There was even a shower area and solar-heated water for washing. When I had rinsed my hands and face and stepped back out onto the platform, the chill breeze helping to sober me a bit, I stood next to Abetic in the moonlight and looked into the glowing pagoda where the crowd had arranged itself in concentric circles with my young friend as the locus. The laughter and chaos had disappeared. One by one, the monks and holy men and riggers and carpenters and stonemasons and Gampa abbots and mayors and bricklayers were asking soft questions of the young woman, and she was answering. The scene reminded me of something, some recent image, and it took me only a minute to recall it. The 40 AU deceleration into this star system, with the ship offering up hollow representations of the G-type sun with its 11 orbiting planets, 2 asteroid belts, and countless comets. Ania was definitely the sun in this system, and all of the men and women in that room were orbiting around her as surely as had the worlds, asteroids, and comets in the ship's projection. I leaned on a bamboo post and looked at Abetic in the moonlight. "She'd better be careful," I said softly to the android, enunciating each word carefully, "or they'll begin treating her like a god." Abetic nodded ever so slightly. "They do not think that Ania is a god, Endymion," he murmured. "Good." I put my arm around the android's shoulder. "Good." "However," he said, "many of them are becoming convinced, despite her best efforts to assure them otherwise, that she is God." 17. The evening Abetic and I bring the news of the Pax's arrival. Ania leaves her discussion group, comes to where we are standing at the door, and listens intently. Chimdin says the Dalai Lama has allowed them to occupy the old Gampa at Otter Lake, I say, in the shadow of the Sheafling. Ania says nothing. They won't be allowed to use their flying machines, I say, but they're free to walk anywhere in the province. Anywhere. Ania nods. I want to grab her and shake her. That means they'll hear about you soon, kiddo, I say sharply. There'll be missionaries here within weeks, maybe days, spying around and sending word back to the Pax Enclave. I let out a breath. Shit, we'll be lucky if it's just missionaries and not troopers. Ania is silent another minute. Then she says, We're already lucky that it's not the Commission for Justice and Peace. What's that, I say. She had mentioned them before. She shakes her head. Nothing that's immediately relevant, Rawl. They must have some business here other than stamping out unorthodoxy. During my first days here, Ania had told me about the fighting going on in and around Pax space, a Palestinian revolt on Mars that had resulted in the Pax evacuating the planet and nuking it from orbit, free trader rebellions in the Lambert Ring territories, and on Mare Infinitus, continued fighting on Ixion and dozens of other worlds. Renaissance Vector, with its huge Pax fleet bases and countless bars and bordellos, had been a hornet's nest of rumors and inside intelligence. And because most of the ships of the line in Pax fleet were now the Gideon Drive Archangels, the news was usually only a few days old. One of the most intriguing rumors that Ania had heard before coming to Tien Shan was that at least one of those Archangel-class ships had gone rogue, escaped to ouster space, and was now flashing into Pax space to attack convoys of Pax Mercantilis ships, disabling rather than destroying the crude freighters, and to disrupt Pax fleet task forces preparing to attack ousters out beyond the Great Wall. There had been a rumor during Ania's and Abetic's last weeks on Renaissance Vector that the fleet bases there were in danger. Other rumors suggested that large elements of the fleet were now being kept in Pachem system to defend the Vatican. Whatever else was true about the tales of the rogue ship Raphael, it was uncontestable that His Holiness's crusade against the ousters had been set back years by the hit-and-run attacks. But none of that seems important now, as I stand waiting for Ania's response to this news of the Pax's arrival on Tien Shan. What do we do now, I wonder? Farcast to her next world? Instead of discussing flight, Ania says, The Dalai Lama will have a formal ceremony to welcome the Pax officials. So? I say after a moment. So we have to make sure that we get an invitation, she says. I doubt if my jaw is literally hanging slack, but it feels as if it is. Ania touches my shoulder. I'll take care of it, she says. I'll talk to Charles Chikiop Kempo and Kempo Nga Wang Tashi and make sure that they include us in any party invited to the ceremony. I am literally speechless as she goes back to her discussion group, and the silent throng, their faces expectant and placid in the soft lantern light. I read these words on microvellum, remember writing them in my last days in the Schrödinger catbox in orbit around Armagast, remember writing them in the haste of certainty that the laws of probability and quantum mechanics would soon be releasing cyanide into my closed-cycle universe, and I marvel at the present tense of the narrative. Then I remember the reason for this choice. When I was sentenced to death in the Schrödinger box, egg-shaped actually, I was allowed to bring very few of my own things into terminal exile. My clothes were my own. On a whim, they had given me a small rug for the floor of my Schrödinger cell. It was an ancient rug, a bit less than 2 meters long and a meter wide, frayed with a small cut missing at one end. It was a replica of the consul's hawking mat. I had lost the real mat on Mare Infinitus many years before, and the details of how it came back to me still lie ahead in my tale. I had given the actual hawking mat to a Betic, but it must have amused my torturers to furnish my final cell with this useless copy of a flying carpet. So they had allowed me my clothes, the fake hawking mat, and the palm-sized disk-key journal I had taken from the ship on Tian Shan. The comm unit element of the journal had been disabled, not that it would broadcast through the energy shell of the Schrödinger box, or that there was anyone for me to call, but the journal memory, after their careful study of it during my Inquisition trial, had been left intact. It was on Tian Shan that I had begun making notes and daily journal entries. It was these notes that I had brought up onto the scriber screen in the Schrödinger cat box, reviewing them before writing this most personal of sections, and it was the immediacy in the notes, I believe, that led me to use the present tense narrative. All of my memories of Ania are vivid, but some of the memories brought back by these hurried entries at the end of a long day of work or adventure on Tian Shan were so vital as to make me weep with renewed loss. I relived those moments as I wrote those words, and some of her discussion groups were recorded verbatim on the disk-key journal. I played those during my last days, just to hear Ania's soft voice once again. "Tell us about the Technocore," one of the monk's requests during the discussion hour this night of the Pax's arrival. "Please tell us about the core." Ania hesitates only an instant, bowing her head slightly as if ordering her thoughts. "Once upon a time," she begins. She always begins her long explanations this way. "Once upon a time," says Ania, "more than 1,000 standard years ago, before the Hegira, before the big mistake of '08, the only autonomous intelligences we humans knew of were us humans. We thought then that if humankind ever devised another intelligence, that it would be the result of a huge project, a great mass of silicon and ancient amplification, switching, and detection devices called transistors and chips and circuit boards, a machine with lots of networking circuits, in other words, aping, if you will pardon the expression, the human brain in form and function. Of course, AIs did not evolve that way. They sort of slipped into existence when we humans were looking the other way. You have to imagine now an old Earth before humankind had off-world colonies, no Hawking drive, no interplanetary flight to speak of. All of our eggs were literally in one carton, and that carton was the lovely blue and white water world of old Earth. By the end of the 20th century, Christian era, this little world had a crude data sphere. Basic planetary telecommunication had evolved into a decentralized swarm system of old silicon-based computers, demanding no organization or hierarchy, demanding nothing beyond a common communications protocol. Creation of a distributed memory hive mind was then inevitable. The earliest lineal ancestors to today's core personalities were not projects to create artificial intelligence, but incidental efforts to simulate artificial life. In the 1940s, the great-grandfather of the Technocore, a mathematician named John von Neumann, had done all the proofs of artificial self-replication. As soon as the early silicon-based computers became small enough for individuals to play with, curious amateurs began practicing synthetic biology within the confines of these machines' CPU cycles. Hyperlife, self-reproducing, information-storing, interacting, metabolizing, evolving, came into existence in the 1960s. It escaped the tide pools of the individual machines in the last decade of that century, moving into the embryonic planetary data sphere that they called the Internet, or the Web. The earliest AIs were dumb as dirt, or perhaps the better metaphor would be that they were as dumb as early cellular life that was in the dirt. Some of the earliest hypercritters floating in the warm medium of the datasphere, which was also evolving, were 80-byte organisms inserted into a block of RAM in a virtual computer, a computer simulated by a computer. One of the first humans to release such creatures into the datasphere ocean was named Tom Ray, and he was not an AI expert or computer programmer or cyberpuke, which they called hackers then, but was a biologist, an insect collector, botanist, and bird watcher, and someone who had spent years collecting ants in the jungle for a pre-Hijira scientist named E.O. Wilson. Watching ants, Tom Ray became interested in evolution and wondered if he could not just simulate evolution in one of the early computers, but create real evolution there. None of the cyberpukes he spoke with were interested in the idea, so he taught himself computer programming. The cyberpukes said that evolving and mutating code sequences happened all the time in computers. They were called bugs and screwed-up programs. They said that if his code sequences evolved into something else, they would almost certainly be non-functional, non-viable, as most mutations are, and would just foul up the operation of the computer software. So Tom Ray created a virtual computer, a simulated computer within his real computer, for his code-sequenced creations. And then he created an actual 80-byte code-sequence creature that could reproduce, die, and evolve in his computer within a computer. The 80-byte copied itself into more 80 bytes. These 80-byte proto-AI cell things would have quickly filled their virtual universe, like pond scum on top of pond scum in an Elysium early Earth. But Tom Ray gave each 80-byte a date tag, gave them age, in other words, and programmed in an executioner that he called the Reaper. The Reaper wandered through this virtual universe and harvested old 80-byte critters and non-viable mutants. But evolution, as it is wont to do, tried to outsmart the Reaper. A mutant 79-byte creature proved not only to be viable, but soon outbred and outpaced the 80 bytes. The hyperlifes, ancestors to our core AIs, were just born, but already they were optimizing their genomes. Soon a 45-byte organism had evolved, and all but eliminated the earlier artificial life forms. As their creator, Tom Ray found this odd. 45 bytes did not include enough code to allow for reproduction. More than that, the 45s were dying off as the 80s disappeared. He did an autopsy on one of the 45 creatures. It turned out that all of the 45 bytes were parasites. They borrowed needed reproductive code from the 80s to copy themselves. The 79s, it turned out, were immune to the 45 parasite. But as the 80s and 45s moved toward extinction in their co-evolutionary downward spiral, a mutant of the 45s appeared. It was a 51-byte parasite, and it could prey on the vital 79s. And so it went. I mention all this because it is important to understand that from the very first appearance of human-created artificial life and intelligence, such life was parasitic. It was more than parasitic. It was hyperparasitic. Each new mutation led to parasites which could prey on earlier parasites. Within a few billion generations, that is to say, CPU cycles, this artificial life had become hyperparasitic. Within standard months of his creation of hyperlife, Tom Ray discovered 22-byte creatures flourishing in his virtual medium, creatures so algorithmically efficient that when challenged by Tom Ray, human programmers could create nothing closer than a 31-byte version. Only months after their creation, hyperlife creatures had evolved an efficiency that their creators could not match. By the early 21st century, there was a thriving biosphere of artificial life on old Earth, both in the quickly evolving datasphere and in the macrosphere of human life. Although the breakthroughs of DNA computing, bubble memories, standing wave-front parallel processing, and hypernetworking were just being explored, human designers had created silicon-based entities of remarkable ingenuity, and they had created them by the billions. Microchips were in everything from chairs to cans of beans on store shelves to ground cars to artificial human body parts. The machines had grown smaller and smaller until the average human home or office was filled with tens of thousands of them. A worker's chair would recognize her as soon as she sat, bring up the file she had been working on in her crude silicon computer, chat with another chip in a coffee maker to heat up the coffee, enable the telecommunications grid to deal with calls and faxes and crude electronic mail arrivals so that the worker would not be disturbed, interact with the main house or office computer so that the temperature was optimal, and so forth. In their stores, microchips in the cans of beans on the shelves noted their own price and price changes, ordered more of themselves when they were running short, kept track of the consumer's buying habits, and interacted with the store and the other commodities in it. This web of interaction became as complex and busy as the bubble and froth of old Earth's organic stew in its early oceans. Within 40 years of Tom Ray's 80-byte a cell, humans were accustomed to talking to and otherwise interacting with the countless artificial life forms in their cars, their offices, their elevators, even in their bodies, as medical monitors and proto-shunts moved toward true nanotechnology. The Technocore came into autonomous being sometime during this period. Humanity had understood, quite correctly as it turned out, that for artificial life and artificial intelligence to be effective, it must be autonomous. It must evolve and diversify much as organic life had on the planet. And it did so. As well as the biosphere surrounding the planet, hyperlife now wrapped the world in a living datasphere. The core evolved not just as an abstract entity within the information flow of the web datasphere, but among the interactions of a billion tiny, autonomous, chip-driven micro-machines carrying out their mundane tasks in the human macro world. Humanity, and the billion-faceted evolving core entity, soon became as symbiotic as acacia plants and the marauding ants that protect, prune, and propagate the acacia as their sole food source. This is known as coevolution, and humans understand the concept on a truly cellular level, since so much of organic life on old Earth had been created and optimized by the reciprocal coevolutionary dance. But where human beings saw a comfortable symbiosis, the early AI entities were capable of seeing only new opportunities for parasitism. Computers might be turned off, software programs might be terminated, but the hive mind of the protocore had already moved into the emerging datasphere, and that could be turned off only by planetary catastrophe. The core eventually provided that catastrophe in the big mistake of '08, but not before it had diversified its own medium and moved beyond a mere planetary scale. Early experiments in the Hawking drive, conducted and understood only by advanced core elements, had revealed the existence of the underlying Planck space reality of the void which binds. Core AIs of the day, DNA-based, waveform and structure, driven by genetic algorithms, parallel in function, completed the construction of the early Hawking drive ships and began design of the Farcaster network. Human beings always saw the Hawking drive as a shortcut through time and space, a realization of their old hyperdrive dreams. They conceptualized Farcaster portals as convenient holes punched through space-time. This was the human preconception, borne out by their own mathematical models, and confirmed by the most powerful core computing AIs. It was all a lie. Planck space, the void which binds, is a multidimensional medium with its own reality, and, as the core was soon to learn, its own topography. The Hawking drive was not and is not a drive at all in the classic sense, but an entry device which touches on Planck space topography just long enough to change coordinates in the four-dimensional space-time continuum. Farcaster portals, on the other hand, allow actual entry to the void which binds medium. To humans, the reality was obvious. Step through a hole in space-time here, exit instantaneously via another Farcaster hole there. My Uncle Martin had a Farcaster home with adjoining rooms on dozens of different worlds. Farcasters created the hegemony's world web. Another invention, the Fat Line, a faster-than-light communications medium, allowed for instantaneous communication between star systems. All the prerequisites for an interstellar society had been met. But the Corps did not perfect the Hawking Drive, the Farcaster, and the Fat Line for human convenience. Indeed, the Corps never perfected anything in their dealings with the void which binds. The Corps knew from the beginning that the Hawking Drive was little more than a failed attempt to enter Planck space. Driving spacecraft via Hawking Drive was comparable, they knew, to moving an ocean-going vessel by setting off a series of explosions at its stern and riding the waves. Crudely effective, but wildly inefficient. They knew that despite all appearances to the contrary, and despite their claims of having created them, there were not millions of Farcaster portals during the height of the world web. Only one. All Farcaster portals were actually a single entry door to Planck space, manipulated across space-time to provide the functioning illusion of so many doors. If the Corps had attempted to explain the truth to humanity, they might have used the analogy of a flashlight beam being rapidly flashed around a closed room. There were not many sources of light, only one in rapid transition, but they never bothered to explain this. In truth, they have kept the secret to this day. And the Corps knew that the topography of the void which binds could be modulated to transmit information instantaneously via the Fat Line, but that this was a clumsy and destructive use of the medium of Planck space, rather like communicating across a continent by means of artificially produced earthquakes. But it offered this Fat Line service to humanity without ever explaining it, because it served their purpose to do so. They had their own plans for the Planck space medium. What the Corps realized in their earliest experiments was that the void which binds was the perfect medium for their own existence. No longer would they have to depend upon electromagnetic communication or tight beam or even modulated neutrino broadcast for their datasphere networks. No longer would they need human beings or robot probes to travel to the stars to expand the physical parameters of that network. By simply moving the primary elements of the Corps into the void which binds, the AIs would have a safe hiding place from their organic rivals, a hiding place which was at once nowhere and everywhere. It was during this migration of the Corps personae from human-based dataspheres to the void which binds megasphere that the Corps discovered that Planck space was not an empty universe. Behind its metadimensional hills and deep in its folded quantum space arroyos lurked something different. Someone different. There were intelligences there. The Corps probed, and then recoiled in awe and terror at the potential power of these others. These were the lions and tigers and bears spoken of by Uman, the Corps persona who claimed to have created and killed my father. The Corps' retreat had been so hasty, its reconnaissance into the Planck space universe so incomplete, that it had no idea where in real space-time these lions and tigers and bears dwelt, or if they existed in real time at all. Nor could the Corps AIs identify the others as having evolved from organic life, as humanity had done, or from artificial life, as they had. But the briefest glimpse had shown them that these others could manipulate time and space with the ease that human beings had once manipulated steel and iron. Such power was beyond comprehension. The Corps' reaction was pure panic and immediate retreat. This discovery and panic happened just as the Corps had initiated the action of destroying old Earth. My Uncle Martin's poem sings of how it was the Corps that arranged the big mistake of '08, the Kiev group's accidental dropping of a black hole into the guts of old Earth. But his poem does not tell, because he did not know, of the Corps' panic at the discovery of the lions and tigers and bears, and how they rushed to stop their planned destruction of old Earth. It was not easy to scoop a growing black hole out of the core of the collapsing planet, but the core designed a means and set about doing it in haste. Then the home planet disappeared, not destroyed as it seemed to the humans, not saved as the core had hoped, just gone. The core knew that the lions and tigers and bears had to be the ones who took the Earth, but as to how, and to where, and for what reason, they had no clue. They computed the amount of energy necessary to farcast an entire planet away, and again they began quaking in their hyperlife boots. Such intelligences could explode the core of an entire galaxy to use as an energy source as easily as humans could light a campfire on a cold night. The core entities shit hyperlife bricks in their fear. I should back up here to explain the reasons for the core's decision to destroy Earth and their subsequent attempt to save it. The reasons go back to Tom Ray's 80-byte RAM creatures. As I explained, the life and intelligence which evolved in the datasphere medium knew no other form of evolution than parasitism, hyperparasitism, and hyperparasitism. But the core was aware of the shortcomings of absolute parasitism and knew that the only way it could grow beyond parasite status and parasite psychology was to evolve in response to the physical universe. That is, to have physical bodies as well as abstract core personae. The core had multiple sensory inputs and could create neural networks. But what it required for non-parasitic evolution was a constant and coordinated system of neural feedback circuits. That is, eyes, ears, tongues, limbs, fingers, toes, bodies. The core created cybrids for that purpose, bodies grown from human DNA, but connected to their core-based personae via fat line. But cybrids were difficult to monitor and became aliens when put down in a human landscape. Cybrids would never be comfortable on worlds inhabited by billions of organically evolved human beings. So the core made its early plans to destroy old Earth and thin out the human race by a factor of 90%. The core did have plans for incorporating the surviving elements of the human race into their cybrid-inhabited universe after the death of old Earth, using them as spare DNA stock and slave labor, much as we used androids. But the discovery of lions and tigers and bears, and the panicked retreat from Polk space complicated those plans. Until the threat of these others was assessed and eliminated, the core would have to continue its parasitic relationship with humanity. It devised the Farcasters in the old world web just for that purpose. To humans, the trip through the Farcaster medium was instantaneous, but in the timeless topography of Polk space, the subjective dwell time there could be as long as the core wished. The core tapped into billions of human brains during that period, using human minds millions of times each standard day to create a huge neural network for their own computing purposes. Every time a human stepped through a Farcaster portal, it was as if the core cut open that person's skull, removed the gray matter, laid the brain out on a workbench, and hooked it up to billions of other brains in their giant parallel-processing organic computer. The humans completed their step from Polk space in a subjective instant of their time, and never noticed the inconvenience. Uman told my father, the John Keats cybrid, that the core consisted of 3 warring camps: the ultimates, obsessed with creating their own god, the ultimate intelligence; the volatiles, who wish to eliminate humanity and get on with their own goals; and the stables, who wish to maintain the status quo vis-a-vis humankind. This explanation was an absolute lie. There were not, and are not, 3 camps in the Technocore. There are billions. The core is the ultimate exercise in anarchy. Hyperparasitism carried to its highest power. Core elements vie for power in alliances which might last centuries or microseconds. Billions of parasitic personae ebb and flow in unholy alliances built to control or predict events. You see, core personae refuse to die unless they are forced to. Maina Gladstone's death bomb attack on the Farcaster medium not only caused the fall of the Farcasters, it killed billions of would-be immortal core personae, but the individuals refused to make way for others without a fight. Yet at the same time, the core hyperlife needs death for its own evolution. But death in the core universe has its own agenda. The Reaper program, which Tom Ray created more than 1,000 years ago, still exists in the core medium, mutated to 1,000,000 alternate forms. Amun never mentioned the Reapers as a core faction, but they represent a far greater block than the Ultimates. It was the Reapers who created and first controlled the physical construct known as the Shrike. It's an interesting footnote that those core personae which survive the Reapers do so not just through parasitism, but through a necrophilic parasitism. This is the technique by which the original 22-byte artificial life forms managed to evolve and survive in Tom Ray's virtual evolution machine so many centuries ago, by stealing the scattered copy code of other byte creatures who were reaped in the midst of reproducing. The core parasites not only have sex, they have sex with the dead. This is how millions of mutated core personae survive today, by necrophilic hyperparasitism. What does the core want from humankind now? Why has it revitalized the Catholic Church and allowed the Pax to come into existence? How do the cruciforms work, and how do they serve the core? How do the so-called Gideon Drive Archangel ships really work, and what is their effect on the void which binds? And how is the core dealing with the threat of the lions and tigers and bears? These things we shall discuss another time. It is the day after we learn of the coming of the Pax, and I am working stone on the highest scaffolds. During the first days after my arrival, I think that Rachel, Theo, Jigme Norbu, George Sarong, and the others were doubtful if I could earn my keep on the construction site at Xuan Kung Su. I admit that I had doubts of my own as I watched the hard work and skill on view here. But after a few days of literally learning the ropes of gear and climbing protocols on the rock faces, ledges, cables, scaffolds, and slideways in the area, I volunteered for work duty and was given a chance to fail. I did not fail. Ania knew of my apprenticeship with Averill Hume, not only landscaping the huge Beak estates, but working stone and wood for follies and bridges, gazebos, and towers. That work served me well here, and within 2 weeks I had graduated from the basic scaffolding crew to the select group of high riggers and stoneworkers laboring on the highest platforms. Ania's design allowed for the highest structures to rise to the great rock overhang, and for various walkways and parapets actually to be incorporated into that stone. This is what we are working on now, chiseling stone and laying brick for the walkway along the edge of nothing, our scaffolds perilously cantilevered far out over the drop. In the past 3 months, my body has grown leaner and stronger, my reaction time quicker, and my judgment more careful as I work on sheer rock walls and slippery bonsai bamboo. Lomo Dondrub, the skilled flyer and climber, has volunteered to free-climb the end of the overhang here to set anchor points for the final meters of scaffolding, and for the last hour, Vicky Grossely, Kim Byung-sun, Harayuki Otaki, Kenshiro Endo, Changchi Kenchung, Lobsong Samten, a few of the other brickworkers, masons, high riggers, and I have been watching as Lomo moves across the rock above the overhang without protection, moving like the proverbial old earth fly, his powerful arms and legs flexing under the thin material of his climbing garb, 3 points in touch with the slick more than vertical stone at all times, while his free hand or foot feels for the slightest rough spot on which to rest, the smallest fissure or crack in which to work a bolt for our anchor. It is terrifying to watch him, but also a privilege, as if we were able to go back in a time machine to watch Picasso paint, or George Wu read poetry, or Maina Gladstone give a speech. A dozen times I am sure that Lomo is going to peel off and fall. It would take minutes for him to free-fall into the poison clouds below, but each time he magically holds his place, or finds a friction point, or miraculously discovers a crack into which he can wedge a hand or finger to support his entire body. Finally, he is done. The lines are anchored and dangling, the cable points are secured, and Lomo slides down to his early fixed point, traverses 5 meters laterally, drops into the stirrups of the overhang gear, and swings onto our work platform like some legendary superhero coming in for a landing. Lobsang Samten hands him an icy mug of rice beer. Kenshiro and Viki pound him on the back. Changchi Kenchung, our master carpenter with the waxed mustaches, breaks into a bawdy song of praise. I shake my head and grin like an idiot. The day is exhilarating. A dome of blue sky, the sacred mountain of the north, Hung Shan, gleaming brightly across the cloud gap, and the winds moderate. Ania tells me that the rainy season will descend on us within days, a monsoon from the south bringing months of rain, slick rock, and eventual snow, but that seems unlikely and distant on such a perfect day as this. There is a touch at my elbow, and Ania is there. She has been out on the scaffolding most of the morning, or hanging from her harness on the worked rock face, supervising the stone and brickwork on the walkway and parapets. I am still grinning from the vicarious adrenaline rush of watching Lomo. "Cables are ready to be rigged," I say. 3 or 4 more good days and the wooden walkway will be done here. Then your final platform there. I point to the ultimate edge of the overhang, and voila! Your project's done, except for the painting and polishing, kiddo. Ania nods, but it is obvious that her mind is not on the celebration around Lomo, or the imminent completion of her year of work. "Can you come walk with me a minute, Rawl?" I follow her down the scaffolding ladders, onto one of the permanent levels, and out a stone ledge. Small green birds take wing from a fissure as we pass. From this angle, the temple hanging in air is a work of art. The painted woodwork gleams rather than glows its dark red. The staircases and railings and fretwork are elegant and complex. Many of the pagodas have their shoji walls slit open, and prayer flags and bedclothes flutter in the warm breeze. There are 8 lovely shrines in the temple, in ascending order along the rising walkways, each pagoda shrine representing a step in the noble eightfold path as identified by the Buddha. The shrines line up on 3 axes relating to the 3 sections of the path: wisdom, morality, and meditation. On the ascending wisdom axis of staircases and platforms are the meditation shrines for right understanding and right thought. On the morality axis are right speech, right action, right livelihood, and right effort. These last meditation shrines can be reached only by hard climbing on a ladder rather than staircase, because, as Ania and Kempo Naga Wangtashi explained to me one evening early in my stay, the Buddha had meant for his path to be one of strenuous and unremitting commitment. The highest meditation pagodas are given over to contemplation of the last 2 steps on the noble eightfold path, right mindfulness and right meditation. This final pagoda, I had noticed immediately, looks out only onto the stone wall of the cliff face. I also had noticed that there were no statues of Buddha in the temple. The little that Grandam had explained to me about Buddhism when I'd asked as a child, having run across a reference in an old book from the Moor's End Library, was that Buddhists revered and prayed to statues in the likeness of the Buddha. Where were they? I had asked Ania. She had explained that on old Earth, Buddhist thought had been grouped into 2 major categories: Hinayana, an older school of thought, given the pejorative term meaning lesser vehicle, as in salvation, by the more popular schools of the Mahayana, or the self-proclaimed greater vehicle. There had once been 18 schools of Hinayana teaching, all of which had dealt with Buddha as a teacher, and urged contemplation and study of his teachings rather than worship of him. But by the time of the big mistake, Only one of those schools survived, the Theravada, and that only in remote sections of disease and famine-ravaged Sri Lanka and Thailand, two political provinces of old Earth. All the other Buddhist schools carried away on the Hegira had belonged to the Mahayana category, which focused on veneration of Buddhist statuary, meditation for salvation, saffron robes, and the other trappings that Grandam had described to me. But, Ania had explained, on Tian Shan, the most Buddhist-influenced world in the Outback or Old Hegemony, Buddhism had evolved backward toward rationality, contemplation, study, and careful open-minded analysis of Buddha's teaching. Thus, there were no statues to the Buddha at Xuan Kung Su. We stop walking at the end of this stone ledge. Birds soar and circle below us, waiting for us to leave so that they can return to their fisher nests. "What is it, kiddo?" "The reception at the Winter Palace in Potala is tomorrow night," she says. Her face is flushed and dusty from her morning's work on the high scaffolds. I notice that she has scraped a rough line above her brow, and that there are a few tiny crimson drops of blood. Charles Chikiop Kempo is putting together an official party numbering no more than 10 to attend, she continues. Kempo Nga Wangtashi will be in it, of course, as will Overseer Jipan Shakabpa, the Dalai Lama's cousin Gyalo, his brother Lobsang, Lomo Dondrub, because the Dalai Lama's heard of his feats and would like to meet him, Tromo Trochi of Domu as trade agent, and one of the foremen to represent the workers, either George or Jigme. "I can't imagine one going without the other," I say. "I can't either," says Ania, "but I think it will have to be George. He talks. Perhaps Jigme will walk there with us and wait outside the palace." "That's 8, I say. Ania takes my hand. Her fingers are roughened by work and abrasion, but are still, I think, the softest and most elegant human digits in the known universe. "I'm 9, she says. "There's going to be a huge crowd there. Parties from all the towns and provinces in the hemisphere. The odds are that we won't get within 20 meters of anyone from the packs." "Or that we'll be the first to be introduced," I say. "Murphy's Law and all that." "Yeah," says Ania, and the smile I see is exactly the one I had seen on the face of my 11-year-old friend when something mischievous and perhaps a bit dangerous was afoot. "Want to go as my date?" I let out a breath. "I wouldn't miss it for the world," I say. 18. On the night before the Dalai Lama's reception, I am tired, but I cannot sleep. Abetic is away, staying at Jokung with George and Jigme and the 30 loads of construction material that should have come in yesterday, but that were held up in the Fisher City by a porter's strike. Abetic will hire new porters in the morning and lead the procession the last few kilometers to the temple. Restless, I roll off my futon and slip into whipcord trousers, a faded shirt, my boots, and the light therm jacket. When I step out of my sleeping pagoda, I notice lantern light warming the opaque windows and shoji door of Ania's pagoda. She is working late again. Walking softly so as not to disturb her by rocking the platform, I clamber down a ladder to the main level of the temple hanging in air. It always amazes me how empty this place is at night. At first I thought it was the result of the construction workers, most of whom live in the cliffside crates around Jokung, being gone, but I've come to realize how few people spend their nights in the temple complex. George and Jigme usually sleep in their foreman's shack, but are in Jokung with Abetic tonight. The abbot Kempo Nga Wangtashi stays with the monks some nights, but this night he has returned to his formal home in Jokung. A handful of monks prefer their austere quarters here to the formal monastery in Jokung, including Chim Din, Lobsang Samten, and the woman Donka Nyapso. Occasionally the flyer, Lomo, stays at the monks' quarters or in an empty shrine here, but not tonight. Lomo has left early for the Winter Palace, having mentioned his thought of climbing Nanda Devi south of Potala. So while I can see a soft lantern glow coming from the monks' quarters hundreds of meters away on the lowest level of the eastern edge of the complex, a glow that is extinguished even as I watch it, the rest of the temple complex is dark and quiet in the starlight. Neither the oracle nor the other bright moons have risen yet, although the eastern horizon is beginning to glow a bit with their coming. The stars are incredibly bright, almost as brilliant and unwavering as when seen from space. There are thousands visible this night, more than I remembered from Hyperion's or Old Earth's night sky, and I crane my neck until I can see the slowly moving star that is the tiny moon where the ship is presumably hiding. I am carrying the comm unit disk-key journal, and all it would take is a whisper to query the ship, but Ania and I have decided that with the pack so near, even tight beam transmissions to or from the ship should be reserved for emergency situations. I sincerely hope that no emergency situations will arise soon. Taking the ladders, staircases, and short bridges down the west side of the temple complex, I walk back along the brick and stone ledge beneath the lowest structures. The night wind has come up, and I can hear the creak and groan of the wooden timbers as entire platform levels adjust themselves to the wind and chill. Prayer flags flap above me, and I see starlight on the cloud tops where they curl against the ridge rock so far below. The wind is not quite strong enough to make the distinctive wolf's howl that woke me my first few nights here, but its passage through the fissures and timbers and cracks sets the world muttering and whispering around me. I reach the wisdom staircase and climb up through the right understanding meditation pavilion, standing a moment at the balcony to look out at the dark and silent monks' quarters perched by itself on a boulder to the east. I recognize the infinite wood-carving skill and care of the sisters Cuckoo and Kaisei in the elaborate carvings just under my fingertips here. Wrapping my jacket tighter in the rising wind, I climb the spiral staircase to the platform pagoda for right thought. On the east wall of this restored pagoda, Ania has designed a large, perfectly round window looking east toward the dip in the ridgeline there where the oracle makes its first appearance, and the moon is rising now, its bright rays illuminating first the ceiling of this pagoda and then the rear wall, where these words from the Sutta Nipata scripture are set into the plaster wall. As a flame blown out by the wind goes to rest and cannot be defined, so the wise man, freed from individuality, goes to rest and cannot be defined, gone beyond all images, gone beyond the power of words. I know that this passage deals with enigmatic death of Buddha, but I read it in the moonlight with the thought of how it might apply to Ania or myself, or the two of us. It does not seem to apply. Unlike the monks who labor here for enlightenment, I have no urge whatsoever to go beyond individuality. The world itself, all of the myriad worlds I have been privileged to see and walk upon, are what fascinate and delight me. I have no wish to put the world and my sense images of the world behind me, and I know that Ania feels the same about life, that involvement with it is like the Catholic communion, only the world is the host, and it must be chewed. Still, the thought of the essence of things, of people, of life going beyond all images and the power of words, this resonates with me. I have been trying, and failing, to put even the essence of this place these days into words and discovering the futility of it. Leaving the wisdom axis, I cross the long platform for cooking and common meals, and begin up the morality axis of stairways, bridges, and platforms. The oracle is free of the ridgeline now, and the light from it and its two attendants paint the rock and red wood around me in thick moon paint. I pass through the pavilions for right speech and right action, pausing to catch my breath in the circular pagoda for right livelihood. There is a bamboo barrel of drinking water just outside the pagoda for right effort, and I drink deeply there. Prayer flags flutter and snap along the terraces and eaves as I move softly across the long connecting platform to the highest structures. The meditation pavilion for right mindfulness is part of Ania's recent work, and still smells of fresh bonsai cedar. 10 meters higher along the steep ladder, the right meditation pavilion perches out over the bulk of the temple, its window looking out on the ridge wall. I stand there for several minutes, realizing for the first time that the shadow of the pagoda itself falls upon that slab of rock when the moon is rising as it is now, and that Ania has designed the roof of the pavilion so that its shadow connects with natural clefts and discolorations in the rock to create a shadow character that I recognize as the Chinese character for Buddha. At this moment I am taken by a chill, although the wind is not blowing any harder than it has been. Goosebumps rise along my forearms, and the back of my neck feels cold. I realize, see in that instant that Ania's mission, whatever it is doomed to failure. She and I are both going to be captured, interrogated, probably tortured, and executed. My promises to the old poet on Hyperion were so much wasted breath. Bring down the Pax, I had said. The Pax, with its billions of faithful, millions of men and women in arms, thousands of warships. Bring back old Earth, I had agreed. Well, I had visited it. I look out the window to see the sky, but there is only the rock wall in the moonlight, and the slowly cohering shadow character of the Buddha's name, the 3 vertical strokes like ink on slate-colored vellum, the 3 horizontal strokes flowing around and together, making 3 white faces in the negative spaces, 3 faces staring at me in the dark. I had promised to protect Ania. I vow that I will die doing that. Shaking off the chill and the premonition, I go out onto the meditation platform, clip to a cable, and hum 30 meters across the void to the platform below the top terrace where Ania and I have sleeping pagodas. As I climb the last ladder to the highest level, I am thinking, perhaps I will sleep now. I made no notes on this in the Diski journal. I remember it now as I write it. Ania's light was out. I was pleased. She stayed up too late, worked too hard. The high work scaffolds and cliff cables were no place for an exhausted architect. I stepped into my own shack, slid shut the shoji door, and kicked off my boots. Things were as I had left them. The outer screen wall slid back a bit, moonlight bright across my sleeping mat, the wind rattling the walls in its soft conversation with the mountains. Neither of my lanterns was lit, but I had the light from the moon and my memory of the small room in the dark. The floor was bare to Tommy, except for my sleeping futon and a single chest near the door that held my rucksack, few food items, beer mug, the rebreathers I'd brought from the ship, and my climbing gear. There was nothing to trip over. I hung my jacket on the hook near the door, splashed water on my face from the basin on the chest, and stripped off my shirt, socks, trousers, and underwear, stuffing them into the ditty bag in the chest. Tomorrow was laundry day. Sighing, feeling the premonition of doom I'd felt in the meditation pavilion now fading into simple fatigue, I walked over to the sleeping mat. I have always slept naked, except for when in the home guard and during my trip in the consul ship with my 2 friends. There was the slightest of movements in the darkness beyond the bright stripe of moonlight, and startled, I dropped into a fighting crouch. Nakedness makes one feel more vulnerable than usual. Then I realized Abetic must have returned early. I unclenched my right fist. "Rawl?" said Ania. She leaned forward into the moonlight. She had wrapped my sleeping blanket around the lower part of her body, but her shoulders and breasts and abdomen were bare. The oracle touched her hair and cheekbones with soft light. I opened my mouth to speak, started to turn back toward my clothes or jacket, decided not to walk that far, and dropped on one knee to the sleeping mat, pulling up the futon's sheet to cover myself. I was not a prude, but this was Ania. What was she? "Rawl," she said again, and this time there was no question in her voice. She moved closer to me on her knees. The blanket fell away from her. "Ania," I said stupidly. "Ania, you don't really—" She set her finger on my lips and removed it a second later, but before I could speak she leaned closer and pressed her lips where her finger had been. Every time I had ever touched my young friend, the contact had been electric. I have described this before, and always felt foolish discussing it, but I ascribed it to her, an aura, a charge of personality. It was real, not a metaphor, but never had I felt the surge of electricity between us as in this instant. For a second I was passive, receiving the kiss rather than sharing in it. But then the warmth and insistence of it overcame thought, overcame doubt, overcame all of my other senses in every nuance of the word. And then I was returning her kiss, putting my arms around her to pull her closer, even as she slid her arms under mine and ran strong fingers up my back. More than 5 years ago for her, when she had kissed me farewell at the river on old Earth, her kiss had been urgent, electric, filled with questions and messages, but still a 16-year-old girl's kiss. This kiss was the warm, moist, open touch of a woman, and I responded to it in an instant. We kissed for an eternity. I was vaguely aware of my own nudity and excitement as something I should be concerned about, embarrassed about, but it was a distant thing, secondary to the expanding warmth and urgency of the kisses that would not stop. When finally our lips came apart, feeling swollen, almost bruised, wanting to be kissed again, we kissed each other's cheeks, eyelids, forehead, ears. I lowered my face and kissed the hollow of her throat, feeling the pulse against my lips there and inhaling the perfumed scent of her skin. She moved forward on her knees, arching her back slightly so that her breasts touched my cheek. I cupped one and kissed the nipple almost reverently. Ania cupped the back of my head in her palm. I could feel her breath on me, quickening, as she bowed her face toward me. Wait, I said, pulling my face up and leaning back. "No, Ania. I don't think—" "Shh," she said, leaning over me again, kissing me again, pulling back so that her dark eyes seemed to fill the world. "Shh, Rawl. Yes." She kissed me again, leaning to her right so that we both reclined on the sleeping mat, still kissing, the rising breeze rattling the rice paper walls, the entire platform rocking to the depth of our kiss and the motion of our bodies. It is a problem to tell of such things, to share the most private and sacred of moments. It feels like a violation to put such things into words, and a lie not to. To see and feel one's beloved naked for the first time is one of life's pure, irreducible epiphanies. If there is a true religion in the universe, it must include that truth of contact, or be forever hollow. To make love to the one true person who deserves that love is one of the few absolute rewards of being a human being, balancing all of the pain, loss, awkwardness, loneliness, idiocy, compromise, and clumsiness that go with the human condition. To make love to the right person makes up for a lot of mistakes. I had never made love to the right person before. I knew that even as Anya and I first kissed and lay against each other, even before we began moving slowly, then quickly, then slowly again. I realized that I had never really made love to anyone before, that the young soldier on leave sex with friendly women, or the bargeman and bargewoman we have the opportunity, so why not sex, that I had thought had explored and discovered everything to do with the subject, was not even the beginning. This was the beginning. I remember Anya rising above me at one point, her hand hard on my chest, her own chest slick with sweat, but she was still looking at me so intensely and so warmly that it was as if we were connected intimately by our gaze as surely as by our thighs and genitals. And I was to remember that instant every time we made love in the future, even as I seemed to be remembering forward to all those future times, even during these first few moments of our intimacy. Lying together in the moonlight, the sheets and blankets and the futon curled and thrown around us, the cool wind from the north drying the sweat on our bodies, her cheek on my chest and my thigh across her hip, we kept touching each other, her fingers playing with the hair on my chest, my fingers tracing the line of her cheek, the sole of my foot sliding up and down the back of her leg, curling around her strong calf muscles. "Was this a mistake?" I whispered. "No," she whispered back, "unless—" My heart pounded. "Unless what?" "Unless you didn't get those shots in the Home Guard that I'm sure you got," she whispered. I was so anxious that I did not hear the teasing quality in her voice. "What?" "Shots." "What?" I said, rolling onto my elbow. "Oh, shots. Shit. You know I did. Jesus." "I know you did," whispered Anya, and I could hear the smile now. When we Hyperion lads had joined the Home Guard, the authorities had given us the usual battery of PAX-approved injections: anti-malaria, anti-cancer, antivirus, and birth control. In a PAX universe where the vast majority of individuals chose the cruciform, chose to attempt to be immortal, birth control was a given. One could apply to PAX authorities for the antidote after marriage, or simply buy it on the black market when it was time to start a family. Or, if one chose neither the way of the cross nor a family, it would last until old age or death made the issue moot. I had not thought of that shot for years. Actually, I think Abetic had asked me about those shots on the consul ship a decade ago, when we were discussing preventative medicine, and I had mentioned the Home Guard induction battery. Our young friend of 11 or 12 curled on a couch there on the hollow pit level, reading a book from the ship's library, seemingly not paying attention at all. "No," I said, still on my elbow. "I mean a mistake." "You're me," she whispered. 21 standard years old," I finished. "I'm you," she whispered. 11 standard years older than that." "Incredible," said Anya. Her whole face was in the moonlight as she looked up at me. "You can do math at such a moment." I sighed and rolled over on my stomach. The sheets smelled of us. The wind was still rising, and now it rattled the walls. "I'm cold," whispered Anya. In the days and months to come, I would have held her in my arms if she said such a thing. But that night I responded literally and stood to slide shut the shoji screen. The wind was colder than usual. "No," she said. "What?" "Don't close it all the way." She was sitting up with the sheet raised to just below her breasts. "But it's the moonlight on you," Anya whispered. Her voice may have caused my physical response, or the sight of her waiting for me in the blankets. Besides holding in our own scents, the room smelled like fresh straw because of the new tatami and the ryokan in the ceiling, and of the fresh, cool air of the mountains. but the cold breeze did not slow my reaction to her. "Come here," she whispered, and opened the blanket like a cape to fold me in. The next morning, and I am working on setting the overhang walkway in place, and it is as if I am sleepwalking. Part of the problem is lack of sleep. The oracle had set, and the east was paling with morning when Ania slipped back to her own pavilion, but the major reason is sheer simple stupefaction. Life has taken a turn that I had never anticipated, never imagined. I am setting supports into the cliff for the high walk with the high riggers Haruyuki, Kenshiro, and Wojtek Mayer moving ahead, drilling holes in the stone, while Kim Byung-sun and Vicky Grossely lay brick behind and beneath us, and carpenter Chung-Chi Ken-chung begins work behind me on the laying of the wood floor of the terrace itself. There would be nothing to catch the high riggers and me if we fall from the wooden beams if Lomo had not done his free-climbing exhibition yesterday and set fixed ropes and cables in place. Now, as we jump from beam to beam, we just clip one of our harness carabiners into place on the next rope. I have fallen before, and had the fall arrested by this sort of fixed rope. Each can hold 5 times my weight. Now I leap from set beam to set beam, pulling along the next beam as it dangles from one of the cables. The wind is coming up and threatens to hurl me off into space, but I balance myself with one hand touching the hanging beam and 3 fingers on the rock face itself. I reach the end of the 3rd fixed rope, unclip, and prepare to clip on to the 4th of 7 lines Lomo has rigged. I do not know what to think about last night. That is, I know how I feel. Exhilarated, confused, ecstatic, in love. But I don't know how to think about it. I tried to intercept Ania before breakfast in the communal dining pavilion near the monks' quarters, but she had already eaten and headed far out to where the terrace carvers had run into trouble on the new eastern walkway. Then Abetic, George Sarong, and Jigme Norbu had shown up with the porters, and an hour or 2 was consumed sorting materials and transporting the beams, chisels, lumber, and other items to the new high scaffolds. I had headed out onto the eastern ledge before the beam work began, but Abetic and Jipan Shikampa were conferring with Ania, so I jogged back to the scaffolds and got busy. Now I was jumping to the last beam set in place this morning, ready to install the next one in the hole Haruyuki and Kenshiro have chiseled and blasted into the rock with tiny shaped charges. Then Wojtek and Vicky will cement the post in place. Within 30 minutes it will be firm enough for Chung-Chi to set a work platform on. I've become accustomed to leaping from beam to beam, catching my balance and squatting to set the next beam in place, and I do so now on the last beam, pinwheeling my left arm to keep my balance while my fingers stay in contact with the beam balancing from the cable. Suddenly, the beam swings out too far ahead of me, and I am off balance, leaning into nothing. I know that the safety line will catch me, but I hate to fall and be dangling here between the last beam and the newly drilled hole. If I don't have enough momentum to kick back to the beam, I'll have to wait for Kenshiro or one of the other riggers to kick out and rescue me. In a fraction of a second, I make up my mind and jump, catching the swinging beam and kicking out hard. Because the safety rope has several meters of slack before it will catch me, all of my weight is on my fingers now. The beam is too thick for me to get a good grip on it, and I can feel my fingers sliding on the iron-hard wood. But rather than go dropping to the elastic end of my fixed line, I struggle to hang on, succeed in swinging the heavy post back toward the last beam in place, and jump the last 2 meters, landing on the slippery beam and flailing my arms for balance. Laughing at my own foolishness, I catch my balance and stand panting for a moment, watching the clouds boiling against the rock several thousand meters below my feet. Chung-Chi Ken-chung is leaping from beam to beam toward me, clipping onto the fixed ropes with a rapid urgency. There is something like horror in his eyes, and for a second I am sure that something has happened to Ania. My heart begins beating so hard, and anxiety washes over me so swiftly that I almost lose my balance. But I catch it again, and stand balancing on the last fixed beam, waiting for Chang-Chi with a sense of dread. When he leaps to the last beam with me, Chang-Chi is too winded to speak. He gestures toward me urgently, but I do not understand the motion. Perhaps he had seen my comical swing and dance and leap with the dangling beam, and was concerned. To show him that it was all right, I reach up to my harness line to show him that the carabiner is locked tight to the safety line. There is no carabiner there. I never tied on to the last fixed rope. I have been doing all this leaping, balancing, hanging, and jumping with no safety line. There has been nothing between me and... Feeling a sudden stab of vertigo and nausea, I stagger 3 steps to the cliff wall and lean against the cold stone. The overhang tries to push me away, and it is as if the entire mountain is tilting outward, pushing me off the beam. Chang-Chi tugs Lomo's fixed line around, lifts a beaner from my harness rack, and clips me on. I nod my appreciation and try not to lose my breakfast while he is here with me. 10 meters around the bend in the cliff, Harayuki and Kenshiro are gesturing. They have blasted another perfect hole. They want me to catch up with setting the beams in place. The party departing for the Dalai Lama's evening reception for the Pax at Potala leaves just after the noon meal in the common dining hall. I see Ania there, but except for a meaningful exchange of glances and a smile from her that makes my knees weak, we have no private communication. We assemble on the lowest level with hundreds of workers, monks, cooks, scholars, and porters waving and cheering from the platforms above. Rain clouds are beginning to curl and spill between the low gaps in the eastern ridgeline, but the sky above Xuan-Kung-Su is still blue, and the red prayer flags flapping from the high terraces stand out with almost shocking clarity. We are all dressed in travel clothes, our formal reception clothing carried in waterproof shoulder-strap satchels, or, in my case, my rucksack. The Dalai Lama's receptions are traditionally held late at night, and we have more than 10 hours until our presence is required. But it is a 6-hour trip on the highway, and couriers and one flyer coming into Jokung earlier that day have told of bad weather beyond the Kunlun Ridge, so we step off lively enough. The order of march is set by protocol. Charles Chi-Kiop Kempo, mayor of Jokung, and Lord Chamberlain of the temple hanging in air, walks a few paces ahead of his near peer, Kempo Enga Wangtashi, abbot of the temple. Both men's traveling clothes are more resplendent than my shot at formal wear, and they are surrounded by small hornet clusters of aides, monks, and security people. Behind the priest-politicians, Wakgyalo Thondup, the young monk and cousin to the current Dalai Lama, and Lobsang Samten, the third-year monk who is the Dalai Lama's brother. They have the easy stride and easier laugh of young men at the peak of physical health and mental clarity. Their white teeth gleam in their brown faces. Lobsang is wearing a brilliant red climbing chuba that gives the appearance of him being an ambulatory prayer flag in our procession as we head west along the narrow walkway to the Jokung Fissure. Jipan Shakampa, the official overseer of Ania's project, walks with George Sarong, our chubby construction foreman. George's inseparable companion, Jigme Norbu, is absent now. His feelings hurt by not being invited, Jigme has stayed behind at the temple. I believe that this is the first time that I have seen George where he is not smiling. Jipan makes up for George's silence, however, telling stories with waving arms and extravagant gestures. Several of their workers hike with them, at least as far as Jokung. Tromo Trochi of Domu, the flamboyant trade agent from the south, walks with his only companion for so many months on the highways, an oversized zygote pack-brid laden with the trader's goods. The zygote has 3 bells hung from its shaggy neck, and they chime like the temple's prayer bells as we walk along. Lomo Dondrub is to meet us in Potala. but his presence in the party is represented symbolically on the zygote's topmost pack duffel by a swatch of new flight fabric for his paraglider. Ania and I bring up the rear of the procession. Several times I try to talk about last night, but she silences me with a finger to her lips and a nod in the direction of the nearby trader and other members of the procession. I settle for small talk about the last days of work on the temple overhang pavilion and walkways, but my mind continues to jostle with questions. Soon we are in Jokung, where the ramps and walkways are lined with crowds waving pennants and prayer flags. From the Fisher terraces and cliff shacks, citizens of the city cheer their mayor and the rest of us. Just beyond the Fisher city of Jokung, near the jump-off platforms of the only cableway we will be using on this trip to Potala, we encounter another party headed to the Dalai Lama's reception, the Dorje Phamo and her 9 female priests. The Dorje Phamo travels in a palanquin carried by 4 heavily muscled males, because she is the abbess of Samden Gampa, an all-male monastery some 30 clicks out along the south wall of the same ridge that holds the temple hanging in air along its north wall. The Dorje Phamo is 94 standard years old, and was discovered to be the incarnation of the original Dorje Phamo, the Thunderbolt Sow, when she was 3 standard years old. She is a woman of immense importance, and a separate monastery for women, the Oracle Gampa at Yamdrok Tso, some 60 clicks farther along the dangerous ridge wall, has held her as its prefect and avatar for more than 70 standard years. Now the Thunderbolt Sow, her 9 female priest companions, and about 30 male carriers and guards are waiting at the cableway to attach the palanquin's massive carabiner clamps. The Dorje Phamo peers through her curtains, spies our party, and beckons Ania over. I know from Ania's offhand comments that she has traveled to the Oracle Gampa at Yamdrok Tso several times to meet with the Sow, and that the two are fast friends. I also know from Bedek's comments to me in confidence that Dorje Phamo has recently told her female priests and monks at the Oracle Gampa, and the male monks at Samden Gampa, that it is Ania, not His Holiness the current Dalai Lama, who is the incarnation of the living Buddha of mercy. Word of this heresy has spread, according to Bedek, but because of the Thunderbolt Sow's popularity across the world of Tian Shan, the Dalai Lama has not yet responded to the impertinence. Now I watch as the 2 women, my young Ania and the ancient form in the palanquin, chat and laugh easily as both parties wait to cross the cableway across the Langma abyss. The Dorje Phamo must have insisted that we precede her group, for the carriers move the palanquin back out of the way, and the 9 female priests bow deeply as Ania motions our group forward on the platform. Charles Chikiap Kempo and Kempo Nga Wangtashi look discomfited as they allow their aides to clip them onto the cable, not out of concern for their safety, I know, but out of some breach of protocol that I missed and am not particularly interested in. At that moment I am interested in getting Ania alone and talking with her, or perhaps just kissing her again. It rains hard during the walk to Potala. During my 3 months here, I've experienced more than a few summer showers, but this is a serious pre-monsoon rain, chilling, icy, with curling tendrils of fog that close around us. We clear the 1 cableway transit before the clouds close in, but by the time we are approaching the east side of the Kunlun Ridge, the highway is slick with ice. The highway consists of rock ledges, bricked pathways on the sheer cliffside, high wooden walkways along the northwest ridge of Hua Shan, the Flower Mountain, and a long series of platform walkways and suspension bridges connecting those icy ridgelines with Kunlun. Then there is the second longest suspension bridge on the planet connecting Kunlun Ridge with Fairy Ridge, followed by another series of walkways, bridges, and ledges heading southwest along the east face of Fairy Ridge to Fairy Marketplace. There we pass through the fissure and follow the ledge road almost due west to Potala. Normally, this is a 6-hour walk in the sunshine, but this afternoon it is a dreary, dangerous trudge through the curling fog and icy rain. The aides, traveling with Mayor Lord Chamberlain Charles Chi Kiop Kempo and Abbot Kempo Nga Wang Tashi, attempt to shelter their worthies under bright red and yellow umbrellas, but the icy ledge is often narrow, and the worthies frequently must get wet as they go ahead in single file. The suspension bridges are nightmares to cross. The floor of each is just a single heavily braided hemp cable, with hemp ropes rising vertically, horizontal side ropes for railings, and a second thick cable above one's head. And although it is usually child's play to balance on the lower cable while keeping contact with the side ropes, it takes complete concentration in this driving rain. But all of the locals have done this through dozens of monsoons, and they move along quickly. It is only Ania and I who hesitate, as the bridges flex and toss under the party's weight, the icy ropes threatening to slip out of our hands. Despite the storm, or perhaps because of it, someone has lighted the highway torches all along the east face of Ferry Ridge, and the braziers burning through the thick fog help us find our way as the wooden walkways turn, bend, rise, descend icy staircases, and lead out to more bridges. We arrive in Ferry Marketplace just at dusk, although it seems much later because of the gloom. Other groups bound for the Winter Palace join us there, and there are at least 70 people headed west together past the fissure. The Dorja Famo's palanquin still bobs along with us, and I suspect that others besides myself are a bit envious of her dry perch in there. I confess that I am disappointed. We had planned to arrive at Potala in the twilight, while there was still alpenglow lighting the north-south ridges and the higher peaks to the north and west of the palace. I have never glimpsed the palace before, and I had been looking forward to seeing this region. As it is, the broad highway between Ferry and Potala is just a series of torchlit ledges and walkways. I have brought the flashlight laser in my pack, although whether as a futile gesture for defense should things turn bad at the palace, or for finding our way in the dark, I am not sure. Ice coats the rocks, the platforms, the hemp cable railings along this most well-traveled of walkways, as well as the stairs. I cannot imagine being on the cableway this night, but rumor has it that several of the more adventurous guests are traveling that way. We arrive at the Forbidden City some 2 hours before the reception is scheduled to begin. The clouds have lifted a bit, the rain relents, and our first glimpse of the Winter Palace takes my breath away and makes me forget my disappointment of not having approached it in the twilight. The Winter Palace is built on a great peak rising from the Yellow Hat Ridge, with the higher peaks of Koko Nor behind it, and our first glimpse through the clouds is of Drupung, the surrounding monastery that houses 35,000 monks, tier upon tier of tall stone buildings rising up the vertical slopes, its thousands of windows glowing with lantern light, torches at balconies, terraces, and entrances, while behind the Drupung and above it, with gold roofs touching the ceiling of boiling clouds, rises Potala, the Winter Palace of the Dalai Lama, ablaze with light, and backlighted even in the stormy darkness by the lightning-lit peaks of the Koko Nor. The aides and fellow travelers turn back here, and only we invited pilgrims press on into the Forbidden City. The highway now flattens and broadens to a true highway, an avenue 50 meters wide, paved with gold stones, lined with torches, and surrounded by countless temples, chortens, lesser gompas, outbuildings for the imposing monastery, and military guard posts. The rain has stopped, but the avenue glistens goldly, while hundreds upon hundreds of brightly garbed pilgrims and residents of the Forbidden City bustle to and fro in front of the huge walls and gates of the Drupung and the Potala. Monks in saffron robes move in small, silent groups. Palace officials in brilliant red and rich purple gowns and yellow hats looking like inverted saucers walk purposefully past soldiers in blue uniforms with black and white striped pikes. Official messengers jogged by in skin-tight outfits of orange and red, or gold and blue. Women of the court glide across the gold stones in long silk dresses of sky blue, deep lapis lazuli, and daring cobalt, their trains making soft slithering sounds on the wet pavement. Priests from the Red Hat sect are instantly recognizable with their inverted saucer hats of crimson silk and crimson fringe, while the Drungpas, the wooded valley people, stride by with woolly hats of zygote fur, their costumes adorned with brilliant white, red, tan, and gold feathers, carrying their great gold ceremonial swords tucked into their sashes. Finally, the common folk of the Forbidden City are little less colorful than the high officials, the cooks and gardeners and servants and tutors and masons and personal valets, all bedecked in silk chubas of green and blue or gold and orange, those who work in the Dalai Lama's quarters of the Winter Palace, several thousand strong, glimpsed in the crimson and gold, everyone wearing the zygote-banded silk hats with stiff brims some 50 centimeters broad, to preserve their pale palace complexions on sunny days, and to ward off the rain during monsoon season. Our wet band of pilgrims seems dull and shabby in these surroundings, but I have little thought of our own appearance as we pass through a 60-meter-tall gate in one of the outer walls of the Drupung Monastery and begin to cross the Ki Chu Bridge. This bridge is 20 meters wide, 115 meters long, and made of the most modern carbon plasteel. It shines like black chrome. Beneath it is nothing. The bridge spans a terminal fissure in the ridgeline and drops thousands of meters to the phosgene clouds below. On the east side, the side from which we approach, the structures of the Drupung rise 2 or 3 kilometers above us, flat walls and glowing windows, and the air above us laced with spiderweb upon spiderweb of official cable shortcuts between the monastery and the palace proper. On the west side, ahead of us, the Potala rises more than 6 kilometers on the cliff faces, its thousands of stone facets and hundreds of gold roofs reflecting the flickering lightning from the low clouds above it. In case of attack, the Ki Chu Bridge can retract into the western cliff in less than 30 seconds, leaving no stairway, foothold, ledge, or window for half a kilometer of vertical stone to the first ramparts above. The bridge does not retract as we cross it. The sides are lined with troopers in ceremonial garb, each carrying a deadly serious pike or energy rifle. At the far end of the Ki Chu, we pause at the Pargo Kaling, the western gate, an ornate arch 85 meters tall. Light glows from within the giant arch, breaking out through 1,000 intricate designs, the brightest glow coming from the 2 great eyes, each more than 10 meters across, that stare unblinkingly across the Ki Chu and the Drupung to the east. We each pause as we pass under the Pargo Kaling. Our first step beyond it will bring us onto the grounds of the Winter Palace itself, although the actual doorway is still some 30 paces ahead of us. Inside that doorway are the 1,000 steps that will take us up to the palace proper. Ania has told me that the pilgrims have come from all over Tian Shan by walking on their knees, or in some cases by prostrating themselves at every step, literally measuring the hundreds of thousands of kilometers with their bodies, just to be allowed to pass under the western gate and to touch this last section of Ki Chu Bridge with their fords out of homage to the Dalai Lama. Ania and I step across together, glancing at one another. After presenting our invitations to the guards and officials within the main entrance portal, we ascend the 1,000 stairs. I am amazed to find that the stairway is an escalator, although Tromo Trochi of Domu whispers that it is often left unactivated to allow the faithful a final exertion before being allowed into the upper reaches of the palace. Above, on the first public levels, there is another flurry of invitation checking, servants divesting us of our wet outer robes, and other servants escorting us to rooms in which we might bathe and change. Lord Chamberlain Charles Chikiop Kempo is entitled to a small suite of rooms on the 78th level of the palace. and after what seems like farther kilometers of walking down outside halls, the windows to our right showing the red rooftops of the Drupung Monastery flickering and gleaming in the stormlight, we are greeted by more servants given over to our bidding. Each of our party has at least a curtained alcove in which we will sleep after the formal reception, and adjoining bathrooms offer hot water, baths, and modern sonic showers. I follow Ania and smile at her when she winks on her way out of the steamy room. I had no truly formal clothes at the temple hanging in air, nor any in the ship currently hiding on the third moon for that matter, but Lomo Dondrub and some of the others roughly my size have fitted me out for tonight's honor. Black trousers and highly polished high black boots, a white silk shirt under a gold vest with a red and black X-shaped wool overvest, tied together at the waist with a crimson silk sash. The formal evening cape is made of the finest warrior silk from the western reaches of Mustagata, and is mostly black, but with intricate border designs of red, gold, silver, and yellow. It is Lomo's second-best cape, and he made it quite clear that he would toss me from the highest platform if I stained, tore, or lost it. Lomo is a pleasant, easy-going man, almost unheard of in a lone flyer, I am told, but I think he was not kidding about this. Abetic loaned me the requisite silver bracelets for the reception, these purchased by him on a whim in the beautiful markets of Shi Wang Mu. Over my shoulders I place the feather and zygote wool red hood, loaned to me by Jigme Norbu, who has waited his entire life in vain for an invitation to the Winter Palace. Around my neck is a jade and silver-linked Middle Kingdom formal talisman, courtesy of Master Carpenter and friend Changchi Kenchung, who told me this morning that he has been to 3 receptions at the palace, and has been bored witless each time. Servants in gold silk come to our chambers to announce that it is time for us to congregate in the main reception hall next to the throne room. The outside corridors are filled with hundreds of guests moving along the tiled halls. Silk is rustling, jewelry rattles, and the air is filled with the clash of perfume and cologne and soap and leather. Ahead of us, I get a glimpse of the ancient Dorja Famo, the Thunderbolt Sow herself, being helped along by 2 of her 9 female priests, all of them in elegant saffron gowns. The Sow wears no jewelry, but her white hair is tied and ribboned in elaborate mounds and beautiful braids. Ania's gown is simple but breathtaking, a deep blue silk with a cobalt hood covering her otherwise bare shoulders, 1 Middle Kingdom talisman of silver and jade dropping to her bosom, and a silver comb pinned in her hair, holding a thin half-veil in place. Many of the women in view are veiled for modesty tonight, and I realize how cleverly this disguises my friend's appearance. She takes my arm, and we move in procession down the endless corridors, turning right and gliding up spiral escalators toward the Dalai Lama's levels. I lean close and whisper against her veiled ear, "Nervous?" I see the glint of her smile beneath the veil, and she squeezes my hand. Persisting, I whisper, "Kiddo, you sometimes see the future. I know you do. So, do we get out of this alive tonight?" I bend over as she leans close to whisper back, "Only a few things in anyone's future are set, Rawl. Most things are as liquid as—" She gestures toward a swirling fountain that we pass and spiral above. "But I see no reason to worry, do you? There are thousands of guests here tonight. The Dalai Lama can greet only a few in person. His guests, the Pax, whoever they will be, have no reason to think that we are here." I nod, but am not convinced. Suddenly, Lobsang Samten, the Dalai Lama's brother, comes racketing down the ascending escalator in violation of all protocol. The monk is grinning and bubbling over with enthusiasm. He addresses our group, but hundreds on the rising staircase lean to listen in. "The guests from space are very important," he says enthusiastically. "I have been talking to our tutor, who is the assistant to the second in command to the Minister of Protocol. These are not just missionaries whom we greet tonight." "No," says the Lord Chamberlain Charles Cheek ap Kempo, resplendent in his many layers of red and gold silk. "No," grins Lobsang Somten. "It is a cardinal of the Pax Church, a very important cardinal, with several of his top people." I feel my stomach churn, and then drop into free fall. "Which cardinal?" says Ania. Her voice seems calm and interested. We are approaching the top of the spiral staircase ride, and the sound of hundreds or thousands of softly murmuring guests fills the air. Lobsang Somten straightens his formal monk's robe. "A Cardinal Mustafa," he says brightly. "Someone very close to the Pax Pope, I think. The Pax honors my brother by sending him as ambassador." I feel Ania's hand close on my arm, but I cannot see her expression clearly through the veil. "And several other important Pax guests," continues the monk, turning as we approach the reception level, "including some strange Pax women. Military types, I think." "Did you get their names?" asks Ania. "One of them," says Lobsang, "General Nemes. She is very pale." The Dalai Lama's brother turns his wide, sincere smile on Ania. "The Cardinal has asked to meet you specifically, M. Ania. You and your escort, M. Endymion. The Protocol Minister was very surprised, but has arranged for a private reception for you with the Pax people and the Regent, and, of course, my brother, His Holiness the Dalai Lama." Our ascent ends. The staircase slides into the marble floor. With Ania on my arm, I step out into the noise and tightly controlled chaos of the main reception hall. 19. The Dalai Lama is only 8 standard years old. I had known that. Ania and Abetic and Theo and Rachel have all mentioned it more than once. But I am still surprised when I see the child sitting on his high cushioned throne. There must be 3,000 or 4,000 people in the immense reception room. Several broad escalators disgorge guests simultaneously into an antechamber the size of a spacecraft hangar. Gold pillars rising to a frescoed ceiling 20 meters above us, blue and white tiles underfoot with elaborate inset images from the Bardo Todrul, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, as well as illustrations of the vast seed-ship migration of the Buddhist Old Earth emigres. Huge gold arches under which we pass to enter the reception room, and the reception room is larger still, its ceiling one giant skylight, through which the broiling clouds and flickering lightning and lantern-lit mountainside are quite visible. The 3,000 or 4,000 guests are brilliant in their finery. Flowing silk, sculpted linen, draped and dyed wool, profusions of red, black, and white feathers, elaborate hairdos, subtle but beautifully formed bracelets, necklaces, anklets, earrings, tiaras, and belts of silver, amethyst, gold, jade, lapis lazuli, and a score of other precious metals. And scattered among all this elegance and finery are scores of monks and abbots in their simple robes of orange, gold, yellow, saffron, and red, their closely shaved heads gleaming in the light from 100 flickering tripod braziers. Yet the room is so large that these few thousand people do not come close to filling it up. The parquet floors gleam in the firelight, and there is a 20-meter space between the first fringes of the crowd and the golden throne. Small horns blow as the lines of guests step from the escalator staircases to the anteroom tiles. The trumpets are of brass and bone, and the line of monks blowing them runs from the stairs to the entrance arches, more than 60 meters of constant noise. The hundreds of horns hold one note for minutes on end, and then shift to another low note without signal from trumpeter to trumpeter as we enter the main reception hall, the antechamber acting as a giant echo chamber behind us. These low notes are taken up and amplified by 24-meter-long horns on either side of our procession. The monks who blow these monstrous instruments stand in small alcoves in the walls, resting the giant horns on stands set on the parquet floors, the bell horn ends curling up like meter-wide lotus blossoms. Added to this constant low series of notes, rather like an ocean-going ship's foghorn wrapped within a glacier's rumble, are the reverberations of a huge gong, at least 5 meters across, being struck at precise intervals. The air smells of incense from the braziers, and the slightest veil of fragrant smoke moves above the jeweled and coiffed heads of the guests, and seems to shimmer and shift with the rise and fall of the notes from the trumpets and horns and gong. All faces are turned toward the Dalai Lama, his immediate retinue, and his guests. I take Ania's hand, and we move to our right, staying far back from the throne and its surrounding dais. Constellations of important guests move nervously between us and the distant throne. Suddenly, the deep horn notes cease. The gong's final vibrations echo and fall away. All of the guests are present. The huge doors behind us are pushed shut by straining servants. Across the giant echoing space, I can hear the crackling of flames in the countless braziers. Rain suddenly beats at the crystal skylight far above us. The Dalai Lama is smiling slightly as he sits cross-legged on multiple silk cushions atop a platform that brings him to eye level with his standing guests. The boy's head is bare and shaven, and he wears a simple red lama's robe. To his right, and lower on a throne of his own, sits the regent who will rule in consultation with other high priests until His Holiness the Dalai Lama comes of age at 18 standard years. Ania has told me about this regent, a man named Reting Tokra, who is said to be the literal incarnation of cunning. But all I can see from my distant vantage point now is the usual red robe and a narrow, pinched brown face with its slitted eyes and tiny mustache. To the left of His Holiness the Dalai Lama is the Lord Chamberlain, Abbot of Abbots. This man is quite old and smiling broadly at the phalanxes of guests. To his left is the State Oracle, a thin young woman with severely cropped hair and a yellow linen shirt under her red robe. Ania has explained that it is the State Oracle's job to predict the future while in a deep trance. To the left of the State Oracle, their faces largely blocked from my view by the gilded pillars of the Dalai Lama's throne, stand 5 emissaries from the Pax. I can make out a short man in cardinal's red, 3 forms in black cassocks, and at least 1 military uniform. To the right of the regent's throne stands the chief crier and head of His Holiness's security, the legendary Carl Linga William Ihegi, Zen archer, watercolorist, karate master, philosopher, former flyer, and flower arranger. Ihegi looks to be built of coiled steel wrapped about with pure muscle, as he strides forward and fills the immense hall with his voice. Honored guests, visitors from beyond our world, Dukpas, Drukpas, Drungpas, those from the highest ridges, the noble fissures, and the wooded valley slopes, Zasas, honored officials, the red hats and the yellow hats, monks, abbots, Getzel novices, Kosas of the 4th rank and higher, blessed ones who wear the Su-gi, wives and husbands of those so honored, seekers of enlightenment. It is my pleasure to welcome you here tonight on behalf of His Holiness Getswang Ngwang Lobsong Tengen Gyapso Sisung Wangyur Tsungpa Mapai Depal Sangpo. The Holy One, the gentle glory, powerful in speech, pure in mind, of divine wisdom, holding the faith ocean-wide. The small brass and bone trumpets blow high, clear notes. The great horns bellow like dinosaurs. The gong sends vibrations through our bones and teeth. Chief Crier Ihegi steps back. His Holiness the Dalai Lama speaks. his child's voice soft but clear and firm across the great space. "Thank you all for coming this night. We shall greet our new friends from the Pax in more intimate circumstances. Many of you have requested to see me. You shall receive my blessing in private audience tonight. I have requested to speak with some of you. You shall meet me in private audience tonight. Our friends from the Pax will speak with many of you this evening and in the days to come. In speaking to them, please remember that these are our brothers and sisters in the Dharma, in the quest for enlightenment. Please remember that our breath is their breath, and that all of our breath is the breath of Buddha. Thank you. Please enjoy our celebration this night." And with that, the dais, throne and all, slides silently back through the opening wall, is hidden by a sliding curtain, then by another curtain, and then by the wall itself, and the thousands in the main reception hall let out a breath as one. The evening was, as I remember, a nearly surreal combination of a gala ball swirling around a formal papal reception. I had never seen a papal reception, of course. The mystery cardinal on the now curtained dais was the highest official of the Church encountered in my experience. But the excitement of those being received by the Dalai Lama must have been similar to a Christian meeting the Pope, and the pomp and circumstance surrounding their presentation was impressive. Soldier monks in red robes and red or yellow hats escorted the lucky few through the tented curtains, and then through more curtains, and finally through the door in the wall to the Dalai Lama's presence, while the rest of us moved and mixed across the torchlit parquet floor, or browsed the long tables of excellent food, or even danced to the music of a small band. No brass and bone trumpets or 4-meter horns there. I admit that I asked Ania if she would like to dance, but she smiled, shook her head, and led our group to the nearest banquet table. Soon we were engaged in conversation with the Dorje Famo and some of her female priests. Knowing that I might be committing a faux pas, I nonetheless asked the beautiful old woman why she was called the Thunderbolt Sow. As we munched on fried balls of tsapa and drank delicious tea, the Dorje Famo laughed and told us the story. On old Earth, the first such abbess of an all-male Tibetan Buddhist monastery had gained the reputation of being the reincarnation of the original Thunderbolt Sow, a demi-goddess of frightening power. That first Dorje Famo abbess was said to have transformed not only herself, but all of the lamas in her monastery into pigs to frighten away enemy soldiers. When I asked this last reincarnation of the Thunderbolt Sow if she had retained the power of transforming into a sow, the elegant old woman lifted her head and said firmly, "If that would frighten away these current invaders, I would do so in an instant." In the 3 hours or so during which Ania and I mixed and chatted and listened to music and watched the lightning through the grand skylight, this was the only negative thing we heard spoken aloud about the Pax emissaries, although under the silk finery and gala gaiety there seemed to be an undercurrent of anxiety to the evening. This seemed natural, since the world of Tian Shan had been, except for the occasional free trader's dropship, isolated from the Pax and the rest of post-hegemonic humanity for almost 3 centuries. The evening was growing late, and I was becoming convinced that Lobsang Samten's statement that the Dalai Lama and his Pax guests had wished to see us was erroneous, when suddenly several palace officiaries in great curved red and yellow hats, looking rather like illustrations I had seen of ancient Greek helmets, sought us out and asked that we accompany them to the Dalai Lama's presence. I looked at my friend, ready to bolt with her and cover our retreat if she showed even a hint of fear or reticence, but Ania simply nodded in compliance and took my arm. The sea of party-goers made way for us as we crossed the vast space behind the officials, the 2 of us walking slowly, arm in arm, as if I were her father giving her away in a traditional church wedding, or as if we had always been a couple ourselves. In my pocket was the flashlight laser and the disk-key journal comm unit. The laser would be worth little if the Pax was determined to seize us, but I had decided to call the ship if the worst happened. Rather than allow Ania to be captured, I would bring the ship down on blazing reaction thrusters right through that lovely skylight. We passed through the outer curtain and entered a canopied space where the sounds of the band and merrymaking were still quite audible. Here, several Red Hat officials asked us to extend our arms with our palms upward. When we did so, they set a white silk scarf in our hands, the ends hanging down. We were waved forward through the second curtain. Here, the Lord Chamberlain greeted us with a bow, Ania responding with a graceful curtsy, me with an awkward bow in return, and led us through the door into the small room where the Dalai Lama waited with his guests. This private room was like an extension of the young Dalai Lama's throne. Gold and gilt and silk brocade, and wildly ornate tapestries with reversed swastikas embroidered everywhere, amid images of opening flowers and curling dragons and spinning mandalas. The doors closed behind us, and the sounds of the party would have been shut out completely, except for the audio pickups of 3 video monitors set in the wall to our left. Real-time video of the party was being fed in from different locations around the main reception hall, and the boy on the throne and his guests were watching it raptly. We paused until the Lord Chamberlain gestured us forward again. He whispered to us as we approached the throne, and the Dalai Lama turned in our direction. "It is not necessary to bow until His Holiness raises his hand. Then please bow forward until after he releases his touch." We paused 3 paces from the raised throne platform with its shimmering quilts and draped cushions. Carl Linga William Ihaji, the chief crier, said in soft but resonant tones, "Your Holiness, the architect in charge of construction at Xuankung Su, and her assistant." Her assistant? I moved forward a step behind Ania, confused but grateful that the crier had not announced our names. I could see the 5 Pax figures out of the corner of my eye, but protocol demanded that I keep my gaze directed toward the Dalai Lama, but lowered. Ania stopped at the edge of the high throne platform, her arms still held in front of her, the scarf taut between her hands. The Lord Chamberlain set several objects on the scarf, and the boy reached forward and whisked them off quickly, setting them to his right on the platform. When the objects were gone, a servant stepped forward and took away the white scarf. Ania put her hands together as if in prayer and bowed forward. The boy's smile was gentle as he leaned forward and touched my friend, my beloved, on the head, setting his fingers like a crown on her brown hair. I realized that it was a blessing. When he removed his fingers, he lifted a red scarf from a stack by his side and set it in Ania's left hand. Then he took her right hand and shook it, his smile broadening. The Lord Chamberlain gestured for Ania to stand in front of the regent's lower throne as I stepped forward and went through the same quick ceremony with the Dalai Lama. I just had time to notice that the objects set in the white scarf by the Lord Chamberlain and whisked away by the Dalai Lama included a small gold relief in the shape of 3 mountains, representing the world of Tian Shan, Ania later explained, an image of a human body, a stylized book representing speech, and a chorten or temple shape representing the mind. The appearing and disappearing act was over before I had time to pay more attention to it, and then the red scarf was in one hand while the boy's tiny hand was in my large one. His handshake was surprisingly firm. My gaze was lowered, but I could still make out his broad smile. I stepped back next to Ania. The same ceremony was quickly performed with the regent, white scarf, symbolic objects placed and removed, red scarf. But the regent did not shake hands with either of us. When we had received the regent's blessing, the Lord Chamberlain gestured for us to raise our heads and gazes. I almost made a grab for the flashlight laser and started firing wildly. Besides the Dalai Lama, his monk servants, the Lord Chamberlain, the Regent, the State Oracle, the Crier, the Short Cardinal, the 3 men in black cassocks, there was a woman in a black and red Pax Fleet uniform. She had just stepped around a tall priest, so we could see her face for the first time. Her dark eyes were fixed on Ania. The woman's hair was short and hung over her pale forehead in limp bangs. Her skin was sallow. Her gaze was reptilian, simultaneously remote and rapt. It was the thing that had tried to kill Ania, Abetic, and me on God's Grove, some 5 of my years, more than 10 of Ania's ago. It was the inhuman killing device that had defeated the Shrike, and would have carried Ania's head away in a bag had it not been for the intervention of Father Captain de Soya in his orbiting spacecraft. He had used the full fusion power of the ship to lance the monster downward into a cauldron of bubbling molten rock. And here it was again, its black inhuman eyes fixed on Ania's face. It had obviously sought her across the years and light years, and now it had her. It had us. My heart was pounding, and my legs felt suddenly weak. But through the shock, my mind was working like an AI. The flashlight laser was tucked in a pocket in the right side of my cape. The comm unit was in my left trouser pocket. With my right hand, I would flash the cutting beam into the woman-thing's eyes, then flick the selector to broad and blind the Pax priests. With my left hand, I would trigger the squirt command to send the pre-recorded message via tight beam to the ship. But even if the ship responded immediately and was not intercepted by a Pax warship on its flight, it would be several minutes before it could descend through the palace skylight. We would be dead by then. And I knew the speed of this thing. It simply had disappeared when it fought the Shrike, a chrome blur. I would never get the flashlight laser or comm unit out of my pockets. We would be dead before my hand made it halfway to the weapon. I froze, realizing that although Ania must have recognized the woman at once, she had not reacted with the shock I felt. To outward appearances, she had not reacted at all. Her smile remained, her gaze had passed over the Pax visitors, including the monster, and then returned to the boy on the throne. It was Regent Ratting Tok'ra who spoke first. "Our guests asked for this audience. They heard from His Holiness of the reconstruction going on at the temple hanging in air, and wished to meet the young woman who had designed the construction." The regent's voice was as pinched and ungiving as his appearance. The Dalai Lama spoke then, and his boy's voice was soft, but as generous as the regent's had been guarded. "My friends," he said, gesturing toward Ania and me, "may I introduce our distinguished visitors from the Pax? John Domenico Cardinal Mustafa of the Catholic Church's Holy Office, Archbishop Jean-Daniel Breck of the Papal Diplomatic Corps, Father Martin Farrell, Father Gérard Leblanc, and Commander Radamonth Nemes of the Noble Guard." We nodded. The Pax dignitaries, including the monster, nodded. If there was a breach of protocol by His Holiness the Dalai Lama doing the introductions, no one seemed to notice. John Domenico Cardinal Mustafa said in a silken voice, "Thank you, Your Holiness, but you have introduced these exceptional people only as the architect and her assistant." The cardinal smiled at us, showing small, sharp teeth. "You have names, perhaps?" My pulse was racing. The fingers of my right hand twitched at the thought of the flashlight laser. Ania was still smiling, but showed no sign of answering the cardinal. My mind galloped to come up with aliases. But why? Certainly they knew who we were. All this was a trap. The Nemes thing would never let us leave this throne room, or would be waiting for us when we did. Surprisingly, it was the boy Dalai Lama who spoke again. I would be pleased to complete my introductions, Your Eminence. Our esteemed architect is called Ananda, and her assistant, one of many skilled assistants, I am told, is called Subhada. I admit that I blinked at this. Had someone told the Dalai Lama these names? Ania had told me that Ananda had been the Buddha's foremost disciple and a teacher in his own right. Subhada had been a wandering ascetic who had become the Buddha's last direct disciple, becoming a follower after meeting him just hours before he died. She also told me that the Dalai Lama had come up with these names for our introduction, apparently appreciating the irony in them. I failed to see the humor. "M. Ananda," said Cardinal Mustafa, bowing slightly. "M. Subhada?" He looked us over. "You will pardon my bluntness and ignorance, M. Ananda, but you seem of a different racial stock than most of the people we have met in the Potala or the surrounding areas of Tian Shan." Ania nodded. "One must be careful in making generalizations, Your Eminence. There are areas of this world settled by seed ship colonists from many of old Earth's regions." "Of course," purred Cardinal Mustafa. "And I must say that your web English is very unaccented. May I inquire as to which region of Tian Shan you and your assistant call home?" "Of course," responded Ania in as smooth a voice as the Cardinal's. "I came into the world in a region of ridges beyond Mount Moriah and Mount Zion, north and west of Mustagata." The Cardinal nodded judiciously. I noticed then that his collar, what Ania later said was called his Rabbi, R-A-B-A-T, or Rabbi, R-A-B-B-I, in church terminology, was of a scarlet-watered silk, the same color as his red cassock and skull-cap. "Are you, perchance," he continued smoothly, "of the Hebrew or Muslim faiths which our hosts have told us prevail in those regions?" "I am of no faith," said Ania, "if one defines faith as belief in the supernatural." The Cardinal's eyebrows lifted slightly. The man called Father Farrell glanced at his boss. Rhadamanth Nemesis' terrible gaze never wavered. "Yet you labor to build a temple to Buddhist beliefs," said Cardinal Mustafa pleasantly enough. "I was hired to reconstruct a beautiful complex," said Ania. "I am proud to have been chosen to this task." "Despite your lack of, belief in the supernatural," said Mustafa. I could hear the inquisition in his voice. Even on the rural moors of Hyperion we had heard of the Holy Office. "Perhaps because of it, Your Eminence," said Ania, "and because of the trust in my own human abilities and those of my co-workers." "So the task is its own justification?" pressed the Cardinal, "even if it has no deeper significance?" "Perhaps a task well done is the deeper significance," said Ania. Cardinal Mustafa chuckled. It was not an altogether pleasant sound. "Well said, young lady, well said." Father Farrell cleared his throat. "The region beyond Mount Zion," he said musingly, "we noticed during our orbital survey that there was a single Farcaster portal set onto a ridgeline in that area. We had thought that Tian Shan had never been a part of the web, but our records showed that the portal was completed very shortly before the fall." "But never used," exclaimed the young Dalai Lama, lifting one slim finger. "No one ever traveled to or from the mountains of heaven via the hegemony Farcaster." "Indeed," said Cardinal Mustafa softly. "Well, we assumed as much. But I must tender our apologies, Your Holiness. In our ship's zeal to probe the structure of the old Farcaster portal from orbit, it accidentally melted the surrounding rocks onto it. The doorway is sealed forever under rock, I am afraid." I glanced at Rhadamanth Nemes when this was said. She did not blink. I had not seen her blink. Her gaze was riveted to Ania. The Dalai Lama swept his hand in a dismissive gesture. "It does not matter, Your Eminence. We have no use for a Farcaster portal which was never used, unless your Pax has found a way to reactivate the Farcasters." He laughed at the idea. It was a pleasant, boyish laugh, but sharp with intelligence. "No, Your Holiness," said Cardinal Mustafa, smiling. "Even the Church has not found a way to reactivate the web, and it is almost certainly best that we never do." My attention was quickly turning to a sort of nausea. This ugly little man in cardinal red was telling Ania that he knew how she had arrived on Tian Shan, and that she could not escape that way. I glanced at my friend, but she seemed placid and only mildly interested in the conversation. Could there be a second Farcaster portal of which the Pax knew nothing? At least this explained why we were still alive. The Pax had sealed Ania's mousehole, and had a cat or several cats in the form of their diplomatic ship in orbit, and undoubtedly more warships hidden elsewhere in system waiting for her. If I had arrived a few months later, they would have seized or destroyed our ship and still had Ania where they wanted her. But why wait? And why this game? "We would be very interested in seeing your, what is it called, temple hanging in air? It sounds fascinating," Archbishop Breck was saying. Regent Tok'ra was frowning. "It may be difficult to arrange, Your Excellency," he said. "The monsoons are approaching. The cableways will be very dangerous, and even the highway is hazardous during the winter storms." "Nonsense!" cried the Dalai Lama, ignoring the scowl the thin-faced regent had turned in his direction. "We will be happy to help arrange such an expedition," continued the boy. "You must by all means see Xuan Kung Su, and all of the Middle Kingdom, even to the Tai Shan, the Great Peak, where the 27,000-step stairway rises to the temple to the Jade Emperor and the Princess of the Azure Clouds." "Your Holiness," murmured the Lord Chamberlain, his head bowed, but only after exchanging a parental glance with the regent, "I should remind you that the Great Peak of the Middle Kingdom can be reached by cableway only in the spring months because of the high tide of the poisonous clouds. For the next 7 months, Taishan is inaccessible to the rest of the Middle Kingdom and the world." The Dalai Lama's boyish smile disappeared. Not, I thought, out of petulance, but from displeasure at being patronized. When he spoke next, his voice had the sharp edge of command to it. I did not know many children, but I had known more than a few military officers, and if my experience was any guide, this boy would become a formidable man and commander. "Lord Chamberlain," said the Dalai Lama, "I of course know of the closure of the cableway. Everyone knows of the closure of the cableway. But I also know that every winter season a few intrepid flyers make the flight from Sung Shan to the Great Peak. How else would we share our formal edicts with our friends among the faithful on Tai Shan? And some of the peril wings can accommodate more than one flyer. Passengers even, yes?" The Lord Chamberlain was bowing so low that I was afraid that his forehead was going to scrape the formal tiles. His voice quavered. Yes, of course, Your Holiness, of course. I knew that you knew this, my lord, Your Holiness. I only meant to say—" Regent Tok'ra said sharply, "I am sure that what the Lord Chamberlain meant to say, Your Holiness, is that although a few flyers make the voyage each year, many more die in the attempt. We would not want to put our honored guests in any danger." The Dalai Lama's smile returned, but it was something older and more cunning, almost mocking, than the boy's smile of a few minutes earlier. He spoke to Cardinal Mustafa. "You are not afraid of dying, are you, Your Eminence? That is the entire purpose of your visit here, is it not? To show us the wonders of your Christian resurrection?" "Not the sole purpose, Your Holiness," murmured the Cardinal. "We come primarily to share the joyous news of Christ with those who wish to hear it, and also to discuss the possible trade relations with your beautiful world." The cardinal returned the boy's smile. "And although the cross and the sacrament of resurrection are direct gifts from God, Your Holiness, it is a sad requirement that some portion of the body or the cruciform must be recovered for that sacrament to be given. I understand that no one returns from your sea of clouds?" "No one," agreed the boy, with his smile widening. Cardinal Mustafa made a gesture with his hands. "Then perhaps we will limit our visit to the temple hanging in air and other accessible destinations," he said. There was a silence, and I looked at Ania again, thinking that we were about to be dismissed, wondering what the signal would be, thinking that the Lord Chamberlain would lead us out, feeling my arms go to goosebumps at the intensity of the Nemes thing's hungry gaze aimed at Ania, when suddenly Archbishop Jean-Daniel Breck broke the silence. "I have been discussing with His Highness Regent Tokra," he said to us, as if we might settle some argument between them, "how amazingly similar our miracle of resurrection is to the age-old Buddhist belief in reincarnation." "Ah," said the boy on the golden throne, his face brightening as if someone had brought up a subject of interest to him. "But not all Buddhists believe in reincarnation. Even before the migration to Tian Shan and the great changes in philosophy which have evolved here, not all Buddhist sects accepted the concept of rebirth. We know for a fact that the Buddha refused to speculate with his disciples on whether there was such a thing as life after death. Such questions, he said, are not relevant to the practice of the path, and cannot be answered while bound by the restraints of human existence. Most of Buddhism, you see, gentlemen, can be explored, appreciated, and utilized as a tool toward enlightenment without descending into the supernatural." The Archbishop looked nonplussed, but Cardinal Mustafa said quickly, "Yet did not your Buddha say, and I believe that one of your scriptures holds these as his words, Your Holiness, but correct me immediately if I am wrong, there is an unborn, an unoriginated, an unmade, an uncompounded. Were there not, there would be no escape from the world of the born, the originated, the made, and the compounded." The boy's smile did not waver. "Indeed he did, Your Eminence. Very good. But are there not elements, as yet not completely understood, within our physical universe, bound by the laws of our physical universe, which might be described as unborn, unoriginated, unmade, and uncompounded?" "None that I know of, Your Holiness," said Cardinal Mustafa, affably enough. "But then I am not a scientist, only a poor priest." Despite this diplomatic finesse, the boy on the throne seemed intent on pursuing the subject. "As we have previously discussed, Cardinal Mustafa, our form of Buddhism has evolved since we landed on this mountain world. Now it is very much filled with the spirit of Zen, and one of the great Zen masters of old Earth, the poet William Blake, once said, 'Eternity is in love with the productions of time.'" Cardinal Mustafa's fixed smile showed his lack of understanding. The Dalai Lama was no longer smiling. The boy's expression was pleasant, but serious. "Do you think, perhaps, that M. Blake meant that time without ending is worthless time, Cardinal Mustafa? That any being freed from mortality, even God, might envy the children of slow time?" The cardinal nodded, but showed no agreement. "Your Holiness, I cannot see how God could envy poor mortal humankind. Certainly God is not capable of envy." The boy's nearly invisible eyebrows shot up. "Yet is not your Christian God, by definition, omnipotent? Certainly it must be capable of envy." "Ah, a paradox meant for children, Your Holiness. I confess I am trained in neither logical apologetics nor metaphysics. But as a prince of Christ's Church, I know from my catechism and in my soul that God is not capable of envy, especially not envy of his flawed creations." "Flawed?" said the boy. Cardinal Mustafa smiled condescendingly, his tone that of a learned priest speaking to a child. "Humanity is flawed because of its propensity for sin," he said softly. "Our Lord could not be envious of a being capable of sin." The Dalai Lama nodded slowly. "One of our Zen masters, a man named Ikkyu, once wrote a poem to that effect. All the sins committed in the three worlds will fade and disappear together with myself." Cardinal Mustafa waited a moment, but when no more poem was forthcoming, he said, "Which three worlds was he speaking of, Your Holiness?" "This was before space flight," said the boy, shifting slightly on his cushioned throne. "The three worlds are the past, present, and future." "Very nice," said the cardinal from the Holy Office. Behind him, his aide, Father Pharaoh, was staring at the boy with something like cold distaste. "But we Christians do not believe that sin, or the effects of sin, or the accountability for sin, for that matter, end with one's life, Your Holiness." "Precisely," the boy smiled. "It is for this reason that I am curious why you extend life so artificially through your cruciform creature," he said. "We feel that the slate is washed clean with death. You feel that it brings judgment. Why defer this judgment?" "We view the cruciform as a sacrament given to us by our Lord Jesus Christ," Cardinal Mustafa said softly. "This judgment was first deferred by our Savior's sacrifice on the cross, God Himself accepting the punishment for our sins, allowing us the option of everlasting life in heaven if we so choose it. The cruciform is another gift from our Savior, perhaps allowing us time to set our houses in order before that final judgment." "Ah, yes," sighed the boy, "but perhaps Ikkyu meant that there are no sinners, that there is no sin, that our lives do not belong to us." "Precisely, Your Holiness," interrupted Cardinal Mustafa, as if praising a slow learner. I saw the regent, the Lord Chamberlain, and others around the throne wince at this interruption. "Our lives do not belong to us, but to our Lord and Savior, and to serve Him, to our Holy Mother Church." "Do not belong to us, but belong to the universe," continued the boy, "and that our deeds, good and bad, also are property of the universe." Cardinal Mustafa frowned. "A pretty phrase, Your Holiness, but perhaps too abstract. Without God, the universe can only be a machine, unthinking, uncaring, unfeeling." "Why?" said the boy. "I beg your pardon, Your Holiness. Why must the universe be unthinking, uncaring, unfeeling, without your definition of a God?" the child said softly. He closed his eyes. "The morning dew flees away and is no more. Who may remain in this world of ours?" Cardinal Mustafa steepled his fingers and touched his lips as if in prayer or mild frustration. "Very nice, Your Holiness. Ikkyu again?" The Dalai Lama grinned broadly. "No, me. I write a little Zen poetry when I can't sleep." The priests chuckled. The Nemes creature stared at Ania. Cardinal Mustafa turned toward my friend. "M. Ananda," he said, "do you have an opinion on these weighty matters?" For a second I did not know whom he was addressing, but then I remembered the Dalai Lama's introduction of Ania as Ananda, foremost disciple of the Buddha. "I know another little verse by Ikkyu which expresses my opinion," she said. "More frail and illusory than numbers written on water, our seeking from the Buddha felicity in the afterworld." Archbishop Breck cleared his throat and joined in the conversation. "That seems clear enough, young lady. You do not think that God will grant our prayers?" Ania shook her head. "I think that he meant two things, Your Eminence. First, that Buddha will not help us. It isn't in his job definition, so to speak. Secondly, that planning for the afterworld is foolish because we are by nature timeless, eternal, unborn, undying, and omnipotent. The Archbishop's face and neck reddened above his collar. Those adjectives can be applied only to God, M. Ananda. He felt Cardinal Mustafa's glare on him and remembered his place as a diplomat. Or so we believe, he added lamely. For a young person and an architect, you seem to know your Zen and poetry, M. Ananda. Cardinal Mustafa chuckled, obviously trying to lighten the tone. Are there any other EQ poems you feel might be relevant? Ania nodded. We come into this world alone. We depart alone. This also is illusion. I will teach you the way, not to come, not to go. That would be a good trick, said Cardinal Mustafa with false joviality. The Dalai Lama leaned forward. EQ taught us that it is possible to live at least part of our lives in a timeless, spaceless world where there is no birth and death, no coming and going, he said softly. A place where there is no separation in time, no distance in space, no barrier barring us from the ones we love, no glass wall between experience and our hearts. Cardinal Mustafa stared as if speechless. My friend, M. Ananda, also taught me this, said the boy. For a second, the Cardinal's face was twisted by something like a sneer. He turned toward Ania. I would be pleased if the young lady would teach me, teach us all, this clever conjurer's trick, he said sharply. I hope to, said Ania. Radamonth Nemes took a half-step toward my friend. I set my hand in my cape, lightly touching the firing stud of the flashlight laser. The Regent tapped a gong with a cloth-wrapped stick. The Lord Chamberlain hurried forward to escort us out. Ania bowed to the Dalai Lama, and I clumsily did likewise. The audience was over. I danced with Ania in the great echoing reception hall to the music of a 72-piece orchestra, with the lords and ladies, priests and plenipotentiaries of Tian Shan, the mountains of heaven, all watching from the edges of the dance floor, or wheeling around us in shared motion to the music. I remember dancing with Ania, dining again before midnight at the long tables, constantly restocked with food, and then dancing again. I remember holding her tight as we moved together around the dance floor. I do not remember ever having danced before, at least when I was sober, but I danced this night, holding Ania close to me as the torchlight from the crackling braziers dims and the oracle casts skylight shadows across the parquet floors. It is in the wee hours of the morning, and the older guests have retired, all the monks and mayors and elder statesmen, except for the thunderbolt sow, who has laughed and sung and clapped along with the orchestra for every racine quadrille, tapping her slippered feet on the polished floors. And there are only 400 or 500 determined celebrants remaining in the great shadowy space, while the band plays slower and slower pieces, as if their musical mainspring is wearing down. I confess that I would have gone off to bed hours earlier if it were not for Ania. She wants to dance. So dance we do, moving slowly, her small hand in my large one, my other hand flat on her back, feeling her spine and strong muscles under my palm through the thin silk of the dress, her hair against my cheek, her breasts soft against me, the curve of her skull against my neck and chin. She seems slightly sad, but still energetic, still celebrating. Private audiences had ended many hours ago, and word had spread that the Dalai Lama had gone to bed before midnight. But we last celebrants partied on. Lomo Dondrub, our flyer friend, laughing and pouring champagne and rice beer for everyone. Lobsang Samten, the Dalai Lama's little brother, leaping over the ember-filled braziers at some point. the serious Tromo Trochi of Domu suddenly metamorphosing into a magician in one corner, doing tricks with fire and hoops and levitations, and then the Dorja Famo singing one clear, slow a cappella solo in a voice so sweet that it haunts my dreams to this day. And finally the scores of others joining in the oracle song, as the orchestra prepares to wrap up the evening celebration before the pre-dawn begins to fade the night sky. Suddenly the music ends in mid-bar. The dancers stop. Ania and I lurch to a stop and look around. There has been no sign of the Pax guests for hours, but suddenly one of them, Radamonth Nemes, emerges from the shadows of the Dalai Lama's curtained alcove. She has changed her uniform and is now dressed all in red. There are two others with her, and for a moment I think they are the priests, but then I see that the two figures dressed in black are near copies of the Nemes thing. Another woman and a man, both in black combat suits, both with limp black bangs hanging down on pale foreheads, both with eyes of dead amber. The trio moves through the frozen dancers toward Ania and me. Instinctively I put myself between my friend and the things, but the Nemes male and its other sibling begin to move around us, flanking us. I pull Ania close behind me, but she steps to my side. The frozen dancers make no noise. The orchestra remains silent. Even the moonlight seems still to solid shafts in the dusty air. I remove the flashlight laser and hold it at my side. The primary Nemes thing shows small teeth. Cardinal Mustafa steps from the shadows and stands behind her. All four of the Pax creatures hold their gaze on Ania. For a moment I think that the universe has stopped, that the dancers are literally frozen in time and space, that the music hangs above us like icy stalactites, ready to shatter and fall. But then I hear the murmur through the crowd, fearful whispers, a hiss of anxiety. There is no visible threat, only four Pax guests moving out across the ballroom floor with Ania as the locus of their closing circle. But the sense of predators closing on their prey is too strong to ignore, as is the scent of fear through the perfume and powder and cologne. "Why wait?" says Radamonth Nemes, looking at Ania but speaking to someone else. Her siblings, perhaps, or the cardinal. "I think," says Cardinal Mustafa, and freezes. Everyone freezes. The great horns near the entrance arch have blown with the bass rumble of continental crusts shifting. No one is there in the alcoves to blow them. The bone and brass trumpets bracket the endless one-note rumbling of the horns. The great gong vibrates on the bone conduction level. There is a rustle and stifled outcry across the dance floor, in the direction of the escalators, the anteroom, and the curtained entrance arch. The thinning crowds there are parting wider, moving aside like furrowed soil ahead of a steel plow. Something is moving behind the closed curtains of the anteroom. Now something has passed through the curtains, not so much parting them as severing them. Now something is glinting in oracle light, and gliding across the parquet floors, gliding as if floating centimeters above the floor, glinting in the dying light of the moon. Tatters of red curtain hang from an impossibly tall form, 3 meters at least, and there are too many arms emerging from the folds of that crimson robe. It looks as if the hands hold steel blades. The dancers move away more quickly, and there is a general and audible intake of breath. Lightning silently supersedes the moonlight and strobes off-polished floors, eclipsing the oracle with retinal echoes. When the thunder arrives some long seconds later, it is indistinguishable from the low, bone-shaking rumble of the still reverberating horns in the entrance hall. The Shrike glides to a halt, 5 paces from Ania and me, 5 paces from the Nemes thing, 10 paces from each of the Nemes siblings, frozen in their act of circling us, 8 paces from the cardinal. It occurs to me that the Shrike, shrouded in its dangling red curtain tatters, resembles nothing so much as a chrome and bladed caricature of Cardinal Mustafa in his crimson robe. The Nemesis clones, in their black uniforms, look like shadows of stilettos against the walls. Somewhere in one of the shadowed corners of the great reception hall, a tall clock slowly strikes the hour. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is, of course, the number of inhuman killing machines standing before and behind us. It has been more than 4 years since I have seen the Shrike, but its presence is no less terrible, and no more welcome despite its intercession here. The red eyes gleam like lasers under a thin film of water. The chrome steel jaws are parted to show row upon row of razor teeth. The thing's blades, barbs, and cutting edges emerge from the enfolding red curtain robe in scores of places. It does not blink. It does not appear to breathe. Now that the gliding has stopped, it is as motionless as a nightmare sculpture. Rhodomonthe Nemesis is smiling at it. Still holding the silly flashlight laser, I remember the confrontation on God's Grove years ago. The Nemesis thing had gone silver and blurry and simply disappeared, reappearing next to 12-year-old Ania without warning. It had planned to cut off my friend's head and carry it away in a burlap bag, and it would have done so had not the Shrike appeared then. The Nemesis thing could do so now without hope of my reacting in time. These things moved outside of time. I know the agony of a parent watching its child step into the path of a speeding ground car, unable to move in time to protect her. Superimposed on this terror is the pain of a lover unable to protect his beloved. I would die in a second to protect Ania from any of these things, including the Shrike. Indeed, may die in a second, in less than a second. But my death will not protect her. I grind my molars in frustration. Moving only my eyes, afraid that I will precipitate the slaughter if I move a hand or head or muscle, I see that the Shrike is not staring at Ania or the primary Nemesis thing. It is staring directly at John Domenico Cardinal Mustafa. The frog-faced priest must feel the weight of this blood-red gaze, for the cardinal's complexion has gone a pure white above the red of his robe. Ania moves now. Stepping to my left side, she slips her right hand in my empty left one and squeezes my fingers. It is not a child's request for reassurance. It is a signal of reassurance to me. "You know how it will end," she says softly to the cardinal, ignoring the Nemesis things as they coil like cats ready to pounce. The Grand Inquisitor licks his thick lips. "No, I do not." "There are the three of—" "You know how it will end," interrupts Ania, her voice still soft. "You were on Mars." Mars, I think. What the hell does Mars have to do with anything? Lightning flickers again through the skylight, throwing wild shadows. The faces of the hundreds of terror-frozen revelers are like white ovals painted on black velvet around us. I realize in a flash of insight as sudden and illuminating as the lightning that the metaphysical biosphere of this world, Zen-evolved or not, is riddled with Tibetan myth-inspired demons and malevolent spirits, cancerous Nien earth spirits, Sadug lords of the soil who haunt builders who disturb their realms, Sen red spirits who live in rocks, Gyalpo spirits of dead kings who have failed their vows, dead, deadly, dressed all in pale armor, Dud spirits who are so malevolent that they feed only on human flesh and wear black beetle skin, Mamo female deities as ferocious as unseen riptides, Mutrika sorceresses of charnel grounds and cremation platforms, first sensed by a whiff of their carrion breath, Grahas planetary deities that cause epilepsy and other violent thrashing illnesses, Nojin guardians of wealth in the soil, death to diamond miners, and a score more of night things, teethed things, clawed things, and killing things. Lomo and the others have told me the stories well and often. I look at the white faces staring in shock at the Shrike and the Nemesis creatures and think, this night will not be so strange in the telling for these people. The demon cannot vanquish all three of them, says Cardinal Mustafa, saying the word demon aloud even as I think the word. I realize that he is speaking about the Shrike. Ania ignores the comment. It will harvest your cruciform first, she says softly. I cannot stop it from doing that. Cardinal Mustafa's head jerks back as if he has been slapped. His pale countenance grows visibly paler. Taking their cue from Rhadamanth Nemes, the clone siblings coil tighter, as if building energy towards some terrible transformation. Nemes has returned her black gaze to Ania, and the creature is smiling so broadly now that her rearmost teeth are visible. "Stop!" cries Cardinal Mustafa, and his shout echoes from the skylight and floor. The great horns cease rumbling. Revelers clutch one another in a rustling of fingernails on silk. Nemes flashes the cardinal a look of malevolent loathing and near defiance. "Stop!" screams the Pax Holy Man again, and I realize that he is talking to his own creatures first and foremost. "I invoke the command of Albedo and the Core. By the authority of the three elements, I command thee." This last desperate scream has the cadence of a shouted exorcism, some profound ritual, but even I can tell that it is not Catholic or Christian. It is not the Shrike being invoked under an iron grip of talismanic control here. It is his own demons. Nemes and her siblings slide backward on the parquet floor as if pulled by invisible strings. The clone male and clone female move around us until they join Nemes in front of Mustafa. The cardinal smiles, but it is a tremulous gesture. "My pets will not be unleashed until we speak again. I give my word as a prince of the church, unholy child. Do I have your word that this—" He gestures toward the bladed shrike in its velvet tatters. "This demon will not stalk me until then." Ania appears as calm as she has through the entire incident. "I do not control it," she says. "Your only safety is to leave this world in peace." The cardinal is eyeing the shrike. The man seems poised to leap away if the tall apparition flexes so much as a finger blade. Nemes and her ilk continue standing between him and the shrike. "What assurance have I," he says, "that the thing will not follow me into space, or back to Pachem?" "None," says Ania. The Grand Inquisitor points a long finger at my friend. "We have business here that has nothing to do with you," he says sharply. "But you will never leave this world. I swear this to you by the bowels of Christ." Ania returns his gaze and says nothing. Mustafa turns and stalks away with a swish of his red robe and a rasp of his slippers on the polished floor. The Nemes things back all the way across the floor while following him, the male and female clones holding their gazes on the shrike, Nemes piercing Ania with her stare. They pass through the curtained tent of the Dalai Lama's private portal and are gone. The shrike stays where it is, lifeless, its four arms frozen in front of it, finger blades catching the last drops of oracle light before the moon moves behind the mountain and is lost. Revelers begin moving toward the exits on a wave of whispers and exclamations. The orchestra thumps, clangs, and whistles as instruments are packed in a hurry and dragged or carried away. Ania continues holding my hand as a small circle remains around us. "Buddha's ass!" cries Lomo Dondrub, and strides over to the shrike, testing his finger against a metallic thorn rising from the thing's chest. I see blood on his finger in the dimming light. "Fantastic!" cries Lomo, and swigs from a goblet of rice beer. The Dorja Famo moves to Ania's side. She takes my friend's left hand, goes to one knee, and sets Ania's palm against her wrinkled forehead. Ania removes her hand from mine as she takes the thunderbolt sow gently by the arms and helps her rise. "No," whispers Aeneas. Blessed One, whispers the Dorja Famo. Amata, Immortal One. Arhat, Perfected One. Samasam Buddha, fully awakened One. Command us and teach us the Dhamma. No, snaps Aeneas, still gentle with the old woman as she pulls her to her feet, but stern of countenance. I will teach you what I know and share what I have when the time arrives. I can do no more. The hour for myth has passed. My friend turns, takes my hand, and leads us across the dance floor, past the immobile shrike, and toward the tattered curtains and unmoving escalator. Former revelers part for our passing as swiftly as they had for the shrike. We pause at the top of the steel stairs. Lanterns glow in the hallway to our sleeping rooms far below us. Thank you, says Aeneas, looking up at me with her brown eyes moist. What? I say stupidly. For why? I don't understand. Thank you for the dance, she says, and reaches up to kiss me softly on the lips. The electricity of her touch makes me blink. I gesture back toward the roiling crowd behind us, the dance floor empty of the shrike now, at the Potala guards rushing into the echoing space, and at the curtained alcove through which Mustafa and his creatures have disappeared. We can't sleep here tonight, kiddo. Namis and the other two will— says Aeneas. They won't. Trust me on this. They won't come creeping down the outside wall and across our ceiling tonight. In fact, they'll all be leaving their Gampa and shuttling straight up to their ship in orbit. They'll be back, but not tonight. I sigh. She takes my hand. Are you sleepy? She says softly. Of course I am sleepy. I am exhausted beyond words. Last night seems days and weeks away, and I had only 2 or 3 hours light sleep then because of— Not a bit, I say. Aeneas smiles and leads the way back to our sleeping chamber. 20. Pope Urban XVI. Send forth thy spirit, and they shall be created. All. Thou shalt renew the memory of earth and the face of all worlds in God's dominion. Pope Urban XVI. Let us pray. O God, you have instructed the hearts of the faithful by the light of the Holy Spirit. Grant that through the same Holy Spirit we may always be truly wise and rejoice in his consolation. Through Christ our Lord. All. Amen. Pope Urban XVI blesses the insignia of the Knights of the Equestrian Order of the Holy Sepulchre of Jerusalem. Pope Urban XVI. Our help is in the name of the Lord. All. Who made heaven and earth and all worlds. Pope Urban XVI. The Lord be with you. All. And also with you. Pope Urban XVI. Let us pray. Hear, we pray you, O Lord, our prayers, and deign through the power of your majesty to bless the insignia of office. Protect your servants who desire to wear them, so that they may be strong to guard the rights of the Church, and quick to defend and spread the Christian faith. Through Christ our Lord. All. Amen. Pope Urban XVI sprinkles the emblems with holy water. The Master of Ceremonies, Cardinal Lordusimi, reads the decree of the newly appointed knights and of those promoted in rank. Each member stands as his or her name is mentioned, and remains standing. There are 1,208 knights in the basilica. Cardinal Lordusimi lists all honorees by rank, lowest to highest, knights first, followed by priest knights. At the conclusion of the reading, the knights to be invested kneel. All others are seated. Pope Urban XVI asks the knights, What do you ask? The knights answer, I ask to be invested as a Knight of the Holy Sepulchre. Pope Urban XVI. Today, being a Knight of the Holy Sepulchre means engaging in the battle for the kingdom of Christ and for the extension of the Church, and undertaking works of charity with the same deep spirit of faith and love with which you may give your life in battle. Are you ready to follow this ideal throughout your life? The Knights answer, I am. Pope Urban XVI. I remind you that if all men and women should consider themselves honored to practice virtue, so much the more should a soldier of Christ glory in being a knight of Jesus Christ, and use every means to show by his actions and virtues that he is deserving of the honor which is being conferred upon him, and of the dignity with which he is invested. Are you prepared to promise to observe the constitutions of this holy order? The Knights answer, With the grace of God, I promise to observe, as a true soldier of Christ, the commandments of God, the precepts of the Church, the orders of my commanders in the field, and the constitution of this holy order. Pope Urban XVI. In virtue of the decree received, I appoint and declare you soldiers and knights of the Holy Sepulchre of our Lord Jesus Christ. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. The knights enter the sanctuary and kneel while the Pope blesses the Jerusalem cross, the emblem of the order. Pope Urban XVI. Receive the cross of our Lord Jesus Christ for your protection, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. After kneeling in front of the Jerusalem cross, each knight responds, Amen. Pope Urban XVI returns to the chair placed on the altar platform. When His Holiness gives the signal, the Master of Ceremonies, Cardinal Lordusimi, reads the decree of each newly appointed knight. As each knight's name is called, the newly appointed knight approaches the altar, genuflects, and kneels in the great space before His Holiness. One knight has been chosen to represent all of the knights to be invested, and now that knight approaches the altar. Pope Urban XVI. What do you request? Knight. I desire to be invested a Knight of the Holy Sepulchre. Pope Urban XVI. I remind you again that if all men should consider themselves honored to practice virtue, so much the more must a soldier of Christ, who should glory in being a knight of Jesus Christ, use every means never to sully his good name. Finally, he ought to show by his actions and virtues that he is deserving of the honor which is being conferred upon him, and of the dignity with which he is invested. Are you prepared to promise by word and in truth to observe the constitutions of this holy military order? The knight puts his folded hands into the hands of His Holiness. Knight. I declare and promise by word and in truth to God Almighty, to Jesus Christ, His Son, to the Blessed Virgin Mary, to observe as a true soldier of Christ all that I have been charged to do. His Holiness Pope Urban XVI places his right hand on the head of the knight. Pope Urban XVI. Be a faithful and brave soldier of our Lord Jesus Christ, a knight of His Holy Sepulchre, strong and courageous, so that one day you may be admitted to His heavenly court. His Holiness hands the golden spurs to the knight, saying, Receive these spurs that are a symbol of your order for the honor and defense of the Holy Sepulchre. The Knight Master of Ceremonies, Cardinal Lordusimi, hands the unsheathed sword to His Holiness, who in turn holds it before the newly appointed knight and returns it to the Knight Master. Master of Ceremonies. Receive this sword that symbolizes the defense of the Holy Church of God and the overthrow of the enemies of the cross of Christ. Be on guard never to use it to strike anyone unjustly." After the Knight Master of Ceremonies has returned it into the scabbard, His Holiness hands the sword to the newly appointed knight. Pope Urban XVI. Bear well in mind that the saints have conquered kingdoms not by the sword, but by faith. This part of the ceremony is repeated for each candidate. His Holiness the Pope is given the unsheathed sword, and touches each knight's right shoulder 3 times with the sword, saying, "I appoint and declare you a soldier and knight of the Holy Sepulchre of our Lord Jesus Christ. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit." After returning the sword to the Knight Master of Ceremonies, His Holiness places around the neck of each the cross, the emblem of the order, saying, "Receive the cross of our Lord Jesus Christ for your protection, and for that purpose repeat unceasingly, 'By the sign of the cross, deliver us, O Lord, from our enemies.'" Each newly invested knight arises, bows to His Holiness, and goes to the dignitary highest in rank to receive the cape from him. He then receives from the knight assistant the beret, which he puts on immediately. He then goes to his place in the pews. All stand as His Holiness begins the following hymn, which is continued by all present. Veni, Creator. Come, Holy Spirit, Creator blessed, and in our souls take up your rest. Come with your grace and heavenly aid to fill the hearts which you have made. O Comforter, to you we cry, you heavenly gift of God Most High, you fount of life and fire of love, and sweet anointing from above. You, in your sevenfold gifts are unknown, you, finger of God's hand, we own. You, promise of the Father, you, who do the sword with flame imbue. Kindle our senses from on high, and calm the hearts of those to die. With patience firm and virtue high, the weakness of our flesh supply. Far from us drive the foe we dread, and grant to us your wrath instead. So shall we not, with you for guide, allow the victory be denied. O may your grace on us bestow the Father and the Son to know, and you, through endless times confessed, of both the eternal Spirit blessed. Now to the Father and the Son, who rose from death, be glory given. Before you, O holy sword and shield, be all in pax and heaven driven. His Holiness Pope Urban XVI. And all the foes of Christ must yield. All. Amen. Exit His Holiness and the Master of Ceremonies. Instead of returning to his apostolic apartments, the Pope led his cardinal to a small room off the Sistine Chapel. "The room of tears," said Cardinal Lourdusami. "I've not been in here for years." It was a small room with brown floor tiles, aged to a black hue, red flock wallpaper, low medieval vaulted ceilings, harsh lighting from a few gold wall sconces, no windows, but heavy and incongruous white drapes along one scarlet wall. The room was barely furnished. An odd red settee in one corner, a small black table cum altar with a white linen cloth, and a skeletal framework in the center, upon which hung an ancient, yellowed, and somewhat unsettling alb and chasuble, with 2 white and absurdly decorated shoes nearby, the toes curling with age. "The vestment belonged to Pope Pius XII, said the pontiff. "He donned it here in 1939 after his election. We had it taken from the Vatican Museum and set out here. We visit it upon occasion." "Pope Pius XII, mused Cardinal Lourdusami. The Secretary of State tried to recall any special significance of that long-dead pope. All he could think of was the disturbing statue of Pius XII, done almost 2 millennia ago, in 1964, by Francesco Messina, now relegated to a subterranean corridor beneath the Vatican. Messina's Pius XII is shown in rough strokes, his round glasses as empty as the eye sockets in a skull, his right arm raised defensively, bony fingers splayed as if trying to ward off the evil of his time. "A war pope," guessed Lord Ducemy. Pope Urban XVI wearily shook his head. There was a welt on his forehead where the heavy Orfried mitre had rested during the long investiture ceremony. "It is not his reign during the old Earth-World War which interests us," said the Holy Father, "but the complex dealings he was compelled to carry out with the very heart of darkness in order to preserve the Church and the Vatican." Lord Ducemy nodded slowly. "The Nazis and the Fascists," he murmured. "Of course." The parallel with the Corps was not without merit. The Pope's servants had set out tea on the single table, and the Secretary of State now acted as personal servant to His Holiness, pouring the tea into a fragile china cup and carrying it to the other man. Pope Urban XVI nodded wearily in gratitude and sipped the steaming liquid. Lord Ducemy returned to his place in the middle of the room, near the ancient hanging garments, and looked critically at his pontiff. His heart has been bothering him again. Will we have to go through another resurrection and election conclave soon? "Did you notice who was chosen as the representative knight?" asked the Pope, his voice stronger now. He looked up with intense, sad eyes. Caught off balance, Lord Ducemy had to think for a second. "Oh, yes. The former Mercantilus CEO, Isozaki. He will be the knight in titular leadership of the Cassiopeia 4614 Crusade." "Making amends," His Holiness smiled. Lord Ducemy rubbed his jowls. "It may be more serious penance than M. Isozaki had counted on, Your Holiness." The Pope looked up. "Serious losses forecast?" "About 40% casualties," rumbled Lord Ducemy. "Half of those irretrievable for resurrection. The fighting in that sector has been very, very heavy." "And elsewhere?" said the pontiff. Lord Ducemy sighed. "The unrest has spread to about 60 Pax worlds, Your Holiness. About 3 million suffer the contagion and have rejected the cruciform. There is fighting, but nothing the Pax authorities cannot handle. Renaissance Vector is the worst. About 750,000 infected, and it is spreading very quickly." The Pope nodded wearily and sipped his tea. "Tell us something positive, Simon Augustino." "The messenger drone translated from Tian Shan's system just before the ceremony," said the Cardinal. "We decrypted the hollow message from Cardinal Mustafa immediately." The Pope held his cup and saucer and waited. "They have encountered the Devil's Child," said Lord Ducemy. "They met her at the Dalai Lama's palace." "And?" prompted His Holiness. "No action was taken because of the presence of the Shrike demon," said Lord Ducemy, glancing at notes on his wrist comlog disk key. "But identification is certain. The child named Ania. She is in her 20s standard now, of course. Her bodyguard, Rise of Endymion, whom we had arrested and lost on Mare Infinitus more than 9 years ago. And the others." The Pope touched his thin lips with his thin fingers. "And the Shrike?" "It appeared only when the girl was threatened by Albedo's Noble Guard officers," said Cardinal Lord Ducemy, "and then disappeared. There was no fighting." "But Cardinal Mustafa failed to consummate the moment," said the Pope. Lord Ducemy nodded. "And you still think that Mustafa is the right person for the job?" murmured Pope Urban XVI. "Yes, Holy Father. Everything is going according to plan. We had hoped to make contact prior to the actual arrest." "And the Raphael," said the Pope, "No sign of it yet," said the Secretary of State, "but Mustafa and Admiral Wu feel certain that de Soya will appear in Tian Shan's system before the allotted time to collect the girl." "We certainly pray that this will be the case," said the Pontiff. "Do you know, Simon Augustino, how much damage that renegade ship has done to our crusade?" Lord Usami knew that the question was rhetorical. He and the Holy Father and the squirming Pax Fleet admirals had pored over combat action reports, casualty lists, and tonnage losses for 5 years. The Raphael and its turncoat captain de Soya had almost been captured or destroyed a score of times, but always had managed to escape to ouster space, leaving behind scattered convoys, tumbling hulks, and shattered Pax warships. Pax Fleet's failure to catch a single renegade archangel had become the shame of the fleet and the best-kept secret in the Pax. And now it was going to end. "Albedo's elements calculate a 94% probability that de Soya will rise to our bait," said the Cardinal. "It's been how long since Pax Fleet and the Holy Office planted the information?" said the Pope, finishing his tea and carefully setting the cup and saucer on the edge of the settee. "5 weeks standard," said Lord Usami. "Wu arranged for it to be encrypted in the AI aboard one of the escort torch ships that the Raphael jumped at the edge of Ophiuchi system, but not so heavily encrypted that the ouster-enhanced systems aboard the Raphael could not decipher it." "Won't de Soya and his people scent a trap?" mused the man who had once been Father Lenar Hoyt. "Unlikely, Your Holiness," said the Cardinal. "We've used that encryption pattern before to feed reliable information to de Soya, and—" The Pope's head snapped up. "Cardinal Lord Usami," he said sharply, "do you mean to tell us that you sacrificed innocent Pax ships and lives beyond resurrection, merely to ensure that the renegades will consider this information reliable?" "Yes, Holy Father," said Lord Usami. The Pope let out a breath and nodded. "Regrettable, but understandable, given the stakes involved. In addition," continued the Cardinal, "certain officers aboard the crew of the ship positioned to be captured by the Raphael had been conditioned by the Holy Office so that they also had the information on when we planned to move on the girl Ania and the world of Tian Shan." "All this prepared months in advance?" said the Pope. "Yes, Your Holiness. It was an advantage given us by Councillor Albedo and the Corps when they registered the activation of the Tian Shan Farcaster some months ago." The Pontiff laid his hands flat on his robed thighs. His fingers were bluish. "And that escape has been denied the Devil's Child?" "Absolutely," said the Cardinal. "The Gibrals slagged the entire mountain around the Farcaster portal. The Farcaster itself is all but impervious, Your Holiness, but at the moment it is buried under 20 meters of rock." "And the Corps is certain that this is the only Farcaster on Tian Shan?" "Absolutely certain, Holy Father." "And the preparations for the confrontation with de Soya and his renegade archangel?" "Well, Admiral Wu should be here to discuss the tactical details, Your Holiness. We trust you to convey the general outline, Simon Augustino." "Thank you, Holy Father." "Pax Fleet has stationed 58 Planet-class Archangel cruisers within the Tian Shan system. These have been hidden for the past 6 standard weeks." "Excuse us, Simon Augustino," murmured the Pope, "but how does one hide 58 Archangel-class battle cruisers?" The Cardinal smiled thinly. "They have been powered down, floating in strategic positions within the inner system asteroid belt and the system's outer Kuiper belt, Your Holiness. Completely undetectable. Ready to jump at a second's notice." "The Raphael will not escape this time?" "No, Your Holiness," said Cardinal Lord Usami. "The heads of 11 Pax Fleet commanders depend upon the success of this ambush." "Leaving a fifth of our Archangel fleet to float for weeks in this outback system has seriously compromised the effectiveness of our crusade against the ousters, Cardinal Lord Usami," Yes, your holiness. The cardinal set his own palms against his robe, and was surprised to realize that his palms were damp. Besides the 11 Pax Fleet heads riding on the success of this mission, Lord Usami knew that his own future hung in the balance. "It will be worth it when we destroy this rebel," murmured the Pope. Lord Usami took a breath. "We presume that the ship and Captain de Soya will be destroyed, not taken captive," said His Holiness. "Yes, Holy Father. Standing orders are to slag the ship to atoms. But we will not harm the child." "No, Holy Father. All precautions have been taken to assure that the contagion vector named Ania will be taken alive." "That is very important, Simon Augustino," muttered the Pope. He seemed to be whispering to himself. They had gone over these details 100 times. "We must have the girl alive. The others with her. They are expendable. But the girl must be captured. Tell us again the procedure." Cardinal Lord Usami closed his eyes. "As soon as the Raphael is interdicted and destroyed, the core ships will move into orbit around Tian Shan and incapacitate the planet's population." "Death beam them," murmured His Holiness. "Not technically," said the Cardinal. "As you know, the core assures us that the results of this technique are reversible. It is more the induction of a permanent coma. Will the millions of bodies be transported this time, Simon Augustino?" "Not at first, Your Holiness. Our special teams will go planetside, find the girl, and remove her to an Archangel convoy that shall bring her here to Pachem, where she will be revived, isolated, interrogated, and executed," sighed the Pope. "To show those millions of rebels on 60 worlds that their putative Messiah is no more." "Yes, Your Holiness." "We look forward to speaking to this person, Simon Augustino, the devil's child or not." "Yes, Your Holiness." "And when will Captain de Soya take the bait and appear for his destruction, do you think?" Cardinal Lord Usami looked at his comm log. "Within hours, Your Holiness. Within hours." "Let us pray for a successful conclusion," whispered the Pope. "Let us pray for the salvation of our Church and our race." Both men bowed their heads in the room of tears. In the days immediately following our return from the Dalai Lama's Potala Palace, I get the first hints of the full scope of Ania's plans and power. I am amazed at the reception upon our return. Rachel and Theo weep as they hug Ania. Abetic pounds me on the back with his remaining hand and hugs me with both arms. The usually laconic Jigme Norbu first hugs George Tsarong and then comes down the line of us pilgrims, hugging all of us, tears streaming down his thin face. The entire temple has turned out to cheer and clap and weep. I realized then that many had not expected us, or at least Ania, to return from the reception with the Pax. I realized then what a close thing it had been that we had returned. We set to work finishing the reconstruction of Xuan Kung Su. I work with Lomo, Abetic, and the high riggers on the last touches to the highest promenade, while Ania, Rachel, and Theo supervise detail work throughout the compound. That evening, all I can think of is turning in early with my beloved, and from our hurried but passionate kisses during our few minutes alone on the high walk after the communal dinner, I guess that Ania reciprocates the wish for immediate and intense intimacy. But it is one of her scheduled discussion group evenings, her last, as it turns out, and more than 100 people are there in the central Gampa platform as darkness falls. Luckily, the monsoons have held off after the first foretaste of their gray rain, and the evening is lovely as the sun sets to the west of Kunlun Ridge. Torches crackle along the main axis stairways, and prayer pennants snap. I am amazed by some of those in attendance this night. The Tromo Trochi of Domu has returned from Potala, in spite of his declared need to move west with his wares. The Dorja Famo is there with all 9 of her favorite priests. There are numerous famous guests from the palace reception, mostly younger people, and the youngest and most famous of all, trying to appear incognito in a plain red robe and hood, is the Dalai Lama himself, minus his regent and Lord Chamberlain, accompanied only by his personal bodyguard and chief crier, Carl Linga William Ihaji. I stand at the back of the crowded room. For an hour or so the discussion group is a discussion group, sometimes led but never dominated by Ania. But slowly her questioning turns the conversation her way. I realize that she is a master of Tantric and Zen Buddhism, answering monks who have spent decades mastering those disciplines in koan and dharma. To a monk who demands to know why they should not accept the Pack's offer of immortality as a form of rebirth, she quotes Buddha as teaching that no individual is reborn, that all things are subject to anicca, the law of mutability, and she then elaborates on the doctrine of anatta, literally no self, the Buddha's denial that there is any such thing as a personal entity known as a soul. Responding to another query about death, Ania quotes a Zen koan. A monk said to Tozan, "A monk has died. Where has he gone?" Tozan answered, "After the fire, a sprout of grass." Ania," says Kukusei, her bright face flushed. "Does that mean Mu?" Ania has taught me that Mu is an elegant Zen concept that might translate as unask the question. My friend smiles. She is sitting farthest from the door, in an open space near the opened wall of the room, and the stars are bright and visible above the sacred mountain of the north. The oracle has not risen. "It means that to some extent," she says softly. The room is silent to hear. "It also means that the monk is as dead as a doornail. He hasn't gone anywhere. More importantly, he has gone nowhere. But life has also gone nowhere. It continues in a different form. Hearts are sorrowed by the monk's death, but life is not lessened. Nothing has been removed from the balance of life in the universe. Yet that whole universe, as reproduced in the monk's mind and heart, has itself died. Seppo once said to Gensha, "Monk Shinso asked me where a certain dead monk had gone, and I told him it was like ice becoming water," Gensha said. "That was all right, but I myself would not have answered like that." "What would you have said?" asked Seppo. Gensha replied, "It's like water returning to water." After a moment of silence, someone near the front of the room says, "Tell us about the void which binds." "Once upon a time," begins Ania, as she always begins such things, "there was the void, and the void was beyond time. In a real sense, the void was an orphan of time, an orphan of space. But the void was not of time, not of space, and certainly was not of God. Nor is the void which binds God. In truth, the void evolved long after time and space had staked out the limits to the universe. But unbound by time, untethered in space, the void which binds has leaked backward and forward across the continuum to the Big Bang beginning and the little whimper end of things." Ania pauses here and lifts her hands to her temples in a motion I have not seen her use since she was a child. She does not look to be a child this night. Her eyes are tired but vital. There are wrinkles of fatigue or worry around those eyes. I love her eyes. "The void which binds is a minded thing," she says firmly. It comes from minded things, many of whom were in turn created by minded things. The void which binds is stitched of quantum stuff, woven with Planck space, Planck time, lying under and around space-time like a quilt cover around and under cotton batting. The void which binds is neither mystical nor metaphysical. It flows from and responds to the physical laws of the universe, but it is a product of that evolving universe. The void is structured from thought and feeling. It is an artifact of the universe's consciousness of itself, and not merely of human thought and feeling. The void which binds is a composite of 100,000 sentient races across billions of years of time. It is the only constant in the evolution of the universe, the only common ground for races that will evolve, grow, flower, fade, and die millions of years and hundreds of millions of light years apart from one another. And there is only one entrance key to the void which binds. Ania pauses again. Her young friend Rachel is sitting close to her, cross-legged and attentive. I notice now, for the first time, that Rachel, the woman whom I have been foolishly jealous of these past few months, is indeed beautiful. Copperish-brown hair, short and curly, her cheeks flushed, her large green eyes flecked with tiny specks of brown. She is about Ania's age, early 20s standard, and hued to a golden brown by months of work in high places under Tian Shan's yellow sun. Ania touches Rachel's shoulder. My friend here was a baby when her father discovered an interesting fact about the universe, says Ania. Her father, a scholar named Saul, had been obsessed for decades about the historical relationship between God and man. Then, one day, under the most extreme of circumstances, when faced with losing his daughter for a second time, Saul was granted Satori. He saw totally and intuitively what only a few others have been privileged to see clearly through the million years of our slow ponderings. Saul saw that love was a real and equal force in the universe, as real as electromagnetism or weak nuclear force, as real as gravity and governed by many of the same laws. The inverse square law, for instance, often works as surely for love as it does for gravitational attraction. Saul realized that love was the binding force of the void which binds, the thread and fabric of the garment. And in that instant of Satori, Saul realized that humankind was not the only seamstress of that gorgeous tapestry. Saul glimpsed the void which binds, and the force of love behind it. But he could not gain access to that medium. Human beings, so recently evolved from our primate cousins, have not yet gained the sensory capacity to see clearly or enter the void which binds. I say to see clearly, because all humans with an open heart and mind have caught rare but powerful glimpses of the void landscape. Just as Zen is not a religion but is religion, so the void which binds is not a state of mind, but is the state of mind. The void is all probability as standing waves, interacting with that standing wave front which is the human mind and personality. The void which binds is touched by all of us who have wept with happiness, bidden a lover goodbye, been exalted with orgasm, stood over the grave of a loved one, or watched our baby open his or her eyes for the first time. Ania is looking at me as she speaks, and I feel the gooseflesh rise along my arms. The void which binds is always under and above the surface of our thoughts and senses, she continues. Invisible, but as present as the breathing of our beloved next to us in the night. Its actual but inaccessible presence in our universe is one of the prime causes for our species elaborating myth and religion, for our stubborn, blind belief in extrasensory powers, in telepathy and precognition, in demons and demigods, and resurrection and reincarnation, and ghosts and messiahs, and so many other categories of almost but not quite satisfying bullshit. The 100-some listening monks, workers, intellectuals, politicians, and holy men and women shift slightly at this statement. The wind is rising outside, and the platform rocks gently, as it was designed to do. Thunder rumbles from somewhere to the south of Jokung. The so-called Four Statements of the Zen sect, ascribed to Bodhidharma in the 6th century A.D., are an almost perfect signpost to find the void which binds, at least to find its outline as an absence of otherworldly clutter, continues Ania. First, no dependence on words and letters. Words are the light and sound of our existence, the heat lightning by which the night is illuminated. The void which binds is to be found in the deepest secrets and silences of things, the place where childhood dwells. Second, a special transmission outside the Scriptures. Artists recognize other artists as soon as the pencil begins to move. A musician can tell another musician apart from the millions who play notes as soon as the music begins. Poets glean poets in a few syllables, especially where the ordinary meaning and forms of poetry are discarded. Chora wrote, "Two came here, two flew off, butterflies." And in the still warm crucible of burned-away words and images remains the gold of deeper things, what R. H. Blythe and Frederick Franck once called the dark flame of life that burns in all things, and, seeing with the belly, not with the eye, with bowels of compassion. The Bible lies, the Koran lies, the Talmud and Torah lie, the New Testament lies, the Sutta Pitaka, the Nikayas, the Itavuttaka, and the Dhammapada lie, the Bodhisattva and the Amitabha lie, the Book of the Dead lies, the Tiptaka lies. All Scripture lies, just as I lie as I speak to you now. All these holy books lie, not from intention or failure of expression, but by their very nature of being reduced to words. All the images, precepts, laws, canons, quotations, parables, commandments, koans, zazen, and sermons in these beautiful books ultimately fail by adding only more words between the human being who is seeking and the perception of the void which binds. Third, direct pointing to the soul of man. Zen, which best understood the void, by finding its absence most clearly, wrestled with the problem of pointing without a finger, of creating this art without a medium, of hearing this powerful sound in a vacuum with no sounds. Shiki wrote, "A fishing village, dancing under the moon, to the smell of raw fish." This, and I do not mean the poem, is the essence of seeking the key to the portal of the void which binds. 100,000 races on 1,000,000 worlds, in days long dead, have each had their villages with no houses, their dancing under the moon in worlds with no moons, the smell of raw fish on oceans with no fish. This can be shared beyond time, beyond words, beyond a race's span of existence. Fourth, seeing into one's nature and the attainment of Buddhahood. It does not take decades of zazen or baptism into the church or pondering the Koran to do this. The Buddha nature is, after all, the after-the-crucible essence of being human. Flowers all attain their flowerhood. A wild dog or blind zygote each attain their doghood or zygotehood. A place, any place, is granted its placehood. Only humankind struggles and fails in becoming what it is. The reasons are many and complex, but all stem from the fact that we have evolved as one of the self-seeing organs of the evolving universe. Can the eye see itself? Ania pauses for a moment, and in the silence we can all hear thunder rumbling somewhere beyond the ridge. The monsoon is holding off a few days, but its arrival is imminent. I try to imagine these buildings, mountains, ridges, cables, bridges, walkways, and scaffolds, covered with ice and shrouded by fog. The thought makes me shiver. The Buddha understood that we could sense the void which binds by silencing the din of the everyday, says Aniya at last. In that sense, Satori is a great and satisfying silence after listening to a neighbor's blasting sound system for days or months on end. But the void which binds is more than silence. It is the beginning of hearing. Learning the language of the dead is the first task of those who enter the void medium. Jesus of Nazareth entered the void which binds. We know that. His voice is among the clearest of those who speak in the language of the dead. He stayed long enough to move to the second level of responsibility and effort, of learning the language of the dead. He learned well enough to hear the music of the spheres. He was able to ride the surging probability waves far enough to see his own death, and was brave enough not to avoid it when he could. And we know that, at least on one occasion, while dying on the cross, he learned to take that first step, to move through and across the space-time web of the void which binds, appearing to his friends and disciples several paces into the future from where he hung dying on that cross. And liberated from the restrictions of his time by his glimpse of the timelessness on the void which binds, Jesus realized that it was he who was the key, not his teachings, not scriptures based on his ideas, not groveling adulation to him, or the suddenly evolving Old Testament God in which he solidly believed, but him, Jesus, a human man whose cells carried the decryption code to unlock the portal. Jesus knew that his ability to open that door lay not in his mind or soul, but in his skin and bones and cells, literally in his DNA. When, during the Last Supper, Jesus of Nazareth asked his followers to drink of his blood and eat of his body, he was not speaking in parable or asking for magical transubstantiation or setting the place for centuries of symbolic reenactment. Jesus wanted them to drink of his blood, a few drops in a great tankard of wine, and to eat of his body, a few skin scrapings and a loaf of bread. He gave of himself in the most literal terms, knowing that those who drank of his blood would share his DNA and be able to perceive the power of the void which binds the universe. And so it was for some of his disciples. But confronted with perceptions and impressions far beyond their power to absorb or to set in context, all but driven mad by the unceasing voices of the dead and their own reactions to the language of the living, and unable to transmit their own blood music to others, these disciples turned to dogma, reducing the inexpressible into rough words and turgid sermons, tight rules and fiery rhetoric. And the vision paled, then failed. The portal closed. Aniya pauses again and sips water from a wooden mug. I notice for the first time that Rachel and Theo and a few others are weeping. I swivel where I am sitting on the fresh tatami and look behind me. Abetic is standing in the open doorway, his ageless blue face serious and intent on our young friend's words. The android is holding his shortened forearm with his good right hand. Does it pain him, I wonder? Aniya speaks again. Strangely enough, the first children of old Earth to rediscover the key to the void which binds were the Technocore, the autonomous intelligences attempting to guide their own destiny through forced evolution at 1,000,000 times the rate of biological humankind, found the DNA key code to seeing the void, although seeing is not the correct word, of course. Perhaps resonating better expresses the meaning. But while the core could feel and explore the outlines of the void medium, send their probes into the multidimensional post-Hawking reality of it, they could not understand it. The void which binds demands a level of sentient empathy which the core had never bothered evolving. The first step toward true Satori in the void is learning the language of the beloved dead, and the core has no beloved dead. The void which binds was like a beautiful painting to a blind man who chooses to burn it like firewood, or like a Beethoven symphony to a deaf man who feels the vibration and builds a stronger floor to damp it out. Instead of using the void which binds as the medium it is, the Technocore tore bits of it loose and offered it to humankind as clever technologies. The so-called Hawking drive did not truly evolve from the ancient master Stephen Hawking's work, as the core said, but was a perversion of his findings. The Hawking drive ships that wove the world web and allowed the hegemony to exist functioned by tearing small holes in the non-fabric at the edge of the void. A minor vandalism, but vandalism nonetheless. Farcasters were a different thing. Here my similes will fail us, my friends, for learning to step across the medium of the void which binds is a bit like learning to walk on water, if you will pardon the scriptural hubris. While the Technocore's Farcaster burrows were more like draining the oceans so as to build highways across the seabed, their Farcaster tunneling through the boundaries of the void was harming several billion years of organic growth there. It was the equivalent of paving great swaths through a vital green forest. Although that comparison also fails, because the forest would have to be made out of the memories and voices of the millions we have loved and lost, and the paved highways thousands of kilometers wide for you to understand even a hint of the damage done. The so-called fat line, which allowed for instantaneous communication across the hegemony, was also a perversion of the void which binds. Again, my similes are clumsy and inept, but imagine some human aborigines discovering a working electromagnetic telecommunications grid. Studios, holo cameras, sound equipment, generators, transmitters, relay satellites, receivers, and projectors, and then tearing down and tearing up everything they can reach so that they can use the junk as signal flags. It is worse than that. It is worse than pre-Hegira days on old Earth, when humanity's giant oil tankers and ocean-going ships deafened the world's whales by filling their seas with mechanical noise, thus drowning out their life songs, destroying 1,000,000 years of evolving song history before human beings even knew it was being sung. The whales all decided to die out after that. It was not the hunting of them for food and oil that killed them, but the destruction of their songs. Ania takes a breath. She flexes her fingers as if her hands are cramping. When she looks around the room, her gaze touches each of us. "I'm sorry," she says. "I'm wandering. Suffice it to say that with the fall of the Farcasters, the other races using the void decided to stop the vandalism of the fat line. These other races had long since sent observers to live among us." There is a sudden whispering and murmuring in the room. Ania smiles and waits for it to subside. "I know," she says. "The idea surprised me as well, even though I knew this before I was born. These observers have an important function: to decide if humanity can be trusted to join them in the void which binds medium, or if we are only vandals. It was one of these observers among us who recommended that old Earth be transported away before the core could destroy it. And it was one of these observers who designed the tests and simulations carried out on old Earth during the last 3 centuries of its exile in the Lesser Magellanic Cloud, to better explain our species to them and measure the empathy of which we are capable. These other races also sent their observers, spies if you will, to dwell among the elements of the core. They knew that it had been the core tampering which had damaged the boundaries of the void, but they also knew that we created the core. Many of the residents is not quite the right word. Collaborators, co-creators, on the void which binds, are ex-silicon constructs, non-organic autonomous intelligences in their own right, but not of the variety which rules the Technocore today. No sentient race can appreciate the void medium without having evolved empathy." Ania raises her knees a bit and sets her elbows on them, leaning forward now as she speaks. "My father, the John Keats Cybrid, was created for this reason," she says, and although her voice is level, I can hear the subtext of emotion there. "As I have explained before, the core is in a constant state of civil war, with almost every entity there fighting for itself and for no one else. It is a case of hyperparasitism to the 10th degree. Their prey, other core elements, are not so much killed as absorbed, their coded genetic materials, memories, softwares, and reproductive sequences cannibalized. The cannibalized core element still lives, but as a subcomponent of the victorious element or elements, which soon enough turn on one another for parts. Alliances are temporary. There are no philosophies, creeds, or ultimate goals, only contingency arrangements to optimize survival strategies. Every action in the core is a result of the zero-sum game that has been playing there since the core elements evolved into sentience. Most elements of the core are capable of dealing with humankind in only those zero-sum terms, optimizing their parasite strategy in relation to us. Their gain, our loss. Our gain, their loss. Over the centuries, however, some of these core elements have come to understand the true potential of the void which binds. They understand that their empathy-free species of intelligence can never be part of that amalgam of living and past races. They have come to understand that the void which binds was not so much constructed as evolved, like a coral reef, and that they will never find shelter there unless they change some of the parameters of their own existence. Thus evolved some members of the core, not altruists, but desperate survivalists who realized that the only way ultimately to win their never-ending zero-sum game was to stop the game. And to stop the game, they needed to evolve into a species capable of empathy. The core knows what Teilhard de Chardin and other sentimentalists refuse to acknowledge, that evolution is not progress, that there is no goal or direction to evolution. Evolution is change. Evolution succeeds if that change best adapts some leaf or branch of its tree of life to conditions of the universe. For that evolution to succeed for these elements of the core, they would have to abandon zero-sum parasitism and discover true symbiosis. They would have to enter into honest coevolution with our human race. First, the renegade core elements continued cannibalizing to evolve more empathy-prone core elements. They rewrote their own code as far as they were able. Then they created the John Keats hybrid, a full attempt at simulating an empathic organism with the body and DNA of a human being and the core-stored memories and personality of a cybrid. Opposing elements destroyed the first Keats hybrid. The second one was created in the first's image. It hired my mother, a private detective, to help him unravel the mystery of the first cybrid's death. Ania is smiling, and for a moment she seems oblivious of us, or even of her own storytelling. She seems to be reliving old memories. I remember then what she once casually mentioned during our trip from Hyperion in the consul's old ship. Rawl, I had my mother's and father's memories poured into me before I was born, before I'd become a real fetus even. Can you imagine anything more destructive to a child's personality than to be inundated with someone else's lives even before you've begun your own? No wonder I'm a screwed-up mess. She does not look or act like a screwed-up mess to me at this moment. But then I love her more than life. He hired my mother to solve the mystery of his own persona's death, she continues softly. But in truth, he knew what had happened to his former self. His real reason for hiring my mother was to meet my mother, to be with my mother, to become my mother's lover. Ania stops for a moment and smiles, her eyes seeing distant things. My Uncle Martin never got that part right in his muddled-up cantos. My parents were married, and I don't think Uncle Martin ever told of that. Married by the bishop at the Shrike Temple on Lucis. It was a cult, but a legal one, and my parents' marriage would have been legal on 200 worlds of the hegemony. She smiles again, looking across the crowded room directly at me. I can be a bastard, you know, but I wasn't born one. So they were married. I was conceived, probably before that ceremony, and then core-backed elements murdered my father before my mother could begin the Shrike pilgrimage to Hyperion. And that should have been the end of any contact between my father and me, except for two things. His core persona was captured in a Shrone loop implanted behind my mother's ear. For some months she was pregnant with two of us, me in her womb, and my father, the second John Keats persona, in the Shrone loop. His persona could not communicate directly to my mother while imprisoned in its endless cycle Shrone loop, but it communicated with me easily enough. The hard part was defining what me was at that point. My father helped by entering the void which binds and taking the fetal me with him. I saw what was to be, who I would be, even how I would die, before my fingers were fully formed. And there was one other detail which Uncle Martin left out of his cantos. On the day that they had gunned down my father on the steps of the Shrike Temple in the Lusian Concourse Mall, my mother was covered with his blood, the reconstructed core-augmented DNA of John Keats. What she did not fully understand at the time was that his blood was literally the most precious resource in the human universe at that moment. His DNA had been designed to infect others with his single gift, access to the void. Mixed with fully human DNA in the right way, it would offer the gift of blood that would open the portal to the void which binds to the entire human race. I am that mix. I bring the genetic ability to access the void from the technocore, and the too seldom used human ability to perceive the universe through empathy. For better or worse, those who drink of my blood shall never see the world or the universe the same again. So saying, Ania rises to her knees on the tatami mat. Theo brings a white linen cloth. Rachel pours red wine from a vase into 7 large goblets. Ania takes a small packet from her sweater, I recognize it as a ship's med kit, and removes a sterile lancet and an antiseptic swab. She pauses before using the lancet and sweeps her gaze across the crowd. There is no sound. It is as if the more than 100 people there are holding their breath. There is no guarantee of happiness, wisdom, or long life if you drink of me this evening, she says very softly. There is no nirvana. There is no salvation. There is no afterlife. There is no rebirth. There is only immense knowledge of the heart as well as the mind, and the potential for great discoveries, great adventures, and the guarantee of more of the pain and terror that make up so much of our short lives. She looks from face to face, smiling as she meets the gaze of the 8-year-old Dalai Lama. Some of you, she says, have attended all of our discussion sessions over the past standard year. I have told you what I know about learning the language of the dead, learning the language of the living, learning to hear the music of the spheres, and learning how to take a first step. She looks at me. Some of you have heard only some of these discussions. You were not here when I discussed the real function of the Church's cruciform, or the real identity of the Shrike. You have not heard the details of learning the language of the dead, or the other burdens of entering the void which binds. For those of you with doubts or hesitation, I urge you to wait. For the rest of you, I say again, I am not a Messiah, but I am a teacher. If what I have taught you these months sounds like truth, and if you wish to take this chance, drink of me this night. Be warned that the DNA which allows us to perceive the medium of the void which binds cannot coexist with the cruciform. That parasite will wither and die within 24 hours of the time you drink of my blood. It will never grow within you again. If you seek resurrection through the cruciform cross, do not drink the blood of my body in this wine. And be warned that you will become, like me, the despised and sought-out enemy of the packs. Your blood will be contagious. Those with whom you share it, those who choose to find the void which binds via your shared DNA, will become despised in turn. And finally, be warned that once having drunk this wine, your children will be born with the ability to enter the void which binds. For better or worse, your children and their children will be born knowing the language of the dead, the language of the living, hearing the music of the spheres, and knowing that they can take a first step across the void which binds. Ania touches her finger with the razor edge of the lancet. A tiny drop of blood is visible in the lantern light. Rachel holds a goblet up as the tiny drop of blood is squeezed into the large volume of wine. Then again with the next goblet, and so on until each of the 7 cups has been contaminated, transubstantiated. My mind is reeling. My heart is pounding in something like alarm. This seems like some wild parody of the Catholic Church's Holy Communion. Has my young friend, my dear lover, my beloved, has she gone insane? Does she truly believe that she is a Messiah? No, she said that she is not. Do I believe that I will be transformed forever by drinking of wine that is 1 part per million my beloved's blood? I do not know. I do not understand. About half of the people there move forward to line up and sip from one of the large goblets. Chalices? This is blasphemy. It's not right. Or is it? 1 sip is all they take, then return to their places on the tatami mats. No one seems especially energized or enlightened. No horns of light shine from anyone's forehead after they partake of the wine. No one levitates or speaks in tongues. They each take a sip and sit down. I realize that I have been holding back, trying to catch Ania's gaze. I have so many questions. Belatedly, feeling like a traitor to someone I should trust without hesitation, I move toward the back of the shortening line. Ania sees me. She holds her hand up briefly, palm toward me. The meaning is clear. Not now, Rawl. Not yet. I hesitate another moment, irresolute, sick at the thought of these others, these strangers, entering into an intimacy with my darling when I cannot. Then, heart pounding and face burning, I sit back on my mat. There is no formal end to the evening. People begin to leave in 2s and 3s. A couple, she drank of the wine, he did not, leave together with their arms around one another as if nothing has changed. Perhaps nothing has changed. Perhaps the communion ritual I've just watched is all metaphor and symbolism, or autosuggestion and self-hypnosis. Perhaps those who will themselves hard enough to perceive something called the void which binds will have some internal experience that convinces them that it has happened. Perhaps it's all bullshit. I rub my forehead. I have such a headache. Good thing I didn't drink the wine, I think. Wine sometimes brings on migraines with me. I chuckle and feel ill and empty for a moment, left behind. Rachel says, "Don't forget, the last stone will be set in place in the walkway tomorrow at noon. There will be a party on the upper meditation platform. Bring your own refreshments." And thus ends the evening. I go upstairs to our shared sleeping platform with a mixture of elation, anticipation, regret, embarrassment, excitement, and a throbbing headache. I confess to myself that I didn't understand half of Ania's explanation of things, but I leave with a vague sense of letdown and inappropriateness. I'm sure, for instance, that Jesus Christ's Last Supper did not end with a shouted reminder of a BYOB party on the upper deck. I chuckle, and then swallow the laugh. Last Supper. That has a terrible ring to it. My heart begins pounding again, and my head hurts worse. Hardly the way to enter one's lover's bedroom. The chill air on the upper platform walkway clears my head a bit. The Oracle is just a sliver above towering cumulus to the east. The stars look cold tonight. I am just about to enter our shared room and light the lantern when suddenly the skies explode. 21. They all came up from the lower levels, all of the ones who had stayed at the temple hanging in air after most of the work had been finished. Ania and Abetic, Rachel and Theo, George and Jigme, Cuckoo and Kai, Chimdin and Giallo Thondup, Lomo and Lobsong, Kim Byung-sun and Vicky Grossely, Kenshiro and Harayuki, Master Abbot Kempo Enga Wangtashi and his master, the young Dalai Lama, Wojtek Maher and Janusz Kurtika, brooding Rimsi Kiapup and grinning Changchi Kenchung, the Dorja Famo, the Thunderbolt Sao, and Carl Linga William Ihaji. Ania came to my side and slipped her hand in mine as we watched the skies in awed silence. I am surprised that we were not all blinded by the light show going on up there where the stars had been a moment earlier. Great blossoms of white light, strobes of sulphur yellow, blazing red streaks, far brighter than a comet or meteor's tail, criss-crossed with blue, green, white, and yellow slashes, each as clear and straight as a diamond scratch on glass. Then sudden bursts of orange that seemed to fold into themselves in silent implosions, followed by more white strobes and a resumption of red slashes. It was all silent, but the violence of light alone made us want to cover our ears and cringe in a sheltered place. "What in 10 hells is it?" asked Lomo Dondrub. "Space battle," said Ania. Her voice sounded terribly tired. "I do not understand," said the Dalai Lama. He did not sound afraid, merely curious. "The Pax authorities assured us that they would have only one of their starships in orbit. The Jibril, I believe, is its name, and that it was on a diplomatic mission rather than a military one. Regent Rating Tokra also assured me of this." The Thunderbolt Sow made a rude noise. "Your Holiness, the Regent is in the pay of the Pax bastards." The boy looked at her. "I believe it to be true, Your Holiness," said Ihaji, his bodyguard. "I have heard things in the palace." The sky had faded almost to black, but now it exploded again in a score of places. The rocky cliff face behind us bled reflections of red, green, and yellow. "How can we see their laser lances if there is no dust or other colloidal particles to highlight them?" asked the Dalai Lama, his dark eyes bright. Evidently the news of his regent's betrayal was not surprising to him, or at least not as interesting as the battle going on thousands of kilometers above us. I was interested to see that the supreme holy person of the Buddhist world had been tutored in basic science. Again it was his bodyguard who answered. "Some ships must have been hit and destroyed already, Your Holiness," said Ihaji. "The coherent beams and CPBs would become visible in the expanding fields of debris, frozen oxygen, molecular dust, and other gases." This caused a moment of silence in our group. "My father watched this once on Hyperion," whispered Rachel. She rubbed her bare arms as if there had been a sudden chill. I blinked and looked at the young woman. I had not missed Ania's comment about her friend's father, Saul. I knew my cantos well enough to identify Rachel as the infant on the legendary Hyperion pilgrimage, daughter of Saul Weintraub. but I admit that I had not completely believed it. The infant Rachel had become the almost mythical woman Moneta in the cantos, someone who had traveled back in time and the time tombs with the Shrike. How could that Rachel be here now? Ania put her arm around Rachel's shoulders. "My mother as well," she said softly. "Only then it was thought to be the hegemony forces against the ousters." "Who is this, then?" demanded the Dalai Lama. "The ousters against the Pax? And why have the Pax warships come unbidden to our system?" Several white spheres of light pulsed, grew, dimmed, and died. We all blinked away the retinal echoes. "I believe that the Pax warships were here since their first ship arrived, Your Holiness," said Ania. "But I do not think they are fighting ousters." "Who, then?" said the boy. Ania turned her face back to the sky. "One of their own," she said. Suddenly there came a series of explosions quite different than the others, a closer, brighter series of explosions, followed by 3 blazing meteor trails. One exploded quickly in the upper atmosphere, trailing a score of minor debris trails that quickly died out. The second shot to the west, blazing from yellow to red to pure white, breaking up 20 degrees above the horizon and spilling 100 lesser trails across the cloudy western horizon. The third screeched across the sky from west of the zenith to the eastern horizon, and I say screeched deliberately because we could hear the noise. At first a tea-kettle whistle, then a howl, then a terrible tornadic roar, diminishing as quickly as it came, finally to break up into 3 or 4 large blazing masses in the east, all but one of which died out before reaching the horizon. This last burning fragment of starship seemed to wiggle in its flight at the last moment, with yellow bursts of light preceding it, slowing it before it was lost to sight. We waited another half-hour on the upper platform, but except for dozens of fusion flame streaks for the first few minutes, starships accelerating away from Tian Shan, I knew, there was nothing left to see. Eventually the stars were once again the brightest things in the sky, and everyone moved off, the Dalai Lama to sleep in the monks' quarters here, others to permanent or temporary quarters on the lower levels. Ania bid a few of us to stay, Rachel and Theo, Abetic and Lomo Dondrub, and me. "That is the sign I've been waiting for," she said very softly, when all the others had left the platform. "We must leave tomorrow." "Leave?" I said. "To where? Why?" Ania touched my forearm. I interpreted this as saying, "I will explain later." I shut up as the others spoke. "The wings are ready, teacher," said Lomo. "I have taken the liberty of checking over the skin suits and rebreathers in Endymion's quarters while you were all away," said Abetic. "They are all serviceable." "We'll finish up the work and organize the ceremony tomorrow," said Theo. "I wish I were going," said Rachel. "Going where?" I said again, despite my best efforts to shut up and listen. "You're invited," said Ania, still touching my arm. That did not really answer my question. "Lomo and Abetic, if you're both still game." Lomo Dondrub gave his broad grin. The android nodded. I began to think that I was the only one in the temple compound that didn't understand what was going on. "Good night, all," said Ania. "We'll be off at first light. You don't need to see us off." "To hell with that," said Rachel. Theo nodded agreement. "We'll be there to say goodbye," continued Rachel. Ania nodded and touched their arms. Everyone clambered down ladders or slid down cables. Ania and I were alone on the top platform. The sky seemed dark after the battle. I realized that clouds had risen above the ridgeline and were wiping the stars away like a wet towel drawn across a black slate board. Ania opened the door to her sleeping room, went in, lit the lantern, and returned to stand in the entrance. "Coming, Rawl?" We did talk, but not right away. Love-making seems all too absurd when described. Even the timing of our love-making seems absurd in the telling, with the sky literally falling and my lover having carried out a sort of Last Supper convocation that night. But love-making is never absurd when you are making love to the person you truly love. And I was. If I had not realized that before the Last Supper night, I did then, completely, totally, and without reservation. It was perhaps 2 hours later when Ania pulled on a kimono and I donned a yukata, and we moved away from the sleeping mat to the open shoji screens. Ania brewed tea on the small burner set in the tatami, and we took our cups and sat with our backs against the opposing shoji frames, our bare toes and legs touching, my right side and her left knee extending over the kilometers-long drop. The air was cool and smelled of rain, but the storm had moved north of us. The summit of Hungshan was shrouded with clouds, but all the lower ridges were illuminated by a constant play of lightning. "Is Rachel really the Rachel from the cantos?" I said. It was not the question I most wanted to ask, but I was afraid to ask it. "Yes," said Ania. "She's the daughter of Saul Weintraub, the woman who caught the Merlin sickness on Hyperion and aged backward 27 years to the infant whom Saul brought on the pilgrimage." "And she was also known as Moneta," I said, "and Mnemosyne." "Admonisher," murmured Ania, "and Memory. Appropriate names for her role in that time." "That was 280 years ago," I said, "and scores of light years away, on Hyperion. How did she get here?" Ania smiled. The warm tea breathed vapors that rose to her tousled hair. "I started life more than 280 years ago," she said, "and scores of light years away, on Hyperion." "So did she get here the same way you did? Through the time tombs?" "Yes and no," said Ania. She held up one hand to stop my protest. "I know that you want straight talk, Rawl. No parables or similes or evasions. I agree. The time for plain talk is here. But the truth is that the Sphinx time tombs are only part of Rachel's journey." I waited. "You remember the cantos," she began. "I remember that the pilgrim named Saul took his daughter after the Keats persona somehow saved her from the Shrike, and after she began aging normally, took her into the Sphinx, into the future." I stopped. "This future?" "No," said Ania. "The infant Rachel grew into a child again, a young woman again, in a future beyond this one. Her father raised her a second time. Their story is marvelous, Rawl, literally filled with marvels." I rubbed my forehead. The headache had gone, but now it threatened to return. "And she got here via the time tombs again," I said, "moving back in time with them?" "Partially via the time tombs," said Ania. "She is also able to move through time on her own." I stared. This bordered on madness. Ania smiled as if reading my thoughts, or just reading my expression. "I know it seems insane, Rawl. Much of what we've yet to encounter is very strange." "That's an understatement," I said. Another mental tumbler clicked into place. "Theo Bernard," I said. "Yes?" "There was a Theo in the cantos, wasn't there?" I said. "A man—" There were different versions of the oral tale, the poem to be sung, and many of these minor tales were dropped in the short popular versions. Grandom had made me learn most of the full poem, but the dull parts had never held my interest. "Theo Lane," said Ania. "At one time the consul's aide on Hyperion, later our world's first governor-general for the hegemony. I met him once when I was a girl. A decent man. Quiet. He wore archaic glasses, This Theo, I said, trying to figure it all out. Some sort of sex change? Ania shook her head. Close, but no cigar, as Freud would have said. Who? Theo Bernard is the great-great-great, etc. granddaughter of Theo Lane, said Ania. Her story is an adventure in itself. But she was born in this era. She did escape from the Pax colonies on Maui Covenant and join the rebels. But she did so because of something I told the original Theo almost 300 years ago. It had been passed down all those generations. Theo knew that I would be on Maui Covenant when I was. How? I said. That's what I told Theo Lane, said my friend. When I would be there. The knowledge was kept alive in his family, much as the Shrike pilgrimage has been kept alive by the Cantos. So you can see the future, I said flatly. Futures, corrected Ania. I've told you I can. And you heard me tonight. You've seen your own death? Yes. Will you tell me what you've seen? Not now, Rawl. Please. When it's time. But if there are futures, I said, hearing the growl of pain in my own voice, why do you have to see one death for yourself? If you can see it, why can't you avoid it? I could avoid that particular death, she said softly, but it would be the wrong choice. How can life over death ever be the wrong choice? I said. I realized that I had shouted it. My hands were balled into fists. She touched those fists with her warm hands, surrounding them with her slender fingers. That's what all this is about, she said so softly that I had to lean forward to hear her. Lightning played on the shoulders of Hung Shan. Death is never preferable to life, Rawl, but sometimes it's necessary. I shook my head. I realized that I must look sullen at that moment, but I didn't care. Will you tell me when I'm going to die? I said. She met my gaze. Her dark eyes held depths. I don't know, she said simply. I blinked. I felt vaguely hurt. Didn't she care enough to look into my future? Of course I care, she whispered. I've just chosen not to look at those probability waves. Seeing my death is difficult. Seeing yours would be... She made a strange noise, and I realized that she was weeping. I moved around on the tatami mat until I could put my arms around her. She leaned in against my chest. I'm sorry, kiddo, I said into her hair, although I could not have said exactly what I was sorry about. It was strange to feel so happy and so miserable at the same time. The thought of losing her made me want to scream, to throw rocks at the mountainside. As if echoing my feelings, thunder rumbled from the peak to the north. I kissed her tears away. Then we just kissed, the salt of her tears mingling with the warmth of her mouth. Then we made love again, and this time it was as slow, careful, and timeless as it had been urgent earlier. When we were lying in the cool breeze again, our cheeks touching, her hand on my chest, she said, You want to ask something? I can tell it. What? I thought of all the questions I had been filled with during her discussion time earlier. All of her talks I had missed that I needed to catch up on in order to understand why the communion ceremony was necessary. What is the cruciform really about? What is the Pax up to on those worlds with missing populations? What does the Corps really hope to gain in all this? What the hell is the Shrike? Is the thing a monster or a guardian? Where did it come from? What's going to happen to us? What does she see in our future that I need to know in order for us to survive? In order for her to avoid the fate she has known about since before she was born? What's the giant secret behind the void which binds, and why is it so important to connect with it? How are we going to get off this world if the Pax really slagged the only Farcaster portal under molten rock, and there are Pax warships between the console ship and us? Who are these observers she talked about, who have been spying on humanity for centuries? What's all this about learning the language of the dead and so forth? Why haven't the Nemesis thing and her clone siblings killed us yet? I asked. You've been with someone else? Made love with someone before me? This was insanity. It was none of my business. She was almost 22 standard years old. I'd slept with women before. I could not remember any of their last names, but in the Home Guard, while working in the Nine Tails Casino. Why should I care if... What difference did it make if... I had to know. She hesitated only a second. Our first time together was not my first, she said. I nodded, feeling like a swine and a voyeur for asking. There was an actual pain in my chest, much as I had imagined angina from hearing about it. I could not stop. Did you love him? How did I know it was a he? Theo? Rachel? She surrounds herself with women. My own thoughts made me sick of myself. I love you, Rawl, she whispered. It was only the second time she had said this, the first being when we had said goodbye on old Earth more than 5.5 years earlier. My heart should have soared at the words, but it hurt too much. There was something important here that I did not understand. But there was a man, I said, the words like pebbles in my mouth. You loved him. Only one? How many? I wanted to scream at my thoughts to shut up. Ania put her finger on my lips. I love you, Rawl. Remember that as I tell you these things. Everything is complicated by who I am, by what I must do. But I love you. I have loved you since the first time I saw you in the dreams of my future. I loved you when we met in the dust storm on Hyperion, with the confusion and shooting and the Shrike and the hawking mat. Do you remember how I squeezed my arms around you when we were flying on the mat, trying to escape? I loved you then. I waited in silence. Ania's finger moved from my lips to my cheek. She sighed as if the weight of the worlds were on her shoulders. All right, she said softly. There was someone. I've made love before. Was it serious? I said. My voice sounded strange to me, like the ship's artificial tones. We were married, said Ania. Once, on the River Cans on Hyperion, I'd gotten into a fistfight with an older bargeman who was half again my weight with infinitely more experience in fighting. With no warning, he had clipped me under the jaw with a single blow that had blacked out my vision, buckled my knees, and sent me reeling back over the barge railing into the river. The man had held no grudge, and had personally dived in to fish me out. I'd regained consciousness in a minute or two, but it was hours before I could shake the ringing out of my head and truly focus my eyes. This was worse than that. I could only lie there and look at her, at my beloved Ania, and feel her fingers against my cheek, as strange and cold and alien as a stranger's touch. She moved her hand away. There was something worse. The 23 months, 1 week, and 6 hours that were unaccounted for, she said. With him? I could not remember forming the two words, but I heard them spoken in my voice. Yes. Married, I said, and could not go on. Ania actually smiled, but it was the saddest smile I think I had ever seen. "By a priest," she said. "The marriage will be legal in the eyes of the Pax and the Church." "Will be? Is... You are still married?" I wanted to get up then and be sick over the edge of the platform, but I could not move. For a second, Ania seemed confused, unable to answer. "Yes," she said, her eyes gleaming with tears. "I mean, no, I'm not married now. You... Damn it. If I could only—" "But the man's still alive," I interrupted, my voice as flat and emotionless as a Holy Office Inquisition interrogator's. "Yes." She put her hand on her own cheek. Her fingers were trembling. "Do you love him, kiddo?" "I love you, Rawl." I pulled away slightly, not consciously, not deliberately, but I could not stay in physical contact with her while we had this discussion. "There's something else," she said. I waited. "We had... I had a child. A baby." She looked at me as if trying to force understanding of all this through her gaze directly into my mind. It did not work. "A child," I repeated stupidly. My dear friend, my child friend turned woman turned lover. My beloved had a child. "How old is it?" I said, hearing the banality like the thunder rumbling closer. Again she seemed confused, as if uncertain of facts. Finally she said, "The child is nowhere. I can find it now." "Oh, kiddo," I said, forgetting everything but her pain. I folded her against me as she wept. "I'm so sorry, kiddo. I'm so sorry," I said as I patted her head. She pulled back, wiping away tears. "No, Rawl, you don't understand. It's all right. It's not... That part's all right." I pulled away from her and stared. She was distraught, sobbing. "I understand," I lied. "Rawl..." Her hand felt for mine. I patted her hand, but got out of the bedclothes, pulled on my clothes, and grabbed my climbing harness and pack from their place by the door. "Rawl..." "I'll be back before dawn," I said, facing in her general direction, but not looking at her. "I'm just going for a walk." "Let me go with you," she said, standing with the sheet around her. Lightning flashed behind her. Another storm was coming in. "I'll be back before dawn," I said, and went out the door before she could dress or join me. It was raining, a cold, sleety rain. The platforms were quickly coated and made slick. I hurtled down ladders and jogged down the vibrating staircases, seeing my way by the occasional lightning flash, not slowing until I was several hundred meters down the East Ledge walk, headed toward the fissure where I had first landed in the ship. I did not want to go there. Half a click from the temple were fixed lines rising to the top of the ridge. The sleet was pounding on the cliff face now. The red and black lines were coated with a layer of ice. I clipped carabiners onto the line and harness, pulling the powered ascenders from the pack and attaching them without double-checking the connections, then began jumaring up the icy ropes. The wind came up, whipping my jacket and pushing me away from the rock wall. Sleet pounded at my face and hands. I ignored it and ascended, sometimes sliding back 3 or 4 meters as the jumar clamps failed on the icy line, then recovering and climbing again. 10 meters below the razor's edge summit of the ridgeline, I emerged from the clouds like a swimmer coming up out of the water. The stars still burned coldly up there, but the billowing cloud masses were piling against the north wall of the ridge and rising like a white tide around me. I slid the ascenders higher and jumared until I reached the relatively flat area where the fixed lines were attached. Only then did I notice that I had not tied on the safety line. "Fuck it," I said, and began walking northeast along the 15-centimeter wide ridge line. The storm was rising around me to the north. The drop to the south was kilometers of empty black air. There were patches of ice here, and it was beginning to snow. I broke into a trot, running east, jumping icy spots and fissures, not giving a good goddamn about anything. While I was obsessed with my own misery, there were other things occurring in the human universe. On Hyperion, when I was a boy, news filtered slowly from the interstellar packs to our moving caravans on the moors. An important event on Pachem or Renaissance Vector, or wherever, would of course be many weeks or months old from Hawking Drive time debt, with additional weeks of transit from Port Romance or another major city to our provincial region. I was used to not paying attention to events elsewhere. The lag in news had lessened, of course, when I was guiding off-world hunters in the fens and elsewhere, but it was still old news and of little importance to me. The packs held no fascination for me, although off-world travel certainly had. Then there had been almost 10 years of disconnection during our old Earth hiatus and my 5 years of time debt odyssey. I was not used to thinking of events elsewhere except where they affected me, such as the Pax's obsession with finding us. But this would soon change. That night on Tien Shan, the mountains of heaven, as I ran foolishly through sleet and fog down the narrow ridge line, these were some of the events happening elsewhere. On the lovely world of Maui Covenant, where the long chain of events culminating with my presence here with Ania could be said to have begun with the courtship of Siri and Marin some 4 centuries ago, rebellion raged. The rebels on the Motul Isles had long since become followers of Ania's philosophy, had drunk of her communion wine, had rejected the Pax and the cruciform forever, and were waging a war of sabotage and resistance, while trying not to harm or kill the Pax soldiers occupying the world. For the Pax, Maui Covenant offered special problems because it was primarily a vacation world. Hundreds of thousands of wealthy born-again Christians traveled there via Hawking Drive every standard year to enjoy the warm seas, the beautiful beaches of the equatorial archipelago isles, and the dolphin Motul Isles migrations. The Pax also benefited from the hundreds of oil drilling platforms around the mostly ocean world, situated out of sight of tourist areas, but vulnerable to attack from Motul Isles or rebel submersibles. Now, many of the Pax tourists themselves were, inexplicably, rejecting the cruciform and becoming followers of Ania's teachings, rejecting immortality. The planetary governor, the resident archbishop, and the Vatican officials called in for the crisis could not understand it. On cold Sol Draconi Septem, where most of the atmosphere was frozen into a single giant glacier, there were no tourists, but the Pax attempt at colonization there over the past 10 years had turned into a nightmare. The gentle bands of Chichatuk, whom Ania, A. Betic, and I had befriended some 9.5 years ago, had turned into implacable foes of the Pax. The skyscraper, frozen into the atmospheric ice, where Father Glaucus had welcomed all travelers, still blazed with light, despite that kind man's murder at the hand of Radamonth Nemes. The Chichatuk kept the place alight like a shrine. Somehow they knew who had murdered the harmless blind man and Kuchiat's tribe, Kuchiat, Chiaku, Aichakut, Kuchtu, Chithtisha, Chachia, all of those whom Ania, Abetic, and I had known by name. The other Chichatuk blamed the Pax, who were attempting to colonize the temperate bands along the equator where the air was gaseous and the great glacier melted down to the ancient permafrost. But the Chichatuk, not having heard of Ania's communion and tasted the empathy of it, descended on the Pax like a biblical plague. Having preyed upon and been preyed upon by the terrible snow wraiths for millennia, the Chichatuk now drove the tunneling white beasts south to the equatorial regions, unleashing them on the Pax colonists and missionaries. The toll was frightful. Pax military units brought in to kill the primitive Chichitook sent patrols out onto and into the planet Glacier, and never saw them again. On the city planet of Renaissance Vector, Ania's word of the void which binds had spread to millions of followers. Thousands of Pax faithful took communion from the changed ones every day, their cruciforms dying and falling off within 24 hours, sacrificing immortality for what? The Pax and Vatican did not understand, and at that time neither did I. But the Pax knew that it had to contain the virus. Troopers kicked in doors and crashed through windows every day and night, usually in the poorer old industrial sections of the planet-wide city. These people who had rejected the cruciform did not strongly resist. They would fight fiercely, but refused to kill if there was any way to avoid it. The Pax troopers did not mind killing to carry out their orders. Thousands of Ania's followers died the true death, former immortals who would never see resurrection again. And tens of thousands were taken into custody and sent to detention centers, where they were placed into cryogenic fugue lockers so that their blood and philosophy could not contaminate others. But for every one of Ania's adherents killed or arrested, dozens, hundreds, stayed safe in hiding, passing along Ania's teachings, offering communion of their own changed blood, and providing largely non-violent resistance at every turn. The great industrial machine that was Renaissance Vector had not yet broken down, but it was lurching and grinding in a way not seen in all the centuries since the hegemony established the world as the web's industrial nexus. The Vatican sent more troops, and debated as to how to respond. On Tau Cetai Center, once the political center of the world web, but now just a heavily populated and popular garden planet, the rebellion took a different shape. While off-world visitors had brought Ania's anti-cruciform contagion, the bulk of the problem there for the Vatican centered on the Archbishop Aquila Silvasky, a scheming woman who had taken over the role of governor and autocrat on TC² more than 2 centuries earlier. It was Archbishop Silvasky who had attempted to overthrow the re-election of the permanent pope through intrigue among the cardinals, and now, having failed at that, she simply staged her own planet-wide version of the pre-Hegira Reformation, announcing that the Catholic Church on Tau Cetai Center would henceforth recognize her as pontiff and be forever separated from the corrupt interstellar Church of the Pax. Because she had carefully formed an alliance with the local bishops in charge of resurrection ceremonies and machineries, she could control the sacrament of resurrection, and thus the local church. More importantly, the Archbishop had wooed the local Pax military authorities with land, wealth, and power until an unprecedented event occurred, a Pax Fleet Pax military coup that overthrew most senior officers in Tau Cetai's system and replaced them with new church advocates. No Archangel starships were seized this way, but 18 cruisers and 41 torch ships committed themselves to defending the new church on TC² and its new pontiff. Tens of thousands of faithful church members on the planet protested. They were arrested, threatened with excommunication, i.e. immediate revocation of their cruciforms, and released on probation under the watchful eye of the Archbishop's new Pope's new church security force. Several priestly orders, most notably the Jesuits on Tau Cetai Center, refused to comply. Most were quietly arrested, excommunicated, and executed. Some hundreds escaped, however, and used their network to offer resistance to the new order, at first non-violent, then increasingly severe. Many of the Jesuits had served as priest officers in the Pax military before returning to civilian clerical life, and they used their military skills to create havoc in and around the planet. Pope Urban XVI and his Pax Fleet advisors looked at their options. Already the crushing blow in the Great Crusade against the ousters had been delayed and derailed by Captain de Soya's continued harassing attacks, by the need to send fleet units to a score of worlds to quell the Ania contagion rebellions, by the logistical requirements for the ambush in Tian Shan's system, and now by this and other unrelated rebellions. Over Admiral Marison's advice to ignore the Archbishop's heresy until after other political military goals were reached, Pope Urban XVI and his Secretary of State Lord Ducemy decided to divert 20 archangels, 32 old-style cruisers, 8 transport ships, and 100 torch ships to Tau Cetai system, although it would be many weeks of time debt before the old Hawking Drive ships could arrive. Once formed up in that system, the task force's orders were to overcome all resistance by rebellious spacecraft, establish orbit around TC², demand the Archbishop's immediate surrender and the surrender of all those who supported her, and, failing compliance with that order, to slag as much of the planet as it took to destroy the new church's infrastructure. After that, tens of thousands of Marines would drop to the planet to occupy the remaining urban centers and to re-establish the rule of the Pax and the Holy Mother Church. On Mars, an old Earth system, the rebellion had worsened despite years of Pax bombardment from space and constant military incursions from orbit. 2 standard months earlier, Governor Claire Paulo and Archbishop Robeson had both died the true death in a nuclear suicide attack on their palace in exile on Phobos. The Pax response had been terrifying. Asteroids diverted from the nearby belt and dropped on Mars, carpet plasma bombing, and nightly lance attacks that sliced through the new planetary dust storm kicked up by the asteroid bombardment like so many deadly searchlights crisscrossing the frozen desert. Death beams would have been more efficient, but the Pax fleet planners wanted to make an example of Mars, and wanted it to be a visible example. The results were not exactly what the Pax had hoped for. The Martian terraforming environment, already precarious after years of poor maintenance, collapsed. Breathable atmosphere on the world was now restricted to Hellas Basin and a few other low pockets. The oceans were gone, boiled away as the pressure dropped, or frozen back in the poles and permafrost subcrust. The last large plants and trees died off until only the original brandy, cactus, and bradberry orchards were left clinging to life in the near vacuum. The dust storms would last for years, making Pax Marine patrols on the Red Planet all but impossible. But the Martians, especially the militant Palestinian Martians, were adapted to such a life and ready for this contingency. They hunkered down, killed the Pax troopers when they landed, and waited. Templar missionaries among the other Martian colonies urged the final nanotech adaptation to the original planetary conditions. Thousands and thousands took the gamble, allowing the molecular machines to alter their bodies and DNA to the planet. More disturbingly to the Vatican, space battles broke out as ships once belonging to the presumably defunct Martian war machine came out of hiding in the distant Kuiper Belt and began a series of hit-and-run attacks on the Pax fleet convoys and old Earth system. The kill ratio in these attacks was 5-1 in favor of Pax fleet, but the losses were unacceptable, and the cost of maintaining the Mars operation was frightful. Admiral Marison and the Joint Chiefs advised His Holiness to cut his losses and leave Old Earth system to fester for the time being. The Admiral assured the Pope that nothing would be allowed out of the system. He pointed out that there was nothing of real value in Old Earth system any longer, now that Mars was untenable. The Pope listened, but refused to authorize the pullout. At each conference, Cardinal Lord Ducemy stressed the symbolic importance of keeping Old Earth's system within the Pax. His Holiness decided to wait to make his decision. The hemorrhage of ships, men, money, and materiel went on. On Mare Infinitus, the rebellion was old, based around the submarine smugglers, poachers, and those hundreds of thousands of stubborn indigenes who had always refused the cross, but stirred up anew now that the Aeneid contagion had arrived. The great fishing zones were now all but off-limits to unescorted Pax fishing fleets. The automated fishing ships and isolated floating platforms were attacked and sunk. More and more of the deadly lantern-mouthed monsters were seen in shallower waters, and Archbishop Jane Kelly was furious at the Pax authorities for their failure to stop the problem. When Bishop Melandriano counseled moderation, Kelly had him excommunicated. In turn, Melandriano declared the southern seas seceded from the Pax and Church's authority, and thousands of the faithful followed the charismatic leader. The Vatican sent more Pax fleet ships, But there was little they could do to settle the four-way surface and subsurface struggles between the rebels, the Archbishop's forces, the Bishop's forces, and the Lantern Mouths. And in the midst of all this confusion and carnage, Aenea's message traveled with the speed of speech and secret communion. Rebellion, both violent and spiritual, flared elsewhere. The worlds where Aenea had traveled, Ixion, Ptolemy, Amritsar, and Groombridge Dyson D, on Qingdao Xishuangpana, where word of the roundup of non-Christians elsewhere created first panic and then grim resistance to all things Pax, on Deneb Dry, where the Jamnu Republic declared the wearing of a cruciform cause for beheading, on Fuji, where Aenea's message had been brought by renegade members of the Pax Mercantilis, and where it spread like a planetary firestorm, on the desert world of Vitus Grey Balianus B, where Aenea's teachings came via refugees from Sibiatu's bitterness, and combined with the realization that the Pax way of life would destroy their culture forever. The Amoite Spectrum Helix people led the fight. The city of Koroa Tombat was liberated in the first month of fighting, and Pax Base Bombasino soon became a fortress under siege. Base Commander Solzhenitsyn screamed for help from Pax Fleet, but the Vatican and Pax Fleet commanders, preoccupied elsewhere, ordered him to be patient and threatened excommunication if Solzhenitsyn did not end the rebellion on his own. Solzhenitsyn did so, but not in the way Pax Fleet or His Holiness would have countenanced. He arranged for a peace treaty with the Amoite Spectrum Helix armies in which his Pax forces would enter the countryside only with the permission of the indigenes. In return, Pax Base Bombasino was allowed to continue its existence. Solzhenitsyn, Colonel Vinara, and the other loyal Christians settled in to wait for Vatican and Pax Fleet retribution, but the Aenea-changed civilians were among the Spectrum Helix people who came to market at Bombasino, who met and ate and drank with the troopers, who moved among the dispirited Pax men and women and told their story, and who offered their communion. Many accepted. This, of course, was the tiniest slice of events on the hundreds of worlds of the Pax, that last sad night I would ever spend on Tian Shan. I did not guess of any of these events, of course, but if I had already mastered the skill and discipline of learning these things via the void which binds, I still would not have cared. Aenea had loved another man. They had been married. She must still be married. She had not mentioned divorce or death. She had had a child. I do not know why my carelessness did not send me falling to my death those wild hours on the icy ridge east of Jiukung and Xuankung-Su, but it did not. Eventually I came to my senses and returned via the ridgeline and the fixed rappelling ropes so that I could be back with Aenea by first light. I loved her. She was my dear friend. I would give my life to protect her. An opportunity to prove that would be offered within the day, its inevitability created by the events that unfolded shortly after my return to the temple hanging in air and our departure to the east. It was not that long after first light, in the old Gampa beneath the phallus Shiva, now turned into Christian enclave, where John Domenico Cardinal Mustafa, Admiral Margaret Wu, Father Farrell, Archbishop Breck, Father LeBlanc, Radamonth Nemes, and her two remaining siblings met in conference. In truth, it was the humans who met in conference, while Nemes and her clone sister and brother sat silently by the window looking out over the billowing cloudscapes around Otter Lake below the Sheveling Peak. "And you are certain that the rogue ship Raphael is finished?" the Grand Inquisitor was saying. "Absolutely," said Admiral Wu, "although it destroyed 7 of our Archangel ships of the line before we slagged it." She shook her head. "Desoya was a brilliant tactician. It was the true work of the Evil One when he turned apostate." Father Farrell leaned over the polished bonsai wood table. "And there is no chance that Desoya or any of the others survived?" Admiral Wu shrugged. "It was a near-orbit battle," she said. "We let Raphael get within cislunar distance before springing our trap. Thousands of pieces of debris, mostly from our unfortunate ships, entered the atmosphere. None of our people appear to have survived. At least no beacons have been detected. If any of DeSoya's people escaped, the chances are that their pods came down in the poisonous oceans. Still, began Archbishop Breck. He was a quiet man, cerebral and cautious. Wu looked exhausted and irritated. "Your Eminence," she said briskly, addressing Breck but looking at Mustafa. "We can decide the issue one way or the other if you allow us to send dropships, skimmers, and EMVs into the atmosphere." Breck blinked. Cardinal Mustafa shook his head. "No," he said, "our orders are not to show a military presence until the Vatican commands the final step in our seizure of the girl." Wu smiled with apparent bitterness. "Last night's battle just above the atmosphere must have made that order somewhat obsolete," she said softly. "Our military presence must have been rather impressive." "It was," said Father LeBlanc. "I have never seen anything like it." Admiral Wu spoke to Mustafa. "Your Excellency, the people on this world have no energy weapons, no Hawking drive detectors, no orbital defenses, no gravitonic detectors. Hell, they don't have radar or a communication system as far as we can tell. We can send dropships or fighter aircraft into the atmosphere to search for survivors without them ever knowing. It has to be a lot less intrusive than last night's firefight, and—" "No," said Cardinal Mustafa, and there was no doubting the finality of his decision. The Grand Inquisitor pushed back his robe to glance at his chronometer. "The Vatican courier drone should arrive any moment with final orders for the arrest of the contagion vector named Ania. Nothing must complicate that." Father Farrell rubbed his lean cheeks. "Regent Tok'ra called me this morning on the communicator channel we allocated him. It seems that their precious and precocious little Dalai Lama has gone missing." Breck and LeBlanc looked up in surprise. "It doesn't matter," said Cardinal Mustafa, obviously aware of the news. "Nothing matters right now except receiving final go-ahead on this mission and arresting Ania." He looked at Admiral Wu. "And you must tell your Swiss Guard and Marine officers that no harm can come to the young woman." Wu nodded wearily. She had been briefed and rebriefed for months. "When do you think that the orders will come?" she asked the Cardinal. Radamonth Nemes and her two siblings stood and walked toward the door. "The time for waiting is over," said Nemes with a thin-lipped smile. "We will bring Ania's head back to you." Cardinal Mustafa and the others were on their feet in an instant. "Sit down," bellowed the Grand Inquisitor. "You have not been ordered to move." Nemes smiled and turned toward the door. All of the clerics in the room were shouting. Archbishop Jean-Daniel Breck crossed himself. Admiral Wu went for the fléchette pistol in her holster. Things then happened too quickly to perceive. The air seemed to blur. One instant, Nemes, Scylla, and Briareus were at the door 8 meters away. The next instant they were gone, and 3 shimmering chrome shapes stood among the black and red-robed figures at the table. Scylla intercepted Admiral Margaret Wu before the woman could raise her fléchette pistol. A chrome arm blurred. Wu's head tumbled across the polished tabletop. The headless body stood a few seconds. Some random nerve impulse ordered the fingers of the right hand to close, and the fléchette pistol fired, blowing apart the legs of the heavy table and splintering the stone floor in 10,000 places. Father LeBlanc leaped between Briareus and Archbishop Breck. The blurred silver shape disemboweled LeBlanc. Breck dropped his glasses and ran into the adjoining room. Suddenly, Briareus was gone, leaving nothing but a soft implosion of air where the blurred shape had stood a second before. There was a short scream from the other room, cut off almost before it began. Cardinal Mustafa backed away from Radamonth Nemes. She took one step forward for every step he took backward. The blurred field around her had dropped away, but she looked no more human or less menacing. "Damn you for the foul thing you are," the Cardinal said softly. "Come ahead. I'm not afraid to die." Nemes raised one eyebrow. "Of course not, Your Excellency. But would it change your mind if I tell you that we're throwing these bodies and that head—" She gestured to where Margaret Wu's eyes had just stopped blinking and now stared blindly, "far out into the acid ocean so that no resurrection will be possible." Cardinal Mustafa reached the wall and stopped. Nemes was only 2 paces in front of him. "Why are you doing this?" he said, his voice firm. Nemes shrugged. "Our priorities diverge for the time being," she said. "Are you ready, Grand Inquisitor?" Cardinal Mustafa crossed himself and said a hurried act of contrition. Nemes smiled again. Her right arm and right leg became shimmering silver things, and she stepped forward. Mustafa watched in amazement. She did not kill him. With motions too quick to detect, she broke his left arm, shattered his right arm, kicked his legs out from under him, splintering both of them, and blinded him with 2 fingers that stopped just short of jabbing into his brain. The roar of pain was without precedent for the Grand Inquisitor. Through it, he could hear her voice, still flat and lifeless. "I know your doc in the box in the drop ship or on the Jibril will fix you up," she said. "We've buzzed them. They'll be here in a few minutes. When you see the Pope and his parasites, tell them that those to whom I must report did not want the girl alive. Our apologies, but her death is necessary. And tell them to be careful in the future not to act without the consent of all elements of the Corps. Goodbye, Your Excellency. I hope that the dock on the Jibril can grow you new eyes. What we are about to do will be worth seeing." Mustafa heard footsteps, the door sliding, and then silence, except for the sound of someone screaming in terrible pain. It took him several minutes to realize that it was he who was screaming. When I returned to the temple hanging in air, first light was seeping through the fog, but the morning remained dark, drizzly, and cold. I had finally sobered up enough from my distraught and distracted state to take greater care while rappelling down the fixed lines, and it was good that I had. Several times the brakes on the rappel gear slipped on the ice-shrouded rope, and I would have fallen to my death if the safety lines had not arrested me. Ania was awake, dressed, and ready to leave when I arrived. She had on her thermal anorak, climbing harness, and climbing boots. Abetic and Lomo Dondrub were dressed similarly, and both men carried long, heavy-looking nylon-wrapped packages over their shoulders. They were going with us. Others were there to say goodbye. Theo, Rachel, the Dorje Famo, the Dalai Lama, George Sarong, Jigme Norbu, and they seemed sad and anxious. Ania looked tired. I was sure that she had not slept either. We made a tired-looking pair of adventurers. Lomo walked over and handed me one of the long nylon-wrapped bundles. It was heavy, but I shouldered it without question or complaint. I grabbed the rest of my own gear, answered Lomo's questions about the condition of the ropes to the ridgeline. Everyone evidently thought that I had unselfishly reconnoitered our route, and stepped back to look at my friend and beloved. When she gave me a searching look, I answered with a nod. "It's all right. I'm all right. I'm ready to go. We'll talk about it later." Theo was crying. I was aware that this was an important parting, that we might not see one another again, despite Ania's assurances to the other 2 women that everyone would be reunited before nightfall. But I was too emotionally numbed and worn out to react to it. I stepped away from the group for a moment to take deep breaths and focus my attention. It was probable that I would need all of my wits and alertness in the next few hours just to survive. The problem with being passionately in love, I thought, is that it deprives you of too much sleep. We left by the east platform, moved in a fast trot down the icy ledge toward the fissure, past the ropes I'd just ascended, and reached the fissure without incident. The bonsai trees and fell fields looked ancient and unreal in the shifting ice fog, the dark limbs and branches dripping on our heads when they suddenly loomed out of the mist. The streams and waterfalls sounded louder than I remembered as the torrent slid over the last overhang into the void to our left. There were old, less reliable fixed ropes on the easternmost and highest folds of the fissure, and Lomo led the way up these, followed by Aeneas, then Abetic, and finally me. I noticed that our android friend was climbing as quickly and competently as he always did, despite the missing left hand. Once on the upper ridgeline, we were beyond my farthest point of my nighttime travels. The fissure acted as a barrier to ridgeline travel the way I had gone. Now the difficulty began in earnest as we followed the narrowest of paths: worn ledges, rock outcroppings, the occasional ice field, scree slopes on the south side of the cliff face. The ridgeline above us was all serac of wet, heavy snow and icy overhang, impossible to travel on. We moved silently, not even whispering, aware that the slightest noise could trigger an avalanche that would sweep us off these 10-centimeter ledges in a second. Finally, when the going got even tougher, we roped up, running the line through carabiners and attaching a doubled line to our web-sling harnesses, so that now if one fell, he or she would be caught, or we would all go over. With Lomo leading as strongly as ever, stepping confidently over foggy voids and icy crevasses that I would hesitate to attempt, I think that we all felt better about being connected. I still did not know our destination. I did know that the great ridge that ran east from Kunlun past Jokung would run out in a few more kilometers, dropping suddenly and dramatically into the poisonous clouds several clicks below. During certain weeks in the spring, the tides and vagaries of the ocean and clouds dropped the poisonous vapors low enough that the ridge emerged again, allowing supply caravans, pilgrims, monks, traders, and the simply curious to make their way east from the Middle Kingdom to Tai Shan, the great peak of the Middle Kingdom, and the most inaccessible habitable point on the planet. The monks who lived on Tai Shan, it was said, never returned to the Middle Kingdom or the rest of the mountains of heaven. For untold generations they had dedicated their lives to the mysterious tombs, gompas, ceremonies, and temples on that most holy of peaks. Now, as the weather worsened for us, I realized that if we started descending, we would not know when we left the roiling monsoon clouds and entered the roiling vaporous clouds until the poison air killed us. We did not descend. After several hours of all but silent travel, we reached the precipice at the eastern boundary of the Middle Kingdom. The mountain of Tai Shan was not visible, of course. Even with the clouds having cleared a bit, little was visible except for the wet cliff face ahead of us, and the twisting fog and cloud patterns all around. There was a wide ledge here at the eastern edge of the world, and we sat on it gratefully as we dug cold hand meals out of our packs and drank from our water bottles. The tiny succulent plants that carpeted this steep fell field were becoming tumescent as they gorged themselves on the first moisture of the monsoon months. After we ate and drank, Lomo and Abetic began opening our 3 heavy bundles. Aeneas zipped open her own pack, which looked heavier than the duffels we men had carried. It did not surprise me what was wrapped in these 3 parcels: nylon, alloy struts and frames, rigging, and in Aeneas' packet, more of the same, as well as the 2 skin suits and rebreathers that I'd brought with me from the ship and all but forgotten. I sighed and looked to the east. "So we're going to try to make Tai Shan," I said. "Yes," said Aeneas. She began stripping out of her clothes. Abetic and Lomo looked away, but I felt my heart pound with anger at the thought of other men seeing my lover naked. I controlled myself, laid out the other skin suit, and began peeling out of my own clothes, folding them into my heavy pack as I doffed each layer. The air was cold, and the fog clammy on my skin. Lomo and Abetic were assembling the pair-wings as Aeneas and I dressed. The skin suits were just that, almost literally a second skin, but the harness and rigging for the rebreathers allowed us some modesty. The cowl went over my head tighter than a scuba headpiece, folding my ears flat against my head. Only the filters there allowed sound to be transmitted. They would pick up the com thread transmissions once we were effectively out of real air. Lomo and Abetic had assembled 4 pair-wings from the parts we had transported. As if answering my unasked question, Lomo said, "I can only show you the thermals and make sure you reach the jet stream. I can't survive at that altitude, and I do not want to go to Taishan when there is little chance of returning." Ania touched the powerful man's arm. "We are grateful beyond words that you will guide us to the jet stream." The bold flyer actually blushed. "What about Abetic?" I asked. And then, realizing that I was talking about our friend as if he weren't there, I turned to the android and said, "What about you? There's no skin suit or rebreather for you." Abetic smiled. I had always thought that his rare smiles were the wisest things I had ever seen on a human countenance, even if the blue-skinned man was not technically human. "You forget, Endymion," he said. "I was designed to suffer a bit more abuse than the average human body." "But the distance," I began. Taishan was more than 100 kilometers east, and even if we reached the jet stream, that would be almost an hour of rarefied air, far too thin to breathe. Abetic fastened the last rigging to his pair-wing, a pretty thing with a great blue delta wingspan almost 10 meters across, and said, "If we are lucky enough to make the distance, I will survive it." I nodded, and made to get into the rigging of my own kite then, not asking any more questions, not looking at Ania, not asking her why the 4 of us were risking our lives this way, when suddenly my friend was at my elbow. "Thank you, Rawl," she said, loudly enough for all to hear. "You do these things for me out of love and friendship. I thank you from the bottom of my heart." I made some gesture, suddenly unable to speak, embarrassed that she was thanking me when the other 2 were ready to leap into the void for her as well. But she was not finished speaking. "I love you, Rawl," said Ania, leaning on her tiptoes to kiss me on the lips. She rocked back and looked at me, her dark eyes fathomless. "I love you, Rawl Endymion. I always have. I always will." I stood, bewildered and overwhelmed, as we all locked into our pair-wing rigs and stood at the ultimate edge of nothing. Lomo was the last to clip on. He moved from Abetic to Ania to me, checking our riggings, checking every fastened nut, bolt, tension clip, and insta-weld of our kites. Satisfied, he nodded respectfully toward Abetic, clipped into his own red-winged rig with a speed born of infinite practice and discipline, and moved to the edge of the cliff. Even the succulents did not grow in this last meter stretch, as if terrified of the drop. I knew that I was. The last rocky ledge was steeply pitched and slick from the rain. The fog had closed in again. "It will be hard to see each other in this soup," said Lomo. "Keep circling to the left. Stay within 5 meters of the one in front of you. Same order as our march. Ania after me in your yellow wing, then the blue man in blue, then you, Rawl, in the green. Our greatest risk is losing one another in the clouds." Ania nodded tersely. "I'll stay close to your wing." Lomo looked at me. "You and Ania can communicate via your skin suit comm threads, but that will not help you find one another. Abetic and I will communicate via hand signals. Be careful. Do not lose sight of the blue man's kite. If you do, keep circling up counterclockwise until you clear the cloud tops, and then try to regroup with us. Keep the circles tight while inside the clouds. If you loosen them, which is the tendency with pair-wings, you will strike the cliff." My mouth was dry as I nodded. "All right," said Lomo. "I will see you all above the clouds. Then I will find the thermals for you, read the ridge lift, and get you to the jet stream. I will signal like this." He made a fist and pumped his arm twice. "When I am leaving you. Keep climbing and circling. Get as deeply into the stream as you can. Rise into the upper atmospheric winds until you think that they will tear your wing apart from above you. Perhaps they will, but you will have no chance to reach Taishan unless you get into the center of the stream. It is 111 clicks to the first shoulder of the great peak where you can breathe true air." We all nodded. "May the Buddha smile on our folly today," said Lomo. He seemed very happy. "Amen," said Ania. Lomo turned without another word and leaped out over the cliff's edge. Ania followed a second later. Abetic leaned far forward in his harness, kicked off the ledge, and was swallowed up by clouds within seconds. I scurried to catch up. Suddenly there was no stone under my feet, and I leaned forward until I was prone in the harness. Already I had lost sight of Abetic's blue wing. The swirling clouds confused and disoriented me. I pulled on the control bar, banking the hang glider as I had been taught, peering intently through the fog for a glimpse of any of the other kites. Nothing. Belatedly, I realized that I had held the turn for too long. Or had I released it too soon? I leveled off the wing, feeling thermals pushing at the fabric above me, but not being able to tell if I was actually gaining altitude because I was blind. The fog was like some terrible snow blindness. Without thinking, I shouted, hoping one of the others would shout back and orient me. A man's shout hurtled back to me from just a few meters dead ahead. It was my own voice, echoing off the vertical rock of the cliff face I was about to strike. Nemes, Scylla, and Briareus moved south on foot from the Pax Enclave at the Phallus of Shiva. The sun is high, and there are thick clouds to the east. To travel from the Pax Enclave to the Winter Palace at Potala, the old highway southwest along the Koko-Nor Ridge had been repaired and widened, and a special cable platform had been built where the 10-click wire ran from Koko-Nor southwest to the palace. A palanquin specially rigged for the Pax diplomats now hangs from pulleys at the new platform. Nemes pushes to the front of the line and steps into it, ignoring the stares from the little people in thick chubas who mill on the stairway and platform. When her clone siblings are in the cage, she releases the two brakes and sends the palanquin hurtling across the gap. Dark clouds rise above the palace mountain. A squad of 20 palace guard carrying halberds and crude energy lances greets them at the great terrace steps on the west side of Yellow Hat Ridge, where the palace drops away down the east face for several vertical kilometers. The captain of the guard is deferential. "You must wait here until we bring an honor guard to escort you into the palace, most honored guests," he says, bowing. "We prefer to go in alone," says Nemes. The 20 guardsmen crouch with lances at port arms. They make a solid wall of iron, zygote fur, silk, and elaborate helmets. The guard captain bows lower. "I apologize for my unworthiness, most honored guests, but it is not possible to enter the Winter Palace without an invitation and an honor guard. Both will be here in a minute. If you will be so kind as to wait in the shade under the pagoda roof here, honored guests, a personage of the proper rank to greet you will arrive in only a moment." Nemes nods. "Kill them," she says to Scylla and Briareus, and walks forward into the palace as her siblings phase shift. They shift down during the long walk through the many-leveled palace, shifting into fast time only to kill guards and servants. When they exit by the main steps and approach the Pargo Kaling, the great western gate on this side of the Kiu-Chu Bridge, they find Regent Retting Tokra blocking the way with 500 of his finest palace guard troops. A few of these elite fighters carry swords and pikes, but most hold crossbows, slug rifles, crude energy weapons, and rail guns. "Commander Nemes," says Tokra, lowering his head slightly, but not bowing so much as to lose eye contact with the woman in front of him. "We have heard what you did at Sheveling. You can go no farther." Tokra nods at someone high up in the gleaming eyes on the Pargo Kaling Tower, and the black chrome bridge of Kiu-Chu slides silently back into the mountain. Only the great suspension cables remained far above, ringed about with razor wire and frictionless gel. Nemes smiles. "What are you doing, Tok'ra?" "His Holiness has gone to Xuan Kung Su," says the thin-faced regent. "I know why you travel that way. You cannot be allowed to harm His Holiness the Dalai Lama." Rhadamanth Nemes shows more of her small teeth. "What are you talking about, Tok'ra? You sold out your dear little boy god to the Pack Secret Service for 30 pieces of silver. Are we bartering here for more of your stupid six-sided coins?" The regent shakes his head. "The agreement with the Packs was that His Holiness would never be hurt. But we want the girl's head," says Nemes, "not your boy llamas. Get your men out of our way or lose them." Regent Tok'ra turns and barks an order at his row upon row of soldiers. The men's faces are grim as they raise their weapons to their shoulders. The mass of them blocks the way to the bridge, even though the roadway of the bridge is no longer there. Dark clouds boil in the chasm. "Kill them all," says Nemes, phase-shifting. Lomo had trained us all in the hang glider controls, but I had never had the opportunity to fly one before. Now, as the cliff rose out of the fog in front of me, I had to do the correct thing immediately or die. The kite was controlled by manipulating the control bar that hung in front of me as I dangled in my harness, and I leaned as far left and put as much weight on it as the rigging allowed. The parawing banked, but not steeply enough, I realized at once. The kite was going to intercept the rock wall a meter or two away from the outer apex of its arc. There was another set of controls, handle grips that spilled air from the dorsal surface at the leading edge of each side of the dorsal wing, but these were dangerous and tricky, and for emergency use only. I could see the lichen on the approaching rock wall. This was an emergency. I pulled hard on the left panic handle. The nylon on the left side of the parawing opened like a split purse. The right wing, still catching the strong ridge lift here, banked up steeply. The parawing turned almost upside down, with its useless left wing spilling air like so much empty aluminum frame. My legs were flung out sideways as the kite threatened to stall and plummet into the rocks. My boots actually brushed stone and lichen, and then the wing was falling almost straight down. I released the left handle. The active memory fabric on the left leading surface healed itself in an instant, and I was flying again, although in a near vertical dive. The strong thermals rising along the cliff face struck the kite like a rising elevator, and I was slammed upward, the control bar swinging back against my upper chest hard enough to knock the wind out of me, and the parawing swooped, climbed, and tried to do a lazy loop with a radius of 60 or 70 meters. I found myself hanging almost upside down again, but this time with the kite and controls beneath me and the rock wall dead ahead again. This was no good. I would conclude the loop on the cliff wall. I yanked the right panic handle, spilled lift, tumbled sideways in a sickening drop, sealed the wing, and tugged handles and control bar while shifting my weight wildly to establish balance and control. The clouds had parted enough for me to see the cliff 20 or 30 meters to my right as I fought the thermals and the kite itself for a clean line. Then I was leveled and flying the contraption, spiraling around to my left again, but carefully this time, ever so carefully, thankful for the break in the clouds that allowed me to judge my distance from the cliff, and leaning hard left on the control bar. Suddenly a whisper in my ear said, "Wow, that was fun to watch. Do it again." I jumped at the voice in my ear and then looked up and behind me. The bright yellow triangle of Ania's parawing circled above me, the clouds close above it like a gray ceiling. "No thanks," I said, allowing the comm threads on the throat of my skin suit to pick up the sub-vocals. "I guess I'm through showing off." I glanced up at her again. "Why are you here? Where's Abetic?" "We rendezvoused above the clouds, didn't see you, and I came down to find you," Ania said simply, her comm-threaded voice soft in my ear. I felt a surge of nausea, more from the thought of her risking everything to do that than from the violent aerobatics of a moment earlier. "I'm all right," I said gruffly. "Just had to get the feel of the ridge lift." "Yeah," said Ania. "It's tricky. Why don't you follow me up?" I did so, not allowing my pride to get in the way of survival. It was difficult to keep her yellow wing in sight with the shifting fog, but easier than flying blind near this cliff. She seemed to sense exactly where the rock wall was, cutting our circle within 5 meters of it, catching the strong center of the thermals there, but never coming too close or swinging too wide. Within minutes we came out of the clouds. I admit that the experience took my breath away. First a slow brightening, then a rush of sunlight, then rising above the cloud level like a swimmer emerging from a white sea, then squinting into the bright light within the blinding freedom of blue sky and a seemingly infinite view on all sides. Only the highest peaks and ridgelines were visible above the ocean of clouds. Taishan, gleaming cold and icy white so far to our east, Hung Shan about equidistant to the north, our ridgeline from Jokung rising like a razor's edge just above the tides of cloud running back to the west, Kunlun Ridge, a distant wall running northwest to southeast, and far, far away, near the edge of the world, the brilliant summits of Chomo Lari, Mount Parnassus, Kangchungjunga, Mount Koya, Mount Kalaeus, and others I could not identify from this angle. There was a glimmer of sunlight on something tall beyond distant Fairy Ridge, and I thought this might be the Potala or the Lesser Sheveling. I quit gawking and turned my attention back to our attempt to gain altitude. Abetic circled close by and gave me a thumbs up. I returned the signal and looked up to see Lomo gesturing 50 meters above us. "Close up. Keep your circles tight. Follow me." We did that, Ania easily climbing to her wingman position behind Lomo, Abetic's blue kite circling across the climb circle from her, and me bringing up the rear 15 meters below and 50 meters across the circle from the android. Lomo seemed to know exactly where the thermals were. Sometimes we circled farther back west, caught the lift, and opened our circles to move east again. Sometimes we seemed to circle without gaining altitude, but then I would look north to Hung Shan and sense that we had covered another several hundred meters upward. Slowly we climbed, and slowly we circled east, although Taishan must still have been 80 or 90 clicks away. It grew colder and harder to breathe. I sealed the last bit of osmosis mask and inhaled pure O2 as we climbed. The skin suit tightened around me, acting as a pressure suit and therm suit all in one. I could see Lomo shivering in his zygote chuba and heavy mittens. There was ice on Abetic's bare forearm, and still we circled and rose. The sky darkened, and the view grew more unbelievable. Distant Nunda Devi in the southwest, Helgafell in the even more distant southeast, and Harney Peak, far beyond the Sheveling, all coming into sight above the curve of the planet. Finally, Lomo had had enough. A moment earlier I had unsealed the clear osmosis mask on my hood to see how thick the air was, tried to inhale what felt like hard vacuum, and quickly resealed the membrane. I could not imagine how Lomo managed to breathe, think, and function at this altitude. Now he signaled us to keep circling higher on the thermal he had been working, gave us the ancient good luck sign of the circled thumb and forefinger, and then spilled the thin air out of his delta kite to drop away like a hurtling Thomas Hawk. Within seconds, the red delta was several thousand meters below us and swooping toward the ridgeline to the west. We continued circling and climbing, occasionally losing the lift for a moment, but then finding it again. We were being blown eastward by the lower edges of the jet stream, but we followed Lomo's final advice and resisted the temptation to turn toward our destination. We did not have enough altitude or tailwind yet to make the 80-kilometer voyage. Encountering the jet stream was like suddenly entering a whitewater rapids in a kayak. Ania's kite found the edge of it first, and I watched the yellow fabric vibrate as if in a powerful gale. Then the aluminum superstructure flex wildly. Then Abetic and I were into it, and it was everything we could do to hold ourselves horizontal in the swinging harness behind the control bar and continue circling for altitude. "It's hard," came Ania's voice in my ear. "It wants to tear loose and head east." "We can't," I gasped, pulling the Parawing into the headwind again and being thrown higher in one great vertical lift ride. "I know," came Ania's strained voice. I was 100 meters away and below her now, but I could see her small form wrestling with the control bar, her legs straight, her small feet pointed backward like a cliff diver's. I peered around. The brilliant sun was haloed by ice crystals. The ridgelines were almost invisible so far below, the summits of the highest peaks now cliffs beneath us. "How is Abetic doing?" asked Ania. I twisted and strained to see. The android was circling above me. His eyes appeared to be closed, but I could see him making adjustments to the control bar. His blue flesh gleamed with frost. "All right, I think," I said. "Ania?" "Yes." "Is there any chance of the packs at Sheveling or in orbit picking up our ComThread broadcasts?" The ComUnit disk key journal was in my pocket, but we had decided never to use it until it was time to call the ship. It would be ironic if we were captured or killed because of using these skin suit communicators. "No chance," gasped Ania. Even with the osmosis masks and the rebreather matrix woven into the skin suits, the air was thin and cold. "The comm threads are very short range, half a click at most." "Then stay close," I said, and concentrated on gaining a few hundred more meters before the almost silent hurricane that was buffeting me sent the kite screaming off to the east. Another few minutes, and we could no longer resist the powerful current in this river of air. The thermal did not lessen. It just seemed to die away completely, and then we were at the mercy of the jet stream. "Let's go!" shouted Ania, forgetting that her slightest whisper was audible in my ear patch. I could see Abetic open his eyes and give me a thumbs up. At the same instant, my own Parawing peeled off the thermal and was swept away to the east. Even with the diminished sound, we seemed to be roaring through the air at a speed so incredible that it was audible. Ania's yellow delta streaked east like a crossbow dart. Abetic's blue followed. I wrestled with the controls, realized that I did not have the strength to change course 1 degree, and simply held on while we rifled east and down in the pounding, flowing river of air. Taishan gleamed ahead of us, but we were losing altitude quickly now, and the mountain was still very far away. Kilometers beneath us, beneath the monsoon sea of white cloud tops, the greenish phosgene clouds of the acid world ocean churned away unseen but waiting. The Pax authorities in Tian Shan's system were confused. When Captain Womack in the Jibril received the strange pulsed alarm signal from the Pax enclave at Sheveling, he tried hailing Cardinal Mustafa and the others, but received no answer. Within minutes he had dispatched a combat dropship with 24 Pax Marines, including 3 medics. The Tightline report uplink was confusing. The conference room at their enclave Gampa was a gory mess. Human blood and viscera were splashed everywhere, but the only body remaining was that of the Grand Inquisitor, who had been crippled and blinded. They DNA-typed the largest arterial spray and found it to be that of Father Farrell. Other pools of blood reportedly belonged to Archbishop Breck and his aide LeBlanc. But no bodies, no cruciforms. The medics reported that Cardinal Mustafa was comatose, in deep shock, and near death. They stabilized him as best they could, using only their field kits, and asked for orders. Should they let the Grand Inquisitor die and be resurrected, or get him to the dropship dock-in-the-box and try to save him, knowing that it would be several days before he could regain consciousness and describe the attack? Or the medic could get him to life support, use drugs to bring the Cardinal out of the coma, and interrogate him within minutes, all the while with the patient under exquisite pain and on the verge of death. Womack ordered them to wait, and tight-beamed Admiral Lempriere, the task force commander. Out in the Tian Shan system, many AUs distant, The 40-some ships that had come through the battle with Raphael were rescuing survivors from the terminally damaged Archangels and awaiting the arrival of the Papal drone and the Technocore robot ship that would be putting the planet's population in suspended animation. Neither had arrived. Lempriere was closer, 4 light minutes away, and the tight beam would take that long to reach him and bring him up to speed. But Womack felt he had no other choice. He waited while his message burned out system. Aboard the flagship Raguel, Lempriere found himself in a ticklish situation, with only minutes to decide about Mustafa. If he allowed the Grand Inquisitor to die, it was likely that a 2-day resurrection would be successful. The Cardinal would suffer little pain, but the cause of the attack, Shrike, Indigenes, the Ania monster's disciples, ousters, might remain a mystery until then. Lempriere took 10 seconds to decide, but it was a 4-minute tight beam delay out and back. "Have the medics stabilize him." He tight beamed Womack on the Jibril in orbit around the mountain planet. "Get him to dropship life support. Bring him out of it. Interrogate him. When we know enough, have the autosurgeon give a prognosis. If it's faster to resurrect him, let him die." "Aye, aye, sir," said Womack 4 minutes later, and passed word along to the Marines. Meanwhile, the Marines were widening their search, using EMV reaction packs to search the vertical cliffsides around the phallus of Shiva. They deep-radared Ron Tso, the so-called Otter Lake, finding neither otters nor the bodies of the missing priests. There had been an honor guard of 12 Marines in the enclave with the Grand Inquisitor's party, plus the pilot of the dropship, but these men and women were also missing. Blood and viscera were found and DNA typed, most of the missing thus accounted for, but their bodies were not found. "Shall we spread the search to the Winter Palace?" questioned the Marine lieutenant in charge of the party. All of the Marines had specific orders not to disturb the locals, especially the Dalai Lama and his people, before the Technocore ship arrived to put the population asleep. "Just a minute," said Womack. He saw that Admiral Lempriere's monitor telltale was on. The comm disk key on his command web was also blinking. Jibril's intelligence officer down in the sensor bubble. "Yes?" "Captain, we've been visually monitoring the palace area. Something terrible has happened there." "What?" snapped Womack. It was not like any member of his crew to be so vague. "We missed it, sir," said the intel officer. She was a young woman, but smart, Lempriere knew. "We were using the optics to check the area around the enclave. But look at this." Womack turned his head slightly to watch the hollow pit fill with an image, knowing that it was being tight-beamed out to the Admiral, the east side of the Winter Palace Potala, as if seen from a few hundred meters above the Ki-Chu Bridge. The roadway of the bridge was gone, retracted, but on the steps and terraces between the palace and the bridge, and on some of the narrow ledges in the chasm between the palace and the Drepung Monastery on the east side, were scores of bodies, hundreds of bodies, bloodied and dismembered. "Dear Lord," said Captain Womack, and crossed himself. "We've identified the head of the Regent Tok'ra Retting there among the body parts," came the intel officer's calm voice. "The head?" repeated Womack, realizing that his useless remark was being sent to the Admiral along with all the rest of this transmission. In 4 minutes, Admiral Lempriere would know that Womack made stupid comments. No matter. "Anyone else important there?" he queried intel. "Negative, sir," came the young officer's voice. "But they're broadcasting on various radio frequencies now." Womack raised an eyebrow. So far, the Winter Palace had maintained radio and tight-beam silence. "What are they saying?" "It's in Mandarin and Post-Hijira Tibetan, sir," said the officer. But then, quickly, "They're in a panic, Captain. The Dalai Lama is missing. So is the head of the Boy Lama's security team. General Sirkong Sawan Chempo, leader of the Palace Guard, is dead, sir. They've confirmed that his headless body was found there." Womack glanced at the clock. The tight-beam broadcast was halfway to the Admiral's ship. "Who did this intel? The Shrike?" "Don't know, sir. As I said, the lenses and cameras were elsewhere. We'll check the discs. Do that, said Womack. He could not wait any longer. He tight-beamed the Marine lieutenant. Get to the palace, Lieutenant. See what the hell is going on. I'm sending down 5 more dropships, combat EMVs, and a Thopter gunship. Search for any sign of Archbishop Breck, Father Farrell, or Father LeBlanc, and the pilot and honor guard, of course. Aye, aye, sir. The tight-beam link went green. The Admiral was receiving the latest transmission. Too late to wait for his command. Womack tight-beamed the 2 closest packed ships, torch ships just beyond the outer moon, and ordered them on battle alert to drop into matching orbit with the Jibril. He might need the firepower. Womack had seen the Shrike's work before, and the thought of that creature suddenly appearing on his ship made his skin go cold. He tight-beamed Captain Samuels on the torch ship HHS St. Bonaventure. "Carroll," he said to the startled captain's image, "go tactical space, please." Womack jacked in and was standing in place above the gleaming cloud planet of Tian Shan. Samuels suddenly appeared next to him in the starry darkness. "Carroll," said Womack, "something's going on down there. I think the Shrike may be loose again. If you suddenly lose transmission data from the Jibril, or we start screaming gibberish—" "I'll launch 3 boats of Marines," said Samuels. "Negative," said Womack. "Slag the Jibril immediately." Captain Samuels blinked. So did the floating telltale that showed that Admiral Lempriere's flagship was tight-beaming. Womack jacked out of tactical. The message was short. "I've spun the Raguel up for a jump-in system to just beyond the critical gravity well around Tian Shan," said Admiral Lempriere, his thin face grave. Womack opened his mouth to protest to his superior, realized that a tight-beamed protest would arrive almost 3 minutes after the Hawking Drive jump was executed, and shut his mouth. A jump-in system like this was sickeningly dangerous, 1 chance in 4 at least of a disaster that would claim all hands. But he understood the Admiral's need to get to where the information was fresh and his commands could be executed immediately. Dear Jesus, thought Womack. The Grand Inquisitor crippled, the Archbishop and the others missing, the sodding Dalai Lama's palace looking like an anthill that's been kicked over. God damn that Shrike thing. Where's the Papal Courier probe with its command? Where's that core ship we were promised? How can things get worse than this? "Captain," it was the chief Marine medic on the Expeditionary Force beaming from the dropship infirmary. "Report. Cardinal Mustafa is conscious, sir. Still blind, of course, in terrible pain, but put him on," snapped Womack. A terrible visage filled the holosphere. Captain Womack sensed others on the bridge shrinking back. The Grand Inquisitor's face was still bloodied. His teeth were bright red as he screamed. His eye sockets were ragged and void except for tendrils of torn tissue and rivulets of blood. At first, Captain Womack could not discern the word from the shriek. But then he realized what the Cardinal was screaming. "Nemes! Nemes! Nemes!" The constructs called Nemes, Scylla, and Briareus continue eastward. The 3 remain phase-shifted, oblivious to the staggering amounts of energy this consumes. The energy is sent from elsewhere. It is not their worry. All of their existence has led to this hour. After the timeless interlude of slaughter under the Pargo-Kaling Western Gate, Nemes leads the way up the tower and across the great metal cables holding the suspension bridge in place. The 3 jog through Drapung Marketplace, 3 motal figures moving through thickened amber air, past human forms frozen in place. At Ferry Marketplace, the thousands of shopping, browsing, laughing, arguing, jostling human statues make Nemes smile her thin-lipped smile. She could decapitate all of them, and they would have had no warning of their destruction. But she has an objective. At the Ferry Ridge cableway juncture, the 3 shift down. Friction on the cable would be a problem otherwise. "Scylla, the northern highway," Nemes sends on the common band. Briareus, the middle bridge. I will take the cableway. Her siblings nod, shimmer, and are gone. The cablemaster steps forward to protest Nemesis' shoving in line ahead of scores of waiting cable passengers. It is a busy time of day. Rhadamanth Nemes picks the cablemaster up and flings him off the platform. A dozen angry men and women shove toward her, shouting, bent on revenge. Nemes leaps from the platform and grabs the cable. She has no pulley, no brakes, no climbing harness. She phase shifts only the palms of her inhuman hands and hurtles down the cable toward Kunlun Ridge. The angry mob behind her clip onto the cable and give chase. A dozen, 2 dozen, more. The cablemaster had been liked by many. It takes Nemes half the usual transit time to cover the great abyss between Ferry and Kunlun Ridges. She brakes sloppily on the approach and slams into the rock, phase shifting at the last instant. Pulling herself out of the crumbling indentation on the cliff behind the landing ledge, she walks back to the cable. Pulleys whine as the first of her pursuers careen down the last few hundred meters of wire. More spread out to the horizon, black beads on a thin string. Nemes smiles, phase shifts both her hands, reaches high, and severs the cable. She is surprised how few of the dozens of doomed men and women scream as they slide off the twisting, falling cable to their deaths. Nemes jogs to the fixed ropes, climbs them freehand, and cuts all of them loose. Ascent lines, rappel lines, safety lines, everything. 5 armed members of the Kunlun Constabulary from Shi-Wang-mu confront her on the ridgeline just south of the slideway. She phase shifts only her left forearm and swats them off into space. Looking northwest, Nemes adjusts her infrared and telescopic vision and zooms in on the great swinging bonsai bamboo bridge connecting the highway promontories between Ferry Ridge and Kunlun Ridge. The bridge falls as she watches, the slats and vines and support cables writhing as they fall back to the western ridgeline, the lower reaches of the bridge dropping into phosgene clouds. "That's that," sends Briareus. "How many on it when it fell?" queries Nemes. "Many." Briareus disconnects. A second later, Scylla logs on. "Northern bridge down. I'm destroying the highway as I go." "Good," sends Nemes. "I'll see you in Jokung." The 3 shift down as they pass through the city fissure at Jokung. It is raining lightly, the clouds as thick as summer fog. Nemes's thin hair is plastered to her forehead, and she notices that Scylla and Briareus have the same look. The crowd parts for them. The ledge road to the temple hanging in air is empty. Nemes is leading as they approach the final short swinging bridge before the ledge below the stairway to the temple. This had been the first artifact repaired by Ania, a simple 20-meter swinging span above a narrow fissure between dolomite spires 1,000 meters above the lower crags and cloud tops. And now the monsoon clouds billow beneath and around the dripping structure. Invisible in the thick clouds, something stands on the cliff ledge at the other side of the bridge. Nemes shifts to thermal imaging and smiles when she sees that the tall shape radiates no heat whatsoever. She pings it with her forward-generated radar and studies the image. 3 meters tall, thorns, bladed fingers on 4 oversized hands, a perfectly radar-reflective carapace, sharp blades on chest and forehead, no respiration, razor wire rising from the shoulders and spikes from the forehead. "Perfect," sends Nemes. "Perfect," agrees Scylla and Briareus. The figure at the other end of the dripping bridge makes no response. We made it to the mountain with only a few meters to spare. Once we dropped out of the lower reaches of the jet stream, our descent was steady and irreversible. There were few thermals out above the cloud ocean, and many downdrafts, and while we made the first half of the 100-click gap in a few minutes of thrilling acceleration, the second half was all heart-stopping descent. now certain that we would make it with room to spare, now more certain that we would drop into the clouds and never even see our deaths rising to surround us until the kite-wing struck acid sea. We did descend into the clouds, but these were the monsoon clouds, the water vapor clouds, the breathable clouds. The three of us flew as close as we could. Blue delta, yellow delta, green delta, the metal and fabric of our parawings almost touching, more fearful of losing one another and dying alone than of striking one another and falling together. Ania and I had the comm threads, but we talked to each other just once during that suspenseful descent to the east. The fog had thickened. I caught the merest glimpses of her yellow wing to my left, and I was thinking, she had a child. She married someone else. She loved someone else. When I heard her voice on the hair patch of my suit, "Rawl?" "Yes, kiddo?" "I love you, Rawl." I hesitated a few heartbeats, but the emotional vacuum that had pulled me a moment earlier was swept away in the surge of affection for my young friend and lover. "I love you, Ania." We swept lower through the murk. I thought that I could taste an acrid scent on the wind. The fringes of the phosgene clouds. "Kiddo?" "Yes, Rawl." Her voice was a whisper in my ears. We had both removed our osmosis masks, I knew, although they would have protected us from the phosgene. We did not know if Abetic could breathe the poison. If he could not, the unspoken plan between Ania and me was to close our masks and hope that we could reach the edges of the mountain before we struck the acid sea, dragging the android up the slope and out of the poison air if we could. We both knew that it was a flimsy plan. The radar aboard the ship during my initial descent had shown me that most of the peaks and ridges dropped abruptly beneath the phosgene cloud layer, and it would be only a matter of minutes before entering the poisonous clouds before we struck the sea anyway. But it was better to have a plan than to surrender to fate. In the meantime, we both had our masks up, breathing fresh air while we could. "Kiddo," I said, "if you know that this isn't going to work, if you've seen what you think is my death—" She completed the sentence for me. I could not have said it aloud. I nodded stupidly. She could not see me through the clouds between us. "They're only possibilities, Rawl," she said softly, "although the one I know of with the greatest probability is not this. Don't worry. I wouldn't have asked you both to go with me if I thought this was it." I heard the humor in her voice through the tension. "I know," I said, glad that Abetic could not pick up this conversation. "I wasn't thinking of that." I had been thinking that perhaps she had known that the android and I would make it to the mountain, but she would not. I did not believe that now. As long as my fate was entwined with hers, I could accept about anything. "I was just wondering why we were running again, kiddo," I said. "I'm sick of running away from the packs." "So am I," said Ania. "And trust me, Rawl, that's not all we're doing here." "Oh, shit!" Hardly the quotable pronouncement from a messiah, but in a second I saw the reason for her shout. A rocky hillside had appeared 20 meters ahead of us, large boulders visible between scree slopes, sheer cliffs lower down. Abetic led the way in, pulling up on his control bar at the last minute and dropping his legs from the stirrups of the rigging, using the kite like a parachute above him. He bounced twice on his boots and set the kite down quickly, snapping off his harness. Lomo had shown us many times that it was important on dangerous and windy landing sites to separate yourself from the parawing quickly so that it did not drag you over some edge. And there was definitely an edge to be dragged over here. Ania landed next, me a few seconds later. I had the sloppiest of the three landings, bouncing high, dropping almost straight down, twisting my ankle on the small stones and going to my knees, while the parawing struck hard on a boulder above me, bending metal and rending fabric. The kite tried to tip over backward then, pulling me over the cliff's edge just as Lomo had warned. But Abetic grabbed the left struts, Ania seized the broken right spar a second later, and they stabilized it long enough for me to struggle out of my harness and hobble a few steps away from the wreckage, dragging my backpack with me. Ania knelt on the cold, wet rocks at my feet, loosening my boot and studying my ankle. "I don't think it's sprained badly," she said. "It may swell a bit, but you should be able to walk on it all right." "Good," I said stupidly, aware only of her bare hands on my bare ankle. Then I jumped a bit as she sprayed something cold from her med-kit on the puffy flesh. They both helped me to my feet. We gathered our gear, and the three of us started arm in arm up the thick slope toward where the clouds glowed more brightly. We came up into the sunlight high on the sacred slopes of Tai Shan. I had pulled off the skin suit cowl and mask, but Ania suggested that I keep the suit on. I pulled my therm jacket on over it to feel less naked, and I noticed that my friend did the same. Abatic was rubbing his arms, and I saw that the high-altitude cold had left his flesh chilled almost white. "Are you all right?" I asked him. "Fine, Endymion," said the android, "although another few minutes at that altitude." I looked down at the clouds where we had folded the damaged kites and left them. "I guess we're not getting off this hill with the parawings." "Correct," said Ania. "Look." We had come out of the boulder fields and scree slopes to grassy highlands between great cliffs, the succulent meadows crisscrossed with zygote trails and stepping-stone paths. Glacial melt streams trickled over rocks, but there were bridges made of stone slabs. A few distant herders had watched us impassively as we climbed higher. Now we had come around a switchback below the great ice fields, and looked up at what could only be temples of white stone set on gray ramparts. The gleaming buildings, bright beneath the blue-white expanse of ice and snow slopes that stretched up and out of sight to the blue zenith, looked like altars. What Ania had pointed out was a great white stone set next to the trail, with this poem carved in its smooth face. "With what can I compare the great peak? Over the surrounding provinces, its blue-green hue never dwindles from sight, infused by the Shaper of Forms with the soaring power of divinity. Shaded and sunlit, its slopes divide night from day, breast heaving as I climb toward the clouds, eyes straining to follow birds flying home. Some day I shall reach its peerless summit and behold all mountains in a single glance." Du Fu, Tang Dynasty, China, Old Earth. And so we entered Tai'an, the city of peace. There on the slopes were the scores of temples, hundreds of shops, inns, and homes, countless small shrines, and a busy street filled with stalls, each covered by a bright canvas awning. The people here were lovely. That is a poor word, but the only proper one, I think. All with dark hair, bright eyes, gleaming teeth, healthy skin, and a pride and vigor to their carriage and step. Their clothes were silk and dyed cotton, bright but elegantly simple, and there were many, many monks in orange and red robes. The crowds would have been forgiven if they had stared. No one visits Tai Shan during the monsoon months, but all the glances I saw were welcoming and easy. Indeed, many of the people in the street milled around, greeting Ania by name and touching her hand or sleeve. I remembered then that she had visited the great peak before. Ania pointed out the great slab of white rock that covered a hillside above the city of peace. On the polished face of that slab had been carved what she explained was the Diamond Sutra in huge Chinese characters. One of the principal works of Buddhist philosophy, she explained. It reminded the monk and passer-by of the ultimate nature of reality, as symbolized in the empty expanse of blue sky overhead. Ania also pointed out the first heavenly gate at the edge of the city, a gigantic stone archway under a red pagoda roof, with the first of the 27,000 steps starting up toward the jade summit. Incredibly, we had been expected. In the great Gampa at the center of the City of Peace, more than 1,200 red-robed monks sat cross-legged in patient files, waiting for Ania. The resident lama greeted Ania with a low bow. She helped him to his feet and hugged the old man, and then Abatic and I were sitting at one side of the low cushioned dais while Ania briefly addressed the waiting multitude. "I said last spring that I would return at this time," she said softly, her voice perfectly clear in the great marble space, "and it pleases my heart to see you all again. For those of you who took communion with me during my last visit, I know that you have discovered the truth of learning the language of the dead, of learning the language of the living, and, for some of you, of hearing the music of the spheres. And soon, I promise you, of taking that first step. This day is a sad day in many ways, but our future is bright with optimism and change. I am honored that you have allowed me to be your teacher. I am honored that we have shared in our exploration of a universe that is rich beyond imagining." She paused and looked at Abatic and me. "These are my companions, my friend Abatic, and my beloved Rise of Endymion. They have shared all hardships of my longest life's voyage with me, and they will share in today's pilgrimage. When we leave you, we will pass this day through the 3 heavenly gates, enter the mouth of the dragon, and, Buddha and the fates of chaos willing, shall visit the Princess of Azure Clouds, and see the temple of the Jade Emperor this day." Ania paused again, and looked at the shaven heads and bright dark eyes. These were not religious fanatics, I saw, not mindless servants or self-punishing ascetics, but were instead row upon row of intelligent, questioning, alert young men and women. I say young, but among the fresh and youthful faces were many with gray beards and subtle wrinkles. "My dear friend the Lama tells me that there are more now who wish to share in communion with the void which binds this day," said Ania. About 100 of the monks in the front rows went to their knees. Ania nodded. "So it shall be," she said softly. The Lama brought flagons of wine and many simple bronze cups. Before filling the cups or lancing her finger for the drops of blood, Ania said, "But before you partake of this communion, I must remind you that this is a physical change, not a spiritual one. Your individual quest for God or enlightenment must remain just that, your individual quest. This moment of change will not bring satori or salvation. It will bring only change." My young friend held up one finger, the finger she was about to prick to draw blood. "In the cells of my blood are unique DNA and RNA arrangements, along with certain viral agents which will invade your body, starting through the digestive lining of your stomachs and ending in every cell of your body. These invasive viruses are somatic. That is, they shall be passed along to your children. I have taught your teachers, and they have taught you, that these physical changes will allow you, after some training, to touch the void which binds more directly, thus learning the language of the dead and of the living. Eventually, with much more experience and training, it may be possible for you to hear the music of the spheres and take a true step elsewhere." She raised the finger higher. "This is not metaphysics, my dear friends. This is a mutant viral agent. Be warned that you will never be able to wear the cruciform of the Pax, nor will your children, nor their children's children. This basic change in the soul of your genes and chromosomes will ban you from that form of physical longevity forever. This communion will not offer you immortality, my dear friends. It ensures that death will be our common end. I say again, I do not offer you eternal life or instant satori. If these are the things you seek most dearly, You must find them in your own religious searchings. I offer you only a deepening of the human experience of life and a connection to others, human or not, who have shared that commitment to living. There is no shame if you change your mind now, but there is duty, discomfort, and great danger to those who partake of this communion, and in so doing become teachers themselves of the void which binds, as well as fellow carriers of this new virus of human choice. Aeneas waited, but none of the 100 monks moved or left. All remained kneeling, heads slightly bowed as if in contemplation. "So be it," said Aeneas. "I wish you all well." And she pricked her finger, squeezing a droplet of blood into each prepared cup of wine held out by the elderly lama. It took only a few minutes for the 100 monks to pass the cups down their rows, each drinking but a drop. I rose from my cushion then, determined to go to the end of the row nearest me and partake of this communion. But Aeneas beckoned me to her. "Not yet, my dear," she whispered in my ear, touching my shoulder. I was tempted to argue. Why was I being excluded from this? But instead returned to my place next to Abe Beddick. I leaned over and whispered to the android, "You haven't done this so-called communion, have you?" The blue man smiled. "No, Endymion, and I never shall." I was about to ask why, but at that moment the communion ended. The 1,200 monks rose to their feet. Aeneas walked among them, chatting and touching hands, and I saw from her glance toward me over shaven heads that it was time for us to leave. Nemes, Scylla, and Briareus regard the shrike across the expanse of the suspension bridge, not phase-shifting for a moment, appreciating the real-time view of their enemy. "It's absurd," says Briareus. "A child's boogeyman. All spikes and thorns and teeth. How silly." "Tell that to Gyges," responds Nemes. "Ready?" "Ready," sends Scylla. "Ready," sends Briareus. The three phase-shift in unison. Nemes sees the air around them go thick and heavy, light becoming a sepia syrup, and she knows that even if the shrike now does the obvious, cutting the suspension bridge supports, that it will make no difference. In fast time it will take ages for the bridge to begin to fall, time enough for the trio to cross it 1,000 times. In single file, Nemes leading, they cross it now. The shrike does not change position. Its head does not move to follow them. Its red eyes gleam dully, like crimson glass reflecting the last bit of sunset. "Something's not right here," sends Briareus. "Quiet," commands Nemes. "Stay off the common band unless I open contact." She is less than 10 meters from the shrike now, and still the thing has not reacted. Nemes continues forward through thick air until she steps onto solid stone. Her clone sister follows, taking up position on Nemes's left. Briareus steps off the bridge and stands on Nemes's right. They are 3 meters in front of the Hyperion legend. It remains quiescent. "Move out of the way or be destroyed." Nemes shifts down long enough to speak to the chrome statue. "Your day is long past. The girl is ours today." The shrike does not respond. "Destroy it," Nemes commands her siblings, and phase shifts. The shrike disappears, shifting through time. Nemes blinks as the temporal shock waves ripple over and through her, and then surveys the frozen surroundings with the full spectrum of her vision. There are a few human beings still here at the temple hanging in air, but no shrike. "Shift down," she commands, and her siblings obey immediately. The world brightens, the air moves, and sound returns. "Find her," says Nemes. In a full jog, Scylla moves to the noble eightfold path axis of wisdom and lopes up the staircase to the platform of right understanding. Briareus moves quickly to the axis of morality, and leaps to the pagoda of right speech. Nemes takes the third stairway, the highest, toward the high pavilions of right mindfulness and right meditation. Her radar shows people in the highest structure. She arrives in a few seconds, scanning the buildings and cliff wall for concealed rooms or hiding places. Nothing. There is a young woman in the pavilion for right meditation, and for an instant Nemes thinks that the search is over. But although she is about the same age as Aeneas, it is not her. There are a few others in the elegant pagoda. A very old woman. Nemes recognizes her as the Thunderbolt Sow from the Dalai Lama's reception. The Dalai Lama's chief crier and head of security, Karl Linga William Ihiji, and the boy himself, the Dalai Lama. "Where is she?" says Nemes. "Where is the one who calls herself Aeneas?" Before any of the others can speak, the warrior Ihiji reaches into his cloak and hurls a dagger with lightning speed. Nemes dodges it easily. Even without phase shifting, her reactions are faster than most humans. But when Ihiji pulls a fléchette pistol, Nemes shifts up, walks to the frozen man, encloses him in her shift field, and flings him out the open floor-to-ceiling window into the abyss. Of course, as soon as Ihiji leaves her field envelope, he seems to freeze in mid-air like some ungainly bird thrown from the nest, unable to fly but unwilling to fall. Nemes turns back to the boy and shifts down. Behind her, Ihiji screams and plummets out of sight. The Dalai Lama's jaw drops, and his lips form an O. To him and the two women present, Ihiji had simply disappeared from next to them and reappeared in mid-air out the open shoji doors of the pavilion, as if he had chosen to teleport to his death. "You can't," begins the old Thunderbolt Sow. "You are forbidden," begins the Dalai Lama. "You won't," begins the woman whom Nemes guesses is either Rachel or Theo, Aeneas' compatriots. Nemes says nothing. She shifts up, walks to the boy, folds her phase field around him, lifts him, and carries him to the open door. "Nemes!" It is Briareus calling from the pavilion of right effort. "What?" Instead of verbalizing on the common band, Briareus uses the extra energy to send the full visual image. Looking frozen in the sepia air kilometers above them, fusion flame as solid as a blue pillar, a spaceship is descending. "Shift down," commands Nemes. The monks and the old lama packed us a lunch in a brown bag. They also gave Abetic one of the old-fashioned pressure suits, of the kind I had seen only in the ancient spaceflight museum at Port Romance, and tried to give 2 more to Aeneas and me, but we showed them the skin suits under our thermal jackets. The 1,200 monks all turned out to wave us off through the first heavenly gate, and there must have been 2,000 or 3,000 others pressing and craning to see us leave. The great stairway was empty except for the 3 of us, climbing easily now, Abetic with his clear helmet folded back like a cowl, Aeneas and me with our osmosis masks turned up. Each of the steps was 7 meters wide, but shallow, and the first section was easy enough, with a wide terrace step every 100 steps. The steps were heated from within, so even as we moved into the region of perpetual ice and snow midway up Taishan, the stairway was clear. Within an hour we had reached the second heavenly gate, a huge red pagoda with a 15-meter archway, and then we were climbing more steeply up the near-vertical fault line known as the Mouth of the Dragon. Here the winds picked up, the temperature dropped precipitously, and the air became dangerously thin. We had redonned our harnesses at the second heavenly gate, and now we clipped on to one of the bucky carbon lines that ran along each side of the staircase, adjusting the pulley grip to act like a brake if we fell or were blown off the increasingly treacherous staircase. Within minutes, Abetic inflated his clear helmet and gave us a thumbs up while Aeneas and I sealed our osmosis masks. We kept climbing toward the south gate of heaven, still a kilometer above us, while the world fell away all around. It was the second time in a few hours that such a sight had presented itself to us, but this time we took it all in every 300 steps as we took a break, standing and wheezing, and staring out at the early afternoon light illuminating the great peaks. Tyon, the city of peace, was invisible now, some 15,000 steps and several clicks below the ice fields and rock walls through which we had climbed. I realized that the skin suit comm threads gave us privacy once again, and said, "How you doing, kiddo?" "Tired," said Ania, but she leavened the comment with a smile from behind her clear mask. "Can you tell me where we're headed?" I said. "The Temple of the Jade Emperor," said my friend. "It's on the summit." "I guessed that," I said, setting a foot down on the wide step, then raising the next foot to the next step. The stairway passed up and through a rock and ice overhang at this point. I knew that if I turned around to look down, that vertigo might overcome me. This was infinitely worse than the paragliding. "Can you tell me why we're climbing to the Temple of the Jade Emperor when everything is going to hell behind us?" "How do you mean going to hell?" she said. "I mean Nemesis and her ilk are probably after us. The Pax definitely is going to make its move. Things are falling apart, and we're on pilgrimage." Ania nodded. The wind was roaring now, as thin as it was, as we actually climbed into the jet stream. Each of us was moving forward and up with our heads bowed and our bodies arched, as if carrying a heavy load. I wondered what Abetic was thinking about. "Why don't we just call the ship and get the hell out of here?" I said. "If we're going to bail out, let's get it over with." I could see Ania's dark eyes behind the mask that reflected the deepening blue sky. "When we call the ship, there will be 24 Pax warships descending on us like harpy crows," said Ania. "We can't do it until we're ready." I gestured up the steep staircase. "And climbing this will make us ready?" "I hope so," she said softly. I could hear the rasp of her breathing through my hair patches. "What's up here, kiddo?" We had reached the next 300th step. All three of us stopped and panted, too tired to appreciate the view. We had climbed into the edge of space. The sky was almost black. Several of the brighter stars were visible, and I could see one of the smaller moons hurtling toward the zenith. Or was it a Pax ship? "I don't know what we'll find, Rawl," said Ania, her voice tired. "I glimpse things, dream things again and again, but then I dream the same thing in a different way. I hate to talk about it until I see which reality presents itself." I nodded, understanding, but I was lying. We began climbing again. "Ania," I said. "Yes, Rawl." "Why don't you let me take, communion?" She made a face behind the osmosis mask. "I hate calling it that. I know, but that's what everyone calls it. But tell me this, at least. Why don't you let me drink the wine? It's not time for you to, Rawl. Why not?" I could feel the anger and frustration just below the surface again, mixing with the roiling current of love that I felt for this woman. "You know the 4 steps I talk about," she began. "Learning the language of the dead, learning the language of the living. Yeah, I know the 4 steps," I said almost dismissively, setting my very real foot on a very physical marble step and taking another tired pace up the endless stairway. I could see Ania smile at my tone. "Those things tend to preoccupy the person first encountering them," she said softly. "I need your full attention right now. I need your help." That made sense to me. I reached over and touched her back through the thermal jacket and skin suit material. Abetic looked across at us and nodded, as if approving of our contact. I reminded myself that he could not have heard our skin suit transmissions. "Ania," I said softly, "are you the new Messiah?" I could hear her sigh. "No, Rawl. I never said I was a Messiah. I never wanted to be a Messiah. I'm just a tired young woman right now. I've got a pounding headache and cramps. It's the first day of my period." She must have seen me blink in surprise or shock. Well, hell, I thought, it's not every day that you get to confront the Messiah, only to hear that she's suffering from what the ancients used to call PMS. Ania chuckled. I'm not the Messiah, Rawl. I was just chosen to be the one who teaches, and I'm trying to do it while I can. Something about her last sentence made my stomach knot in anxiety. Okay, I said. We reached the 300th step and paused together, wheezing more heavily now. I looked up. Still no south gate of heaven visible. Even though it was midday, the sky was space black. 1,000 stars burned. They barely twinkled. I realized that the hiss and roar of the jet stream had gone away. Tai Shan was the highest peak on Tian Shan, extending into the highest fringes of the atmosphere. If it had not been for our skin suits, our eyes, eardrums, and lungs would have exploded like overinflated balloons. Our blood would be boiling. I tried to shift my thoughts onto something else. All right, I said, but if you were the Messiah, what would your message to humanity be? Ania chuckled again, but I noticed that it was a reflective chuckle, not a derisive one. If you were a Messiah, she said between breaths, what would your message be? I laughed out loud. A Bedek could not have heard the sound through the near vacuum separating us, but he must have seen me throw my head back, for he looked over quizzically. I waved at him and said to Ania, I have no fucking clue. Exactly, said Ania. When I was a little kid, before I met you, and I knew that I'd have to go through some of this stuff. I was always wondering what message I was going to give humankind. Beyond the things I knew I'd have to teach, I mean. Something profound, sort of a Sermon on the Mount. I looked around. There was no ice or snow at this terrible altitude. The clear white steps rose through shelves of steep black rock. Well, I said, here's the mount. Yeah, said Ania, and I could hear the fatigue once again. So, what message did you come up with? I said, more to keep her talking and distracted than to hear the answer. It had been a while since she and I had just talked. I could see her smile. I kept working on it, she said at last, trying to get it as short and important as the Sermon on the Mount. Then I realized that was no good. Like Uncle Martin in his manic poet period trying to outright Shakespeare, so I decided that my message would just be shorter. How short? I got my message down to 35 words. Too long. Then down to 27. Still too long. After a few years, I had it down to 10. Still too long. Eventually, I boiled it down to 2 words. 2 words? I said. Which 2? We had reached the next resting point, the 70th or 80th 300th step. We stopped gratefully and panted. I bent over to rest my skin-suit-gloved hands on my skin-suit-sheathed knees and concentrated on not throwing up. It was bad form to vomit in an osmosis mask. Which 2? I said again, when I got some wind back and could hear the answer over my pounding heart and rasping lungs. Choose again, said Ania. I considered that for a wheezing, panting moment. Choose again, I said finally. Ania smiled. She had caught her wind and was actually looking down at the vertical view that I was afraid even to glance toward. She seemed to be enjoying it. I had the friendly urge to toss her off the mountain right then. Youth. It's intolerable sometimes. Choose again, she said firmly. Care to elaborate on that? No, said Ania. That's the whole idea. Keep it simple, but name a category, and you get the idea. Religion, I said. Choose again, said Ania. I laughed. I'm not being totally facetious here, Rawl, she said. We began climbing again. A Bedek seemed lost in thought. I know, kiddo, I said, although I had not been sure. Categories. Political systems. Choose again. You don't think that the Pax is the ultimate evolution of human society? It's brought interstellar peace, fairly good government, and, well, yeah, immortality to its citizens. It's time to choose again, said Anya. And speaking of our views of evolution, what? Choose again. Choose what again, I said. The direction of evolution? No, said Anya. I mean our ideas about whether evolution has a direction. Most of our theories about evolution, for that matter. So, do you or don't you agree with Pope Teilhard, the Hyperion pilgrim Father Duray, when he said 3 centuries ago that Teilhard de Chardin had been right, that the universe was evolving toward consciousness and a conjunction with the Godhead, what he called the Omega point? Anya looked at me. You did do a lot of reading in the Taliesin library, didn't you? Yeah. No, I don't agree with Teilhard, either the original Jesuit or the short-lived Pope. My mother knew both Father Duray and the current pretender, Father Hoyt, you know. I blinked. I guess I had known that, but being reminded of the reality of that, of my friend's connections across the last 3 centuries, set me back a bit. Anyway, continued Anya, evolutionary science has really taken a bite in the butt over the last millennium. First, the Corps actively opposed investigation into it because of their fear of rapid human-designed genetic engineering, an explosion of our species into variant forms upon which the Corps could not be parasitic. Then evolution and the biosciences were ignored by the hegemony for centuries because of the Corps' influence, and now the Pax is terrified of it. Why? I said. Why is the Pax terrified of biological and genetic research? No, I said. I think I understand that. The Corps wants to keep human beings in the form and shape they're comfortable with, and so does the Church. They define being human largely by counting arms, legs, and so forth. But I mean, why redefine evolution? Why open up the argument about direction or non-direction and so forth? Doesn't the ancient theory hold up pretty well? No, said Anya. We climbed several minutes in silence. Then she said, except for mystics, such as the original Teilhard, most early evolution scientists were very careful not to think of evolution in terms of goals or purposes. That was religion, not science. Even the idea of a direction was anathema to the pre-Hegira scientists. They could only speak in terms of tendencies in evolution, sort of statistical quirks that kept recurring. So that was their short-sighted bias, just as Teilhard de Chardin's was his faith. There are directions in evolution. How do you know? I said softly, wondering if she would answer. She answered quickly. Some of the data I saw before I was born, she said, through my cybrid father's connections to the Corps. The autonomous intelligences there have understood human evolution for many centuries, even while humans stayed ignorant. As hyper-parasites, the AIs evolve only toward greater parasitism. They can only look at living things and their evolutionary curve and watch it, or try to stop it. So what are the directions in evolution? I asked. Toward greater intelligence? Toward some sort of godlike hive mind? I was curious about her perception of the lions and tigers and bears. Hive mind, said Anya. Ugh. Can you conceive of anything more boring or distasteful? I said nothing. I had rather imagined that this was the direction of her teachings about learning the language of the dead and all that. I made a note to listen better the next time she taught. Almost everything interesting in the human experience is the result of an individual experiencing, experimenting, explaining, and sharing, said my young friend. A hive mind would be the ancient television broadcasts or life at the height of the data sphere. Consensual idiocy. Okay, I said, still confused. What direction does evolution take? Toward more life, said Anya. Life likes life. It's pretty much that simple. But more amazingly, non-life likes life as well, and wants to get into it. I don't understand, I said. Ania nodded. Back on pre-Hejira Old Earth, in the 1920s, there was a geologist from a nation-state called Russia who understood this stuff. His name was Vladimir Vernadsky, and he coined the phrase biosphere, which, if things happen the way I think they will, should take on new meaning for both of us soon. Why? I said. You'll see, my friend, said Ania, touching my gloved hand with hers. Anyway, Vernadsky wrote in 1926, "Atoms, once drawn into the torrent of living matter, do not readily leave it." I thought about this for a moment. I did not know much science. What I had picked up came from Grandam and the Taliesin Library, but this made sense to me. It was phrased more scientifically 1,200 years ago as Dallow's Law, said Ania. The essence of it is that evolution doesn't back up. Exceptions like the old earth whale trying to become a fish again after living as a land mammal are just the rare exception. Life moves on. It constantly finds new niches to invade. Yeah, I said, such as when humanity left old Earth in its seed ships and Hawking Drive vessels. Not really, said Ania. First of all, we did that prematurely because of the influence of the core, and the fact that old Earth was dying because of a black hole in its belly, also the core's work. Secondly, because of the Hawking Drive, we could jump through our arm of the galaxy to find Earth-like worlds high on the Solmev scale, most of which we terraformed anyway and seeded with old Earth life forms, starting with soil bacteria and earthworms, and moving up to the ducks you used to hunt in the Hyperion fens. I nodded, but I was thinking, how else should we have done it as a species moving out into space? What's wrong with going to places that looked and smelled somewhat like home, especially when home wasn't going to be there to go back to? There's something more interesting in Vernadsky's observations and Dallow's Law, said Ania. What's that, kiddo? I was still thinking about ducks. Life doesn't retreat. How so? As soon as I asked the question, I understood. Yeah, said my friend, seeing my understanding. As soon as life gets a foothold somewhere, it stays. You name it, Arctic cold, the old Mars frozen desert, boiling hot springs, a sheer rock face such as here on Tian Shan, even in autonomous intelligence programs. Once life gets its proverbial foot in the door, it stays forever. So what are the implications of that? I said. Simply left to its own devices, which are clever devices. Life will someday fill the universe, said Ania. It will be a green galaxy to begin with, then off to our neighboring clusters and galaxies. That's a disturbing thought, I said. She paused to look at me. Why, Rawl? I think it's beautiful. Green planets I've seen, I said. A green atmosphere is imaginable, but weird. She smiled. It doesn't have to be just plants. Life adapts. Birds, men and women in flying machines, you and me in paragliders. People adapted to flight. That hasn't happened yet, I said, but what I meant was, well, to have a green galaxy, people and animals and living machines, said Ania, and androids, artificial life of 1,000 forms. Yeah, people, animals, machines, androids, whatever, would have to adapt to space. I don't see how. We have, said Ania, and more will before too long. We reached the next 300th step and paused to pant. What other directions are there in evolution that we've ignored? I said when we began to climb again. Increasing diversity and complexity, said Ania. Scientists argued back and forth about these directions for centuries, but there's no doubt that evolution favors, in the very long run, both these attributes, and of the two, diversity is the more important. Why? I said. She must have been growing tired of that syllable. I sounded like a 3-year-old child, even to myself. Scientists used to think that basic evolutionary designs kept multiplying, said Ania. That's called disparity, but that turned out not to be the case. Variety in basic plans tends to decrease as life's anti-entropic potential, evolution, increases. Look at all the orphans of old Earth, for instance. Some basic DNA, of course, but also the same basic plans, evolved from forms with tubular guts, radial symmetry, eyes, feeding mouths, two sexes, pretty much from the same mold. But I thought you said diversity was important, I said. It is, said Ania, but diversity is different than basic plan disparity. Once evolution gets a good basic design, it tends to throw away the variance and concentrate on the near-infinite diversity within that design. Thousands of related species, tens of thousands. Trilobites, I said, getting the idea. Yes, said Ania. And when beetles, I said. All those goddamn species of beetles. Ania grinned at me through her mask. Precisely. And when bugs, I said. Every world I've been on has the same goddamn swarms of bugs. Mosquitoes. Endless varieties of... You've got it, said Ania. Life shifts into high gear when the basic plan for an organism is settled and new niches open up. Life settles into those new niches by tweaking the diversity within the basic shape of those organisms. New species. There are thousands of new species of plants and animals that have come into existence in just the last millennium since interstellar flight started, and not all bioengineered. Some just adapted at a furious rate to the new Earth-like worlds they were dumped down on. Triaspens, I said, remembering just Hyperion. Everblues. Woman grove root. Tesla trees? They were native, said Ania. So the diversity's good, I said, trying to find the original threads of this discussion. Diversity's good, agreed Ania. As I said, it lets life shift into high gear and get on with its mindless business of greening up the universe. But there's at least one old Earth species that hasn't diversified much at all. At least not on the friendly worlds it colonized. Us, I said. Humans. Ania nodded grimly. We've been stuck in one species since our Cro-Magnon ancestors helped to wipe out the smarter Neanderthals, she said. Now it's our chance to diversify rapidly, and institutions like the hegemony, the Pax, and the core are stopping it. Does the need to diversify extend to human institutions, I said? Religions? Social systems? I was thinking about the people who had helped me on Vitus Grey Balianus B, Demria, Demloa, and their families. I was thinking about the Amoyite spectrum helix and its complicated and convoluted beliefs. Absolutely, said Ania. Look over there. Abetic had paused at a slab of marble, upon which words were carved in Chinese and early Web English. High rises the eastern peak, soaring up to the blue sky. Among the rocks, an empty hollow, secret, still, mysterious, uncarved and unhewn, screened by nature with a roof of clouds. Time and seasons, what things are you, bringing to my life ceaseless change? I will lodge forever in this hollow, where springs and autumns unheeded pass. Tao Yun, wife of General Wang Ning-chi, A.D. 400. We climbed on. I thought that I could see something red at the top of this next flight of stairs. The south gate of heaven and entry to the summit slope. It was about time. Wasn't that beautiful, though? I said, speaking of the poem. Isn't continuity like that as important or more important in human institutions as diversity? It's important, agreed Ania, but that's almost all humanity has been doing for the last millennium, Rawl, recreating old Earth institutions and ideas on different worlds. Look at hegemony. Look at the Church and the Pax. Look at this world. Tian Shan, I said. I think it's wonderful. So do I, said Ania, but it's all borrowed. The Buddhism has evolved a bit, at least away from idolatry and ritual, back to the open-mindedness that was its earliest hallmark, but everything else is pretty much an attempt to recapture things lost with old Earth. Such as, I said. Such as the language, dress, the names of the mountains, local customs. Hell, Rawl, even this pilgrimage trail and the Temple of the Jade Emperor, if we ever get there. You mean there was a Taishan mountain on old Earth? I said. Absolutely, said Ania, with its own city of peace, and heavenly gates, and mouth of the dragon. Confucius climbed it more than 3,000 years ago. But the old Earth stairway had just 7,000 steps. I wish we'd climbed it instead, I said, wondering if I could keep climbing. The steps were short, but there had been a hell of a lot of them. I see your point, though. Ania nodded. It's wonderful to preserve tradition, but a healthy organism evolves, culturally and physically. Which brings us back to evolution, I said. What are the other directions, tendencies, goals, or whatever that you said had been ignored the last few centuries? There are just a few more, said Ania. One is an ever-increasing number of individuals. Life likes gazillions of species, but it absolutely loves hyper-gazillions of individuals. In a sense, the universe is tooled up for individuals. There was a book in the Taliesin library called Evolving Hierarchical Systems by an old Earth guy named Stanley Salfa. Did you see it? No, I must have missed it when I was reading those early 21st century hollow-porn novels. Uh-huh, said Ania. Well, Salfa put it sort of neatly. An indefinite number of unique individuals can exist in a finite material world if they are nested within each other, and that world is expanding. Nested within each other, I repeated, thinking about it. Yeah, I get it. Like the old Earth bacteria in our gut, and the paramecia we've dragged into space, and the other cells in our bodies. More worlds, more people. Yeah. The trick is more people, said Ania. We have hundreds of billions, but between the fall and the packs, the actual human population in the galaxy, not counting ousters, has leveled off in the last few hundred years. Well, birth control is important, I said, repeating what everyone on Hyperion had been taught. I mean, especially with the cruciform capable of keeping people alive for centuries and centuries. Exactly, said Ania. With artificial immortality comes more stagnation, physical and cultural. It's a given. I frowned. But that's not a reason to deny people the chance for extended life, is it? Ania's voice seemed remote, as if she were contemplating something much larger. No, she said at last, not in itself. What are the evolutionary directions? I asked, seeing the red pagoda come closer above us, and praying that the conversation would keep my mind off collapsing, rolling back down the 20-some thousand steps we had climbed. Just 3 more worth mentioning, said Ania. Increasing specialization, increasing codependency, and increasing evolvability. All of these are really important, but the last is most so. How do you mean, kiddo? I mean that evolution itself evolves. It has to. Evolvability is in itself an inherited survival trait. Systems, living and otherwise, have to learn how to evolve, and to some extent control the direction and rate of their own evolution. We, I mean the human species, were on the verge of doing that 1,000 years ago, and the core took it away from us. At least from most of us. What do you mean, most of us? I promise that you'll see in a few days, Rawl. We reached the south gate of heaven, and passed through its arched entry, a red arch under a golden pagoda roof. Beyond it was the heavenly way, a gentle slope that ran to the summit that was just visible. The heavenly way was nothing more than path on bare black rock. We could have been walking on an airless moon like old Earth's. The conditions here were about as amenable to life. I started to say something to Ania about this being a niche that life hadn't stuck its foot into, when she led the way off the path to a small stone temple set in among the sharp crags and fissures a few hundred meters below the summit. There was an airlock that looked so ancient it appeared to have come out on one of the earliest siege ships. Amazingly, it worked when she activated the press pad, and the three of us stood in it until it cycled and the inner door opened. We stepped inside. It was a small room and almost bare except for an ornate bronze pot holding fresh flowers, some sprigs of green on a low dais, and a beautiful statue, once gold, of a life-size woman in robes that appeared to be made of gold. The woman was fat-cheeked and of pleasant demeanor, a sort of female Buddha, and she looked to be wearing a gilded crown of leaves and had an oddly Christian halo of hammered gold behind her head. Abetic pulled off his helmet and said, "The air is good. Air pressure more than adequate." Ania and I folded back our skin suit cowls. It was a pleasure to breathe regularly. There were incense tapers and a box of matches at the statue's foot. Ania went to one knee and used a match to light one of the tapers. The smell of incense was very strong. "This is the Princess of the Azure Clouds," she said, smiling up at the smiling gold face. "The goddess of the dawn. By lighting this, I've just made an offering for the birth of grandchildren." I started to smile, and then froze. She has a child. My beloved has already had a child. My throat tightened, and I looked away, but Ania walked over and took my arm. "Shall we eat lunch?" she said. I had forgotten about our brown bag lunch. It would have been difficult to eat it through our helmets and osmosis masks. We sat in the dim light in the windowless room, amid the floating smoke and scent of incense, and ate the sandwiches packed by the monks. "Where now?" I said, as Ania began recycling the inner lock. "I have heard that there is a precipice on the eastern edge of the summit called Suicide Cliff," said Abetic. "It used to be a place for serious sacrifice. Jumping from it is said to provide instant communion with the Jade Emperor, and to ensure that your offering request is honored. If you really want to guarantee grandchildren, you might jump from there." I stared at the android. I was never sure if he had a sense of humor or simply a skewed personality. Ania laughed. "Let's walk to the Temple of the Jade Emperor first," she said. "See if anyone's home." Outside, I was struck first by the isolation of the skin suit and the airless clarity of everything. The osmosis mask had gone almost opaque because of the unfiltered ferocity of the midday sun at this altitude. Shadows were harsh. We were about 50 meters from the summit and the temple when a form stepped out of the blackness of shadow behind a boulder and blocked our way. I thought Shrike and foolishly clenched my hands into fists before I saw what it was. A very tall man stood before us, dressed in lance-slashed vacuum combat armor. Standard Pax Fleet Marine and Swiss Guard issue. I could see his face through the impact-proof visor. His skin was black, his features strong, and his short-cropped hair was white. There were fresh and livid scars on his dark face. His eyes were not friendly. He was carrying a Marine-class multi-purpose assault rifle, and now he raised it and leveled it at us. His transmission was on the skin suit band. "Stop!" We stopped. The giant did not seem to know what to do next. The Pax finally have us, was my first thought. Ania took a step forward. "Sergeant Gregorius?" came her voice on the skin suit band. The man cocked his head but did not lower the weapon. I had no doubt that the rifle would work perfectly in hard vacuum. Either flechette cloud, energy lance, charged particle beam, solid slug, or hyper-K. The muzzle was aimed at my beloved's face. "How do you know my—" began the giant, and then seemed to rock backward. "You're her. The one. The girl we sought for so long across so many systems. Ania? Yes, said Ania. Are there others who survived? 3, said the man she had called Gregorius. He gestured to his right, and I could just make out a black scar on black rock, with blackened remnants of something that might have been a starship escape bulb. His father, Captain de Soya, among them, said Ania. I remembered the name. I remembered de Soya's voice on the dropship radio when he had found us and saved us from Nemes, and then let us go on God's Grove almost 10 of his and Ania's years ago. Aye, said Sergeant Gregorius, the captain's alive, but just barely. He was burned bad on the poor old Raphael. He'd be atoms with her if he hadn't passed out and given me the opportunity to drag him to a lifeboat. The other 2 are hurt, but the father captain's dying. He lowered the rifle and leaned on it wearily. Dying the true death. We have no resurrection creche, and the darlin' father captain made me promise to slag him to atoms when he went, rather than let him be resurrected a mindless idiot. Ania nodded. Can you take me to him? I need to talk to him. Gregorius shouldered the heavy weapon and looked suspiciously at Abetic and me. And these 2? This is my dear friend, said Ania, touching Abetic's arm. She took my hand. And this is my beloved. The giant only nodded at this, turned, and led the way up the final stretch of slope to the summit, to the temple of the Jade Emperor.